Title: The 5-Year-Old Miracle Healer, a tale of transformation and triumph. In a twist of fate, Jiang Guoguo, a master of both medicine and poison, awakens to find herself in the body of a 5-year-old girl from a humble farming family. With her father missing and her 2 brothers conscripted, the household is left with only a pregnant mother and an ailing grandmother, embodying the fragility of life. The villagers, murmuring with pity and disdain, regard the family as cursed, their menfolk vanished, leaving behind 3 women. What can they possibly accomplish? Yet amid this despair, a flicker of hope ignites within the innocent eyes of Jiang Guoguo. With a mere thought, she accesses her extraordinary space, transforming her fate. By day, she concocts potions and administers healing with deft precision. By night, she wields her skills to vanquish adversaries. With a playful charm that masks her cunning, she embraces her newfound abilities, effortlessly thriving in her surroundings. When provisions dwindle, she cultivates her vast, magical fields, ensuring sustenance for her family. Her aspirations are simple yet profound: to reunite her family in prosperity and to nurture an extraordinary husband, forging a bond that transcends the ordinary. Chapter 1: Awakening in a New Life. Oh dear! How has my daughter-in-law come to such misfortune? Who will save her? The morning air is pierced by the anguished cries of an elderly woman, her voice frantic as she calls for help. On a rickety wooden bed lies a pale, expectant mother, teetering on the brink of life and death. A gathering of villagers hovers outside the dilapidated home, peering in with trepidation, reluctant to lend aid lest they invite misfortune upon themselves. Perhaps it would be better if she were to pass, one whispers. The eldest son of the Jiang family disappeared years ago, leaving behind only this illegitimate child. Is there no healer among us? We should summon a Taoist to dispel this ill fate, perhaps then she will recover. This family is cursed. The 3 capable men have vanished, leaving only women behind. Even the so-called cursed star is nearing her end. It seems the heavens do not favor them. In the midst of this despair, a faint cough emerges from a shadowy corner of the room. On a dirt bed, a small, round figure stirs a timid child named Jiang Guoguo, the youngest of the family, merely 5 years old. Yet, in her wide eyes, a piercing intelligence shines, far beyond that of an ordinary child. As she blinks awake, her gaze sweeps across the unfamiliar ceiling, low and dark. The air is thick with the musty scent of decay, and she furrows her brow in confusion. She distinctly remembers delving into her latest formula, preparing to refine her alchemical skills. How could she find herself here? As she struggles to comprehend her circumstances, an overwhelming sense of déjà vu washes over her, and she realizes she has been transported into another life. Upon inspecting her new form, she is horrified to see a chubby face staring back at her from a cracked mirror, her features hardly recognizable. Once a masterful healer, her delicate hands have transformed into pudgy little paws, rendering her incapable of wielding silver needles or concocting potions. Her once graceful physique has been replaced by that of a squat, plump girl, leaving her bewildered and frustrated. As memories flood her mind, she feels an undeniable connection to this new identity. Jiang Guoguo's essence has merged with that of this child. Before she can fully process her new reality, she finds herself in a vast, ethereal space where a smooth stone displays the words, "Ling Long Space." Her heart races. This is the coveted tool of every traveler through time. Suddenly, 3 ginseng roots and a roll of parchment containing silver needles materialize before her, accompanied by the message of her rewards. Just as excitement surges within her, a cry pierces the air. "Xiaoyun, open your eyes. Don't scare your mother, please." Panic grips Jiang Guoguo as she recognizes her grandmother's voice. Her newly discovered powers must be wielded to save her family. Determined to act, she rushes outside, confronted by a scene that sends chills down her spine. Her mother lies unconscious, foaming at the mouth, teetering on the edge of life. As a skilled healer, she leaps into action, but her small frame proves a challenge. Climbing onto a stool, she steadies herself on the rickety bed, her heart racing as she turns her mother's head aside to clear the airway. With her tiny fingers, she takes her mother's pulse, her brow furrowing in concentration. The elderly matriarch, witnessing the unorthodox scene, is filled with dread. "Guoguo, what are you doing? Come down, you'll harm your mother." Despite her grandmother's protests, Jiang Guoguo's focus remained sharp. Her mother's frail state reveals a dire need for nourishment and vitality. "Grandmother, I can save her, please fetch me a basin of water," she implores, her youthful voice imbued with an unexpected resolve. The elder, torn between skepticism and hope, finds herself compelled to comply. Outside, villagers watch in astonishment, their disbelief palpable. Is that cursed child truly attempting to heal her mother? Has she lost her mind? What could a mere child possibly know about medicine? As laughter erupts among the onlookers, Jiang Guoguo carefully retrieves the silver needles, ready to embrace her destiny. Though her tools may be humble, her determination is unwavering. With a silver needle, as long as a grown man's palm, in hand, Jiang Guoguo decisively struck, swiftly and accurately, aiming directly at the Baihui acupoint. Upon witnessing this alarming scene, the elderly Jiang matriarch, who had just entered with a basin of water, gasped in shock, dropping the basin to the floor with a clatter. "What a sin! How could you harm your mother like this?" Chapter 2. The 5-year-old child heals her mother's illness. The needle was firmly embedded at the crown of Lin Wanyun's head, with only its pointed tip visible. The terrifying sight sent the 70-year-old Jiang matriarch into a tremor, her legs giving way as she collapsed in front of the bed. However, Jiang Guoguo wore a serious expression as she quickly descended from the bed, retrieving the water basin the matriarch had dropped. Then, under the terrified gaze of the Jiang matriarch, she used another silver needle to puncture Lin Wanyun's fingertips one by one. Instantly, dark red blood flowed forth, staining the basin of water. The villagers craned their necks to witness the scene, sweat beading on their brows in fear. A few particularly curious villagers, mustering their courage, stepped into the earthen house of the Jiang family. Upon closer inspection, they were so startled that they hurriedly retreated. "This is murder. How can such a young girl be so malicious? Someone go report this to the authorities. Grandmother, this ill-fated child must be possessed." In this remote mountain village, the villagers may have lacked various skills, yet they were well-versed in superstitions. The mention of possession sent the previously brave villagers scurrying away, fearful that the malevolent spirit might target them next. At that moment, Lin Wanyun, lying on the bed, suddenly moved her lips, showing some signs of life. The Jiang matriarch, who had been preparing for the worst and was in tears, saw her daughter-in-law's slight movement and felt a flicker of hope. She sprang to her feet. "Xiaoyun, how are you feeling?" The matriarch's concerned words seemed to awaken Lin Wanyun. However, her weakness caused her eyelids to flutter a few times before she fell silent once more. The Jiang matriarch, startled, grasped Jiang Guoguo's arm with great urgency. "Guoguo, you must see what has happened to your mother." After this ordeal, the matriarch seemed to regard Jiang Guoguo as her pillar of strength, naturally placing her hopes upon her. The villagers, observing the situation, shook their heads in disbelief. Jiang matriarch has lost her senses, relying on a 5-year-old girl to resolve this. The villagers' scornful remarks came one after another, and even with her good temper, Jiang Guoguo could no longer endure it. After piercing her mother's final fingertip and releasing the accumulated blood, she erupted in anger. "Get out! All of you!" Her fierce shout was so powerful that it seemed it could lift the roof off, startling everyone into silence as they stared at Jiang Guoguo in shock. What was happening? How had this ill-fated child suddenly become so resolute? In the villagers' minds, Jiang Guoguo had always been timid and submissive, with hardly anyone in the village ever engaging with her. Her peers would bully her without hesitation, and she never dared to retaliate or even speak up, living as a perpetual victim. Since her birth, her father had gone missing, and soon after, her 2 elder brothers had been conscripted, never to return. With no one to stand up for her, Jiang Guoguo, labeled as the ill-fated child, had become increasingly downtrodden. She would always keep her head down, and even a passing glance from others seemed to bring misfortune. Yet today, she was unrecognizable, not only with a fierce glint in her eyes but also speaking with the authority of a formidable figure. "Grandmother, send them away. With them here, my mother cannot recover." Her mother had merely alleviated the stagnation temporarily. The situation remained precarious. Fortunately, with 3 ginseng roots at her disposal, heaven seemed to be aiding her and her mother. However, with outsiders present, the ginseng could not be revealed. In a place as impoverished as this, someone might take advantage of it, bringing harm to the Jiang family. The Jiang matriarch had never witnessed her granddaughter exhibit such dominance, and her tears flowed freely. She had always felt guilty that her upbringing had rendered her granddaughter timid, constantly labeled as the ill-fated child, fearing that as she grew older, she would find it even harder to hold her head high. Now, however, she felt a flicker of hope. The matriarch's stooped back seemed to straighten as she stood, grabbing a broom to shoo the noisy villagers away. "Guo, everyone has been driven out. What shall we do next?" Dropping the broom, the matriarch looked at her granddaughter with eager anticipation. Despite the dramatic transformation in Jiang Guoguo's demeanor and her newfound ability to use needles for healing, the matriarch sensed there was a mystery behind it. Yet, she felt content, proud of her granddaughter. Jiang Guoguo cast a reassuring glance at her grandmother before decisively retrieving a ginseng root. "Use this, grandmother. Can you prepare medicine? Grind it up with some water for my mother to drink." Though the matriarch had limited knowledge, she recognized ginseng. Upon seeing her granddaughter casually produce a ginseng root of considerable length from an unknown pocket, she gasped and covered her mouth in astonishment, her eyes wide. "Guo, tell me where this came from. Although we are poor, we must not resort to thievery." The Jiang family was the most impoverished in the village, unable to even produce a decent radish, let alone something as precious as ginseng. The matriarch suspected her granddaughter might have taken it without her knowledge. Jiang Guoguo, with an exasperated expression, shoved the ginseng into the matriarch's hands and insisted, "Grandmother, I dug this up from the mountains. You must hurry and prepare the medicine. My mother may not last much longer." The matriarch, still skeptical but worried for her daughter-in-law, muttered as she went to prepare the medicine. This ginseng was only 5 years old, its potency mild, suitable for someone with a weak constitution. Lin Wanyun's frail body would benefit from the ginseng being ground into powder and brewed, or even refined into pills for better efficacy. However, under the current circumstances, they could only manage to create a medicinal paste. The matriarch quickly ground the ginseng into a paste using the method for crushing garlic, mixing it with water to administer to Lin Wanyun. With Jiang Guoguo once again using her needlework, Lin Wanyun's deathly pallor improved significantly. The matriarch, witnessing this, felt a surge of excitement as her hands trembled, tears streaming down her face. "Guo, it's all thanks to you this time. You've truly suffered, my child." The matriarch was at a loss for words, knowing that their home had failed to bring happiness to little Guo, and their lives had been exceedingly difficult. "Grandmother, our family will thrive from now on. Both you and my mother will be well, and soon we will be able to enjoy meat." The matriarch's tears turned to smiles as she reached out to pat Jiang Guoguo's little head, her heart, once battered and bruised, finding some solace. Though she understood her granddaughter was merely trying to cheer her eating meat, just having a bowl of white rice would be a blessing. She felt grateful for her granddaughter's filial piety. Chapter 3. On the path out of the village, punishing the noisy villagers as the sun reached its zenith, the villagers departed. Lin Wanyun's condition had stabilized, allowing the Jiang matriarch and Jiang Guoguo to finally breathe a sigh of relief. The elderly matriarch sat vigil by Lin Wanyun's bedside, soon succumbing to slumber. Meanwhile, Jiang Guoguo, who had been busy and tense throughout the morning, was far from idle. After successfully saving her mother, she noticed new developments on the massive stone within her mystical space. Golden characters flashed continuously. Reward: 3 silver coins, earned 1,000 points. Unfamiliar with the concept of points in this space, Jiang Guoguo glanced at the sky, realizing there was no food left at home. Today, she had to prepare a meal for her mother and grandmother. Thus, she quickly gathered her belongings and slung her little bamboo basket over her shoulder. "Grandmother, you take care of my mother at home." In going out, the elderly matriarch, with her limited mobility, relied on her young granddaughter to shoulder the family's burdens. Thus, when she announced her intention to go out, the awakened Grandma Jiang found it rather unremarkable. After reminding her to take care and be safe, she secretly tucked a boiled egg into Jiang Guoguo's arms, smiling as she sent her out the door. As Jiang Guoguo held the warm egg in her hands, memories began to surface in her mind. Their family was so impoverished that they only had a single old hen, which produced very few eggs. Grandma always reserved the eggs for Jiang Guoguo and her mother, while she herself would laugh and claim she had already eaten. Yet, when no one was around, she would secretly sip on a broth made from vegetable leaves, devoid of oil. Since Jiang Guoguo's arrival into the world, the Jiang family had faced one misfortune after another. Her father, Jiang Guoguo, who was typically honest and straightforward, suddenly vanished one day without a trace. Jiang Guoguo had two elder brothers, and by the time she was born, they had already reached the age to attend private school. Just when they were on the brink of adulthood, calamities struck the country of Longyang, bringing forth wars on multiple fronts. In the blink of an eye, both of Jiang Guoguo's brothers were conscripted into the military. Following that fateful night, her mother and grandmother, unable to withstand the blow, both fell gravely ill. Jiang Guoguo was only 3 years old at the time. From that moment on, the little Jiang Guoguo understood the hardships faced by her family and willingly took on most of the physical labor to alleviate her grandmother's burden. However, how much could a 5-year-old child truly bear? Shouldering so many responsibilities, she inevitably developed health issues. Despite often going hungry, she inexplicably gained weight day by day. Ultimately, while gathering firewood on the previous day, her small frame succumbed under the weight of her burdens, leading to her untimely demise on the way. Thus began the saga of the future renowned healer, Jiang Guoguo. Reflecting on this, Jiang Guoguo couldn't help but shed silent tears for her former self. She was indeed the most pitiable 5-year-old child she had ever encountered. Yet, life is an unpredictable journey, and to change one's fate, one must rely on oneself. Since fate has allowed her to become Jiang Guoguo in this era, she would seize the opportunity to alter her destiny. As she organized her thoughts, Jiang Guoguo felt a sense of lightness wash over her, and her steps became more buoyant. However, upon reaching the village entrance, she was spotted by a group of gossiping village women. Instantly, their idle chatter ignited. "Look, the Jiang family's ill-fated star has come. How could she have the heart to step outside? Grandma Jiang hasn't made a sound. Lin Wanyun, that wretched woman, must be dead by now. She's definitely dead," she was frothing at the mouth. "How could she possibly survive? I think she deserves it. Her husband has been missing for 5 or 6 years, yet she somehow managed to get pregnant. What a shameless woman. If she's dead, so be it. We can just wait for the feast. Please, let's not kid ourselves. The Jiang family is so impoverished they can barely put food on the table. What feast are we expecting? I certainly don't want to eat some wilted leaves." The harsh words pierced Jiang Guoguo's heart. The entire Jiang family was striving to survive, yet these idle women, with their incessant gossip, spoke with such cruelty. The old adage rings true: poverty breeds malice. Not all rural communities possess a simple, honest nature. Jiang Guoguo walked past them, resolutely avoiding their gaze. However, after moving 10 meters from the village entrance, she suddenly halted, pulling out a silver needle and swiftly aiming it at a tree branch above the women's heads. There, she spotted a large hornet's nest. Behind her, screams erupted as the gossiping women were swiftly besieged by the hornets, leaving them in a dire state. Jiang Guoguo's small face brightened with a sense of satisfaction. This was merely a warning for their loose tongues. For 2 years, the villagers had labeled her the ill-fated star, nearly pushing her into despair. But she, Jiang Guoguo, was the formidable healer known for her ghostly hands. With her skills, she would not allow villains to thrive. An hour later, Jiang Guoguo finally understood the struggles of being overweight. This little chubby body was indeed quite frail. If things continued this way, she would surely perish along the way. With several kilometers still to the nearest town, she needed to devise another plan. At that moment, a horse-drawn cart piled high with hay slowly approached. Jiang Guoguo's eyes lit up, and she jumped to her feet. The driver, an elderly man with a white cloth wrapped around his head, appeared kind and gentle. She did not recognize him. He was likely from a neighboring village. Many elderly villagers would take their sun-dried hay to the nearby town for sale, earning a little money. This old man was probably headed to the market. As the cart drew nearer, Jiang Guoguo rushed forward. "Grandfather, I wish to go to the town. Would you be so kind as to give me a ride?" Jiang Guoguo endeavored to mimic the innocent tone of a 5-year-old, looking up at him with wide, innocent eyes. The old man, as kind as she had perceived, readily agreed. "Hop on, little one, it's on my way." The old man and the little girl set off in the cart, with Jiang Guoguo lying atop the hay, closing her eyes to rest. As soon as she shut her eyes, she found herself transported once more to the exquisite space. Upon entering, crucial information appeared on a massive stone. The upgrade mode for the exquisite space has been activated. You must continuously heal others to earn points, which will allow the space to upgrade and unlock various functional areas. Current points: 1,000 points needed to unlock the first functional area. 2,000. Jiang Guoguo's mouth fell open in surprise. So, the points she had earned from treating her mother were intended for this purpose. Gazing into the vast, fog-covered, exquisite space, she felt an exhilarating thrill. Healing others was indeed her forte. With this extraordinary space at her disposal, wouldn't her life soon flourish? Chapter 4. Treated as a little beggar and gifted a bowl of porridge after the initial excitement, Jiang Guoguo was captivated by the solitary wooden cabin before her. Upon entering, she discovered it resembled a study, furnished only with a long table and exquisitely carved chairs, alongside a few empty shelves. On the table lay 2 remaining ginseng roots and 3 silver coins. Jiang Guoguo approached and examined the coins, realizing they represented a currency never before encountered in history. This world, it seemed, was not the historical one Jiang Guoguo was familiar with. Based on the scant knowledge of her original self, it appeared that the monetary system here was divided into 2 categories. The impoverished often exchanged their farm produce or miscellaneous household items for grain, engaging in bartering. 10 carts of hay could be traded for a measure of rice. A typical family of 5 would theoretically consume a measure of rice in a month. However, the poor did not enjoy white rice at every meal, often resorting to a stew of mixed beans and greens. With careful budgeting, a measure of rice could last for 6 months. Jiang Guoguo could scarcely fathom such a frugal existence. Conversely, the affluent engaged in transactions using coins, which were categorized by the value of their materials: gold, silver, and copper. Copper coins were most prevalent in rural areas, while slightly better-off households could occasionally be seen with silver coins. Even more valuable were silver ingots, gold coins, gold ingots, and gold bars. 100 copper coins equated to a single silver coin, and 100 silver coins could forge a silver ingot, and so forth. With 3 silver coins in hand, Jiang Guoguo was considered quite prosperous in this modest farming community. After ensuring she had overlooked nothing in the space, she allowed herself a brief respite. Her frail body still struggling for breath, far from resembling a typical child. As noon approached, the old man finally arrived in Bui town with his horse-drawn cart. He gently woke Jiang Guoguo, his face etched with regret. "Little one, I am truly sorry. My old horse cannot run swiftly. It has taken me this long to bring you here." Jiang Guoguo felt a surge of gratitude, her mind drifting to the oblivious villagers of her own home. The disparity among fellow villagers was staggering. Noticing the old man drenched in sweat and the horse appearing exhausted, she recognized that although she was merely a 5-year-old child, her weight was comparable to that of an average 7- or 8-year-old. The old horse had certainly borne its fair share of burden. Jiang Guoguo was not one to exploit the kindness of others. She believed in repaying favors and did not wish to owe anyone. She rummaged through her pockets and, with a determined resolve, offered the old man a boiled egg her grandmother had saved. "Here, sir, take this egg as a fare for your cart." The old man insisted he could not accept it, but Jiang Guoguo's determination prevailed, and he reluctantly nodded, gratefully tucking the egg into his clothing, carefully cushioning it with some hay. Watching the old man's actions brought memories of her grandmother to her mind. After bidding farewell to the old man, Jiang Guoguo ventured into the marketplace. Bui town was merely a small settlement, with a modest population and area. The gray walls, white roofs, and cobblestone paths were a marked improvement over the impoverished countryside. However, to Jiang Guoguo, a person of modernity, the town was neither urban nor rural, but rather a quaint village. As a primary trading hub for several nearby villages, the streets were filled with villagers clad in tattered clothing. It was not unusual for a child like Jiang Guoguo, adorned with patches and frayed garments, to stroll along the thoroughfare. After a brief exploration, she gained a general understanding of the marketplace's various shops. The stalls featured trinkets, vendors selling bread and grains, and occasionally a few tea and wonton establishments. For better goods, one had to seek out the more established storefronts lining the street. To her delight, Jiang Guoguo discovered a medical clinic. In addition to a physician on duty, it appeared to offer various medicinal herbs. Just as she prepared to enter, a sudden wave of people surged towards her, causing her to quickly step aside. Upon closer inspection, she realized there was a charity stall distributing porridge, and the crowd was clamoring to reach it. Slow down. 1 bowl per person, no pushing. Remember, this is the Zhou family's charitable act. Don't just focus on your porridge, lend a hand with the herbal residue nearby. The homeless, beggars, and a few villagers seeking sustenance surrounded the porridge stall, eagerly gulping down their servings before squatting in a corner to devour their meal. Jiang Guoguo observed with amusement, surprised to find such practices in this place. It was said that for those with long-term ailments, local customs involved boiling a pot of traditional medicine and pouring the residue on the ground for passers-by to tread upon, as it was believed that this would help alleviate the sickness of the afflicted. From snippets of conversation around her, Jiang Guoguo gleaned snippets of gossip about Bui Town. The wealthiest family, the Zhous who operated the porridge stall, had a sickly daughter who had been unwell for over a decade. Despite seeking countless remedies, her condition remained unchanged. It was rumored that she was afflicted by a celestial misfortune, rendering her constitution frail, and no physician could remedy her condition. In desperation, her father resorted to these folk remedies. As a skilled practitioner of medicine herself, Jiang Guoguo recognized the futility of such methods. Merely stepping on herbal residue would not cure anyone. Just as she turned to leave, a bowl of clear porridge was unexpectedly presented to her. Stunned, she inhaled the fragrant aroma of rice. She looked up to see a kind-faced, portly man smiling at her. "Are you hungry, little one? Have some porridge, it's free." Jiang Guoguo recalled seeing him at the porridge stall earlier. He must have come from the Zhou household. Had she been mistaken for a little beggar? Unable to refuse the kindness offered, she accepted the bowl and, mimicking the others, retreated to a corner. May the kind-hearted be rewarded for their generosity. Meanwhile, the stout man discreetly produced a silver needle and gently punctured the porridge. There was no choice. As the saying goes, one should not eat from strangers, especially from unfamiliar uncles. She was always cautious. Satisfied that it posed no danger, Jiang Guoguo chuckled at her overthinking. At that moment, the plump man sensed something amiss. Glancing to find a spare bowl and chopsticks had appeared beside him. He looked up, catching sight of Jiang Guoguo's robust silhouette, and sighed, the world is harsh. Even such a small child must venture out to seek a living. If I can help, I shall. With her short legs, Jiang Guoguo stepped over the high threshold of the clinic and called out to the drowsy young shopkeeper at the counter, "Excuse me. I would like to purchase some medicinal herbs." The groggy young proprietor was startled awake, looking around in confusion. "Who is speaking? No one here. Strange. Could it be a dream?" Chapter 5. The bold procurement of medicinal herbs in the apothecary. Jiang Guoguo tilted her head and noticed that the foolish young man clearly surveyed the shop, but foolishly claimed he saw no one. She couldn't help but twitch her lips. How could one be so cruel? She was merely a bit short, not invisible. With a sense of helplessness, Jiang Guoguo raised her chubby hand and waved. Here. If you look down, you will see me." Feeling quite powerless, she appeared rather dejected. The shopkeeper was startled when he suddenly noticed a grimy little hand emerging from underneath the counter. He nearly jumped back, thinking he had seen a ghost in broad daylight. Once he calmed down, he realized it was merely a plump little girl, and he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. "Little sister, what would you like to buy? We specialize in healing and selling medicines here," he said. The shopkeeper assumed this little child didn't understand what an apothecary was and had inadvertently wandered in. Seeing her tattered clothing, he concluded she was from a poor family. So he did not shoo her away and instead adopted a friendly tone, speaking gently to the child. Jiang Guoguo felt a warmth in her heart. There are still many good people in this world who do not abuse their power or judge others by their appearance. At that moment, the ugly faces of the villagers flashed through her mind, sending a chill down her spine. Oh, how could she forget? They did not deserve to occupy her thoughts. "Uncle, I would like to buy some medicinal herbs. I have money. I need angelica, codonopsis, money plant seeds, polygonum multiflorum, and koik seeds. She rattled off a long list of herbal names as if they were beans spilling from a pod, not caring whether he could remember them. After all, her keen little eyes had already spotted the names of the herbs on the boxes against the back wall, and she had recited everything she wanted. Let's start with these. I want 1 pack of each. After speaking, Jiang Guoguo tucked her small hands into her pockets and waited impatiently. Her mother and grandmother also needed to be well taken care of, but this little apothecary didn't have many varieties of herbs, and she would need to find a way to procure the more expensive ones. After a long while without any movement from the shopkeeper, Jiang Guoguo cast a reluctant glance his way, only to find him standing there in a daze, akin to a wooden pillar, resembling a foolish son from a wealthy family. Jiang Guoguo pondered. Had she truly done anything particularly terrifying? Why was this older brother suddenly lost in thought? Ahem, uncle? Are you still there? The shopkeeper gulped nervously, his eyes wide with fear as he looked at Jiang Guoguo. Where did this little girl come from? Speaking so quickly is one thing, but how can she recite the names of the herbs more smoothly than I, a novice apprentice? Is she truly just a 4 or 5-year-old child? He realized he had only remembered the first herb, Angelica, and had forgotten everything else. But would this little girl press him for an answer? If his master found out, his apprenticeship could very well be in jeopardy. Jiang Guoguo, sensing the shopkeeper's embarrassment, kindly repeated the names of the herbs once more. This time, as she named each herb, she pointed to the corresponding drawers on the wall, ensuring the shopkeeper packed them up before moving on to the next name. The yellow paper bags filled with bundled herbs were placed in her small bamboo basket, and she thought to move them into her space once she was in a secluded area. Little sister, the total is 200 copper coins. Some of the herbs haven't undergone pre-treatment, so they are not very expensive. Jiang Guoguo calculated in her mind. 200 copper coins equated to just 2 silver coins for over 10 kinds of herbs, which was indeed quite reasonable. Thus, she decisively pulled out 2 silver coins from her pocket, which actually came from her space, and handed them over while muttering, "Thank you, uncle. If my master needs anything in the future, I will come back here to buy." Upon hearing this, the shopkeeper realized that this little girl was also a budding apothecary. Dispelling his earlier doubts, she was a little apothecary, while he was merely a half-hearted apprentice. In an instant, the shopkeeper felt as though he had encountered a kindred spirit. Just as Jiang Guoguo was about to cross the threshold with her bamboo basket, the shopkeeper rushed after her. "Little sister, wait." Jiang Guoguo turned to see him sprinting toward her, holding a bamboo token. "This is for you. It's a special token for our esteemed guests at the apothecary. In the future, bring it when you come to buy herbs, and you will receive a discount." Jiang Guoguo took the token and noticed it was engraved with the words Guangyuan Apothecary, symbolizing the establishment of good relations. It was a somewhat reliable name for a shop. Moreover, the token was crafted from plain bamboo, modest and unpretentious, which further enhanced Jiang Guoguo's favorable impression of the small apothecary. After leaving the shop, Jiang Guoguo sought a hidden corner in an alley, ensuring no one was around, and promptly stored all the herbs from her basket into her space. There were many refugees on the road, and perhaps even bandits. Carrying a large basket of herbs as a little girl would certainly draw attention. So, it was wise to conceal them. Since none of the 3 at home had decent clothing, Jiang Guoguo first went to the tailor's shop to acquire a few outfits. Naturally, she did not pursue luxury immediately, but merely purchased some ordinary fabric for shirts. She then procured some quilts, swaddling clothes for infants, diapers, and sewing supplies such as needles, threads, and yarn. The little one in her mother's womb would likely arrive this winter, and it would be lovely for her mother to knit a garment for the little treasure. Her mother would surely appreciate it. Noticing the sky darkening, Jiang Guoguo quickened her pace to the market, purchasing a considerable amount of food. Upon seeing a freshly roasted chicken, she could not help but salivate and decisively bought one. In her previous life, Jiang Guoguo had no particular hobbies, but if she had to choose one, it would be eating. She was always willing to invest time and money into her culinary pleasures. After wandering around the market, her bamboo basket was now filled to the brim, leaving no space even for a bun. Once her shopping was complete, Jiang Guoguo, with her small frame carrying the heavy bamboo basket, stealthily slipped into an alley and skillfully blended into the crowd of refugees, going unnoticed. As she hurried home, she unexpectedly encountered the elderly man with the cart again at the city gate. However, this time, the old man's situation seemed dire. The surrounding crowd was pointing and murmuring, prompting Jiang Guoguo to rush over. "You old man, I would gladly trade a liter of rice for your old horse. Consider yourself lucky. Your horse is nearly done for, and the longer you wait, the less it's worth. Why won't you sell?" A middle-aged man, dressed like a servant and spewing saliva, held onto the old man's horse tightly. The elderly man had fallen from the cart, and a large swollen bruise marred his calf, indicating it was not a mere ordinary injury. He struggled in pain, one hand clutching his injured leg, while the other gripped the cart tightly. "No, I won't sell. This is the hope of my family. If I sell it, we won't survive." The servant-like man spat again. "You stubborn old fool. Fine. I'll throw in another liter of rice. Any more than that, and I'll turn on you." The onlookers, who were also villagers, clearly saw that this servant-like man was bullying the elderly. 2 liters of rice was merely a little over 4 pounds. Enough to purchase fodder for 2 cartloads. This shameless man only wished to buy the horse with such a meager amount of rice. Wasn't he that outright robbery? Yet in these times, even those with compassion dared not step forward. The old man, isolated and helpless, had tears glistening in his murky eyes, stubbornly refusing to let go, as though he had resolved to never sell the horse, even at the cost of his life. Seeing this, Jiang Guoguo felt a surge of anger. The servant-like man was clearly a villain, lacking any empathy despite being a lowly servant himself, shamelessly preying on an elderly villager. Jiang Guoguo had never encountered such brazen shamelessness in her 2 lives. At that moment, she grasped a silver needle and decisively thrust it towards the man's leg. Chapter 6. Let you lie there softly for a day and a night. The silver glimmered faintly, unnoticed by anyone. With unparalleled skill, Jiang Guoguo deftly employed the silver needle, silently piercing the leg of the small man. He winced in pain, bending over with a grimace that morphed into a face of anguish. In an instant, he was struck by terror as he sensed his strength evaporating, leaving him utterly powerless. Cold sweat began to bead on his forehead, his complexion turned pale, and he collapsed to the ground, weaker than the old man who had been strong-armed by him. The crowd gasped in surprise, yet none perceived Jiang Guoguo's subtle movements, leading them to unanimously believe that retribution had arrived. The old man felt a surge of joy, although he did not understand why this man, who had been so arrogant moments before, now appeared as if on the brink of death. He was nonetheless relieved to be saved. Witnessing the two in such distress, the onlookers grew anxious, sensing the malevolence in the air, and retreated several meters, daring only to watch from a distance. Jiang Guoguo, however, did not retreat. She stood alone beside the cart, her small yet plump figure standing out distinctly. A kind-hearted soul waved at her, urging her to leave, for that place was not safe. Yet, Jiang Guoguo remained unfazed, calmly approaching the old man and squatting down to touch his injured leg. The old man recognized Jiang Guoguo at once, trembling as he extended a chicken egg and several warm copper coins from his grasp, his face etched with desperation. "Dear child, may I implore you for a favor? Please, go to the village and fetch my son, Dania." Observing the worn, calloused hand that cradled the egg and coins, coupled with the old man's despondent gaze, Jiang Guoguo's heart was filled with mixed emotions. Here stood so many fellow villagers, yet the old man dared not seek their aid, placing his frail hope upon a mere child. How callous the world had become. "Grandpa, bear with the pain," she urged. The old man, misunderstanding her intentions, uttered a bewildered phrase, momentarily at a loss. Yet in the next breath, as a silver needle pierced the wound and excruciating pain surged through him, realization dawned upon him. His aged eyes widened in disbelief. Could this little girl truly be treating his leg? As curiosity mounted, more onlookers gathered. Yet Jiang Guoguo's robust figure shielded her actions from view. They could only surmise that this small girl was indeed administering treatment to the old man. But they were oblivious to the method. How could such a tiny child, seemingly no more than 5 years old and a mere country bumpkin, possibly possess the ability to heal? Skepticism rippled through the crowd, but amidst them, a few keen eyes observed Jiang Guoguo's diligent efforts without the mocking expressions of the rest. Suddenly, the old man cried out in agony. Yet shortly thereafter, he discovered that his leg was capable of movement. Jiang Guoguo, noticing the blood blister on the old man's leg had vanished, withdrew the silver needle, her demeanor returning to that of an innocent child. The old man, though astounded, understood that he must not display any overt signs of shock for the sake of the girl, and he quickly nodded before struggling to rise, limping toward the cart. With a crack of the whip, the old horse seemed to sense something amiss, letting out a neigh and bolting toward the outskirts of the town. Dust clouds billowed, splattering the fallen man, who attempted to struggle but felt as powerless as a puddle of mud. Helplessly watching as the old man and the unexpectedly sprightly child faded into the distance, the onlookers remained in stunned silence, fixated on the retreating cart and the small, rotund figure within it for a long while. Inside the cart, Jiang Guoguo finally broke into a mischievous smile. To oppress the weak? To bully the innocent old farmer? Today, I shall let you lie there soft and helpless for an entire day and night. And we shall see if you dare to behave so brazenly again. Unbeknownst to her, shortly after her departure, the small man was carried away. The tiny puncture mark on his leg discovered. Once they were far from Bai Town and assured of their temporary safety, the old man suddenly beamed. Little girl, you are truly remarkable. I owe you my life. He understood that it was this very child who had dealt with the man who had tormented him. Had it not been for her, his life would have surely been forfeit in Bai Town. Jiang Guoguo, nonchalant, urged the old man not to dwell on it. However, after dropping her off in Shertsuan, the old man insisted on giving her the 5 copper coins he had earned that day. Knowing that refusing would leave him unsettled, she reluctantly accepted. As they entered Shertsuan, the sun hung low in the sky. At the entrance, Grandma Jiang anxiously gazed outside, occasionally turning to speak a few words to those inside, then peering back toward the village entrance. When she finally spotted the familiar small figure, she sighed in relief and hurried toward her. In an effort to avoid revealing her burden, Jiang Guoguo hurried home, laden with various packages. The weight of her loads made her progress difficult, and the short journey home felt slower than a turtle's crawl. Upon seeing her granddaughter not only carrying a filled bamboo basket, but also dragging a large, heavy sack, Grandma Jiang momentarily froze. Your mother has awakened. Guoguo, what is in that sack you're carrying? Grandma, quickly light the stove, we can eat soon. Tonight's dinner will be quite lavish. Goodness. This little body is too concerning. All that plumpness is of no use at all. At that moment, Lin Wanyan, feeling significantly better, had managed to get out of bed and was warming herself by the stove. Guoguo, are you thirsty? Let me pour you some water. Finally hearing her mother's gentle voice, Jiang Guoguo sat up in excitement. Perhaps it was the lingering emotions of her former self, or perhaps she had fully embraced this new identity. But upon seeing her mother's gentle and beautiful face, tears began to well up in her eyes. Mother. So many words yearned to be spoken. Yet they transformed into a mere whisper, and the two women found themselves momentarily lost in tears. Chapter 7. Our little lucky star of the Jiang family, my child. Dear daughter, it is I who have burdened you, Lin Wanyan lamented, holding Jiang Guoguo tightly in her embrace, her heart heavy with sorrow. Upon awakening, her mother-in-law had recounted all that had transpired. Realizing that her daughter had saved her, Lin Wanyan was initially taken aback, only to be enveloped by profound guilt thereafter. Her daughter was merely 5 years old, an age meant for innocence and carefree play, yet due to the family's circumstances, she was compelled to shoulder responsibilities. even learning to heal the sick. What trials had she endured to acquire such knowledge? Lin Wanyan had no doubt regarding Jiang Guoguo's transformation. No matter how much she changed, she remained her little darling. All that filled Lin Wanyan's heart was self-reproach and helplessness. It was this household that forced her unfortunate daughter to mature at such a tender age. Feeling the warmth of her mother's embrace, Jiang Guoguo's weariness dissipated like mist. Although not born of her flesh, in this moment, Jiang Guoguo willingly embraced the role of daughter, vowing to protect her mother for a lifetime. Mother, please do not weep. If you become unwell from crying, my heart will ache. I am waiting for you to bring forth a little joy for me. She had heard from the elders that if a mother laughed often during pregnancy, she would bear a joyful child. Conversely, if she wept, the child would be a crybaby, which Jiang Guoguo did not desire. Her serious demeanor, reminiscent of a miniature adult, elicited laughter from Lin Wanyan, who quickly wiped her tears and gently patted Jiang Guoguo's head. Very well, my dear, I shall not cry again and will ensure I give birth to a joyful child who will amuse you every day. That's more like it. Jiang Guoguo grinned, her chubby cheeks squeezing her eyes into crescent shapes. The tender scene of the mother and daughter embracing in tears touched the heart of old Madame Jiang, who sat nearby, tears streaming down her face. However, a loud growl from her stomach abruptly shattered the warmth of the moment. Old Madame Jiang hurriedly clasped her belly, her old face flushing with embarrassment as she forced a smile, revealing a crooked set of teeth. Lin Wanyan, too, felt the emptiness in her own stomach and grew concerned that her exhausted daughter was also hungry. Yet, when she thought of their current predicament, both Lin Wanyan and old Madame Jiang's faces fell, exchanging glances of worry. Guoguo, you rest for now. Mother and I will step out to think of a way to procure some food. Lin Wanyan, supporting her large belly, spoke, but in her heart, she had already resolved to swallow her pride and seek food from other families in the village, determined not to let her daughter go hungry. Old Madame Jiang, equally troubled, turned to see if there were discarded vegetable scraps behind any of the houses. They had grown accustomed to hardship, living from one meal to the next. But the thought of their 5-year-old granddaughter suffering alongside them weighed heavily on their hearts. Seeing this, Jiang Guoguo quickly reached out to stop them. She unlocked the broken door and brought over a bamboo basket, removing the hay covering it. Instantly, a delightful aroma filled the dilapidated room. Old Madame Jiang and Lin Wanyan, sensing the enticing scent, rushed to Jiang Guoguo's side and peered into the basket. Goodness! So much delicious food. Guoguo, tell Grandma where you found all this. As old Madame Jiang pondered this, tears streamed down her face again, overwhelmed by the years of poverty that had left them unable to afford even the simplest of meals. Ever since her eldest son had gone missing 5 years ago, and her 2 grandsons had been conscripted into the army 2 years prior, they had not enjoyed a full meal, let alone anything extravagant. Their sustenance came from foraging in the mountains or scavenging what others discarded. Lin Wanyan also covered her mouth in disbelief. Jiang Guoguo never anticipated that such offerings would bring tears to her grandmother and mother, filling her heart with a bittersweet ache. She began to extract the items from the basket, placing them on a stone table that had been smoothed by time. She also set several plump steamed buns on the stove to warm. As they beheld the feast wrapped in yellow butter paper, both old Madame Jiang and Lin Wanyan could no longer maintain their composure and swallowed hard. There were 5 large meat buns, several fluffy white buns, a pack of red dates, some marinated beef, a beggar's chicken, and more. Let us feast on these tonight. And I also bought some large cabbages, a few potatoes, some front leg meat, and pork belly, along with 3 crucian carp for you, Mother. We have an old duck and some leafy greens too. We can savor these over the next few days. As Jiang Guoguo finished detailing the bounty, pulling out more from the large sack, the 2 women stood in astonishment. Jiang Guoguo, undeterred, continued to pull out items from the bag. The weather is turning cold, so I prepared some clothes for Grandma and Mother. Shall we see if they fit? Oh, and I bought some bedding too, so our family can stay warm this winter. I even got some baby clothes. Though I do not know if Mother carries a girl or a boy, These outfits are suitable for either. With each item revealed, the wooden bed and stone Kong were soon piled high, leaving no room for more. The room was filled with an array of delightful treasures, leaving the two women speechless, their jaws agape in disbelief. They could hardly fathom that their little granddaughter could bring such immense joy. Oh my precious granddaughter. You truly are the little lucky star of the Jiang family. Having you as my granddaughter makes my life worthwhile. Old Madame Jiang exclaimed. Lin Wanyan, although more reserved than her mother-in-law, was also wiping away tears as she planted a kiss on Jiang Guoguo's round face. My sweet Guoguo mother is so very happy today. As the two women unabashedly showered Jiang Guoguo with affection, she could not help but break into a silly grin. After their meal, the three generations were left with full bellies and grease-smeared faces, their spirits lifted. It was only due to Jiang Guoguo's insistence that her grandmother and mother had even paused to eat. Initially, both were reluctant, each urging Guoguo to indulge while they merely nibbled, saving the rest for tomorrow or even the days after. Having experienced hunger and deprivation, they instinctively thought to savor their good fortune. However, Jiang Guoguo, with an unusually serious expression, interjected, "If you do not finish this meal, it will be a denial of my hard work, and Guoguo will be upset." Thus, they found themselves sitting with rounded bellies, sitting up straight and content. Chapter 8. The addictive nature of acupuncture. After a hearty meal, Granny Jiang tidied up the house, concealing the leftover food, and then assisted Lin Wanyan in arranging the bedding. "Mother, this outfit suits you perfectly. It makes you look so spirited. Xiaoyun, you wear it with such grace, and it keeps your belly warm, ensuring my little grandson won't catch a chill." In front of the wooden bed, the elderly lady laughed heartily, her eyes sparkling, while Lin Wanyan similarly admired the garments they wore. Seeing their delight, Jiang Guoguo couldn't help but smile. What she didn't reveal to her mother and grandmother was that she could easily afford to buy them much finer silk garments. To her, these were still mere coarse cloth. However, the envious women in the village were numerous, each keenly observing whose family was prosperous and whose was not, eager to either belittle or flatter. She felt it unwise to improve her family's living conditions to the point of rivaling the wealthy. Moreover, her grandmother and mother might struggle to adapt to such a drastic change. The mindset of the impoverished was inherently different. It was unrealistic to expect them to don luxurious attire overnight. Patience was key. Once her resources expanded, surely her family would thrive. As dusk approached, the days grew shorter and nights longer in the autumn, particularly in the countryside. When the sun dipped low, darkness swiftly enveloped the village. The poor often hesitated to light oil lamps, and by evening, people were accustomed to retreating to bed early. Unprecedentedly, the Jiang household lit an oil lamp that evening. But Granny and Mother, being frail, soon became breathless after the effort. Seeing them settled, Jiang Guoguo approached with a smile. "Granny, Mother, the acupuncture techniques I've learned can nourish your bodies and strengthen your health. Why not let me give you a treatment now?" Upon hearing the mention of acupuncture, Granny Jiang recalled the terrifying scene from that morning, causing her to tremble and quickly refuse. No, Guoguo, your kind intentions are enough for me." Jiang Guoguo assumed her grandmother was merely shy about tiring her and replied with a smile, "How can that be? I will give you both a needle every day. And I guarantee that within a month, you will be healthier than the young ladies from affluent households." Granny Jiang trembled even more at the thought of daily acupuncture. Meanwhile, Lin Wanyan, curious about her daughter's acupuncture methods, remembered how her daughter had saved her earlier that day. She was eager to learn more about this miraculous technique. "Guoguo, I'm counting on you," she said, hoping for a healthier body for the sake of the life growing within her. With newfound determination, Jiang Guoguo prepared to showcase her skills. If both her mother and grandmother received a treatment, perhaps that would be enough to elevate her family as fortunes. Granny Jiang watched nervously as her plump granddaughter held the slender silver needle, her legs trembling. Good heavens, my little Guoguo usually cries at the sight of blood. How is she so composed while administering needles to others? Is this needle truly addictive? Mother, do not fear. My technique is quite skilled. Just relax, Jiang Guoguo assured her. Transforming into a serious practitioner, her expression resolute and commanding respect. However, Lin Wanyan, seeing her daughter casually wielding such a long silver needle, shut her eyes in fear. Unable to watch, Jiang Guoguo simply smiled softly. Many harbor misconceptions about acupuncture, believing that such a slender needle inserted into the body, sometimes deeply, must be excruciating. In truth, it is hardly painful. If the acupoints are accurately located, the sensation is lighter than a mosquito bite, leaving only a slight tingling that quickly fades. Jiang Guoguo casually swept her gaze over her mother's head, effortlessly pinpointing the acupoint, and without hesitation, she inserted the needle. Granny Jiang had witnessed this scene once before, but the thrill of it all still nearly made her faint. "Mother, you can sit for a moment while I give Granny a needle," Jiang Guoguo said, cleansing her hands and picking up another silver needle. Lin Wanyan opened her eyes, feeling around her body before frowning and asking, "Is that it? Guoguo, where did you insert the needle?" Xiao Yun, please tell me the truth, did you not feel anything?" Lin Wanyan, feeling nothing at all, shook her head decisively. Granny Jiang, still somewhat skeptical, hesitantly allowed her granddaughter to continue. Prior to this, Jiang Guoguo had taken her grandmother's pulse, identifying not only her frail condition and malnutrition, but also rheumatism, leading her to devise a treatment plan. Nutritional deficiencies could be addressed, but the rheumatism required a more gradual approach. Thus, Jiang Guoguo merely administered a few needles to invigorate the blood, intending to provide further care in the days to come. As Granny Jiang felt the needle enter without pain, her old eyes sparkled with a newfound thirst for knowledge. She gazed at Jiang Guoguo with kindness, her heart swelling with pride. "Wonderful! My Guoguo has truly blossomed. This old woman is filled with joy." Before long, the acupuncture session concluded. Jiang Guoguo tidied up the silver needles and looked at both women. "Granny, Mother, how do you feel?" They stood up to assess their bodies, and whether it was a psychological effect or not, they indeed felt considerably more comfortable. "Guoguo, I must say, I've been feeling quite congested in my chest lately, and my sides have been sore. Now my chest feels clear, and my back is much more relaxed. This acupuncture technique is truly miraculous." Hearing her mother say this, Jiang Guoguo was not surprised. If her medical skills could not achieve such results, she would have failed her aspirations of becoming a revered healer. Then, Jiang Guoguo turned her gaze to her grandmother, who seemed rejuvenated, incredulously inspecting her hands. "Dear granddaughter, my hands are much more agile. Usually, by nightfall, my bones feel stiff, but now I feel none of that." Granny Jiang, filled with excitement, finally experienced the wonders of acupuncture, her eyes sparkling with an unprecedented brightness. Her granddaughter was undoubtedly a little blessing sent by the heavens, allowing an old woman like her to relive the sensation of youth. Chapter 9. Unlocking the spiritual fields and springs. Seeing her grandmother and mother joyfully dancing under the flickering oil lamp, Jiang Guoguo couldn't help but smile. As the night deepened, she quietly tiptoed out of the earthen house, after coaxing her mother and grandmother to sleep, making her way to another modest mud structure at the back of the courtyard. This was the tool shed built by her father, Jiang Wenxing, where farming implements and miscellaneous items were stored. The Jiang family once possessed a modest plot of farmland, merely 2 acres in size, but sufficient to barely sustain a humble existence. However, after the 3 mainstays of the family departed one after another, the 2 acres were divided among the villagers, leaving no recourse for her grandmother and mother against the shameless bandits of the village. Thus, the tool shed had fallen into disuse over the past 2 years. Though labeled a tool shed, it was essentially a hollowed-out lump of clay, measuring merely 2 meters square, with only a makeshift wooden door and no ventilation. Jiang Guoguo cautiously pushed the door open, the scent of rust mingling with dust filling her nostrils. Lighting a candle, she realized the shed contained an array of items. Numerous farming tools like hoes and sickles were present, and even a few somewhat rusty swords. After casually rummaging through, She found a small dagger protected by a leather sheath, which she took in hand before tossing it into her spatial pocket. Taking advantage of the cover of darkness, Jiang Guoguo extracted the small stove and all the medicinal herbs she had purchased during the day. Hidden behind the earthen house and situated in a blind spot from the villagers' gaze, the tool shed was an ideal place for concocting potions. Swiftly, she began to process the herbs at hand with remarkable speed, as though a seasoned alchemist had come to praise her ancestral skills. Yet, Jiang Guoguo clicked her tongue in dissatisfaction with her own pace. At 5 years old, she accepted her stature, but her chubby hands hindered her performance. While lamenting her condition, she resolved to shed the excess weight. Tossing in some inexpensive herbs like koik seeds, grass fruits, and lotus leaves into the battered pot, she commenced the most challenging alchemical endeavor of her fledgling career. With such a rudimentary stove and limited heat, she could only brew a medicinal soup rather than concoct pills. Nevertheless, with her unique processing methods and extensive experience, she was confident in producing a high-quality medicinal brew. Before long, a pot of rich, brown medicinal soup was ready, clear and free of impurities. Although its deep color might seem daunting, the clarity indicated it was devoid of any contaminants. While it could not compare to the potency of pills, Jiang Guoguo was nonetheless satisfied. If any self-proclaimed alchemists were to witness this brew, they would likely kneel in reverence before her. After allowing the soup to cool for a while, Jiang Guoguo scrunched her brows, scooped a bowl of the concoction, and pinched her nose, downing it in one go. The robust flavor of traditional Chinese medicine, tinged with bitterness, made her feel nauseous. It would be embarrassing to admit, but this self-proclaimed master of herbs had a distaste for medicine. She had a sweet tooth and a fear of bitterness, which those who knew her well could attest to. Once she finished the medicine, she stored the remaining soup in her spatial pocket and stealthily made her way to the kitchen to boil a pot of hot water, pouring it into the bathing tub. Though the tub appeared worn, her grandmother had kept it impeccably clean. After adding a suitable amount of herbs, Jiang Guoguo shed her filthy, odorous rags and plunged into the warm water. The long-awaited warmth enveloped her, and she couldn't help but squint in contentment, though her voice emerged in a sweet, childish tone. Curiously, despite her plump appearance, with excess flesh obscuring her features, her voice was particularly sweet and endearing, in stark contrast to the more spirited tone she had in her past life. While others may be struck by beauty or presence, she was a siren of innocence. Once her body was warmed, Jiang Guoguo retrieved silver needles, inserting them into her limbs and chest before closing her eyes to meditate. If her grandmother were to witness the scene, she would likely roll her eyes and faint. At that moment, the bare Jiang Guoguo resembled a little hedgehog with needles protruding from her. In a short while, the entire mud house was enveloped in a mist, transforming it into a paradise. The medicinal soup surrounding her, once crystal clear, had now become murky and unrecognizable. To an outsider, it would appear as though a clay doll had been washed in the concoction. The tub was filled with dark substances, all of which had seeped from Jiang Guoguo's body. This method, known as a medicinal bath to eliminate impurities, was essential, as even at 5 years old, her body had borne the brunt of life's hardships. After soaking for half an hour, the accumulation of filth in the tub became overwhelming, and Jiang Guoguo felt herself growing weary. She hastily exited the tub, rinsed her small body with clean water, and donned fresh clothing. After such an exhausting ordeal, her little body could no longer withstand the fatigue, prompting her to curl up in her small earthen bed and drift into slumber. The next morning, the cacophony of roosters and dogs in the village roused Jiang Guoguo from her sleep. Before her eyes even opened, she found herself in the enchanting space. The fruits of her labor from the previous night were yet to be seen, but as she entered the space, she sensed something was amiss. Before her, what had once been a single room had inexplicably transformed, now boasting a patch of fertile land, alongside a bubbling clear spring. Jiang Guoguo's eyes widened in astonishment. At that moment, golden characters appeared on a stone, 3,000 points to unlock 1 acre of spiritual field and a spiritual spring. Current points, 500. 24,500 points remain to unlock the second functional area. Jiang Guoguo quickly scanned the golden text, her heart racing with excitement. It turned out that the fertile land before her was a spiritual field, and the spring was a spiritual spring. Based on the newfound knowledge in her mind, Jiang Guoguo understood that these spiritual fields and springs were not ordinary farmland and water, but possessed miraculous effects. Anything planted in the spiritual field would yield exponentially greater produce, enhancing physical strength and vitality when consumed. As for the spiritual spring, it was even more extraordinary. It could accelerate growth when used for irrigation, enhance the flavor of fish when used for cultivation, and if utilized directly, it bore similar effects to the spiritual field. Furthermore, if Jiang Guoguo used this spring water for alchemy, the efficacy would be magnified. The first functional area of the exquisite space had bestowed upon Jiang Guoguo such immense joy. Just when she thought it was over, the stone revealed another line of golden text. Points can be exchanged for time to accelerate the maturity cycle of vegetation within the spiritual field. This meant that as long as she accumulated enough points, she might harvest an entire field's worth of crops in the blink of an eye. Chapter 10. Begone. Who dares to bully my grandmother? The appearance of Ling Tian and Ling Quan rendered Jiang Guoguo unable to remain still. It was foolish to neglect such a precious opportunity. She had to take immediate action and plant what was necessary in her space. With this thought in mind, Jiang Guoguo swiftly sat up from the Kong, only to suddenly exclaim in surprise. Something was amiss. Her swimming ring, it seemed a tad smaller, and her body felt remarkably lighter. A smile spread across her face, and she couldn't resist pinching her chubby cheeks, which made her wince slightly. What was once a firm, even hard, jawline had become soft and elastic. Gazing into the tarnished mirror, she gasped with delight. She had finally shed her round, earthy visage. Before her, the mirror reflected an adorable, plump little face. Although she remained chubby, her eyes, once squished, now appeared shapely, large and round, twinkling like apricot blossoms, with a hint of slyness and charm at the outer corners. A gentle smile revealed 2 delightful dimples on her rosy cheeks, making her look utterly endearing. Oh my, what a lovely little chubby doll. If she were to stroll down the street, she would surely attract attention. Jiang Guoguo couldn't help but feel a sense of pride. The features of her former self had transformed into that of a budding beauty, with fair skin that promised to allure once she matured. Excited, Jiang Guoguo examined other aspects of her body. The layers of firm fat had vanished, and she now resembled a soft, chubby girl. With a few more bowls of medicinal soup, some herbal baths, and basic exercises, she would surely be able to shed the last remnants of her baby fat. Although she looked quite fortunate at this moment, Jiang Guoguo still yearned for a lighter physique. Guo, are you awake? Mother has prepared warm porridge and steamed buns for you. At that moment, Lin Shi's voice echoed from outside. The enticing aroma wafted through the air, prompting Jiang Guoguo to dash out eagerly. Upon seeing her daughter, Lin Wenyun's eyes lit up. Guo, how did you become so adorable and lively overnight? Like a doll from a New Year painting? Though she did not finish her sentence, her gaze conveyed everything. Jiang Guoguo tilted her small face, grinning widely at Lin Shi, revealing a mouthful of tiny teeth, sweet to the point of being irresistible. Though a mature soul resided within her, when it came to acting cute and playing roles, she excelled. Perhaps it was the perfect fusion of her soul and body, but Jiang Guoguo felt entirely at ease embodying this 5-year-old child. Mother, I plan to lose weight. Girls truly appear more ethereal when slender. Though Lin Shi was unsure of the meaning behind her daughter's desire to lose weight, she could sense its significance. Observing her daughter's charm, a proud smile graced Lin Shi's face. All right, as long as Guo is happy, your mother will support you in whatever you choose. Come, eat your breakfast before it gets cold. Lin Shi's gentle words made Jiang Guoguo's heart soften. She had lost her family early in her previous life and had received little maternal love. Now, having been granted a warm and gentle mother in this new life, She felt as if she were nestled in a pot of honey. As she enjoyed her porridge and meat bun, Jiang Guoguo suddenly realized something was missing. Mother, where's Grandma? Lin Shi's expression turned worried. Your grandmother has gone to the village chief's house. Sensing her mother's hesitance, Jiang Guoguo coaxed and pressed until Lin Shi finally revealed a matter unknown to her. It turned out that after her elder brothers joined the army, they had written home, indicating that soldiers of Long'ang Kingdom received military pay monthly. However, in the past 2 years, aside from the initial letter, there had been no further correspondence. The letters had ceased, and the military pay intended for Grandma had never reached her. Now, there was no way to ascertain whether her brothers were alive or dead. Each night, when thoughts of them arose, Grandma and Lin Shi would secretly hide in their blankets and weep. Eventually, determined Grandma ventured into town to inquire and learned that the spoils from the battlefield were typically collected by the village chief and then distributed to each village. The recipients were either the village's headman or the village chief. Their village, known for its poverty, had no one willing to take on such responsibilities, leaving everything in the hands of the village chief. Jiang Guoguo, having finished her breakfast, found an excuse to slip out from under her mother's watchful eyes, heading towards the village chief's home, guided by her memory. The village chief of Shitsuan, in Jiang Guoguo's recollection, resembled a gopher, perfectly embodying the essence of a scheming, shifty-eyed individual. The village chief was appointed by the town chief, having secured his position through connections, and had led Shitsuan from a mediocre village to one of the most impoverished. Sadly, the villagers, ignorant and powerless, were fully under the village chief's control, with no one daring to rebel. Jiang Guoguo felt no pity for the despicable villagers. Her concern lay with whether her grandmother had been mistreated. This wretched village chief would be confronted. After a while, she arrived at the village chief's home. Observing the grand white-walled, black-tiled house, the largest and highest in the area, surrounded by a tall wall, Jiang Guoguo could not help but pout, feeling a surge of displeasure. How much of the villagers' hard-earned money had this wretched chief siphoned to build such an ostentatious residence? A cold expression crossed her youthful face, and a glint of determination flickered in her almond-shaped eyes. This was intolerable. Just then, a piercing scream pierced the air from within the enclosed yard. Jiang Guoguo's heart tightened. It was her grandmother's voice. She hurriedly dashed into the village chief's courtyard. Old Granny Jiang, how dare you cause a ruckus at my village chief's house? Are you tired of living? As Jiang Guoguo stepped into the yard, a shrill and unpleasant voice pierced her ears. Looking up, she saw a group of around 10 people surrounding her grandmother, bullying her. The frail old woman had fallen to the ground, her clothes nearly stripped away, leaving only her undergarment, and her hair was disheveled. Nearby, the village chief's women, 7 or 8 in number, were rolling up their sleeves, shouting at the old lady with foul language. The words they spat were unbearable to hear, igniting a fierce rage within Jiang Guoguo. Glancing around, she grabbed a broom made of bamboo strips, her face set in determination as she charged forward. Get away! Who dares to bully my grandmother? Chapter 11. Who dares to touch my grandmother? The tender yet intimidating words echoed, causing the village chief's family to be taken aback, their chatter abruptly ceasing as they turned to gaze at Jiang Guoguo. Upon realizing that this fierce proclamation emerged from the lips of a cherubic, plump child, their initial apprehension dissipated, replaced by expressions of disdain, either venomous or arrogant. What a joke! It's merely a girl. There's nothing to fear. In an instant, the women resumed their scathing remarks. You old hag, bringing your misfortune to our doorstep again. How many times must we tell you not to come here? If you do, age 20 save you from a beating. They spat. A family of ill omens. Do they intend to harm us? If the village chief falls, the village will perish. The venomous matriarchs of the Zhang family unleashed a torrent of foul language without restraint. Then, the eldest daughter-in-law of the Jiang family, a woman of decent appearance, stepped forward, her face brimming with arrogance. Mother, esteemed uncles, why waste breath on this old hag? According to village rules, We should simply give her a beating and tie her to the big tree at the village entrance for a day and night as punishment. After all, we are of noble lineage. There's no need to stoop to her level. Upon finishing her declaration, she didn't forget to roll her eyes at old lady Jiang and Jiang Guoguo, her demeanor exuding an air of superiority, as if she were the matriarch of the world. Following her lead, the others from the Zhang family echoed her sentiments, preparing to deliver a grievous punishment to the elderly lady. Although village chief Zhang De remained silent throughout, his smug expression was the most nauseating among the haughty Zhang family. Jiang Guoguo could no longer contain her frustration. These mud-stained villagers disregarded her presence, yet here they were, intending to strike her grandmother and punish her by tying her to a tree. At her grandmother's age, such treatment could very well lead to her meeting the king of hell. The Zhang family displayed a blatant disregard for human life. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Guoguo summoned all her strength, swinging the broomstick fiercely before her. No one anticipated such force from a mere child, leaving them momentarily frozen in shock. A few of the younger Zhangs, caught off guard, felt the bamboo strips of the broom cut into their skin, drawing blood. Who dares to touch my grandmother? Jiang Guoguo's formidable presence momentarily stilled them. Old Lady Jiang, propped up with great effort, looked to see her granddaughter had come to her aid, her face a mix of surprise and worry. Clearly, she was more concerned for Jiang Guoguo's safety than her own, insisting that her granddaughter not remain to help. Jiang Guoguo felt a pang of emotion. With her grandmother's protection, she would confront these shameless individuals alone if necessary. "Grandma, I'm so sorry for your suffering," she said, gently supporting her grandmother and offering a reassuring gaze. Seeing the small, tender hands gripping her arm and the determination in Jiang Guoguo's eyes, old lady Jiang nodded in acknowledgement. Her granddaughter had come to rescue her. She should trust their family's little blessing. After calming her grandmother, Jiang Guoguo turned her attention to the village chief's family. In the center, with a contemptuous look directed at the duo, stood the beady-eyed village chief, Zhang De. Besides his shifty eyes, he was bald, with yellowed teeth and a face lined with deep wrinkles, exuding an untrustworthy demeanor. While other village leaders labored for community development, he had schemed for personal gain, resulting in his hair loss. Despite possessing a respectable title, his actions were anything but virtuous. For over a decade, this petty man had led the village. It was a miracle it thrived at all. With a darkened expression, Jiang Guoguo narrowed her eyes, surveying each face before finally resting her gaze on the village chief. How dare a mere village chief claim nobility? It was laughable. This leader, who neglects his duties and bullies the weak, should feel embarrassed even to be confronted by a 5-year-old like her. As Jiang Guoguo opened her mouth, she appeared half like the king of hell and half like a child, leaving the Zhang family utterly bewildered. Yet, once they regained their composure, their expressions shifted drastically. "You little," the eldest daughter-in-law of the Zhang family began to curse, but Jiang Guoguo's sharp glare interrupted her, and she swiftly launched her attack. With a resounding thud, the woman who had been about to insult Jiang Guoguo found herself face down in the dirt. Her husband, Zhang Maoshan, witnessing his wife being wronged, rushed at Jiang Guoguo, only to be easily dispatched as well. As 2 of their younger members fell without explanation, the rest of the Zhang family gasped in panic, looking around for the source of their misfortune, none realizing it was Jiang Guoguo at work. Zhang De, having seen enough, finally spoke. "Everyone, calm down." His command brought an immediate silence among the Zhang family, revealing that he held the most influence in this situation. Although he spoke with authority, his beady eyes remained fixed on Jiang Guoguo, his sparse eyebrows knitting tightly. The girl called old lady Jiang grandmother, yet he distinctly remembered that the Jiang family had only one daughter. That girl was ugly and plump, perpetually disheveled, and exceedingly timid. However, the child before him, though also plump, was 100 times more beautiful than the Jiang girl. More importantly, this little girl radiated ferocity, her presence commanding respect, even from the adults. Suddenly, Zhang De's eyes widened as he made a mental connection. This girl bore a striking resemblance to the Jiang family's second child from years past. Just yesterday, someone in the village had told him that the Jiang family's misfortune had not only survived, but had become remarkably fierce. At the time, he had dismissed it, but now, Jiang Guoguo was not fond of being scrutinized, so she shielded her grandmother with one hand while pointing decisively at Zhangde with the other. I warn you. My master is nearby, watching you. If you dare to lay a hand on me or my grandmother, he won't hesitate to take down a few more of you. With no other option, Jiang Guoguo fabricated a story about a non-existent master to assert her dominance. Indeed, upon hearing this, the Zhang family members shrank back like turtles retreating into their shells, their courtyard fortified by high walls, yet their eldest son and his wife had already been incapacitated. How formidable must this mysterious master be? Zhangde wore a grim expression, no longer daring to underestimate the duo. He hissed, "What do you intend to do, little girl?" Jiang Guoguo, seeing their sudden compliance, replied straightforwardly, "Nothing much. I just hope the village chief can return the letters and military funds owed to my two brothers from the past 2 years. Oh! And also my family's 2 acres of land." As her words settled, Zhangde's pupils dilated sharply. Before he could respond, Zhangde's wife leaped up, exclaiming, "No! Where did that little brat hear such nonsense? There are no military funds." Chapter 12. A lesson for the village chief. Old Lady Jiang initially spoke in circles, only to immediately deny the matter of military funds, presenting a contradiction within her own statements. Jiang Guoguo remained unfazed, her keen ears picking up the sound of rustling from the base of the outer wall, suggesting that the commotion at the village chief's home had attracted a considerable number of villagers. Many of these villagers had family members fighting on the front lines, and given the village chief's notorious character, it was likely that all the military funds had ended up lining his own pockets. It was said that a villain should be dealt with by another villain. Perhaps it was best for her to act in such a manner. Tilting her head, her brow furrowed. How curious. My grandmother inquired in town, and it seems all those who enlisted receive military funds. The town head is supposed to deliver the letters and funds from our brothers at the front to the village chief. Why is it different for us in Shizhuan? Jiang Guoguo looked perplexedly at the village chief, then at her grandmother. Old Lady Jiang understood her granddaughter's intent and felt a rush of delight, following suit. With a sigh, she shook her head at little Jiang Guoguo. "Dear, help your grandmother walk. Perhaps I made a mistake. Our funds may still be with the town head." Oh! How unfortunate it is for an old woman to want to spend her grandchildren's money, and yet it proves so difficult. I wonder if the town head will even pay us any mind. Listening to her grandmother's words, Jiang Guoguo couldn't help but chuckle to herself. She hadn't expected her little old lady to enjoy the game so much. Zhangde looked utterly terrified, his face turning a sickly shade of green. The current town head had changed, and the miserly Zhangde, believing his position as village chief was secure, had not bothered to cultivate any relationships. If the Jiang family were to truly create a stir with the town head, it would spell trouble. Unbeknownst to Zhangde, their conversation had already been overheard by the villagers lurking nearby. Suddenly, a chorus of accusations erupted from outside the courtyard. The villagers, who had come merely as onlookers, found themselves embroiled in a situation that directly affected their own homes, and in their anger, they surrounded the Zhang family. "Village chief, we trusted you. How could you embezzle our military funds? I found it strange that none of my family members who enlisted received even a letter. It turns out you and your family have been hoarding it all. Fellow villagers, what use do we have for such a village chief? Let's get rid of him." In no time, the Zhang family was besieged. The once bothersome women, usually seen as a nuisance, transformed into a formidable force, aggressively confronting the Zhang family as if they were shearing sheep. Torn pieces of clothing and clumps of hair mixed with the villagers' spittle filled the air. A glimmer of mischief danced in Jiang Guoguo's eyes as she guided her grandmother to a safe distance, both enjoying the spectacle before them. "Guoguo, do you think we are being too harsh?" Looking at the fallen Zhang family members, with the eldest son and his wife trampled and covered in footprints, it was a painful sight. The other women had faces marred with scratches, their hair nearly pulled out. Old Lady Jiang, having lived a life of compassion, had never witnessed such chaos and felt conflicted. Jiang Guoguo, however, remained expressionless, harboring no sympathy for the family. The old woman's kindness was commendable, but she was still too soft-hearted. "Grandmother, this is merely poetic justice. They have tormented us for years in secret. Now that they hold the title of village chief yet fail to act justly, they are far more despicable than those who do nothing. You need not feel sorry for them. If we do not punish them, they will only grow bolder." Upon hearing this, old lady Jiang understood and nodded vigorously. "Yes, Guoguo, you are absolutely right. We cannot show mercy to such scoundrels." With a newfound resolve, old lady Jiang glanced around, picked up a clump of mud, and hurled it into the crowd. With a splat, the mud struck Jiang squarely on his bald head, leaving him looking utterly disheveled. "Ha ha," Jiang Guoguo beamed, unable to contain her laughter, giving her grandmother an approving nod. The petite old lady, despite her frail appearance, had remarkable aim. The scene left Jiang utterly humiliated, covered in muck. After nearly an hour of chaos, the villagers finally grew weary, yet the commotion did not cease. After subduing the Jiang family, they began rummaging through their belongings and indeed discovered letters and a substantial amount of military funds belonging to the entire village. The villagers surged forward, claiming their rightful possessions. But after gathering their own shares, many were hesitant to take more, casting glances at Jiang Guoguo. Seeing that the situation had reached a natural conclusion, she stepped into the crowd, deftly pocketing a bag of silver coins while retrieving her family's letters. Before departing, she cast a glance at the fallen old lady Jiang, who was now clad in the thin jacket Jiang Guoguo had purchased just the day prior. Without hesitation, she snatched the jacket from old lady Jiang, shooting her a disdainful look before leading her grandmother away. As for the village chief's eldest son, Zhang Maoshan, and his wife, they were left incapacitated, unlikely to rise from their beds for at least 10 days to a month, a fitting punishment for the Jiang family. What the villagers would do next to the Jiang family was beyond Jiang Guoguo's concern. Thankfully, after administering a shot to her grandmother yesterday, the old lady was merely sporting some bruises, with no lasting harm. Old Lady Jiang gazed at her transformed granddaughter with a heart full of affection, feeling no discomfort in the change. Rather, she was sweetly content. Her granddaughter had indeed grown capable, now able to protect her elderly grandmother. After a brief rest, the old lady, worried about her two grandsons, joined Lin Shi, sitting side by side on a bench as they began reading the letters. Jiang Guoguo discreetly peered over, gleaning some information. The letters were penned by her eldest brother, Jiang Tianjun. He mentioned that he and his second brother, Jiang Tianjia, were stationed in the same camp, able to look out for one another, assuring their family not to worry. He shared amusing anecdotes from the camp and spoke of the military funds. Jiang Guoguo counted the coins in her hands. 600 copper coins, neither too few nor too many, matched the number of letters. Curiously, while the village chief had hoarded the funds, he hadn't even had the chance to enjoy them before being met with the villagers' wrath. However, it appeared that the brothers' letters had only reached last year, with none arriving this year, nor any mention of military funds. In the last letter, Jiang Tianjun noted that their entire camp would soon be dispatched to the border of Long'ong Kingdom, a distant journey that would hinder any correspondence for the foreseeable future. Upon reading this, both old lady Jiang and Lin Shi were moved to tears. Though they were women, they understood the hardships of guarding the border, an ordeal few could endure. The two boys had only been 15 or 16 upon departure, leaving them anxious about their well-being, fearing they might suffer from hunger or cold or worse. The more they thought, the more sorrowful and fearful they became, until Lin Shi broke down completely, weeping uncontrollably. Chapter 13. News of the eldest and second brother. Upon seeing the distress of her family, Granny Jiang quickly stifled her tears and began to console her daughter-in-law. Jiang Guoguo, observing the situation, felt an ache in her heart. After a moment of contemplation, she reassured them, "Mother, Grandmother, there is no need for concern. Eldest brother and second brother will look out for one another. They should be fine. Though guarding the border is arduous, I have heard that soldiers who have not yet come of age are not required to charge into battle, but are likely engaged in menial tasks at the camp. This was merely a comforting lie, for Jiang Guoguo's memories provided no information regarding such matters, not even the current state of affairs in Longyang Kingdom. Fortunately, her mother and grandmother rarely ventured beyond the village, remaining oblivious to the harsh realities of the battlefield. Over the past few days, they had come to regard Jiang Guoguo as their pillar of strength, and thus they believed her words. Wiping her tears, Lin Shi regained her composure and embraced Jiang Guoguo tightly, as though fearing the loss of her precious child. My dear Guoguo, you must take care of yourself. The gentle murmur of her mother revealed a hint of vulnerability that lay beneath her facade of strength. Lin Shi had married into the Jiang family at a tender age, eventually bringing forth 2 sons to the family, only to be blessed later with the affectionate presence of Jiang Guoguo. Her aspirations were modest. She merely wished for her family to live a life of comfort and sufficiency. However, the relentless adversities they faced, compounded by the prolonged separation from her beloved sons, weighed heavily upon her spirit. No mother could bear such anguish, and thus Jiang Guoguo, as her only daughter, became her sole source of solace. The 3 women, grandmother, mother, and daughter, shared a silent embrace for a while, after which Jiang Guoguo began to tidy her basket. Observing this, Granny Jiang hurriedly handed her 600 copper coins. Guoguo, are you heading to the town? Take this money and buy whatever you desire. Do not hold back. Our family is prosperous now. Lin Shi interjected, Your grandmother speaks wisely. The money from eldest and second brother is ours to spend freely. Typically, such extravagant words would never have escaped their lips, but this money was intended for Jiang Guoguo. They felt a sense of reassurance and believed it to be a form of compensation for the hardships she had endured over the years. Jiang Guoguo initially intended to refuse, confident in her ability to procure her own funds. However, upon meeting their determined gazes and wishing to spare them further worry, she accepted the pouch of coins. After all, she was the only one capable of visiting the market, and her mother and grandmother would never allow themselves to spend such money. Thus, it could indeed improve their household circumstances. After bidding farewell to her grandmother and mother, Jiang Guoguo set forth on her journey to Bai Town. At this hour, the village lay in stillness, and she wondered if the villagers at the village chief's home had dispersed. With the absence of the incessant chatter from the village women at the entrance, Jiang Guoguo felt a momentary sense of unease. Having ventured several hundred meters from the village, she noticed an old man driving a donkey cart approaching from the side. Upon closer inspection, she recognized him. He was, in fact, a nemesis from her past. In her memories, she recalled a day when the original owner of her body had ventured into the mountains to gather wild vegetables. After a laborious harvest, she had encountered this old man, who had callously seized her hard-earned bounty. Recalling this incident, Jiang Guoguo pouted in indignation. As the donkey cart turned away from her, its load of grass piled high, a mischievous smile crept across her face. You bullied a child. Today, I shall have my turn at you, you shameless old man. With a swift crouch, she stealthily followed the cart until it reached a bumpy stretch of muddy ground. Timing her leap perfectly, she hopped onto the cart. The old man, jolted by the sudden weight, remained oblivious to the fact that his donkey had slowed down. In this manner, Jiang Guoguo successfully nestled herself amidst the hay, her small frame comfortably reclining. In rural areas, most families relied solely on donkey carts, as horse-drawn carriages were deemed too extravagant. While donkeys were hardworking and reliable, their efficiency paled in comparison to that of horses. As Jiang Guoguo's diminutive weight settled upon the stubborn donkey, it struggled under the burden. A fitting consequence for the old man who had once bullied a child. After a leisurely journey, the donkey cart finally entered the city as noon approached. Jiang Guoguo nimbly dismounted, brushing off her clothes as she departed. The old man, still oblivious to the fact that he had unwittingly given her a free ride, grumbled. "Stupid donkey, what's wrong with you today? Haven't you been whipped enough to make you move faster? You're delaying my business." Due to the higher prices of hay in the morning, the old man would lose a couple of copper coins. In high spirits, Jiang Guoguo entered a wonton shop, relishing a bowl of pure meat wontons. While dining, she kept her ears perked to the conversations around her, and indeed, she gleaned some valuable information. They say the eldest scion of the Zhou family is nearing his end. Such a beautiful young lady he has, but alas, she is cursed. Why bother with that? We, as common folk, should concern ourselves with the matters of the realm. I heard that fighting has erupted again in the borderlands, and it seems we shall soon face another draft. What did you say? Another war? Which side? The man who had shared the news glanced around cautiously and lowered his voice. Both sides are in distress, but the Eastern Front is faring worse. I heard they have already lost 2 cities. As Jiang Guoguo listened intently, her heart sank at the mention of war. The Eastern and Western fronts likely referred to the borderlands. Her mind raced, for she was unaware of which 2 nations bordered each other. The letter from her elder brother had not specified which border they had been deployed to. Yet, with conflict erupting in both directions, she worried for the safety of her brothers. However, as a mere 5-year-old, there was little she could do. The only path forward was to empower herself. Resolute in this thought, Jiang Guoguo swiftly finished her wontons, placed a copper coin on the table, and dashed away, her small legs carrying her swiftly onward. Chapter 14. The master often remains unaware of their strength. At Guangyuan Medical Center, Jiang Guoguo entered, panting. Upon her arrival, she spotted the kind, plump uncle who had previously handed her a bowl of porridge. The counter was now attended by an elderly gentleman who was enthusiastically conversing with the stout uncle, oblivious to Jiang Guoguo's presence. A mere glance at the old man confirmed her suspicion. He was indeed a physician. His hands bore the calluses of years spent administering needles, and he emanated a strong scent of medicinal herbs, coupled with a distinctive aura. Jiang Guoguo was certain of his identity. "Old Master Wang, could you please visit my niece again?" Wang Wanli, the elder referred to by the stout uncle, shook his head with an expression of helplessness. "It is not that I am unwilling, but I have exhausted all my methods. The ailment stems from her very birth, and it is difficult to treat." Wang Wanli's outright refusal left the stout uncle staggering, as though all strength had been drained from him. Witnessing this, Wang Wanli sighed and turned back to his duties. Jiang Guoguo observed the scene but had no intention of intervening. With a stoic expression, she approached the counter, produced a bamboo token, and, on tiptoe, placed it upon the countertop. The elder, engrossed in sorting herbs, noticed the sudden appearance of the bamboo token. Peering closer, he realized it was a child. "Little one, who bestowed this token upon you?" he inquired. Without hesitation, Jiang Guoguo succinctly replied, "It was given to me by your disciple." Upon hearing this, a vein throbbed on Wang Wanli's forehead. That wretched boy, causing trouble with our esteemed guest token again. "Master, do you have any herb seeds or fresh roots?" "My master wishes to purchase some," Jiang Guoguo asked, catching Wang Wanli off guard and causing him to swallow the words he had prepared. He thought, even if my foolish disciple is unreliable, he would not have recklessly given the token. It seems this little girl is here on her master's behalf. A child of such tender years inquiring about herbs must possess considerable skill. After all, disciples are nurtured from a young age. With this in mind, Wang Wanli turned to fetch the store's inventory. "Yes, I do have herb seeds, and I also have fresh herbs, though they are rather expensive. Has your master provided sufficient funds?" Jiang Guoguo nodded decisively. "Of course, my grandmother has given me 600 copper coins. I am not short on money." "Very well. Bring as much as you have. My master is not short of funds," she declared confidently, tilting her head upward. Wang Wanli could not help but laugh heartily at the sight of this porcelain-like, chubby girl. "As long as you can pay, I have plenty to offer." With that, he poured out a small bag of items, scattering them across the ground before Jiang Guoguo. She crouched down to inspect them, her eyes lighting up with excitement. Grasping a handful of seeds, she marveled at their variety: tianma, chuanwu, mache, black goji berries, vermilion, and even gecko. As she eagerly sifted through the mixed seeds, drool began to form at the corners of her mouth. Meanwhile, Wang Wenli stood by, his eyes wide with astonishment. Even the stout uncle, still reeling from his earlier shock, noticed the commotion with a look of amazement. Wang Wenli could hardly believe his ears and crouched down to examine the small handful of seeds in Jiang Guoguo's palm. Though it appeared to be a modest amount, it contained numerous varieties that an ordinary person could not distinguish. It would be no exaggeration to say that even a seasoned herbalist, who had dealt with herbs for years, would struggle to identify each one. Wang Wenli, having devoted decades to his craft, found himself utterly stunned by the little girl's ability to discern the seeds with a mere glance. At that moment, Wang Wenli was both profoundly impressed and somewhat disheartened. Jiang Guoguo, blissfully unaware of her own brilliance, set the seeds down and resumed sifting through the rest. Quite remarkable. There are a total of 58 varieties. Although your finished herbs may be few, your seeds are commendable. I shall take them all. In her eagerness, she hurriedly bagged the seeds and stuffed them into her little bamboo basket. When she looked up, she found Wang Wenli frozen in place, his eyes shimmering with shock, his mouth slightly agape. What a revelation! Just when he thought the earlier display was impressive, this little girl had proven her prowess far exceeded his expectations. She had deftly calculated the total of the seeds he had studied for 3 days and nights, with flawless precision. Was this truly a human being? Jiang Guoguo, momentarily speechless, pondered what had caused both master and disciple to become statues. Had she performed some astonishing feat? Surely not. This is what it means to be a true master. Often powerful yet unaware, leaving others exasperated yet helpless. Little one, forgive me, I became momentarily distracted. Allow me to calculate the price for you. He could not admit that he had been rendered speechless by the little girl. After a brief moment, Wang Wenli presented the bill. The total is 800 copper coins, or 8 silver coins, already discounted due to the bamboo token. 8 silver coins. Jiang Guoguo was prepared to pay, but was taken aback by the price. It was no wonder she was astonished. In her previous life, mature herbs were far more precious than seeds, often by a significant margin. Given her calculations from the previous day's herb purchases, she estimated that such a quantity of seeds should not exceed 500 copper coins. Yet, she had not anticipated such a high price for the seeds. However, she quickly realized that this world likely lacked expertise in cultivating herbs. The growth of medicinal plants differs greatly from that of ordinary crops. Some require particularly stringent conditions and meticulous care, combined with specialized methods. Additionally, acquiring seeds can be a challenging endeavor, dependent on favorable circumstances, resulting in their rarity. Consequently, the price of these seeds naturally escalated. Contemplating her own plot of spiritual land, Jiang Guoguo steeled herself, resolved to make the purchase. Though funds were insufficient at the moment, she considered offering a ginseng root in exchange. Just as she prepared to retrieve the ginseng, a sudden commotion erupted outside. Moments later, several perspiring individuals burst into the clinic, carrying a youth whose face was ashen. Dr. Wang, please save my son. Chapter 15. Then, little one, why not consider me your master? Jiang Guoguo immediately discerned that the young man was in a dire state. She quickly stepped aside, graciously allowing others to pass, and said, Elder, please attend to your matters first. My issues can wait. Wang Wenli, not one to hesitate, promptly summoned others to carry the unconscious youth into the inner chamber. Jiang Guoguo, driven by curiosity regarding the medical practices of the healers here, struggled momentarily before stealthily slipping into the inner room. The portly uncle, witnessing this, could only shake his head and depart, for his niece awaited her medicine. Whether this was fortune or misfortune remained to be seen. Inside the medical chamber, the seemingly ordinary furnishings revealed that the occupant was a person of considerable discernment. On the lone bed lay the frail youth, completely devoid of consciousness, unresponsive to calls or gestures. Upon assessing the situation, Wang Wanli swiftly retrieved a pouch of silver needles from a nearby cabinet. As the fabric was unwrapped, Jiang Guoguo noted the significant number of silver needles within. In terms of quality, they were not inferior to those she possessed. Before long, Wang Wanli had completed the pulse diagnosis of the youth, shaking his head repeatedly and gesturing emphatically. "This is unmanageable. I cannot treat this individual. You must hurry to Jinwu City for a more skilled doctor." Wang Wanli had brought out the silver needles only to declare his inability to heal, which caused the youth's father to panic. He fell to his knees before Wang Wanli, bowing 3 times. "Dr. Wang, I implore you. Please administer a few needles to my son. We are well aware of your medical prowess. You are truly remarkable." Yet, despite his pleas, Wang Wanli remained resolute in his refusal. "It is not that I lack compassion, but rather that I am utterly powerless. Do you understand? Forcing treatment upon your son would lead to his certain demise. Do not waste time here. Go to Jinwu City at once." Wang Wanli, confident in his limitations as a healer, refrained from pretending beyond his capabilities. Although this might lead to doubts about his skills and potential slander, he would never treat a patient beyond his expertise. Witnessing this unfold, Jiang Guoguo felt a surge of admiration for Wang Wanli. In a world where many risked their patients' lives to uphold their own reputations, he exhibited a rare integrity. Having observed the youth's condition herself, she recognized its complexity. Based on the wear of Wang Wanli's silver needles, it was clear he seldom employed them, suggesting his skills in this regard were perhaps not as refined. Meanwhile, the family of the youth was distraught, unwilling to leave despite Wang Wanli's insistence. The journey to Jinwu City was long, and the stakes were high. Feeling cornered, Wang Wanli could only reiterate his earlier words. At this moment, Jiang Guoguo's expression shifted, and she spoke clearly. "Elder, if you insert the silver needles sequentially into the Xuanju, Renning, Tai, and Tianqiu acupoints, it could be effective." Indeed, after following the little girl's advice and targeting those acupoints, it proved to be a viable solution. Wang Wanli, driven by the urgency to save a life, momentarily set aside his astonishment, hastily pushing through the crowd and grasping the silver needles to begin his treatment. Jiang Guoguo stepped closer, observing that Wang Wanli's needle technique was rather clumsy and his method of locating acupoints quite haphazard, resembling that of an amateur. Yet, evidently, his knowledge of medical theory and herbs was not so shallow. Thus, Jiang Guoguo boldly speculated that the acupuncture techniques in Longyang Kingdom were considerably outdated. As she witnessed a silver needle about to be misapplied to an incorrect acupoint, Jiang Guoguo, as a skilled healer, could no longer bear to watch. She extended her small arm, snatching the needle away, casting a disdainful glance at Wang Wanli. Initially furious, Wang Wanli found his anger dissipating upon meeting Jiang Guoguo's piercing and astute gaze. It was as if he was staring up at a medical luminary. That gaze held an undeniable sanctity, one that would make any physician question their own worth. Wang Wanli wiped his brow, stepping aside in a fluster. The onlookers, now tense with anticipation, felt the atmosphere shift. Wang Wanli sensed he was about to witness a miracle, while the youth's family trembled with anxiety. They regretted not heeding Wang Wanli's advice to rush to Jinwu City. Now they were entrusting their child's life to a mere child. What a predicament. At that moment, Jiang Guoguo had already positioned a silver needle into the Tianqiu acupoint. Without the slightest hesitation, her swift and precise technique astonished Wang Wanli. In a matter of moments, she had inserted the remaining needles into the youth's body. After a brief interval, the youth finally regained consciousness, turning to expel a mouthful of dark blood, his previously ashen face now showing signs of recovery. "He is awake. He is awake," Wang Wanli exclaimed in disbelief as he approached to check the pulse. Confirming that the poison had indeed vanished, he turned to Jiang Guoguo, astonished. "Where does this little miracle worker hail from? Such a formidable case of poisoning has been effortlessly resolved, far surpassing the capabilities of us seasoned physicians." Jiang Guoguo remained composed, unaffected by the intense scrutiny of those around her. In her previous life, she had been a top figure in the medical field. She was all too familiar with such gazes. Soon after, she removed the silver needles, relinquishing control back to Wang Wanli. Once the throngs of gratitude had been sent on their way, Wang Wanli bowed deeply to Jiang Guoguo, paying his respects. Little miracle worker, I am Wang Wanli. I humbly request that you introduce me to your master. I wish to become your apprentice. Oh dear, Jiang Guoguo raised an eyebrow, glancing at Wang Wanli's thinning hair with a slight pout. Where might I find a master worthy of your aspirations? I seriously doubt anyone of superior skill exists. Thus, Jiang Guoguo feigned modesty. Ahem, you see, my esteemed master does not accept apprentices older than himself, so I advise you to abandon this idea. Wang Wanli's spirits initially sank, but then he suddenly lifted his gaze, determination gleaming in his eyes as he fixed his stare on Jiang Guoguo. Jiang Guoguo felt a shiver run down her spine, instinctively retreating a step while cradling her small frame. What are you planning to do? Wang Wanli forced a smile, rubbing his hands together in eager anticipation. Then, little one, why not consider me your master? Chapter 16. Cultivating herbs in the spiritual field. Upon hearing this, Jiang Guoguo vehemently shook her head. No. I've never taken on a disciple as old as you. In her previous life, she indeed had 3 disciples, each more enchanting than celestial beings, resembling deities. Her criteria for accepting disciples were not solely based on talent. They also had to possess striking looks, or at the very least, a voice so melodious it could bewitch the soul. The elderly man before her was both aged and unappealing. How could she possibly take him out without losing face? Absolutely not. She had no interest. Wang Wanli, upon hearing this, instantly let his face fall, but was not easily discouraged. He resorted to a bit of trickery. Little one, just agree to take me as your disciple. Think about it. If I become your apprentice, this clinic would then belong to you, wouldn't it? Everything here would be yours. Whatever medicinal seeds you desire, your disciple will procure them for you. Craving candied hawthorns? I'll fetch them for you. Roasted chicken? There's a shop in the neighboring town renowned for their sweet cakes. I will bring you some as a tribute. And Wang Wanli lured Jiang Guoguo with sweet promises, much like a wolf tempting Little Red Riding Hood. A typical naive child would have been easily swayed. However, Jiang Guoguo thought to herself, do I really appear so gullible? Moreover, why does this old man keep talking about food? Was it written on her face that she was a glutton? To her astonishment, the old man exhibited such a fervent desire to become her disciple that he even presented the deed to the clinic. With a sudden thud, he knelt before her, holding the yellowed paper with black characters, showing no sign of reluctance, but rather immense reverence. Seeing that he was indeed a kind-hearted old man with a passion for medicine, Jiang Guoguo contemplated and said, accepting you is not out of the question, but I do not require the deed or any tributes from you. All I ask is for you to agree to one condition. Wang Wanli's heart leaped with joy at her words, his face instantly lighting up with a smile. Little master, please go on. Jiang Guoguo placed her hands behind her back, adopting an air of authority, and pondered. I need you to promise me that our master-disciple relationship remains concealed from the outside world. You must also help me cover my tracks, ensuring that my medical skills remain undiscovered. Furthermore, should any patients require treatment, you must notify me, as I wish to practice. Wang Wanli was perplexed by her request. Little master, your acupuncture skills are unparalleled. Why must you hide them? Although he was not one to pursue fame or fortune, he believed that if she openly showcased her talent, she would undoubtedly attract attention from influential figures, which he deemed a favorable outcome, something that others could only dream of. Jiang Guoguo continued to maintain an air of profundity. It is unwise to draw too much attention to oneself. The more one stands out, the more one is likely to be targeted. I am genuinely concerned. Upon hearing this, Wang Wanli felt a sudden jolt of understanding. Yes, little master. Your teachings are invaluable. I shall remember them. Agreed. Ha, the little one has accepted me as her disciple. Unbeknownst to Jiang Guoguo, the calm and composed exterior of Wang wanly concealed a heart brimming with joy. Thus, within the modest clinic of Bai Town, the unconventional pairing of an elderly man and a young girl, a master and a disciple, was born. The townsfolk were yet unaware that the esteemed doctor they trusted had taken a 5-year-old girl as his apprentice. Observing the darkening sky, Jiang Guoguo felt it was time to depart. Grabbing a bamboo basket, she cleared her throat and said, "Well then, disciple, I must take my leave." As for the seeds, Wang wanly instantly understood. The seeds are a gift from the disciple to the master. How could I possibly accept payment? Jiang Guoguo grinned, thoroughly pleased. To avoid unnecessary complications, she instructed the carriage to halt at the village entrance. Upon returning, the coachman relayed his report to Wang Wanli, who was filled with profound admiration. "Truly remarkable. My little master is indeed extraordinary." As she entered Shurtsuan, Jiang Guoguo spotted several furtive figures lurking outside her yard, peering curiously inside. A sense of dread washed over her. Here we go again. Why did these villagers spend their days eavesdropping on the affairs of others? It was no wonder they were raised on pickled vegetables, so steeped in idle gossip. At that moment, the villagers seemed to notice Jiang Guoguo's arrival and hastily sought refuge in a corner, squatting with their backs exposed, believing that this would render them invisible to her. Jiang Guoguo couldn't help but face palm as she walked past, choosing to ignore them entirely, her heart heavy with concern for their intellect. With such foolishness, how could they not be at the mercy of the village chief, Lao Lu? She had no desire to engage with them, and without lifting her gaze, she entered her yard and firmly shut the door behind her with a resounding bang. Resting on the earthen bed, Jiang Guoguo closed her eyes, and her consciousness slipped into the exquisite space. This realm was truly wondrous, even if it was merely her consciousness that immersed itself here. She could move freely as if she were a living being, doing as she wished. Previously, she had tested this by crafting a flower from weeds within the space, which subsequently materialized in reality and could be retrieved at will. This indicated that anything created by her consciousness in this realm would exist in the real world as well. From henceforth, she could cultivate her own medicines within this space. After some time, she meticulously sorted the seeds she had acquired and began to cultivate them in the spiritual field. Once planted, she watered each seedling with spring water. Whether it was her imagination or not, the moment the spring water touched the soil, it seemed to stir. Cautiously, she dug into a patch of earth and discovered that the seeds she had just sown had already begun to sprout. Astonished, Jiang Guoguo marveled at the spring water and couldn't resist, drinking a few sips herself. The moment the cool water coursed through her, she felt an immediate sense of relief and a newfound lightness in her being. Her eyes sparkled with delight as she resolved that from now on, the water used in her home would be this spring water. This way, both her grandmother and mother would benefit from its subtle health-boosting properties. "Guoguo, come eat." "I'm coming. I'm coming. Grandmother, mother, I have some delightful things for you. Please wait a moment." Chapter 17. The villagers come to apologize. Lin and Grandma Jiang had each filled a bowl with rice and prepared a small bowl of fragrant white rice for Jiang Guoguo. Upon hearing Jiang Guoguo mention there were more delightful treats, both women paused their actions and turned their attention to her. "Guoguo, what other good things do you have? Show your grandmother." With her health restored, Grandma Jiang began to regain her zest for life, her curiosity piqued by everything around her. The oranges, so well hidden, were undoubtedly the handiwork of her mother, a means of safeguarding against theft, a peculiar method of preserving treasures born from a life of scarcity. She retrieved 3 oranges, peeled them, and placed them into a ceramic jar, mashing them with chopsticks. Then, she dashed outside, feigning an errand at the well in her yard, while secretly pouring the essence of the spring water into the jar. In no time, a sizable jug of a simplified version of fresh orange juice was prepared. It was the first time the two women had seen fruit consumed in such a manner, and they were both intrigued and a touch heartbroken. "Guoguo, save the oranges for yourself. Your mother won't eat any. Neither will your grandmother. They're all for our little Guoguo. Jiang Guoguo had anticipated their response, evident in the bowl of unadulterated white rice before her, contrasting with the rice mixed with beans and greens that her mother and grandmother consumed. They always did this, reluctant to indulge in the good things, saving it all for her. With a twinge of emotion, Jiang Guoguo pouted her lips in feigned anger. Don't you like the orange juice I made? As tears glimmered in her bright, grape-like eyes, both Grandma Jiang and Lin were filled with sorrow, hastily lifting their bowls. Drink, drink, drink. Grandma will have a taste of the orange juice made by Guoguo. Finally, when they took a sip, Jiang Guoguo felt a wave of satisfaction wash over her, and she too raised her bowl to drink heartily. The fresh oranges, once crushed, lost some of their fibrous texture, and combined with the spring water, the juice became even sweeter and more delightful. Upon their first taste, Grandma Jiang and Lin felt as though their palates had been awakened, urging them to consume more. Thus, what began as a restrained sip turned into a fervent gulp, both women finishing the entire bowl of orange juice. Once the flavors settled, Grandma Jiang was taken aback. Oh my, Guoguo, how could your unique method make the oranges taste so exquisite? Lin chimed in, indeed. This is the sweetest thing I've ever tasted. What did you call it, Guoguo? Seeing their satisfaction, Jiang Guoguo couldn't help but smile. Mother, this is called orange juice. Our family is no longer the impoverished one we used to be. We have money now, so you don't need to be so frugal. Especially you, Mother. The baby is almost here. How can you still hold back from eating? If the little one goes hungry, I will be upset. Lin's eyes glistened with tears, her heart swelling with emotion. Since the departure of her husband and 2 sons, she had succumbed to despair. Yet now, witnessing her beloved daughter thrive, life seemed to regain its brightness, and she felt overwhelmed with gratitude. Grandma Jiang, too, was misty-eyed, continuously praising Jiang Guoguo as their little blessing, the great benefactor of the Jiang family. Suddenly, a voice rang out from outside the yard. Upon hearing it, Grandma Jiang instantly grew alert. Oh no! It's the voices of those women from the village. Both Lin and Grandma Jiang felt a twinge of fear and instinctively began to hide their bounty, only to be halted by Jiang Guoguo. With resolute eyes, she stated, Mother, Grandma, we haven't done anything wrong. There's no need to hide from them. If these villagers dare to covet our good fortune, I shall prick them with a needle. Lin and Grandma Jiang exchanged glances, ultimately choosing to trust Jiang Guoguo. Subsequently, Jiang Guoguo opened the door, allowing the gathering crowd to pour in. Among them were the neighbor, old Mrs. Yang, accompanied by her 2 daughters-in-law, the village's best embroiderer, old Mrs. Liu, and several other seldom-seen villagers. Jiang Guoguo was not well acquainted with the villagers, and though these individuals were part of that motley crew, she had little impression of them. Grandma Jiang regarded them coldly, focusing on her bowl of rice, while Lin stood in solidarity, ignoring their presence. Thus, the task of addressing them fell upon young Jiang Guoguo. What brings you all to my home? The leading figure, old Mrs. Yang, nudged her daughter-in-law beside her, who then produced a small basket of potatoes, placing it at Jiang Guoguo's feet. This is a little token from our Yang family. Please accept it if you don't mind. With the Yang family taking the lead, the other villagers, looking embarrassed, gradually placed their offerings before Jiang Guoguo, some flatbreads, a small bowl of pickled vegetables, and even some dried greens. Jiang Guoguo and the others were momentarily taken aback. What was happening? The villagers, who had previously ignored them, were now acting as if they had been possessed? Jiang Guoguo, unimpressed, remarked, Is this a weasel paying its respects to a chicken? What are you all up to? The villagers looked awkward, their gazes ultimately falling upon the eldest among them, old Mrs. Yang. Despite her embarrassment, she steeled herself and said, Well, Sister Jiang, Guoguo's mother. And Guoguo, we were thoughtless before, always causing you trouble, and we acknowledge our wrongs. With the recent issue concerning the village chief, we all understand now and are immensely grateful to you. If it weren't for your uproar, many of us would still be unaware of our military allowances. As old Mrs. Yang spoke, the villagers behind her nodded in agreement. Afterward, she retrieved a crumpled piece of paper from her tattered coat pocket. "This is your family's land deed." The villagers stood there, heads bowed, as though awaiting punishment, resembling a line of quails. Jiang Guoguo exchanged surprised glances with Lin and Grandma Jiang. It appeared the sun had risen in the west today, revealing a surprisingly benevolent side of the villagers. Chapter 18. The village chief's son and daughter-in-law in a coma. Jiang Guoguo remained indifferent and turned her gaze towards her grandmother. With her, the one who had spent the most time interacting with the villagers was indeed the grandmother. As long as she was willing to forgive these people, Guoguo had no objections. After all, they were merely old neighbors, and such matters would eventually dissipate. Old Lady Jiang regarded the villagers with a hint of resentment in her eyes. It is said that distant relatives are not as valuable as close neighbors, and neighbors should support one another. Yet, these people, ultimately... She let out a soft sigh and waved her hand dismissively. "Put down your things, you may leave. I do not wish to dwell on this any longer." Seeing her attitude, the villagers breathed a sigh of relief, their faces brightening with a touch of joy as they shuffled away. As long as the Jiang family could pardon their previous foolishness, that was sufficient. Outside the courtyard, the young daughter-in-law of Yang Guoguo swallowed hard. "Mother, did you see that? There was actually braised pork on that table. Not only that, but there were peanuts, fresh radish and rib soup, and a whole large crucian carp. I even saw orange peels on the ground. Their family is even eating oranges." In an instant, envy and jealousy spread across the villagers' faces, only to be followed by collective gloom. It seemed the Jiang family was living quite well. What about the trifles they had just brought over? Once the villagers departed, old Lady Jiang finally spoke. "Guoguo, you won't blame me for not standing up for you, will you? You must understand. These villagers have a sharp tongue and often call you a harbinger of doom." In the end, the old woman chose not to argue with them, fearing her granddaughter's reprimand. Jiang Guoguo chuckled and shook her head, exuding a carefree demeanor. "Grandma, what are you saying? I would never blame you. Engaging in a quarrel with those people would only harm my health, which is hardly worthwhile." She understood that despite the intrigues between neighbors, there was a bond forged over many years that could not easily be severed, even if it was laced with grievances. Furthermore, the elderly often held perspectives that differed from the young. Perhaps Grandma simply felt that the villagers were pitiable, and her inherent kindness led her to empathize with them. "We are all unfortunate souls struggling at the bottom of society. Why should we harm one another?" The items the villagers had brought were trifling, yet they must have felt a pang of loss to part with them. Take Yang Guoguo's family, for instance. With over 20 mouths to feed and 2 sons in the military, their circumstances were not much better than the Jiang's. If these villagers were willing to change, perhaps they should be given a chance. If they remained ungrateful, then it would be time to serve them with needles again. After a hearty meal, Jiang Guoguo proceeded to administer acupuncture to the 2 patients. While doing so, she casually mentioned, "Mother, Grandma, I recently took on a master in Bai Town. He said I possess great talent and will surely become an exceptional physician in the future." At this declaration, both old Lady Jiang and Lin Shi were momentarily taken aback, only to erupt with joy. "Really? Oh my! Our Guoguo is indeed promising. You must study diligently and aim to become a renowned female physician." Lin Shi added, "We should express our gratitude to your master, for a teacher has always been regarded as a second father." Old Lady Jiang nodded in agreement. "Yes, your mother is right. Guoguo, why not speak to your master in the coming days and invite him over? Your mother and I will ensure he is well treated." Jiang Guoguo felt a pit forming in her stomach. She had initially intended to use Wang Wanli's name as a pretext to bolster her medical skills. Yet she found herself digging a hole instead. Reluctantly, she acquiesced. "I understand. I will speak to my master tomorrow." Meanwhile, in Wang Wanli's residence in Bai Town, he suddenly sneezed and mumbled, "Who is thinking of me?" As night fell, the village was enveloped in silence, save for one courtyard where the sounds of weeping were incessant. Old man, you must think of a solution. By the bedside, Zhang Luozi was in tears, and lying before her was her eldest son, Zhang Maoshan, alongside his wife, Lutz Awa. At that moment, both Zhang Maoshan and Sui Hua were ashen-faced and lay in a coma, unresponsive to their family's calls. Village Chief Zhang Da, exasperated by his wife's incessant wailing, turned and shouted, "Enough! Can't you stop your incessant crying?" Zhang's wife was silenced by her husband's outburst, choking back her sobs. Just then, Zhang Da's second son entered with a man who resembled a doctor. Claiming to be a traveling physician, he was, in fact, a mere quack with limited skills. Under Zhang Da's hopeful gaze, he examined the couple and promptly shook his head. "I cannot help. You should hasten to the town for proper medical assistance." Before Zhang Da could plead further, the quack hurriedly grabbed his wooden box and made his exit, seemingly unwilling to become entangled with this family. The Zhang family had lost all credibility in Shertsuan, becoming pariahs that no one wished to associate with. Regrettably, it was too late to say anything now. A shadow crossed Zhang Da's rat-like face as he grimly declared, "Tomorrow morning, you two will accompany me to the town." It's settled. Meanwhile, Jiang Guoguo was within her quaint space, contemplating how to exchange points for time. Earlier that day, she had helped someone detoxify at the clinic, earning herself 1,000 points. With 1,500 points in hand, she pondered how much time she could redeem. As she mused, new information appeared on the boulder before her. For ordinary crops, accelerating the growth cycle of 1 acre would require 3,000 points. The acceleration of medicinal herbs had no standard. Furrowing her brow, Jiang Guoguo decided to test it with 1,000 points. With a mere thought, her points decreased by 1,000. Suddenly, rows of seedlings burst forth in her spiritual field. The seedlings grew rapidly, some even bearing small fruits, while others remained tender and green. Astonished, she hurried forward to inspect them. Goodness! Some of these medicinal herbs are nearing maturity. Perhaps due to the limited variety currently planted, the 1,000 points had granted the herbs an unexpectedly swift growth rate. Excited, she quickly watered the herbs with some spiritual spring water. Suddenly, a flash of white light appeared, and another reward descended from above. Approaching, Jiang Guoguo discovered that this time, the space had gifted her 3 young peach tree saplings along with a golden ladle. Chapter 19. A narrow path for enemies. Jiang Guoguo curiously hefted the golden ladle in her hands. It was quite heavy. If it were converted into gold coins, it could likely be melted down to forge over 200 coins, indeed a valuable item. However, at present, she had no intention of flaunting her wealth. Using it to scoop spring water for irrigation would suffice. Subsequently, Jiang Guoguo transplanted 3 young peach saplings next to the spiritual spring, where a small patch of land lay vacant, a waste to leave unutilized. After planting, she decided to remain in her space, drifting into a deep slumber. She harbored dreams of growing long legs in this life, aspiring to become a heartthrob. The next morning, the familiar sounds of roosters crowing and dogs barking filled the village. Just as Jiang Guoguo descended from her bed, she was greeted by the delightful aroma wafting from outside, undoubtedly the result of her mother and grandmother preparing breakfast. She licked her lips and hurriedly scampered outside. "Mother, grandmother, what delicious food do we have today?" Lin Sher cast a fond glance at her, quickly wringing a towel to wipe Jiang Guoguo's face and little hands. Jiang Guoguo relished the pampering from her mother, feeling a sense of bliss. Perhaps this was a privilege exclusive to children, to unabashedly indulge in a life of leisure. She adored this carefree existence. At that moment, her grandmother entered, bearing fragrant egg pancakes and pickled cucumbers, her face radiant with satisfaction. "Has Guar woken up? Come and enjoy the egg pancakes I made. Today, our hen miraculously laid 2 eggs, and they are quite large." Her grandmother's smile revealed her few remaining teeth, yet it did nothing to diminish her genuine joy. The elderly woman's happiness was infectious, prompting smiles from both Jiang Guoguo and Lin Shi as they gathered around the table to savor their breakfast. The egg pancakes, crafted from 2 large eggs mixed with flour, sprinkled with scallions and seasoned with salt, were a delightful treat. Regrettably, this region seemed to have never encountered sesame oil. Families typically used plain soybean oil, with peanut oil being a rare find. Fortunately, Jiang Guoguo thoroughly enjoyed her grandmother's culinary skills, praising the scallion egg pancakes as she devoured one after another. After satisfying her hunger, before Jiang Guoguo could take the initiative, Lin Shi brought over her special little bamboo basket and helped her strap it on. Lin Shi appeared to have grown accustomed to the transformed Jiang Guoguo. Even though this child had developed her own ideas and often yearned to venture outside, Lin Shi harbored an inexplicable trust in her. Additionally, having taken on a mentor in town, she felt even more reassured. After bidding farewell to the 2 women, Jiang Guoguo set off for the town once more. This time, fortune did not favor her, and she had to make the journey on foot. Thankfully, her health had gradually improved, preventing her from fainting along the way. Upon finally reaching Bai town, the sky darkened ominously, signaling an impending rain. With no other option, Jiang Guoguo hurried to Guangyuan Medical Clinic. No sooner had she arrived than the heavens unleashed a cold drizzle. Upon entering the clinic, several familiar faces turned to look at Jiang Guoguo's, causing her to pause in surprise. Oh, the village head's family. I didn't expect to encounter my adversaries so soon again. In an instant, Jiang Guoguo surmised the village head's purpose for being there. However, she had not anticipated that the 2 foolish individuals she had pricked with needles would be unable to withstand the situation so quickly. Suddenly, the village head, Zhang De, coldly huffed at Jiang Guoguo, his beady eyes glinting with malice as if he wished to devour her whole. His second son and daughter-in-law glared at Jiang Guoguo with unfriendly expressions. You again, the bringer of misfortune. What are you doing here? Zhang De's daughter-in-law, Su Shi, exclaimed, making a move as if to forcibly expel Jiang Guoguo. Ignoring her, Su Shi pointed a twisted finger at Jiang Guoguo. You little brat, get out. Wherever you go, misfortune follows. Zhang De's second son, Zhang Yuanshan, joined the effort to drive Jiang Guoguo away, and the couple revealed their unsavory natures. Yet, Zhang De felt a sense of pride, believing that his 2 younger kin were formidable enough to maintain their demeanor even in public, ensuring they would not be taken advantage of. If Jiang Guoguo knew Zhang De's thoughts, she would surely burst into laughter. He considered this imposing? How laughable! Unfazed, Jiang Guoguo stood tall in the clinic, hands tucked into her pockets, her small face wearing a playful smirk. Is this clinic owned by your family? What right do you have to chase me away? Zhang Yuanshan snorted disdainfully. Such a young one, yet your tongue is sharp. Why are you out here causing trouble instead of staying at home where you belong? Ha ha ha, am I causing trouble? Jiang Guoguo laughed, her gaze icy as it swept over the Zhang family trio. Though her voice retained its youthful quality, her tone exuded authority. Your family is the true harbinger of misfortune. Be mindful of retribution. Just then, the commotion attracted the attention of someone inside. Wang Wanli, his face stern, stormed out, clearly irked. What is all this noise? This is a medical clinic, not a marketplace. Upon seeing Wang Wanli emerge, the trio from the Zhang family immediately surrounded him. Dr. Wang, how is my eldest son? They clamored. Wang Wanli, already troubled by the 2 patients inside, felt his frustration rise further due to the disturbance, and he turned sharply to the Zhang family. I have repeatedly stated that I require silence to treat patients. What chaos are you creating outside? If you are not here to seek medical help, then leave. Zhang De, accustomed to wielding authority as the village head, had never been shouted at like this. Yet, he couldn't afford to openly confront Wang Wanli. So he redirected his anger at Jiang Guoguo. You little brat, are you seeking death? Get out now. Jiang Guoguo disregarded Zhang De's loathsome face and took small steps toward Wang Wanli. It was only then that Wang Wanli noticed his young apprentice's presence, and he quickly approached her. The Jiang trio assumed Wang Wanli was about to personally expel Jiang Guoguo, their faces gleaming with triumph. However, the next moment, their expressions froze in disbelief. "Little one, you have arrived." Wang Wanli greeted Jiang Guoguo warmly, yet remained mindful of the need to conceal their master-apprentice relationship in front of outsiders. Jiang Guoguo nodded faintly, saying nothing, merely casting a glance at the three individuals nearby. Wang Wanli immediately grasped the situation. What audacity these three possessed to demand my little apprentice leave. With protectiveness surging within him, Wang Wanli shot a furious glare at Zhang De and his companions, resolutely declaring, "You three, leave my clinic this instant, and do not dare to set foot inside again." The trio from the Zhang family was left speechless. Zhang De could hardly fathom that, as the village head, he was so unwelcome here, even beneath a 5-year-old child. But with his urgent need to attend to his ailing son and daughter-in-law inside, he had no choice but to swallow his pride. Just as he opened his mouth to plead, Wang Wanli anticipated his intent and cut him off directly. "I am powerless to assist those two, and I can assure you, unless you travel to Jinwu City to seek the aid of divine physician Zhuge, no one else can save them." Chapter 20. The acupuncture diagram gifted to the senior disciple. As for whether the renowned healer Zhuge would lend a hand, that remains a matter of debate. Upon hearing this, Zhang De nearly stumbled, and had it not been for the support of his companion, he might have fallen flat on the ground. Subsequently, Wang Wanli, like a harbinger of misfortune, expelled Zhang De and his family from their home, closing the door firmly behind them, leaving no glimmer of hope. Under the torrential rain, Zhang Yuanshan and his wife were forced to carry their son on their backs, and Zhang De's weathered face soon became drenched, accentuating his shifty demeanor. The family, once akin to a formidable mouse in the village, now found themselves in a disheveled state, utterly humiliated. Jiang Guoguo felt no sympathy, she merely smirked coldly, observing the scene with an indifferent gaze. It was not that she lacked compassion, but rather that they had brought this upon themselves. The couple, Zhang Maoshan and his wife, had merely been sealed at a few acupuncture points, appearing weak and as if on the brink of death, yet in a month's time they would gradually recover. Their current state of desperation served as a fitting punishment. Once they had departed, Wang Wanli grinned like a child seeking candy, turning to Jiang Guoguo to boast. "How about that, master? Was my handling of the situation satisfactory?" He had overheard the family's cruel words towards her, even going so far as to insult her as a harbinger of doom. Such behavior was utterly reprehensible. How could someone as formidable and blessed as my master possibly be a harbinger of doom? Seeing Wang Wanli's smug expression, Jiang Guoguo felt an urge to deliver a couple of punches. "In your quest to avenge me, have you entirely disregarded the virtues of a healer?" Wang Wanli chuckled foolishly. "All I know is they bullied you, master. I care not for who is right or wrong, even if the king himself were to arrive. You would still be in the right." Jiang Guoguo replied, "Dear disciple, it wasn't my intention to force them out. Those two patients were indeed peculiar. With my current skills, I couldn't resolve their issues. However, knowing you have a grudge against them, I believed it best to send them away." She had no doubts about Wang Wanli's words. It was she who had manipulated their condition, and she was well aware that with his rudimentary medical skills, he could not possibly heal them. Suddenly, a thought struck Jiang Guoguo, and she asked, "Who exactly is this healer Zhuge you mentioned?" Upon hearing this name, Wang Wanli immediately expressed reverence. "Master, this individual is extraordinary. He is one of the foremost healers in our Longyang kingdom, having treated numerous dignitaries and even some members of the royal family. Moreover, he is quite young." "Oh, so impressive?" Jiang Guoguo's curiosity was piqued. Wang Wanli, noticing her interest, continued, "It is said that the healer Zhuge has recently arrived in Jinwu City, and many people are flocking there to seek his expertise. The entrance fees to the city must be exorbitantly high right now." Upon hearing this, Jiang Guoguo felt a surge of excitement. She relished the opportunity to engage in discourse with skilled practitioners, to learn from their strengths and refine her own medical abilities. If Zhuge truly possessed the talents that Wang Wanli claimed, it would be worthwhile to meet him. Wang Wanli seemed to sense something and, with a flash of inspiration, suggested, "Master, how about we pay a visit to Jinwu City in the next few days? I've heard there's a competition among local healers, and perhaps Zhuge will be a judge. Moreover, there are reportedly substantial rewards for the victors." Upon hearing this, Jiang Guoguo's eyes sparkled. Her mother was not due to give birth for over a month, so it would not be a problem for her to be away for 2 or 3 days. This opportunity was rare, and she genuinely wished to see it through. Seeing the gleam of excitement in his master's eyes, Wang Wanli thought she resembled a child who had just heard of a place to play. He added, "Let us finalize our plans. If we wait too long, we might miss our chance to meet Zhuge. We should set off early tomorrow morning, and I'll come to fetch you from Shisuan." Having made the decision for Jiang Guoguo, he spared her the burden of indecision, and she nodded in agreement. Subsequently, she strolled leisurely to the counter, glancing around before asking, "Disciple, do you have the 4 treasures of the study?" Wang Wanli, unsure of her intentions, promptly retrieved the writing implements from the shop. "Master, what are you planning to do?" Initially, the brush felt awkward in Jiang Guoguo's hand, and her strokes were somewhat clumsy, leading Wang Wanli to believe she was merely doodling out of childish whimsy. However, as he continued to watch, the style of her work began to shift dramatically. Before long, an intricate diagram of human anatomy emerged under her skilled hand, far surpassing the detailed illustrations found in medical texts. Wang Wanli was utterly astonished, unable to speculate further about his master's capabilities as he focused intently on the paper, his breath quickening. Once Jiang Guoguo completed the anatomical drawing, she switched to a vermilion brush and began to mark various points on the diagram. Initially, Wang Wanli was perplexed by her intentions, but as the red dots multiplied, his jaw dropped in disbelief. "Master, you are creating an acupuncture diagram." After a while, the diagram was finally completed. Jiang Guoguo stretched her back and handed the semi-dry paper to Wang Wanli. "This is a simplified version of the human acupuncture diagram I've drawn for you. Since I have accepted you as my disciple, it is only fitting that I teach you something." Wang Wanli, overwhelmed with excitement, nearly shed tears as he trembled while receiving the paper with reverence greater than that of receiving a royal decree. As he examined the exquisite acupuncture diagram, he realized that there likely was no more detailed and precise version in existence, and he treasured it as a prized possession. "Master, I will never share this diagram. I will study it daily." Jiang Guoguo nodded in acknowledgement. Her original purpose for coming today was to attract some patients and earn a few points, but now, with the rain pouring down, the streets of Bui town were utterly deserted, and the clinic's business was dismal. The following morning, surprisingly, neither the village dogs nor the roosters crowed, causing Jiang Guoguo to wake up late for the first time. This was troubling. As she had promised to meet her disciple at the village entrance, it was likely already late in the morning, and she wondered if he was waiting anxiously. However, upon rushing outside, she was taken aback to see her grandmother and mother warmly entertaining her disciple. "What are you doing here? Didn't we agree you wouldn't enter our house?" Before Wang Wanli could respond, Lin Sher shot Jiang Guoguo a disapproving glance. "Guoguo, how can you speak to your master like that?" Her grandmother, holding a teapot, wore a similarly reproachful expression. "We must respect our teachers. Come, pour tea for your master." Jiang Guoguo thought, "Great, I've dug my own grave. Who told me to fabricate a fictitious master?" It just so happened that Wang Wanli was a doctor in town and had fortuitously arrived at their doorstep, so her grandmother and mother certainly viewed him as a teacher. At that moment, Wang Wanli was already feeling quite uneasy, caught in a dilemma. Should he drink the tea offered by Jiang Guoguo's family? Or should he remain silent about their relationship? Chapter 21. The master becomes the apprentice, and the apprentice becomes the master. While Wang Wanli was feeling anxious, Jiang Guoguo had already pouted her lips and taken the teapot from her grandmother's hands. Who would have thought that this old apprentice would actually come knocking at the door? It was also her fault, without the clamor of chickens and dogs. She had slept so deeply that it was only when the sun had risen high that she finally awoke. Wang Wanli watched his little master pouting, clearly displeased, and he trembled in fear. The small stool beneath him felt as if it had grown thorns, truly making him realize what it meant to be on pins and needles. At that moment, Jiang Guoguo had approached him, while both her grandmother and mother smiled warmly at them. There was no escaping the morning tea invitation, but fortunately, her grandmother and mother had not insisted she kneel to present the tea, otherwise she would have firmly refused. Jiang Guoguo shot a glare at Wang Wanli, managing to squeeze out a few words through gritted teeth. Master, tea. Our family doesn't have any good tea leaves. Please make do with this. Oh dear. Little master was indeed angry. He swore it was not intentional. He had simply waited too long at the village entrance, worried something had happened to his little master, which compelled him to muster the courage to visit. As soon as he introduced himself as Wang Wanli from the town's medical clinic, the family had warmly ushered him to sit down, serving tea and fruit. After all, Wang Wanli was a seasoned veteran. How could he not discern what was happening? It was evident that little master hadn't mentioned their relationship in front of her family, perhaps even spinning a tale that led them to believe he was the master and she was the apprentice. Unsure of the situation, Wang Wanli dared not act recklessly, resulting in the current scene. The teacup burned his hands, yet he could not afford to be picky. He forced himself to ignore the daggers in little master's eyes and tremblingly drank the scalding tea. Jiang Laodai and Lin Sher observed this with beaming smiles. Their daughter's master seemed rather bashful, not one to flaunt his position, so they believed their Guoguo would not be mistreated in her studies. Wang master, why not stay for a meal? Yes, Xiaoyan, let us go prepare some food for Guoguo's master. We must attend to him today. Jiang Guoguo, seeing her grandmother and mother speaking earnestly, quickly shot a warning glance at Wang Wanli. He was terrified, fearing that if he stayed for dinner, his little master would surely annihilate him with a look. Thus, he quickly rose and shook his head vigorously. No, there's no need for such trouble. I came today to take Guoguo to the city to broaden her horizons. We truly must leave now. Jiang Guoguo promptly chimed in. Seeing the determination in their demeanor, Jiang Laodai and Lin Sher recognized that allowing the child to see the world was undoubtedly beneficial, and they had no grounds to refuse. After a flurry of instructions, Jiang Guoguo finally shouldered the small bundle prepared by her mother and boarded the carriage. Wang Wanli, more eager than anyone, hastily followed, fearing for his life if he lingered too long. As they watched the carriage recede into the distance, Jiang Laodai and Lin Sher exchanged glances. Mother, Guoguo's master is truly shy. I can't shake the feeling that he's a bit intimidated by our daughter. Jiang Laodai smiled, replying, It is said that formidable individuals often possess peculiar temperaments. I see no harm in Guoguo's master. She won't be at a disadvantage. Achoo! Inside the carriage, Wang Wanli let out a loud sneeze. He felt incredibly guilty, having already explained himself to Jiang Guoguo 3 times. Noticing the old apprentice sweating profusely, with a desperate look in his eyes, she couldn't help but chuckle. All right, you've done well. For now, I prefer to keep our relationship a secret, even from my family. In their presence, you shall play the role of my master. Relieved that his little master bore him no ill will, Wang Wanli eagerly presented several thick volumes. Little master, these are the historical texts and travelogues you requested. Jiang Guoguo had previously asked Wang Wanli to help her find some books to gain knowledge about this world. She knew far too little and wished to familiarize herself with it. Accepting the books, Jiang Guoguo began to peruse them. Wang Wanli, filled with curiosity, observed. His little master was indeed a prodigy. At such a tender age, not only was she skilled in medicine, but she also seemed quite adept at reading the books meant for adults. Most ordinary 5-year-olds could scarcely count, let alone recognize characters. Could it be that his little master had begun her studies in the womb? Yet that couldn't be right, even with prenatal learning. It was unlikely one could grasp knowledge like she did. Unbeknownst to Jiang Guoguo, Wang Wanli was lost in thought. While she had completely immersed herself in the texts, it turned out that the current state of affairs in the world was quite tense. Using Longong Kingdom as a reference point, to the east lay Dian Kingdom, rich in minerals and bustling with population, a formidable nation. To the west was Shawa, a region of perennial drought. While small in territory and harsh in conditions, its people were brave warriors, making it a force to reckon with. To the south of Longong Kingdom was Nanjing Kingdom, known for its practitioners of Gu magic, equally formidable. Although the north lacked a significant nation, the ungoverned northern wilderness was rife with banditry, frequently troubling the borders of all nations, causing widespread headaches. Longong Kingdom, abundant in resources and blessed with mountains and rivers, was coveted by the other nations, all watching hungrily. There were also matters not detailed in the texts. Jiang Guoguo closed the book, pondering before asking, "Old apprentice, do you know who Longong Kingdom is currently at war with?" Wang Wanli glanced around, lowering his voice. "Both Shagua and Dian Kingdom are eyeing us covetously. Recently, conflicts have reignited along our eastern and western borders. Thankfully, 2 legendary generals are safeguarding us. Otherwise, our defenses would have long since crumbled." Then, Wang Wanli began to elaborate to Jiang Guoguo. The eastern front was guarded by the foreign royal, Beiminghu, a noble from the northern court since the time of the old emperor, known for his valor and loved by the people. Meanwhile, the western front was protected by the renowned General Jiang Wanfan, a legendary figure, though not much is known about him, so I cannot elaborate further. Jiang Guoguo was taken aback, her heart inexplicably racing. At that moment, Wang Wanli raised an eyebrow and looked at her. "Little master, you share the surname Jiang. What a coincidence." However, General Jiang Wanfan seems to be a bachelor, nearing 40. He has yet to marry or have children. Even I feel anxious for him. Jiang Guoguo, bachelor. While part of her wanted to laugh, she felt a mysterious relief wash over her. Chapter 22, Journey to Jinwu City and an encounter with a young handsome man afterward. Wang Wanli regaled her with numerous tales of the martial world and royal gossip, which she found utterly captivating. Despite his typically serious demeanor, this old apprentice could chatter like a village gossip, his words flowing with remarkable ease. However, this provided Jiang Guoguo with a wealth of useful information, making the long journey more entertaining. The destination, Jinwu City, lay far to the north of the town, and if they traveled along the official roads, they could reach it in less than a day. The carriage prepared by Wang Wanli was of superior quality, allowing them to shorten their travel time, and they arrived at the city gates just before sunset. To their surprise, the queue to enter the city stretched far into the nearby woods. With only half an hour left before the gates would close, Wang Wanli sighed and said, "Little master, it seems we shall have to spend the night outside." Jiang Guoguo, unperturbed, recalled her past life spent often in the wild, collecting rare herbs in remote mountains. Her survival skills in the wilderness were quite adept. Soon, a soft mat was laid inside the carriage, while Wang Wanli and the driver fashioned a simple shelter nearby to rest. Before long, the driver took the horses into the woods to graze, leaving Jiang Guoguo alone. She leisurely descended from the carriage and surveyed her surroundings, noting the many others who also intended to spend the night there. Some were families laden with bundles, clearly seeking a new life in the city, while others possessed elegant carriages accompanied by numerous servants, indicating their wealth. This raised questions in Jiang Guoguo's mind. If such influential individuals were present, why were they not at the gates asserting their status to gain entry? In a world where power often silenced the weak, wealthy people could easily bribe their way in, avoiding the need to queue like ordinary folk. Wang Wanli appeared anxious yet excited. "Little master, the city gates have closed, and no one is allowed in." Jiang Guoguo quirked her lips. "Then why are you so excited?" With an expression of fervent enthusiasm, Wang Wanli exclaimed, "Little master, the prince of the southern town has arrived in Jinwu City, and the guards are naturally vigilant. This journey might allow us to not only meet the renowned physician Zhiga, but also witness the prince's grandeur. Jiang Guoguo raised an eyebrow and shot him a disbelieving look. She had not anticipated that this old man was a starry-eyed admirer. After all, he was merely a prince. She recalled reading about the prince of the southern town, Long Chunwei, who was appointed by the late emperor. He was not a direct sibling of the current emperor, but rather a cousin. It was odd that he had traveled such a distance to Jinwu City, which belonged to the territory of the Northwest King, Long Yu. Their relationship was unlikely to be amicable, and it was peculiar for him to abandon his own domain for another's. However, these political matters were of little concern to Jiang Guoguo. She simply wished to see the rumored young physician. Just as she was about to re-enter the carriage, a tall young man approached her. Dressed in simple black attire, he appeared muscular yet agile, indicating considerable martial prowess. Jiang Guoguo halted her movement, her face directly facing him. The young man seemed surprised by her keen awareness. Before he could utter a word, she had already noticed him. "Little sister, may I propose a deal? Would you be willing to part with this carriage?" he inquired, pulling out 2 gleaming gold ingots. Before Jiang Guoguo could respond, the dazzling gold nearly blinded her. Such extravagance! It was astonishing that he could casually present 2 gold ingots. Surely, he could afford a carriage. Meanwhile, the young man named Sui felt perplexed. He could not fathom why his master had sent him to negotiate with this young girl, whom he deemed unlikely to be in charge among their trio. Just then, Wang Wanli approached, eyeing Sui warily but refraining from speaking. What a handsome young man! He appeared to be in his early 20s, exuding an air of confidence that marked him as no ordinary servant. Jiang Guoguo found herself curious about the kind of master who could command such a talented youth. After a brief moment of hesitation, she decided to respond. "I might consider it, but I would first like to meet the person behind you," she stated. Sui, suppressing his surprise, replied, "Very well, my master is just beyond the woods." He turned to lead the way, and Jiang Guoguo followed suit. Wang Wanli, unsure of what scheme his young apprentice was concocting, hurried after them, concerned for her safety. Soon, Sui brought Jiang Guoguo before his master. To her astonishment, she discovered that his master was, in fact, a child. Moreover, he was an exceptionally handsome young boy. He appeared to be merely 8 or 9 years old, only slightly older than Jiang Guoguo, yet his demeanor and the aura he exuded made it hard to believe he was not yet 10. Jiang Guoguo couldn't help but wonder if this boy, like her, had traversed time and space. Resolving to greet him in a modern manner, she approached him and cheerfully said, "Hi, little handsome, nice to meet you." However, her words were met with confusion from the young boy, his attendants, and even Wang Wanli, who thought, "What language is this? Am I hearing things? I can't comprehend a word." Sui and his companions found the charming girl amusing, but suspected there might be something amiss with her wit. Only the young boy, after furrowing his brow, resumed his indifferent facade, as if nothing around him warranted attention. Jiang Guoguo observed the subtle shifts in the boy's expression and realized her words had not registered with him. With a slight pout, she conceded that perhaps she had overestimated the prevalence of time travelers in this world. Chapter 23. Stirring the heart of the young gentleman upon realizing that he was not akin to her, Jiang Guoguo returned to her usual demeanor, taking a moment to appraise the young gentleman before her. His large, deep-set eyes, elongated and revealing intellect, paired with exquisitely sculpted features that exuded elegance, made him the most handsome young boy Jiang Guoguo had ever encountered. His fair skin appeared delicate and flawless, yet it bore no trace of femininity. Rather, it possessed a subtle ethereal allure. Such a visually pleasing young man, however, emanated an aura that suggested a desire for solitude. Though he was scarcely 10 years old, there was a hint of authority about him. His slightly immature face bore an incongruous coolness, indifference, and a deeply hidden loneliness. How could one not be drawn to such a uniquely charming boy? Yet, Jiang Guoguo's gaze swiftly shifted to one of his legs, and with a soft sigh, she lamented. What a pity, such a charming young man, yet he is a cripple. As Jiang Guoguo scrutinized him, he, too, was observing her. From the moment her group halted in front of him, Bai Mingchen had taken notice of her. This little girl, exuding cuteness and vivacity, seemed innocent and carefree. Yet she was not beyond his keen perception. The juxtaposition of the elder and the younger was evidently dictated by the girl's whims. Bai Mingchen sensed the pity reflected in Jiang Guoguo's eyes, and a flicker of resentment surged within him. "You may leave. I have no need for your carriage," he declared coldly. Beside him, Sui became anxious. "Master, without her carriage, we—" However, before he could finish, Bai Mingchen shot him a piercing glance. Silencing him instantly, Jiang Guoguo raised an eyebrow, her attention fixed on the young gentleman. To her surprise, this boy possessed quite the temper. She had felt a hint of hostility moments earlier. "You can leave," Bai Mingchen stated flatly, turning his face away, seemingly disinterested in engaging with her. Unable to restrain herself, Jiang Guoguo rolled her eyes and squatted down. "You tell me to leave, and I must obey? Is this forest yours? I haven't provoked you, have I? Whom are you scowling at? You're so young, yet you act so profound. Do you think you're a grown man? Look at how imposing you are." With that, Jiang Guoguo unleashed her thoughts, feeling an immense sense of relief. Wang Wanli and Sui, along with others, were taken aback, momentarily stunned by the outburst from this 5-year-old girl. Although Wang Wanli had realized that his young master was no ordinary child, he found himself at a loss for words at this moment. "Master, have you forgotten? You are but 5 years old yourself. Calling yourself this lady is quite something. And you, master, also enjoy putting on airs. Don't you think it's a bit hypocritical to criticize others?" Of course, these musings remained unvoiced, confined to Wang Wanli's mind, for he dared not utter them in Jiang Guoguo's presence. Her sharp words struck even the usually composed Bai Mingchen with astonishment. A flicker of surprise crossed his cold visage as he finally regarded Jiang Guoguo directly. After a brief pause, Bai Mingchen lowered his head, awkwardly muttering an apology to her. Jiang Guoguo, amused by his expression, felt an urge to tease this young gentleman further. Leaning closer, she grinned and innocently asked, "Huh? What did you say? I didn't catch that." Bai Mingchen, having grown up without allowing strangers this proximity, particularly not a girl, was momentarily taken aback, his face flushing crimson. Jiang Guoguo's eyes widened in delight. "Oh my, you truly are shy. Look at your face, so adorably flushed." The more she observed Bai Mingchen, the more she found herself enchanted by him. If given time to mature, he would undoubtedly evolve into an irresistibly handsome young man. Her thoughts danced with excitement. "Young gentleman, I won't tease you anymore. What is your name?" "I am Jiang Guoguo, but you may call me Guo." Bai Mingchen's cheeks remained flushed, unprepared for this little girl's exuberance, unsure of how to interact with her. Sui and the other subordinates watched in astonishment. Goodness, the young master is blushing. And he hasn't pushed this little girl away. Everyone knew that the young master preferred to keep women at a distance. Even the elderly servants were rarely allowed near him. They had been forced into a life devoid of female company. Now, witnessing their young master's bashful demeanor was a first for them, igniting their excitement. Jiang Guoguo, sensing the peculiar excitement from Sui and the others, remained undeterred. Why were they so animated? Ignoring them, she continued her playful pursuit of the young gentleman. "Young gentleman?" She tilted her head, inching closer. Her sparkling eyes fixated on his elongated ones, growing increasingly fond of him. "Oh dear, you're rather bashful. I haven't even done anything yet." "And you're already flustered?" She was determined to prove that no one could resist her charm. Ultimately, Bai Mingchen could no longer withstand the pressure. "I am Beijing. Could you please keep your distance?" Jiang Guoguo. Well, after all that flirting, it seemed Beijing was utterly unfazed. It appeared that, despite her undeniable cuteness, he had yet to awaken to the charms of affection. She would never admit to any lack of allure on her part. With his name revealed, Jiang Guoguo straightened her posture, ceasing her teasing. Unbeknownst to anyone, Beijing released a sigh of relief, a sheen of sweat forming on his back. After a moment of silence, Jiang Guoguo's gaze returned to Beichen's leg. If only she could heal that leg, the rewards would be substantial. The herbs in her spiritual field would ripen in abundance. With that thought, she unabashedly focused her gaze on his leg. Such an unreserved stare did not go unnoticed even by Sui and his companions. They were acutely aware that this leg was a source of pain for their master. It was a topic so sensitive that even family dared not mention it. If this girl inadvertently broached the subject, she might find herself in dire straits. Sui, unwilling to see such an adorable girl entangled in the repercussions of their master's unspoken affliction, contemplated intervening. However, at that moment, Jiang Guoguo, with her delicate little hand, boldly reached out to touch that leg, saying, "Beichen, your leg must have been injured for 5 years now, right?" Chapter 24 Master, this young man's leg is beyond healing. What a fast-talking girl. Suyi's pupils dilated suddenly, causing him to hold his breath in shock. After being struck on the leg, Bei Mingchen's icy gaze momentarily flashed with a murderous intent, quickly replaced by sheer astonishment. He stared incredulously at Jiang Guoguo, confusion evident in his eyes as if questioning her. "How do you know?" Jiang Guoguo deciphered his thoughts, her little face breaking into a proud smile. "Not only do I know your leg has been injured for 5 years, but I also understand how it happened." However, with just Jiang Guoguo's words, Bei Mingchen's pupils constricted, and Sui and the others instantly became alert. Bei Mingchen squinted at Jiang Guoguo, attempting to glean something from her cherubic face beaming with innocence. Unfortunately, his esteemed intellect failed to unravel the enigma that was this little girl. Her eyes sparkled with cunning and schemes, yet when he sought to probe deeper, he found them to be remarkably clear, revealing nothing but the naïve wonder of a child. "Who exactly are you?" After a prolonged silence, Bei Mingchen finally vocalized his thoughts. To accurately state when his leg was injured and audaciously claim to know the cause could only come from those closest to him, or perhaps those in the shadows. Did this seemingly harmless little girl come as a pawn sent by them? For reasons unknown, Bei Mingchen felt a surge of irritation. Akin to discovering something he cherished was a gift from an adversary, a most unpleasant sensation. Unaware of the convoluted thoughts swirling in Bei Mingchen's mind, Jiang Guoguo quickly grasped the implications of his question. She realized she was being perceived as an enemy. She could see that this self-identified Beichen harbored secrets, his identity seemingly complex, and even his name likely a facade. Yet, she cared little for such matters. She simply wished to become acquainted with this extraordinarily handsome young man. Thus, Jiang Guoguo boldly declared, "I am Jiang Guoguo, residing in the Jiang family of Shizhuan in Bai Town. If you doubt me, feel free to send someone to verify." Before Bei Mingchen could respond, Jiang Guoguo, unable to contain her curiosity, pointed at his injured leg and asked, "If it's not too much trouble, may I examine your wounded leg?" Inwardly, Jiang Guoguo mused that in these times, earning someone's trust to offer medical assistance was a cumbersome task. Had it not been for Bei Mingchen also being a minor, surrounded by so many skilled protectors, she would have already taken matters into her own hands. Bei Mingchen narrowed his eyes, lost in thought, and after a moment, he gave a slight nod. "Master, you mustn't," Sui exclaimed, his anxiety palpable as his hands instinctively grasped the hilt of his waist knife. Jiang Guoguo, undeterred, dismissed Suyi's concerns and signaled Wang Wanli. Wang Wanli promptly approached, kneeling carefully to roll up the pant leg of Bei Mingchen. The autumn sun had set and the temperature had plummeted. In the chilly grove, most would shiver at the exposure of skin. Yet, Bei Mingchen's leg seemed devoid of sensation, as if it were a prosthetic. After 5 years, the muscle had atrophied to the point of being as slender as a twig. The skin appeared alarmingly pale, nearly translucent, revealing the dark veins beneath. Unable to resist, Jiang Guoguo pinched the skin, finding it almost devoid of flesh, just a thin layer remaining. After pinching, instead of a normal blush, a stark purple bruise formed. "Goodness! This leg!" Wang Wanli's face contorted with concern, shaking his head discreetly. Jiang Guoguo pondered for a moment before asking, "What do you think? Care to share your thoughts?" Wang Wanli recognized that the young master was testing him and immediately focused on his assessment. After a while, his frown deepened, the furrows on his brow becoming pronounced. "Young master, this young man's leg is beyond healing," he whispered confidentially into Jiang Guoguo's ear, his voice barely audible, dissipating in the wind of the forest. However, Wang Wanli underestimated the sharpness of those present. Both Bei Mingchen, not yet 10, and his skilled companions, due to their martial training, possessed exceptional hearing and caught every word. Instantly, the expressions of those present soured. They had heard such pronouncements far too often, even from the elderly court physicians who treated the emperor. Su Yi anxiously glanced at Bei Mingchen, fearing that the young master would let the brutal truth ignite his violent tendencies. Yet, to Su Yi's surprise, Bei Mingchen's gaze remained fixated on the girl named Jiang Guoguo, entirely unaffected by Wang Wanli's words. Among those present, only Bei Mingchen seemed oblivious to the critical implications of Wang Wanli's statement. How curious that this seasoned physician would refer to a 5-year-old girl as young master. Bei Mingchen felt as though his ears were deceiving him. This 5-year-old girl appeared increasingly intriguing. Jiang Guoguo, unaware of the dynamics at play, shot Wang Wanli a look that questioned his certainty. Despite his limited expertise in acupuncture, he considered himself fairly confident in observation and inquiry, and promptly asked, "Young friend Beichen, I presume your leg has been examined by many esteemed physicians?" Bei Mingchen, now deeply intrigued by Jiang Guoguo, found the pain in his leg to be less significant, responding in kind, "Indeed, I have consulted numerous renowned doctors. To be candid, our visit to Jinwu City was specifically to seek out Physician Xiao. Physician Xiao, also known as the illustrious Zhuge Xiao." Su Yi's expression flickered, and he couldn't help but glance at his master. Is this something we should be disclosing? They had gone to great lengths to conceal their identities, aiming to remain undetected while secretly consulting Physician Xiao. Surely, his master wasn't so indiscreet? Yet, the master had his reasons for his actions, and as a subordinate, Su Yi could only observe. Jiang Guoguo couldn't resist rolling her eyes at him, then extended her hand toward Bei Mingchen. Such a cute hand. I can't help but want to give it a squeeze. Chapter 25. Your legs can be healed, however. This time he quickly composed himself, ensuring no one noticed. Jiang Guoguo waited for a long time without seeing the other party extend his hand, so she decided to step forward and take action herself. With her delicate, chubby little hands, she grasped Bei Mingchen's slightly bony hand, turned it over, and began to focus on taking his pulse. During this time, all eyes were fixated on Jiang Guoguo. Wang Wanli's aged eyes brimmed with anticipation. He was confident in his medical skills, but believed that his young apprentice would surely surprise him even more. On the other hand, Su Yi and the others wore expressions of utter disbelief, their gazes flitting between Jiang Guoguo and Bei Mingchen. When did their young master ever exhibit such patience to play with a child? Indeed, from their perspective, Jiang Guoguo's actions seemed akin to mere child's play, no different from a game of pretend. After all, she was just a 5-year-old girl. If she truly possessed medical skills, it would be a revelation beyond imagination. As Jiang Guoguo concentrated on diagnosing, she was unaware that Bei Mingchen was also intently observing her. Surely, he had endured his share of life and death trials. "How is it?" Bei Mingchen inquired, his tone no longer as indifferent as before, now laced with a hint of expectation. Though he found it absurd to hope for a surprise from a 5-year-old child, he could not help but feel a strange sense of faith when gazing at Jiang Guoguo's tender, plump face and her lively, expressive eyes. With a gentle sigh, Jiang Guoguo deliberately lowered her voice and said, "How should I put this?" Your leg. Upon hearing this, the flicker of hope in Bei Mingchen's heart extinguished, even leading him to self-deprecate. Indeed, what was he expecting? After all these years, his leg had long lost all hope. Could he really rely on a 5-year-old child for anything? Jiang Guoguo could clearly sense the change in his aura, which had turned despondent. She couldn't help but pout. Exasperated, "Could you please wait for me to finish before being all emo?" What does that mean? Bei Mingchen was puzzled. Jiang Guoguo, uninterested in explaining, returned to the topic at hand. To be honest, I can heal your leg, but it will require significant effort. It will likely take about 3 months. If you are willing, I will assist you. Her words left everyone in a state of shock. Bai Ming-chen's pupils dilated in astonishment, his heart racing as he grasped Jiang Guoguo's small shoulder, excitement bubbling within him. Are you serious? Jiang Guoguo winced at the pain from his grip and glanced up at his tightly clasped hands. Realizing his loss of composure, Bai Ming-chen quickly released her. Yet the fervent gaze he cast upon her betrayed his inner turmoil. After a brief moment of astonishment, Sui furrowed his brow and whispered to Bai Ming-chen, "Master, do you truly believe this child can help?" It was not that Sui intended to undermine his master. The situation was simply too incredulous. No one would believe it if they were to switch places. Bai Ming-chen, not foolish, recognized this. He had merely been overtaken by excitement earlier. Now, as he regained his composure, his expression turned serious again. Jiang Guoguo, unperturbed, quietly stepped aside, allowing him to reflect and make his decision. Wang Wanli could no longer contain himself and murmured, "Little master, can you truly heal him?" Jiang Guoguo nodded slightly but added, "Your earlier assessment was not entirely incorrect. Any doctor here would be at a loss because the technique I intend to use is one that does not exist in this world." Wang Wanli was taken aback. "What technique is that?" His curiosity piqued. He asked eagerly, "May I observe and learn?" Jiang Guoguo readily agreed. His leg is indeed difficult to treat. We must first eliminate the residual poison and unblock the meridians. Your assistance would greatly reduce my burden. Wang Wanli nodded, but then realized something was amiss. "What did you say? He has poison in him?" Shock was evident on Wang Wanli's face. He too had taken Bai Ming-chen's pulse and found no signs of poisoning. However, Jiang Guoguo's assertion must be correct. Doubt began to creep in about his own observations. Seeing his reaction, Jiang Guoguo explained. He was once afflicted by a potent poison, but a skilled individual managed to force it out of his body. However, a portion of the toxin remained trapped in his left leg, which was not addressed promptly. The combination of the leg injury and the accumulated poison has led to his current condition. Upon hearing her explanation, Wang Wanli felt enlightened and his admiration for his young master deepened. Meanwhile, Bai Ming-chen and Sui listened intently to the conversation, both profoundly shocked. Their eyes met, and they recognized the astonishment mirrored in each other's gaze. "Master, it seems your judgment was correct. That little girl is indeed exceptional," Sui remarked, casting a respectful and awed glance at Jiang Guoguo. "My leg will be in your capable hands, Miss Jiang." After much deliberation, Bai Ming-chen settled on addressing her as Miss Jiang, not knowing how else to refer to her. Jiang Guoguo immediately pouted, displeased. "Miss Jiang sounds strange." "I'm still a baby. Just call me Guoguo or Guo-er." It's odd to refer to a 5-year-old as a lady. She found it amusing that this earnest young man was so formal. Bai Ming-chen felt somewhat awkward. He had never addressed a girl so affectionately. Yet, gazing into Jiang Guoguo's sparkling, eager eyes, he opened his mouth and softly murmured, "Guoguo." Jiang Guoguo instantly broke into a sweet smile. With this significant breakthrough, the atmosphere between Bai Ming-chen and Jiang Guoguo became more relaxed. The two parties soon engaged in conversation, and Sui inquired, "I wonder, what brings the little divine doctor to the city this time?" Although he was unclear about her capabilities, referring to her as the little divine doctor seemed fitting. Jiang Guoguo did not correct his title and replied, "Like you, we have come to see the rumored young divine doctor. However, I have heard that the Prince of Jinan has also arrived in Jinwu City, so the city is bound to be lively. I adore bustling events." Chapter 26. My child betrothed. Though Jiang Guoguo spoke with a childlike demeanor, her eyes were keenly fixed on Bai Ming-chen and Sui. When the two men's expressions subtly shifted upon hearing the mention of the Southern Town King, even if it was just for a fleeting moment before they composed themselves, the perceptive Jiang Guoguo caught it instantly. Her suspicions were confirmed. This young man's identity was indeed remarkable. While taking his pulse earlier, She had been observant enough to glimpse a piece of jade deliberately concealed within his belt, which appeared to be engraved with a pattern of a four-clawed python. Through her recent studies, Jiang Guoguo learned that only the royal houses and the princes of Longyang Kingdom could adorn themselves with such a creature. Other officials and dignitaries were limited to the three-clawed version. This young gentleman might very well be of noble lineage. If she could cultivate a good relationship with him, she would no longer have to worry about lacking support in this place. In this day and age, relying on a powerful ally is indeed quite advantageous. Just like now. On this chilly night, they were merely tasked with guarding the city gate. As for why this handsome young man did not reveal his identity to enter, Jiang Guoguo surmised it must involve many hidden matters, which she preferred not to meddle with. As dawn broke, a long queue once again formed outside the city gates. Seated within the carriage, Jiang Guoguo leisurely enjoyed the baked cakes and large meat buns bought by her senior apprentice, while Bai Mingchen sat beside her, resting with his eyes closed. His pale visage took on a sickly beauty in the morning light, prompting Jiang Guoguo to admire him as she ate, oblivious to the fact that she had consumed enough for two. Her already round little belly now resembled a large ball. What a sin! The handsome young man looked so delectable that she inadvertently overindulged. With a flurry, she set down the meat bun and wiped the grease from her mouth, then quietly sat beside him, relishing the tranquility of the moment. After reaching a consensus the night prior, they had decided to share a carriage into the city. Bai Mingchen desired Jiang Guoguo's assistance in healing his leg while simultaneously concealing his identity, to which she consented. Jiang Guoguo sought to treat his injury to accumulate points, but more importantly, she recognized the significance of his identity and wished to offer him a favor, hoping to secure a powerful ally. After all, she was a renowned healer adept in both the light and dark realms. Her judgment of character was astute. This young gentleman, though cold and aloof at such a tender age, still possessed a fervent youthfulness in his eyes, indicating he was not cruel or tyrannical. With both charisma and noble origins, he was destined to rise to prominence in due time. Should she successfully ally with such a formidable figure, it would guarantee her lifelong happiness. Jiang Guoguo's mind raced with scheming thoughts, and a smile reminiscent of an amused aunt slowly crept across her chubby face. When Bai Mingchen opened his eyes and found Jiang Guoguo grinning foolishly, curiosity stirred within him. Could this little child truly mend his leg? The lengthy line into the city finally brought their turn, yet they were abruptly halted at the gates. Halt! All carriages entering the city must disembark for inspection. Everyone inside, step out! Without hesitation, the guards seized the carriage driver and Wang Wanli, forcing them to dismount and subjecting them to a thorough search. The driver, terrified, crouched on the ground, while Wang Wanli, unfamiliar with such circumstances, timidly explained, "Sir, I am a physician, here to procure medicinal herbs, well-versed in the ways of the world." Wang Wanli quickly produced a silver coin from his pocket to offer the gatekeeper. To his dismay, the soldier disregarded it and brusquely shoved Wang Wanli aside. "I care not who you are. Let the occupants step out for inspection." At that moment, hidden in the shadows, Sui and the others were in a state of panic. They had not anticipated the guards of Jinwu City to be so stringent. It was evidently aimed at their young master, and if discovered, they would have no choice but to act. Jiang Guoguo couldn't help but chuckle at the sight. "So, you can be frightened too." She had thought this fellow was unflappable, always maintaining his icy demeanor. Before Bai Mingchen could retort, Jiang Guoguo swiftly pulled out a vermilion brush she had taken from Wang Wanli and began dabbing it across Bai Mingchen's face. "What are you doing?" he exclaimed, attempting to swat her hand away, only to be halted by her fierce glare. "If you wish to remain unnoticed, be compliant. I'm merely helping you disguise yourself. Accepting inspection with such a strikingly handsome face is tantamount to folly. While I am indifferent, I do not wish to be implicated," she added. Just as the soldier outside was about to draw back the curtain, Jiang Guoguo completed her makeshift disguise. The soldier leaned in, only to find two children inside the carriage, one, a rosy-cheeked little girl with an infectious grin, and the other, a boy with a face marred by pockmarks and a few red blemishes. Although his features were passable, his complexion was quite unappealing. "Who are you?" the soldier inquired, maintaining his vigilance. Outside the carriage, Wang Wanli and the others were on edge, while Wang Wanli felt particularly vexed. Why should he share in this anxiety when he and his young master had done nothing wrong? Just as he was about to speak, a bright, innocent voice rang out from within the carriage. "Uncle, I am Jiang Guoguo from Shizhuan, and this is my child betrothed, Aiken. We are here in the city with our master, the esteemed physician." As she spoke, Jiang Guoguo produced a small shovel from the cloth bag gifted by her mother, raising it with a cheerful smile. "Look, this is my tool for gathering herbs." The soldier paused, taken aback. How could this cherubic girl have a child betrothed? Haha. "Little girl, I've heard of child brides, but never of a child betrothed. Do you know what a child betrothed does?" The guards at the city gate erupted in laughter, casting curious glances at Bai Mingchen. Though his face was marred with blemishes, it seemed the requirements for a child betrothed were simply obedience and capability. Bai Mingchen's face, hidden beneath the disguise, turned a deep shade of crimson as he glared at Jiang Guoguo with gritted teeth. In response, she stuck out her tongue and, in her innocent naivety, declared, "Of course. A child betrothed keeps me warm in bed when I grow up." Amidst a chorus of laughter, Jiang Guoguo and her companions successfully passed through the inspection and entered the city, even managing to avoid the entry fee. Chapter 27. Under one roof. Upon entering the city, Jiang Guoguo finally let loose with hearty laughter. Bai Mingchen, setting aside the fact that he is her child husband, at least he managed to pass off under this pretense. However, this face full of pockmarks, taking out a bronze mirror, he was curious to see what kind of ridiculous figure this little girl had drawn of him. Jiang Guoguo, noticing that Bai Mingchen had even brought a bronze mirror with him, laughed even louder. Upon looking into the mirror, Bai Mingchen was nearly startled enough to drop it. "Jiang Guo, ha ha ha, oh, brother Baichen, do not be angry. I did this for your own good." "For my good? Dare you make me look even uglier?" Jiang Guoguo was laughing uncontrollably, her small frame rolling about in the carriage. "Ha ha, if you insist on such a request, I can certainly make more effort." Jiang Guoguo. The commotion inside the carriage caught the attention of those outside. Even Wang Wanli and the coachman couldn't help but grin. Not far behind, Sui, who had been covertly following them, revealed an expression of astonishment. Jiang Guoguo was quite impressive. She could drive her master to such a frenzy. It was known that her master's temperament was even more unyielding than that of the old monk in the temple, resembling a block of ice that had not melted for a millennium, hardly befitting a 9-year-old boy. Not only had Jiang Guoguo assigned her master the identity of a child husband, but she had also depicted him with pockmarks, leaving him utterly exasperated and unable to retaliate against her. Was this what they referred to as mutual restraint? At last, her master seemed to exhibit a semblance of humanity. How she longed to sneak a peek at his flustered expression. The carriage proceeded into the city and came to a halt in front of a reasonably sized inn. When it came time to book a room, Jiang Guoguo insisted vehemently that she and Bai Mingchen share a room, claiming it was to help him keep an eye on his leg. Bai Mingchen, who was known for his cleanliness, would never allow anyone to linger in his space, not even his own parents. Seeing Bai Mingchen's unwilling expression, Jiang Guoguo could not resist teasing, "Your leg." Bai Mingchen, he realized he had fallen into this little girl's hands. Disguised Sui, witnessing the scene, nearly burst into laughter. "Oh dear heavens, my young master has truly encountered a little nemesis, the kind that can bring him to his knees." If the master and mistress were to see this, they would likely tease him for an entire year. Thus, Jiang Guoguo and Bai Mingchen settled into the same room, and none found this inappropriate after all. Jiang Guoguo was only 5 years old. In the spacious and tidy room, Bai Mingchen limped to the bed, unceremoniously sitting down and declaring, "I will sleep in the bed tonight. You can take the floor." Jiang Guoguo, "But I am still a child. Can you truly be so unkind?" Bai Mingchen, however, was not swayed by her childlike charm, responding with a cold expression. You insisted on sharing a room with me, so you must bear the consequences. Jiang Guoguo was displeased. You are my child husband. Everyone at the city gate knows this. If they suspect something is amiss and decide to investigate us to avoid any unforeseen incidents, we must stay in the same room. After all, you are my child husband. The repetition of child husband served as a reminder to Bai Mingchen. At that moment, the usually frosty expression on his handsome face was exceptionally vivid. Wanting to curse, but unable to, desiring to give Jiang Guoguo a good thrashing yet finding it impossible, he ultimately clenched his teeth and let both Jiang Guoguo and himself off the hook. Noticing the chill around Bai Mingchen had lessened, Jiang Guoguo's eyes sparkled as she eagerly approached him, reaching out to touch his body. Bai Mingchen was startled, instantly using his internal energy to leap deep into the bed, regarding Jiang Guoguo with wary eyes. What are you trying to do? Jiang Guoguo was equally taken aback by Bai Mingchen's reaction and, upon regaining her composure, replied with exasperation. Don't think too much. I merely wanted to take another look at your leg. Why are you so tense? Pouting, Jiang Guoguo stepped forward unceremoniously and rolled up the hem of Bai Mingchen's trousers, playfully remarking, Rest assured, I am still just a 5-year-old child. What could I possibly do to you? Are you perhaps expecting something? Seeing the playful glimmer in Jiang Guoguo's eyes, Bai Mingchen momentarily lost his train of thought, nearly mistaking her for a seasoned trickster. Realizing his blushing reaction, he chastised himself internally. What was wrong with him? He had reacted so strongly to a mere 5-year-old child. Jiang Guoguo had already shifted her playful demeanor, focusing on her examination. Your leg was not severely injured before. With proper care, it should heal well. Unfortunately, during the recovery period, you were poisoned. Although the toxin has been expelled, a portion remains hidden within the tendons of this leg, rendering it useless. I cannot yet ascertain how much functionality remains. I must first test the knee reflex. Upon hearing this, Bai Mingchen's expression darkened, unable to suppress his curiosity. What do you mean? Is it that I am too dull, or is your explanation too complex? Doubts began to creep into Bai Mingchen's mind. Jiang Guoguo, no longer concealing her intentions, casually found something suitable to strike with, instructing Bai Mingchen to relax. The next moment, she tapped his left knee. Once, twice. There was no response. Increasing her force, she tried several more times, yet still nothing. Jiang Guoguo's expression grew grave. Bai Mingchen, too, became anxious, cautiously asking, My leg has completely lost sensation. What are you doing? Jiang Guoguo patiently explained the knee reflex to him, and upon hearing her, Bai Mingchen's face turned grim. Are you saying that my leg is truly beyond repair? Even if the toxin is expelled and the wound heals, I still cannot walk freely? This area was particularly sensitive. But Jiang Guoguo was quick and skillful. Before Bai Mingchen could react, she had already achieved her objective. Bai Mingchen felt a sudden chill run down his spine, a shiver rising between his legs, and he cast a sharp gaze at Jiang Guoguo. Such speed. Were she an enemy, it would be all too easy for her to cripple him. Was this truly a mere 5-year-old girl from the countryside? Their family's intelligence network was indeed impressive, and uncovering her background would not be difficult. Unbeknownst to Jiang Guoguo, Bai Mingchen was secretly investigating her background. However, even if she were aware, it would matter little. No one could uncover anything substantial. She was merely a small child from a farming family. Chapter 28, Master? How did you sleep last night? Not long after the silver needle pierced the base of his thigh, Bai Mingchen, who sat rigidly upright, suddenly broke into a cold sweat, his heart enveloped in shock. The reason for his astonishment was none other than the fact that his left leg, which had long been devoid of sensation, had started to feel numb and sore. Jiang Guoguo, observing this, was not the least bit surprised. A slight smile graced her lips as she asked, How does it feel? Speak up. Although she had already surmised the change from the expressions flitting across his face, it was essential for him to articulate his experience. Bai Mingqian suppressed the astonishment swelling within him, striving to maintain an air of composure as he began to describe the sensations in his leg. It appears your leg still possesses its functions. In the coming days, I will assist you in purging the lingering toxins. After that, a further incision will be necessary. And then you must focus on recuperation. Upon hearing this, Bai Mingqian was rendered speechless, his mind in a whirl. Although he did not fully comprehend the implications, he grasped the crux of it. His leg could indeed be healed. However, as he turned to her, Jiang Guoguo approached with a playful smile, her eyes glinting mischievously. My help in healing your leg is not without cost. You owe me a significant favor. Bai Mingqian was taken aback, his deep-set gaze fixed upon Jiang Guoguo's innocuous, cherubic face. With a resigned sigh, he retrieved a jade pendant from his waist. At times, he truly felt that this seemingly innocent 5-year-old was, in fact, a cunning strategist. Yet, her soft and sweet demeanor belied the shrewdness within. Perhaps this was the very reason for his sudden change of heart, for he had developed an interest in her. This is the jade pendant I have carried with me. It is yours now. Should you ever require assistance, you may present it to summon me. Jiang Guoguo's eyes sparkled with delight as she quickly seized the pendant, examining it closely. Indeed, it depicted a 4-clawed serpent. Bai Mingqian, seemingly unperturbed, had given her the pendant even before his leg had been fully treated, which touched her deeply. It seemed she had truly found the right ally. As night deepened, silence enveloped the surroundings. Bai Mingqian lay fully clothed on the bed, the sound of snoring filling the air. Turning his head, he caught sight of Jiang Guoguo's plump face turned toward him, a dubious liquid pooling at the corner of her mouth. Bai Mingqian was exasperated. This girl insisted on sharing a bed with him, even resorting to provocation. Oh dear, could it be that someone is too shy to sleep beside me? After all, I am merely 5 years old. What could I possibly do? If one is pure of heart, there should be no fear, right? We are merely sleeping, aren't we? Little brother Beichin? Initially, he had firmly declined, but after hearing her taunts repeatedly, he found himself swayed. After all, sharing a bed with a 5-year-old girl seemed harmless. He could find no valid reason to refuse. Thus, the two of them slept side by side until dawn, one snoring thunderously, while the other remained wide awake. At 10 in the morning, Jiang Guoguo awoke, rubbing her eyes. She glanced over and saw Bai Mingqian already seated at the table, methodically sipping tea. A smirk crept onto her face as she sprang out of bed, only to notice the faint shadows beneath Bai Mingqian's eyes. Have you been awake all night? Look at those dark circles. Bai Mingqian remained silent, fully aware that this girl was teasing him intentionally. Just as Jiang Guoguo was about to continue her playful banter, a knock resounded at the door. Su Yi and Wang Wanli had been waiting outside. How dare they interrupt? Jiang Guoguo pouted as she opened the door. The moment it swung open, Su Yi darted in like a mischievous cat, eagerly surveying the room. Master, how did you sleep last night? Su Yi unwittingly struck a nerve with Bai Mingqian, who shot him a glare that could freeze water. Su Yi, sensing the tension, felt utterly innocent. He had merely intended to inquire about his master's rest, unaware of the misunderstanding brewing. Suddenly, he shivered. Glancing up to find Bai Mingqian regarding him with an expression akin to that of a grim reaper, prompting him to quickly abandon any errant thoughts. How terrifying! Does my master possess the ability to read minds? At that moment, Wang Wanli leaned in urgently to whisper to Jiang Guoguo, Little master, the medical exchange competition is commencing at the Lord's manor. The Lord has generously offered a prize of a fresh 1,000-year-old wild ginseng and a gold ingot for the victor. Wang Wanli was visibly excited, yet he understood his medical skills were hardly sufficient for such a contest, so he gazed at Jiang Guoguo with pleading eyes. Jiang Guoguo's expression flickered as she felt tempted. Setting aside the gold ingot, the 1,000-year-old wild ginseng was indeed a treasure worth acquiring. If she could cultivate it within her Linglong space, it might elevate her abilities further. Old apprentice, let us go register. After a moment's hesitation, Jiang Guoguo resolved to participate in the competition. Upon hearing her decision, Wang Wanli sprang into action, more agile than any young man, and dashed off in a flash. Turning back, Jiang Guoguo announced, "We have matters to attend to. We will discuss your leg tomorrow." Without waiting for Bai Ming-chen's response, she slipped away, leaving him to squint at the empty doorway. "Sui, at your service." "Follow her." At the entrance of Jinwu City, a commotion had erupted. "Please, kind sir, allow us entry. Divine Dr. Zhuge, my son is afflicted with an incurable ailment. I beseech you." When Jiang Guoguo arrived at the Lord's manor, she was met with such a scene. A multitude of people had gathered, clamoring for Zhuge Zhao's attention, and the situation was spiraling out of control. Had it not been for the row of guards brandishing long spears at the entrance, the threshold of the manor would have surely been trampled. Before long, an elderly man emerged from the crowd. Wang Wanli, clutching a wooden token, scanned the area until he spotted Jiang Guoguo and hurried over. "Little master, as per your request, I have registered myself." The token bore Wang Wanli's name, hastily etched. This was indeed Jiang Guoguo's doing, given her tender age of 5. The registrar would have never accepted her. She had no intention of seeking fame. Instead, she preferred to let her old apprentice compete while she remained in the shadows, waiting to claim the ginseng, discretion being the better part of valor. Chapter 29. Participating in the physician exchange conference with my senior apprentice. The competition commenced swiftly, and only those directly involved were permitted entry into the city lord's mansion. Jiang Guoguo, leveraging her identity as a young apprentice of Wang Wanli, deftly infiltrated the venue. Once inside, she surveyed her surroundings and soon spotted a striking figure among the so-called judges. This individual, possessing a handsome visage, appeared to be in his early 20s, possibly nearing 30. Clad in a blue robe adorned with intricate patterns, he wore an exquisite jade ornament at his waist, held a folding fan in his left hand, and absent-mindedly toyed with a walnut that had long since burst open in his right hand. At first glance, he exuded no aura of a divine physician, but rather resembled a young gentleman who reveled in the pleasures of life. However, from a professional standpoint, Jiang Guoguo immediately recognized him as the youngest renowned divine physician of Longyang Kingdom, Zhuge Zhao. Upon closer inspection, Zhuge Zhao's features were not only attractive, but also bore an air of unrestrained charm, with his elongated eyes reflecting a brilliance and depth uncommon among typical healers. Zhuge Zhao was certainly no ordinary divine physician. In the meantime, the competition had officially begun. The first round was an elimination stage, necessitated by the overwhelming number of participants. To weed out the unqualified, the organizers devised a method of identifying medicinal herbs. Before them lay baskets filled with unprocessed herbs, and the contestants were required to select 20 within the span of a tea brew. As the announcement was made, a throng of competitors surged forward, eager not to miss the opportunity to claim the more recognizable herbs. Jiang Guoguo cast a cursory glance and noted that a considerable number of these participants were indeed novices. Some had merely skimmed the surface of herbal knowledge and believed themselves capable, wandering among the contestants in search of inspiration. However, the allure of victory was too tempting, especially with the esteemed Zhuge Zhao present. Thus, many physicians meticulously documented their findings while vigilantly guarding against prying eyes. Before long, those who hesitated and failed to take action were escorted out of the city lord's mansion. 10 minutes later, the results of the preliminary round were revealed, and out of the 100 or so registrants, only 20 remained. Wang Wanli, Jiang Guoguo's senior apprentice and proprietor of a herbal shop, found this initial challenge manageable. Subsequently, a second round ensued, wherein the organizers presented 10 patients suffering from comparable ailments, severity, and duration of illness for the 20 physicians to diagnose. The contestant who prescribed the correct remedy first would advance to the next round. Jiang Guoguo squeezed her petite frame to the forefront of the spectators and, with a mere glance, discerned that these patients were afflicted with a cold caused by wind. In ancient terms, it was referred to as wind cold, but in modern parlance, it was a viral cold with a degree of contagion. Therefore, The prescribed remedies needed to include not only those that alleviate common colds, but also antiviral herbs like de qing yi, ben lan zhen, and huang qin. These ailments were well within the expertise of the folk physicians, and thus should pose no challenge for her senior apprentice. Indeed, after taking the pulse and examining the eyelids and tongue coating, Wang Wanli was the first to write down an appropriate prescription, which he promptly submitted to Zhuge Xiao for review. "You have passed," Zhuge Xiao declared. Wang Wanli's heart soared with delight, contemplating how simple this competition was. Yet, soon his expression fell. The obstacles on the path to success, though delayed, never failed to appear. Before them lay a patient who had been carried in, presenting a grim sight. His complexion was a shade of dark blue, with an unnatural flush akin to a drunken state, while his exposed skin was pallid and devoid of color. His limbs twisted unnaturally, and even in unconsciousness, he convulsed intermittently, giving the impression that his time was running short. This unfortunate soul was to serve as the final challenge for the contestants, causing their brows to furrow in concern. At that moment, Zhuge Xiao stepped forward. Introducing the patient, this man is named Dashin, a laborer from the mines. He has a penchant for alcohol and, 2 weeks ago, suddenly collapsed on his way back to work, experiencing vomiting, intermittent convulsions, and profuse sweating, leading to his current state of unconsciousness. "This shall be your test." With Zhuge Xiao's words, the physicians quickly gathered around the unconscious man, initiating their examinations. Naturally, they inquired of his accompanying family members. A weary-looking middle-aged woman accompanied by 5 children, all teary-eyed and haggard. Their attire revealed their impoverished status. Jiang Guoguo felt a pang of empathy for the family, recognizing their struggles mirrored those her own family had faced. With the primary breadwinner incapacitated, the family's hopes had crumbled, leaving the 5 needy children in dire straits. At this juncture, 3 physicians, having assessed the situation, surrendered and melted into the crowd, leaving with downcast expressions. Others, with the city lord's consent, beckoned their accompanying apprentices, who promptly brought forth their respective medicinal kits. Jiang Guoguo's spirits lifted at this development, and she dragged Wang Wanli's cumbersome wooden box toward the scene. "Ah, which apprentice is this, so young yet accompanying their master on such journeys? Goodness, this child appears no more than 5 years old. Struggling under the weight of such a large box, how commendable." Little Jiang Guoguo toiled forward with the heavy wooden box, nearly matching her own height, quickly drawing the attention of onlookers. With great effort, she finally managed to drag the box to its destination, collapsing onto the ground in exhaustion. "Oh dear, I am utterly spent. Senior apprentice, how much have you packed into this box?" "It's simply too heavy." Wang Wanli scratched his head, slightly embarrassed. "Little master, my medicinal kit contains everything: silver needles, commonly used herbs, and a few reference books for easy access." "Oh, and the acupoint chart you provided is at the bottom of the box." "Ah, so the acupoint chart is buried at the bottom." Their hushed exchange went unnoticed amidst the chaos surrounding them. "Little master, would you like to take a look at this patient? I can cover for you." The situation was puzzling. The pulse was erratic, showing signs of poisoning and malnutrition, yet it seemed insufficient to account for his near-death state. However, I could discern no further clues. As they spoke, other physicians wore furrowed brows, whispering anxiously to their apprentices. It was evident that this patient was not an easy case. Unbeknownst to Jiang Guoguo, Zhuge Xiao seated above them wore a contemplative expression. His choice of this patient as a challenge was far from simple. Chapter 30. Even the divine physician Zhuge cannot cure in this moment. Wang Wanli positioned himself to shield Jiang Guoguo, effectively obstructing the prying eyes of the onlookers. Jiang Guoguo promptly extended her small, pudgy hand, pressing it against the pulse of the unconscious patient. The instant she made contact, the icy sensation startled her. Goodness! If this patient is not treated swiftly, he may soon be claimed by the king of hell. A thought flickered through Jiang Guoguo's mind, and she instantly sensed something amiss. This was merely a gathering for the exchange of medical skills among folk practitioners. There should be no exceptionally renowned physicians present, making it peculiar for such a patient to be here. Jiang Guoguo formed a tentative conclusion and stealthily glanced at Zhuge Xiao. Just a fleeting glance rendered her momentarily frozen in place. Oh no, she had been discovered. At this moment, Zhuge Xiao was the sole figure on the elevated platform, and his keen gaze was fixed intently on Jiang Guoguo. His eyes held a blend of intrigue and scrutiny, likely wondering how this diminutive child had the audacity to take the pulse. He must be questioning her master's well-being. Their eyes met, each reflecting a distinct brilliance. In the brief moment of taking the pulse, Jiang Guoguo had already ascertained that aside from malnutrition, the patient had been subjected to prolonged exposure to the underground mines, resulting in the accumulation of dust and some radioactive substances, which had led to chronic toxins and severe physical weakness within his body. These two factors were evident to any competent physician. Surely, they would have treated him if they could. However, being from the modern world and possessing the skills of a divine healer, Jiang Guoguo discerned additional issues. There was likely a hidden injury afflicting this patient, potentially the very cause of his unconsciousness, plunging him into a state of near death. Yet, Jiang Guoguo faced a dilemma. To confirm her suspicions, she needed to examine the patient's body more closely, which would inevitably reveal her intentions. Enlisting the help of her older apprentice would not suffice. She had to act herself. After whispering a few words, the city lord announced that the patient would be taken into the inner chamber, allowing each physician to enter individually for an attempt at treatment. Whoever could restore even a fraction of the patient's health would be deemed the victor. Upon hearing this, Jiang Guoguo's lips curled into a smile. It seemed that fortune was favoring her. A pillow was delivered just as she felt drowsy. Unbeknownst to her, Zhuge Xiao was currently concealed in a dark chamber within the inner room, squinting his narrow eyes like a cunning fox, observing the patient's condition through a small aperture. Soon, the remaining competitors entered one by one, only to emerge shaking their heads and sighing in defeat. The onlookers from the city lord's mansion, as well as prominent figures from Jinwu City, watched the proceedings with expressions of dismay. That individual appears as if he were a corpse. How could anyone possibly treat him? Such sentiments were misguided. The patient had been brought in by divine physician Xiao, and it was likely that he merely appeared more grievous than his actual ailments. Otherwise, it would be unlikely that divine physician Xiao would risk the patient's life. However, some spectators began to discern the underlying truth, whispering among themselves. Perhaps even divine physician Xiao is at a loss, which is why he orchestrated this competition, hoping to find a skilled folk healer capable of curing the man. It is said that the miners often suffer from grave illnesses, with many perishing each year. Given that divine physician Xiao enjoys traveling and seeking help for ailments, surely he has attempted to treat the miners before. Yet, the conditions in that mining area remain dire, with no one able to restore their health, suggesting that even he is powerless. As this discourse unfolded, those familiar with the mining operations began to share secrets they knew. The collective realization dawned. Even divine physician Xiao could not cure this patient. This revelation shifted the atmosphere among the crowd. If even the esteemed divine physician could not heal this ailment, what hope did these folk practitioners have? It seemed that a victor would not emerge, which explained the city lord's generosity in offering the legendary Millennium Wild Ginseng as a prize. He must have anticipated this outcome. Jiang Guoguo and Wang Wanli overheard this lively exchange. Jiang Guoguo's brows furrowed, and she couldn't help but glance toward Zhuge Xiao's position, only to find it empty. A flicker of concern crossed her face, and she felt a surge of wariness. Master, I believe there is merit to the spectator's remarks. It is rumored that divine physician Zhuge enjoys traveling to regions plagued by complex ailments, and that patient appears to be on the brink of death. Is it not folly to ask us to treat him? Master, it seems we may not be able to obtain that Millennium Wild Ginseng after all. Should we proceed to try? Wang Wanli expressed his hesitance. Though he had faith in his master's abilities, he doubted Jiang Guoguo could succeed where even the divine physician had failed. The patient was clearly nearing his end. and it would be unacceptable for him to perish in their care. The psychological impact on his young master could be devastating. Suddenly, Wang Wanli's expression brightened as an idea struck him. He glanced at Jiang Guoguo and cautiously suggested, "Master, why not invite your esteemed teacher, my master's master, to assist us? If you are so capable at such a young age, surely your teacher possesses even greater skills, perhaps surpassing those of divine physician Xiao." Wang Wanli harbored a personal desire to pay homage to Jiang Guoguo's mysterious master, but had never found the opportunity until now. He felt it imperative to seize this moment. As Jiang Guoguo pondered, she was taken aback by her older apprentice's proposition and couldn't help but roll her eyes. She too wished for a master even more formidable than herself, but where could she find such an individual? Her older apprentice was clearly trying to scheme against her, and she felt compelled to reprimand him. Thus, in the next moment, Jiang Guoguo extended her hand, gesturing for Wang Wanli to come closer. The young master, believing she wished to share a secret, eagerly leaned in. However, Jiang Guoguo quickly narrowed her eyes, forming her hand into a fist, and struck Wang Wanli on the head with a swift motion. "Ouch! Master, I was wrong," he exclaimed. "I warn you. If you mention my mysterious teacher again, our master-disciple bond shall be severed." "What? You wish to sever our relationship?" Wang Wanli's face turned pale with fear as he repeatedly assured her he would not dare. Yet internally, he felt a deep sense of frustration. It appeared that Jiang Guoguo had a profound aversion to her enigmatic master. Could it be that she was now endowed with extraordinary powers, making her reluctant to even mention her? Chapter 31. The observant physician Xiao. As the conversation unfolded, another physician, accompanied by his apprentice, emerged with a sigh of disappointment. "This person is utterly incapable of healing. I shall take my leave." The onlookers recalled their earlier discussions, exchanging glances filled with speculation. Wang Wanli glanced down at Jiang Guoguo, anxiety evident in his voice. "Master, we are the last ones remaining. What should we do?" Jiang Guoguo watched the elderly physician depart, a slight smile gracing her lips as she confidently stepped forward. "Let us enter and take a look." She could already sense the potential for substantial points to be gained. If she could successfully treat this near-dying individual, the rewards from the space would undoubtedly be bountiful. She could not afford to miss this opportunity. Wang Wanli, observing his master's determined stride, felt a surge of apprehension, but resolved to follow suit. Upon closing the door and ensuring their privacy, Wang Wanli hastily set down his medicine box and rushed to assist Jiang Guoguo. "Master, what should I do?" Before he could finish his question, Jiang Guoguo sensed something amiss and quickly signaled for silence, scanning the surroundings attentively. In the shadows, Zhuge Xiao's expression flickered as he noted the young girl's keen sensitivity. Could it be that she had discovered something? Yet, he soon regained his confidence, reassured by the secrecy of the hidden chamber. The small peephole was cleverly concealed within a complex painting. Even an expert might struggle to detect it unless they meticulously searched inch by inch. Despite the girl's remarkable precocity, she was still but 5 years old. However, Jiang Guoguo had already identified the source of her unease. Since entering the room, an unsettling feeling had stirred within her, as if she were under surveillance. It was clear to her that a pair of eyes was observing her from the shadows. Her thoughts immediately turned to the elusive Zhuge Xiao. No wonder the esteemed physician had made such a request. He wanted the other physicians to feel at ease in their practice, without fear of prying eyes, while he discreetly observed from behind. How cunning of this physician to indulge in such voyeurism! Yet, unexpectedly, she found it amusing. Jiang Guoguo had never been one for conformity. She herself often defied conventions. Thus, while she scoffed at Zhuge Xiao's behavior, she had no intention of exposing him. Nonetheless, it was imperative that she proceed with caution. Suddenly, a stirring from her spatial realm caught her attention. With a flicker of thought, she noticed that something had fallen from the large stone inscribed with characters. Upon inspection, she discovered an entire set of surgical instruments, including scalpels. Was this a call from the space for her to save a life? This mysterious realm was rare and precious, and she held it in high esteem. The sudden provision of surgical tools was a clear signal for her to act. Should she refuse and something were to go awry, perhaps causing the space to vanish, the loss would be monumental. Though Jiang Guoguo was known as the Grim Reaper for her extraordinary skills, she was also a compassionate healer. It was her duty to treat and save lives. Thus, she decided to disregard the lurking Zhuge Xiao for the time being. If he were to discover something and prove to be a blabbermouth, she could simply sew his mouth shut, if necessary. With that resolved, Jiang Guoguo approached the bed. At that moment, her diligent apprentice had already stripped the patient's upper body bare. The pallid skin lay exposed. Had it not been for the faint rise and fall of the chest, one might have mistaken him for a corpse. Jiang Guoguo pressed her hand against his frail body. Noting the lack of normal elasticity, her touch left a purplish imprint. Master, this man's condition is dire. Even if he recovers, he may lack the means to afford medicine to sustain himself. Wang Wanli, who was both a physician and an herbalist, understood well that a family struggling to care for an invalid would likely be unable to procure any remedies, relying instead on foraging in the mountains. Zhuge Xiao's pupils constricted, and he inhaled sharply. The 5-year-old girl was not merely the old physician's apprentice, she was his master. Having traveled extensively and encountered many extraordinary individuals, Zhuge Xiao had never before witnessed a 5-year-old acting as a master to a septuagenarian. Jiang Guoguo, meanwhile, began her examination, methodically probing the patient's body, occasionally applying pressure. Wang Wanli, unable to assist, grew anxious. Master, what are you doing? Without pausing, Jiang Guoguo explained. You are correct in your assessment of this man's malnutrition and chronic toxicity, but there is something that none of you have detected. Wang Wanli furrowed his brow, eager to understand. What do you mean? Jiang Guoguo's eyes gleamed as she pressed her hand against the right side of the man's ribcage. Here it is. In the dim chamber, Zhuge Xiao was astounded. How had he missed the signs of hidden injuries? This distance rendered it impossible to see clearly. Just as Jiang Guoguo was about to proceed, a figure suddenly burst forth from behind the screen. Zhuge, the divine physician. Wang Wanli exclaimed in surprise. Zhuge Xiao, ignoring all else, rushed to Jiang Guoguo, crouching down urgently. Little Bu Dian, tell me, where is the hidden injury? Jiang Guoguo, reluctant, pointed to the area in question. Right here. Zhuge Xiao leaned in closely, finding nothing unusual between the skeletal ribs. He felt again, still detecting no abnormalities. He turned back to Jiang Guoguo, incredulous. Little Bu Dian, are you deceiving me? Jiang Guoguo rolled her eyes, barely able to tolerate his ignorance. First of all, I am not Little Bu Dian. I am Jiang Guoguo. Secondly, it is not unusual that you cannot discern it. It is merely a case of being afflicted by a curse. What? Cursed? Both Zhuge Xiao and Wang Wanli gasped in unison. Without further ado, Jiang Guoguo retrieved a slender scalpel from her small bag, which had indeed come from the spatial realm, and decisively made an incision on the man's skin. Instantly, dark red blood flowed forth. With deft precision, Jiang Guoguo extracted a writhing insect from within, using a silver needle and swiftly tossed it into a teacup. All done. Now step aside, I must proceed with acupuncture. Chapter 32, New friends are meant to be deceived. Upon hearing this, Wang Wanli's eyes sparkled with excitement as he hurriedly approached Jiang Guoguo's, eagerly anticipating the display of his little master's prowess. Could it be that this child, seemingly only 5 years old, was not merely an elderly soul disguised in youthful form? It was astonishing that a child of such tender age possessed knowledge of the art of insect manipulation. She even claimed she would administer acupuncture herself. At that moment, Zhuge Zhao's gaze was fixed intently on Jiang Guoguo's silhouette, his heart a tumult of emotions. He was determined to witness firsthand whether this 5-year-old girl truly possessed such remarkable skill. Jiang Guoguo produced her set of silver needles, gleaming as if untouched by time, in stark contrast to the wear one would expect from a set frequently employed by practitioners. The art of acupuncture may appear effortless, yet it is a craft honed through relentless practice to achieve precision. Hence, her pristine set of needles was indeed perplexing. Wang Wanli was convinced, while Zhuge Xiao harbored doubts. Yet the expressions of the master and disciple conveyed that this young girl undoubtedly possessed genuine talent, which lent her an extraordinary air. As the situation unfolded, Zhuge Xiao found himself at a loss, compelled to observe further. With the silver needles in hand, Jiang Guoguo exuded an aura of sharpness and determination, causing even Wang Wanli to hold his breath, fearful of disturbing his little master. 5 needles nestled between her fingers. She focused intently and, in the blink of an eye, the needles swiftly penetrated the body of the unconscious man before her. In a breathtaking display of speed and technique, within less than a minute, over 20 needles were accurately inserted, each placement flawless. Wang Wanli's face flushed with excitement as he instinctively retrieved the acupoint chart Jiang Guoguo had given him. Studying her work in tandem with the chart, occasionally gasping in awe, he was utterly captivated by the art of medicine. Meanwhile, Zhuge Xiao stood in a daze, his disbelief palpable. The speed and accuracy with which this 5-year-old girl operated left him utterly defeated. Jiang Guoguo remained oblivious to Zhuge Xiao's astonishment. In truth, she cared little for him. After a brief time, she collected her needles and instructed her senior apprentice to prepare a prescription, clapping her hands in satisfaction as she concluded her task. Just as Zhuge Xiao was about to speak, he caught a glimpse of Wang Wanli organizing his medicine box, and the conspicuous acupoint chart came into view. Zhuge Xiao halted abruptly, his breath catching in his throat. In his earlier shock, he had paid no attention to the elder, neglecting to notice the existence of the acupoint chart. Now, upon closer inspection, he was struck by its brilliance. "Wait!" Zhuge Xiao exclaimed, rushing forward. His eyes fixed hungrily on the chart in Wang Wanli's hands. Wang Wanli, startled, quickly folded the chart and stowed it away, his expression turning wary as he glared at Zhuge Xiao. "Zhuge, what do you intend to do?" "That is my possession." Wang Wanli shot a protective glance at Zhuge Xiao, his demeanor eliciting a chuckle from Jiang Guoguo. She was reminded of dogs guarding their food, fearing her senior apprentice might bark out an exclamation at any moment. Zhuge Xiao felt a wave of embarrassment. After all, he too had his pride. Yet, the detail of that acupoint chart was compelling, and he desired it. Clearing his throat, he approached Jiang Guoguo, adopting a sheepish demeanor and lowering his head. Little divine doctor?" Jiang Guoguo rolled her eyes, fully aware of Zhuge Xiao's intentions. "Humans, after all, are driven by self-interest. You no longer call me little cloth dot?" Zhuge Xiao paused, coughing awkwardly. "That was my mistake. If I have offended you, I humbly ask for your forgiveness." Jiang Guoguo had little patience for those who could not bear to see others thrive, yet Zhuge Xiao displayed no envy. Rather, he maintained a commendable disposition, acknowledging her as a skilled healer without resentment. Such a character could indeed go far. "Fine, if you want to call me little divine doctor. Then don't call me little cloth dot either. It sounds odd. I am Jiang Guoguo. Shall we consider ourselves friends?" Zhuge Xiao's eyes lit up at this. "Excellent. I am resolutely committed to this friendship." Jiang Guoguo sighed inwardly. She had transformed from little cloth dot to little friend. "By the way, that acupoint chart your apprentice was holding, may I see it?" she inquired, wishing to foster a connection with Zhuge Xiao. The chart was hardly a treasure, so she readily acknowledged its existence. Wang Wanli, sensing the significance of forming a connection with the well-connected Zhuge Xiao, reluctantly produced the chart. Once in hand, Zhuge Xiao squatted down, unfurling the chart and immersing himself in its details, exclaiming in wonder, "Marvelous! This chart appears freshly drawn. The ink still dampens in the humid air. Such intricate detail, why hasn't it been framed?" Jiang Guoguo wrinkled her nose, thinking it was just a mere chart. Wang Wanli silently echoed her thoughts. If framed, how could he view it at his convenience? Zhuge Xiao's mind raced, and he sincerely addressed Jiang Guoguo. "Guoguo, may I inquire who crafted this exquisite chart?" if possible. Could you assist me in obtaining a copy? Clearly, demanding the chart outright was out of the question. He could not commit such an audacious act. Yet, given its recent creation, he was willing to pay a handsome sum for another. Seeing Zhuge Xiao's earnest intent, Jiang Guoguo couldn't help but smile inwardly. All right, I can help you procure a copy, but the master charges a steep price. Not a problem. Whatever the cost, I am willing. Oh! This Zhuge Xiao is undoubtedly a bit naive. It's too easy to deceive him. Although her conscience pricked at this manipulation, the feeling quickly faded. She could not be blamed. Her family depended on her, and sacrifices for the sake of a new friend were necessary. Chapter 33. Grateful for the little divine Doctor's life-saving grace, a chart depicting acupoints and 5 gold ingots. What do you think? 5 gold ingots? Exclaimed Wang Wanli. His eyes widening in astonishment, his heart racing. His young master was indeed asking for an exorbitant price. 5 gold ingots equated to 500 gold beans or 5,000 gold coins, enough for an ordinary citizen to live comfortably for a lifetime. As his heart raced, Wang Wanli feared that his young master might irritate the renowned healer, Zhuge Xiao. However, Zhuge Xiao merely paused for a moment before readily agreeing, producing 6 gold ingots with ease. Here, 5 gold ingots for the master, and this remaining one is for you, Guoguo. Consider it a welcoming gift. Seeing the glimmering gold ingots, Jiang Guoguo's mouth stretched into a wide grin as she unceremoniously accepted the ingots. The two reached an agreement, both feeling quite satisfied. Jiang Guoguo appreciated Zhuge Xiao's straightforwardness and lack of haggling, recognizing him as a person of high quality in their transaction. Meanwhile, Zhuge Xiao displayed a generous spirit. Seemingly unconcerned about money, thus unaware that he had become the unwitting benefactor. Wang Wanli, observing this, silently gave Jiang Guoguo a thumbs up in his heart. Truly, his young master was exceptional, not only skilled in medicine, but also astute in business, swiftly earning 6 gold ingots, a feat many could only dream of achieving in a lifetime. In the blink of an eye, the patient lying on the bed awakened, bewildered by his unfamiliar surroundings. However, upon seeing Zhuge Xiao, he appeared to understand something. Immediately struggling to rise from the bed and kneeling before Zhuge Xiao, bowing deeply. Thank you, divine healer, thank you. Zhuge Xiao, sensing the misunderstanding, quickly waved his hand. You are mistaken. It is not I who saved you. The man was taken aback. Was it not Zhuge Xiao who had rescued him? Realizing something, he glanced at the 2 remaining individuals in the room, then knelt before Wang Wanli. Thank you, divine healer, thank you. Wang Wanli felt a thin sheen of sweat appear on his forehead as he wiped it away, shifting his feet to evade the deep bow of gratitude. Young brother, you are mistaken. It is not I. How should he phrase it? This young man had perfectly avoided acknowledging his savior, leaving both him and Zhuge Xiao feeling rather embarrassed. The man suddenly froze. If not Zhuge Xiao, then there was only. He slowly lifted his head, his gaze gradually shifting until it landed on Jiang Guoguo, his pupils constricting sharply. A tiny girl? Where's the one who saved me? He wondered, unable to believe that a mere 5-year-old girl had healed him, thus surmising that the true savior must be absent. Yet, in the next moment, both Zhuge Xiao and Wang Wanli simultaneously pointed a finger, in perfect harmony, towards Jiang Guoguo. It is her. It is her. The synchronized voices rendered the man utterly speechless, his already unsteady form swaying precariously. Jiang Guoguo merely pouted, having anticipated this outcome, and calmly presented the prescription she had prepared earlier. There is no need for further words. I do not seek bows or gratitude for healing. Keep the prescription safe. If you have other means of livelihood, refrain from mining. The miner, astonished, could hardly believe that this chubby little girl spoke with such wisdom. As he examined the prescription, he noted that it was not written in an adult's handwriting. While the characters were not particularly neat or elegant, they possessed a certain lightness, akin to a child's delicate penmanship, devoid of forcefulness. Jiang Guoguo seemed to perceive his thoughts. She wished to argue that her original handwriting was robust and powerful, but her small hands simply could not manage it at present. Never mind, she decided. What does it matter if my writing is youthful? I am merely a 5-year-old child, after all. Though the miner was skeptical of a 5-year-old girl, the affirmation from Zhu Guoguo was undeniable and could not be mistaken. Thus, it became clear that this pudgy little girl had indeed healed him. In an instant, the miner came to a realization, expressing his gratitude profusely. Thank you, little divine doctor, for saving my life. I shall surely repay you. Jiang Guoguo waved her hand dismissively. There is no need for payment. Someone has already covered your fees. The herbs on the prescription are common and not costly. I trust you can manage. Thinking of the imminent acquisition of the precious millennium wild ginseng, Jiang Guoguo felt a surge of excitement, hence her waiver of any fees. At this moment, everyone recognized that the patient had been healed, and they curiously speculated about the identity of the skilled healer, eager to form connections. Meanwhile, in the inner hall of the city lord's mansion, the city lord excitedly grasped Wang Wanli's hand. No, I truly belong in the humble Bai town. Master Wang, you are far too modest. With your remarkable medical skills, how could you lower yourself to such a small town? Instead, allow me to allocate a prime location in the city's center for you to establish a clinic. Not at all, your kindness is appreciated, but truly. Wang Wanli was drenched in sweat, nervously glancing at Jiang Guoguo. The more enthusiastic the city lord became, the more anxious Wang Wanli felt. After all, he was bearing the weight of his young master's reputation. All this honor rightfully belonged to her. If his young master were displeased, he might find himself out on the street. Who would he turn to for comfort? Jiang Guoguo, observing her old apprentice's timid demeanor, was secretly delighted. However, the city lord's fervor was difficult to refuse, and if this continued, her old apprentice might crumble under the pressure. Thus, Jiang Guoguo, with a glint of mischief in her eyes, tilted her head and chirped, "Let us agree to it. We must not offend the city lord's graciousness." Upon hearing the sweet, youthful voice, the city lord looked down, taken aback. Oh my, such an adorable little chubby granddaughter. Master Wang, you are truly fortunate. If your granddaughter insists, then perhaps. Wang Wanli offered an awkward smile, casting a glance at Jiang Guoguo. Upon receiving a subtle nod of affirmation from her, he realized that his young master was indeed serious in her proposal. Reluctantly, he acquiesced. Then we shall trouble the city lord. Subsequently, the city lord fulfilled his promise, presenting a gold ingot and a prized millennium wild ginseng. As the city lord watched the ginseng fall into Wang Wanli's hands, his expression was one of reluctance and sorrow, as if he were parting with his own beloved wife, causing even more sweat to bead upon Wang Wanli's brow. Chapter 34. Infuriating old Wang Ba. After the city lord departed, he left the space open for Jiang Guoguo and her companions. The crowd outside had yet to disperse, leaving them to ponder Guoguo's next course of action. Zhu Guoguo was certain that the city lord would fulfill his promise and secure a medical clinic for them. Wang Wanli was merely a facade. The true authority lay with the 5-year-old Jiang Guoguo. If she could indeed establish herself in Jinwu City, it would facilitate easier exchanges in medical practices in the future. At this moment, Zhu Guoguo regarded Jiang Guoguo not as a mere child, but as a mysterious girl burdened with secrets. After Wang Wanli presented the prize to Jiang Guoguo, he too cast a glance her way. To be honest, he was quite tempted when the city lord suggested he open a clinic in Jinwu City. After all, why not to strive for greater heights, right? Moreover, only in a larger city could one access more precious medicinal materials and engage in fruitful exchanges with peers. However, the clinic offered by the city lord was meant for his master, and should his master have other intentions, he would not dare interfere. As Jiang Guoguo contemplated her thoughts, a sudden commotion erupted outside. Perhaps it was the chaos following the conclusion of the assembly, or perhaps some outsiders had infiltrated. Please, Sir Official, allow us to meet with Dr. Xiao. No way, get lost. If you persist, we shall resort to force. Please, please, sir, look. Even silver is of no use. Hurry and leave. The guards within the estate forcefully pushed away the silver coins thrust into their arms. Though tempted, they remembered the city lord's orders. No one was permitted to disturb Dr. Xiao. After all, Dr. Xiao was a physician favored by the emperor, and any disturbance within the city lord's estate could bring calamity upon it. Jiang Guoguo perked up her ears, her eyes gleaming. Wasn't that the village head? Indeed. He had brought those two unconscious individuals to seek Dr. Xiao. Wang Wanli, who stood nearby, seemed to grasp the situation, turning to Jiang Guoguo. Let us go, my apprentice. Let us see what unfolds. Wang Wanli understood immediately, smirking slightly, and stepped forward, with Jiang Guoguo closely trailing behind. Zhuge Xiao, curious, followed suit to observe the unfolding scene. As the door swung open, the village head, Zhang De, craned his neck to look inside, his expression darkening abruptly. What are they doing here? Yet soon, his gaze fell upon a figure that exuded an extraordinary presence, prompting him to shout, Dr. Xiao, please save my son. Zhuge Xiao had not anticipated that this matter would involve him. He glanced at Jiang Guoguo, sensing a grudge between them, and chose to stand aside, silently observing the spectacle. Meanwhile, Wang Wanli had already approached Jiang Guoguo. Before they could speak, Zhang De's companion, Zhang Yuashan, abruptly changed countenance. You again, you jinx. How is it that wherever I go, I encounter you? You bring misfortune wherever you tread. Last time, it was the same, where you were. My elder brother and sister-in-law seemed cursed. How did you end up in the city lord's estate, you wretched girl? Zhang De's face darkened, his anger simmering. Were it not for this girl, his embezzled funds would not have been uncovered, and his son and daughter-in-law would not have fallen gravely ill. The frustrations of his recent medical expedition surged within him, causing his chest to heave, his aged face contorted in rage. Jiang Guoguo, however, merely smiled mischievously, poking her head from behind Wang Wanli to make a face at Zhang De. Oh, you managed to enter the city lord's estate. Why can't I? By the way, esteemed village head, how is your son and daughter-in-law faring? Oh dear, it's been so many days. Do you think they might never awaken? Humph. Infuriating you, old turtle. Your face could twist even more. I hope you're so enraged that your eyes squint and your mouth contorts. Upon her playful words, Zhang De's features indeed warped further. Seeing his father so agitated by a mere girl, Zhang Yuashan was enraged, his eyes bloodshot as he glared at Jiang Guoguo. You insolent girl, you're courting death. Bastards like you, raised without a father, are nothing but lowly. Just like your mother, your entire family is a harbinger of doom. I've wondered why our stone village has never thrived. It's because you lot are here, dragging the entire village down with you. Zhang Yuanshan spewed venomous words, drawing frowns from the nearby guards, who could not help but feel pity for Jiang Guoguo. Such a beautiful girl, radiating luck. How could she be labeled a harbinger of doom by these two? The guards lost all respect for Zhang De and his son, unable to tolerate how two grown men bullied a young girl. However, with Dr. Xiao and the newly appointed Dr. Wang present, their duty was to follow orders. At this moment, Wang Wanli shielded Jiang Guoguo behind him, his voice steady despite his age. Where did these wild dogs come from, barking at will? Guoguo is a celestial blessing. I see you two are the true bringers of calamity, lacking both respect and decorum. Is it humane to bully a mere 5-year-old girl? Wang Wanli's words left Zhang De and Zhang Yuanshan momentarily stunned. They had not anticipated that the jinx would have someone to defend her. Zhang De's mind raced, contemplating various thoughts, ultimately landing on Jiang Guoguo. Reflecting on the events of the past few days, he felt that Jiang Guoguo had undergone significant changes and had even allied herself with the town's doctor. There was certainly more to her than met the eye. Jiang Guoguo cast a satisfied glance at her old apprentice, realizing he was not a wasted investment. He knew to protect her, his little master. Yet, some matters were hers to resolve. The next moment, she stepped out from Wang Wanli's protective shadow, her cherubic face displaying a hint of determination as she shot a piercing glance at Zhang De, then turned to Zhang Yuanshan. Zhang Yuanshan, how dare you speak of Stone Village? Were it not for your family hoarding the villagers' wealth, using your position as village head to amass private fortune while oppressing the villagers, Stone Village would have thrived long ago. Who truly is the calamity of Stone Village? Surely, you know better than I. You and your family incited the villagers to ostracize mine and even encouraged them to seize our fertile lands, secretly pilfering the village's military funds. Are you even human? Zhang De and his son were taken aback, their faces paling as Jiang Guoguo boldly revealed their misdeeds. For a moment, they felt a wave of guilt wash over them. But soon, Zhang De, drawing on years of shamelessness, vehemently denied her claims. As an observer, Zhuge Xiao had gleaned some understanding of the unfolding drama. He had never imagined that this little divine doctor had endured such hardships. However, it should not have been this way. Her medical skills were undoubtedly on par with his, and she should not have been struggling so. Little did he know that if it were not for Jiang Guoguo's arrival, the Jiang family's plight might have been even more dire. Chapter 35. The favor of Zhuge Xiao. Zhang De, cunning and astute, realized that if he continued to dally, the young girl might utter something that would send chills down his spine. A flicker of malice danced in his eyes as he silently etched the matter concerning Jiang Guoguo into his memory. With a dismissive snort, he turned his attention to Zhuge Xiao, adopting a demeanor of utmost respect. This was a deliberate act on Zhang De's part, for he had heard that Zhuge Xiao was particularly intrigued by complex ailments, especially those that stumped other physicians. Nearby, several guards exchanged glances, pondering the severity of the conditions that even the newly ascended divine physician Wang could not remedy. Yet at that moment, Wang wanly scoffed, turning his head away. He was indeed unable to heal them, but that was a result of his disciple's handiwork. His inability was, therefore, quite reasonable. Zhuge Zhao's expression shifted slightly as he couldn't help but glance at Jiang Guoguo's silhouette, his mind swirling with contemplation. Divine Physician Xiao, I would be willing to pay any amount for your assistance. Please lend your hand. Indeed, Divine Physician Xiao. My brother and sister-in-law have inexplicably fallen into a state akin to possession due to this wretched girl, and they remain unconscious with no hope of recovery. Your remarkable skills can surely awaken them. Subsequently, Zhang Yuanshan exaggeratedly recounted how Jiang Guoguo had caused distress to his brother and sister-in-law, concluding with, despite her tender age of merely 5, this girl harbors a wicked heart. My brother and sister-in-law's plight is truly lamentable. Divine Physician Xiao, I implore you to show mercy and come to their aid. Zhang Yuanshan believed that such an appeal would elicit Zhuge Zhao's sympathy while simultaneously delivering a harsh blow to Jiang Guoguo. However, to his surprise, Zhuge Xiao showed no interest in his lamentations or pleas. Instead, he was intrigued by Jiang Guoguo. It dawned on him that this little girl had connections beyond her apparent innocence. He wondered about her mysterious mentor, who must possess extraordinary abilities to cultivate a child of such potential, truly akin to a deity. At that moment, Zhuge Zhao's curiosity deepened. Unbeknownst to Jiang Guoguo, a misled soul was now fixated on her supposed formidable mentor. After a pause, Zhuge Xiao cleared his ears, leaning casually against the wall, and nonchalantly inquired, Your enemy? At these words, aside from Jiang Guoguo and Wang Wanli, everyone else was momentarily stunned. Was Divine Physician Xiao engaging in conversation? What enemy? Meanwhile, the self-important Zhang Yuanshan became animated, nodding vigorously. Yes, yes. This wretched girl is indeed an enemy of the Zhang family. Jiang Guoguo remained silent, finding it convenient that she no longer had to expend breath on the matter. Zhuge Zhao's expression shifted, and he straightened his posture. Just as Zhang De and his son believed they had managed to sway Zhuge Xiao, he suddenly stated, Since she is your enemy, I cannot intervene. If even Divine Physician Wang cannot heal them, then I too am powerless. Zhuge Xiao, being astute, deduced that the girl had orchestrated the situation. Having chosen to befriend Jiang Guoguo, he had no desire to incite her displeasure. At this juncture, both Zhang De and Zhang Yuanshan were rendered speechless. What did he mean by Guoguo? Why did divine physician Xiao address this girl so affectionately? Did they know each other? Furthermore, how had this common physician from Buyi town become a divine physician in Zhuge Zhao's eyes? Zhang Yuanshan found it hard to believe. Divine physician Xiao. Have you made a mistake? Silence. Zhang De interjected sharply, interrupting his son. Possessing more cunning than Zhang Yuanshan, he quickly grasped the situation, casting a complex gaze at Jiang Guoguo before suddenly kneeling before her. Young lady of the Jiang family, I apologize for my earlier misdeeds as village chief. I shall make amends henceforth. Please forgive us and speak a good word for us before divine physician Xiao. In that moment, Zhang De's demeanor softened considerably. Yet, Jiang Guoguo was not one to be easily swayed. As a seasoned practitioner of the arcane arts, she had encountered countless individuals, both virtuous and vile. Individuals like Zhang De were inherently malevolent, not merely due to his unappealing visage, but because one could often discern good from evil through the eyes. Some may possess a fearsome appearance but harbor gentle souls, while others might appear benevolent yet reveal their malevolence through their gaze. Zhang De, now feigning humility and a willingness to debase himself for the sake of his son and daughter-in-law, still bore the venomous glint in his triangular eyes, waiting for the opportunity to strike once his goals were achieved. Jiang Guoguo had seen many like him and felt no sympathy whatsoever. She turned her back to them and addressed Zhuge Xiao. Uncle Xiao, we shall take our leave now. Let us play together another day. Zhuge Xiao, taken aback, thought. Uncle Xiao, do I truly appear that old? Upon returning to the inn and sending her senior disciple away, Jiang Guoguo felt a surge of excitement as she entered the Linglong space, eager to check her points. Current points, 15,500. Her eyes sparkled with delight. Unexpectedly, healing that minor had earned her a staggering 15,000 points. It was indeed a windfall. Suddenly, a bag fell from the sky, landing on a rock. Jiang Guoguo, having grown accustomed to such occurrences, approached and opened the bag, discovering it contained a rare seed of medicinal herbs. Without delay, she planted the seeds and spent 3,000 points to accelerate the growth of the herbs in her spiritual field, soon reaping a bountiful harvest. With these herbs, she could finally begin to remedy her mother and grandmother's ailments. Subsequently, Jiang Guoguo prepared a medicinal concoction for herself and enjoyed a herbal bath, feeling her body grow lighter, her clothes now feeling rather loose and spacious. Her mother was exceptionally skilled in needlework, her craftsmanship unparalleled, rivaling even the best embroiderers. Although she now possessed the means to provide a comfortable life for her family, she remained prudent, aware that she had greater ambitions and many expenses to address. Thus, she would save where she could. Chapter 36. Healing Bai Ming Chen's leg ailment. Subsequently, Jiang Guoguo carefully retrieved the millennia-old wild ginseng, gently extracting its medicinal portion, and planted a fragment of its root in the spiritual field, nourishing it with the essence of the spiritual spring, awaiting its rejuvenation. As her thoughts wandered, the faces of her mother and grandmother materialized in her mind, causing her lips to curve into an involuntary smile. This life is truly splendid. Blessed with the love of her mother and grandmother, Jiang Guoguo firmly believed that the day of their reunion was not far off. In the cramped space of the small guest room, Zhang Yuanshan abruptly overturned a chair, exclaiming in anger, "Damn it! This Jiang Guoguo is truly uncanny. How has she transformed so completely? She's even acquainted with Dr. Xiao." Zhang De, his face ashen, glanced at his eldest son Zhang Maoshan, who lay unconscious on the bed, and sighed heavily. Zhang Yuanshan's wife, Su, was taken aback. "What did you say? That calamity has met Dr. Xiao?" Her complexion drained of color as dread filled her thoughts. Jiang Guoguo, that wretched girl, must harbor deep resentment towards the Zhang family. Her sister-in-law must be in grave danger. Su was not genuinely concerned for her eldest son and his wife. She understood all too well that if her son fell, the burdens of the family would inevitably fall upon their branch. At that point, her acerbic mother-in-law might very well summon her to serve the eldest son's family. and that was simply unacceptable. Zhang's eyes narrowed, his teeth clenched, as he ultimately made a decision. My lord, you were indeed correct. Jiang Guoguo is exceptionally skilled. Even a patient whom Zhuge Xiao could not cure was resolved effortlessly by her. At that moment, Sui had been on the roof, having pried off a tile, witnessing the entire process. Initially skeptical, he was astonished to find that Jiang Guoguo had indeed succeeded, thereby elevating her status in his eyes. My lord, the little divine healer will surely restore your leg. Sui was filled with excitement. If the master's leg were to be healed, the lord and lady would undoubtedly rejoice. Bai Mingchen, however, furrowed his brows, suddenly inquiring, did you just say that Guoguo is also knowledgeable in Gu techniques? At this, Sui became serious. Indeed, I would not mistake it. The little divine healer deftly extracted a Gu worm from that person's body, demonstrating remarkable skill. Bai Mingchen fell into deep contemplation. After resting for an afternoon, as dusk descended, Jiang Guoguo knocked on the door of the adjacent room and entered. She was quite displeased with Bai Mingchen's decision to change rooms without her consent while she was out. Had she not had her own matters to attend to, she would have confronted him sooner. Brother Bai Ming, how ungracious of you! Sneaking away while my back was turned. Bai Mingchen's handsome visage displayed a hint of helplessness. I apologize. I merely believed that propriety dictates a certain distance between the sexes. Jiang Guoguo was taken aback. This young man, despite his tender years, possessed considerable wisdom. Enough banter. Let us begin. Bai Mingchen's expression shifted, and a wave of tension gripped his heart. Sui too wore a tense expression, his palms slick with sweat. At that moment, Wang Wanli arrived, carrying the items Jiang Guoguo had instructed him to prepare: buckets of hot water, a candle, several medicinal herbs, and an array of surgical instruments extracted from her cloth bag. As Jiang Guoguo unveiled instruments like the scalpel and hemostatic forceps, Bai Mingchen's gaze remained fixated in curiosity. He had never encountered such tools before. The delicate dagger in the girl's hand, thin as a cicada's wing, gleamed with a cold light. If used for assassination, it would surely be most effective. Sui's expression shifted, unable to suppress the urge to intervene, but was halted by a mere glance from Bai Mingchen. Jiang Guoguo donned a pair of surgical gloves, grasped the scalpel, and took on a solemn demeanor, as if transformed into another person, commencing her operation. Under the circumstances, she heated the scalpel over the candle flame, then dipped a cotton ball in a small amount of alcohol. Bai Mingchen and the others were left in stunned silence. Master, what are you doing? Jiang Guoguo, serious in expression and without looking up, explained, disinfection. This is high-concentration alcohol. Wang Wanli and the others had never encountered such practices, finding it difficult to comprehend. Jiang Guoguo, noting their confusion, patiently elaborated, typically, before treating a wound, disinfection is necessary to prevent infection. This can be achieved through fire, boiling water, or immersion in high-concentration alcohol. Although Wang Wanli grasped only a fraction of this knowledge, being a physician, he had encountered situations requiring wound treatment and soon understood. Jiang Guoguo then proceeded to make an incision on Bai Mingchen's leg, revealing dark red, even blackened blood. She skillfully excised the necrotic tissue and any already morbid structures. The novel technique and peculiar treatment process persisted for a considerable duration, ultimately culminating in the finishing touches. Wang Wanli was transfixed, his admiration for Jiang Guoguo reaching its zenith. This young master, merely 5 years old, handled the procedure with a calmness and dexterity surpassing that of seasoned butchers in the marketplace. Truly a remarkable young master. Meanwhile, Sui was drenched in cold sweat. The entire process was heart-stopping, yet the little divine healer did not even furrow her brow, leaving onlookers astounded. After dressing the wound and tidying up, Jiang Guoguo cleansed her hands and addressed Bai Mingchen. Bai Mingchen hesitated for a few seconds before giving a slight nod of agreement. The following morning, Bai Mingchen awoke in a state of shock. Upon awakening, he realized that he could actually feel his leg. This slight tingling sensation made his heart race with excitement. Gazing at the still sleeping little girl beside him, a glimmer of hope sparkled in Bai Mingchen's eyes. The prescription prepared for him had already been entrusted to Su Yi, who had arranged for Wang Wanli to brew it, sparing Jiang Guoguo from further exertion. Thus, after breakfast, Jiang Guoguo quietly began sketching an acupuncture point chart. After all, Dr. Xiao had even provided gold ingots. She needed to expedite the delivery of the chart to him. By noon, Zhuge Xiao indeed found them. Upon obtaining the acupuncture point chart, he was filled with excitement, immediately diving into research with fervor. Before this, Bai Mingchen's handsome visage had been rendered into a caricature by Jiang Guoguo's artistic hand. As they passed through the city gates, rigorous inspections continued for all entering and exiting. However, Jiang Guoguo had already gained notoriety, and upon seeing Bai Mingchen, the guards could not help but tease him. Jiang Guoguo beamed with radiant joy. Chapter 37. The yard was filled with Zhang family dogs as the surroundings grew increasingly desolate. The once smooth and spacious official road transformed into a bumpy, muddy path. The carriage jostled along, forcing it to slow its pace. Bai Mingchen watched with a twinge of sympathy as Jiang Guoguo's petite form bobbed up and down, her small hand tightly gripping the side of the carriage. He was taken aback by the harshness of her living conditions. Having been sheltered from hardship throughout his life, he felt a genuine pang of compassion for her. After a bumpy journey, the carriage finally arrived at Shizhuan. However, to their surprise, they found their yard completely surrounded. The villagers gathered outside, whispering among themselves. Upon seeing the carriage arrive, curiosity sparked among the villagers, who eagerly peered in. Oh, how fortunate the Jiang family must be. Guoguo had finally made something of herself. Indeed, Jiang Laopa and Wanyan had endured a lifetime of hardship, and it seemed they were finally on the verge of a breakthrough. At this moment, discussions about Jiang Guoguo were no longer as disparaging as they had been in the past. While the villagers' previous wrongdoings could not be erased, at least they no longer sought to do harm. Their demeanor was notably more pleasant. Jiang Guoguo quickly disembarked from the carriage and hurried into the yard. The villagers greeted her enthusiastically, showering her with insincere flattery, which she took in stride. Her expectations of the villagers were quite modest. She merely wished for them to cease their mischief and refrain from disturbing her family. It appeared that these villagers were not inherently ungrateful or lacking discernment. They were simply easily swayed and lacked independent thought. Navigating through the throng of villagers, Jiang Guoguo finally reached her own yard. Upon entering, she was taken aback, her small face twisting in discomfort. What was happening? Was that the entire Zhang family kneeling in unison? Surely, she was not mistaken. A closer look confirmed that Zhang De himself was at the forefront, prompting a cold smirk to creep across her face. Now they were in desperate need of aid. But it was too late. Zhang De's actions, which had led to the ruin of her two brothers' letters and military pay, were merely one of many misdeeds committed by his family. Moreover, the malicious gossips spewed by Zhang's wife, accusations of her mother being a man-killer and Jiang Guoguo being a harbinger of misfortune, originated from the mouths of Zhang's family and their daughters-in-law. Over time, the villagers had been swayed, leading them to harbor disdain for Jiang Guoguo and her mother. In truth, the Zhang family was the only household in the village that Jiang Guoguo could never forgive. Thus, when confronted with the sight of the entire Zhang family kneeling in her yard, Jiang Guoguo offered them no warmth, merely sneering as she passed by. As she walked beside Zhang De, she deliberately stepped on his foot. He grimaced in pain, yet he had to endure it, forcing a smile as he greeted her. The onlooking Zhang family members seethed with anger, cursing Jiang Guoguo inwardly. Zhang De's aged teeth clicked together in frustration, barely suppressing his rage. But with his eldest son still unconscious, he knew he had to maintain his composure. Inside, Jiang Laodai and Lin Wanyun greeted Jiang Guoguo like a beacon of hope, immediately surrounding her. Upon hearing of food, Jiang Guoguo's eyes lit up. She emerged holding a sweet red date cake made by her mother, leaning casually against a large pillar, smiling at the Zhang family. Zhang De gritted his teeth, clenching his fists to steady himself. then raised his head with a forced smile that concealed a blade. Guoguo. Grandpa Jiang understands that our family was in the wrong before. We should not have treated your grandmother that way. We've come to apologize. As he spoke, several daughters-in-law stepped forward, presenting a few chickens and some rice and flour, casting longing glances back before retreating. Guoguo, consider this a form of compensation. Please accept it on behalf of your grandmother. They say acknowledging one's mistakes is the first step to improvement, and you, Guoguo, are the most understanding child. Surely, you can forgive Grandpa Jiang's family, right? Jiang spoke in what he thought were comforting terms, attempting to charm Jiang Guoguo like a child. She merely cast a cold glance at the offerings on the ground, dismissing them with disdain. Did they truly believe such trifles could erase their past transgressions? What a farce! At that moment, Bei Mingchen entered the yard, followed closely by Sui. The villagers scrutinized the youth, whose face was marked with freckles. Although his complexion was less than perfect, he was dressed in finery. Could he be a friend of Guoguo from a wealthy family in town? The villagers were torn between gossiping about the Jiang family and speculating about Bei Mingchen's identity. Upon witnessing the scene, Bei Mingchen furrowed his brow. He did not believe Jiang Guoguo had done anything wrong. Those capable of kneeling in such a manner must have committed unforgivable acts. Do you require my assistance? Bei Mingchen suddenly inquired. Jiang Guoguo paused, her eyes glimmering with mischief as a devilish smile crept across her face. Indeed, with so many dogs lying around in my yard, it is quite bothersome. Why not help me chase them away? Understanding her intent, Bei Mingchen shot a glance at Sui, who nodded slightly, drawing his sword. Which one shall I strike first? Jiang Guoguo was momentarily taken aback. This Sui was even more ruthless than she had anticipated. Jumping straight to the question of whom to target. Realizing that pleading would be futile, Zhang De reverted to his previous demeanor. Jiang Guoguo, you wretched girl, just wait. Father, don't waste your breath on them. I don't believe this family doesn't have a moment of solitude. Zhang Yuanshan threatened, his words laden with unmistakable menace directed at Jiang Guoguo. Chapter 38. He is my child husband found by the roadside. As the group walked away, a fierce glint flashed in Jiang Guoguo's eyes. The Zhang family was indeed not to be trifled with. She needed to devise a way to eliminate future threats. Otherwise, they might commit some unspeakable acts that would endanger her grandmother and mother. Would you like me to resolve those troubles for you? Bei Mingchen casually inquired. For matters like these, he could easily send that family far away with just a few words. For ordinary villagers, the mountains and rivers were so remote that they might never cross paths again. Jiang Guoguo shook her head slightly, her small face set with determination. No, I can handle it myself. Bei Mingchen raised an eyebrow at her response, choosing not to say anything further. Outside the courtyard, the villagers craned their necks to peer inside, all curious about Bei Mingchen's identity. Which family does that boy belong to? Although he is a cripple, he has a bodyguard with him. I've heard that the young masters and mistresses of wealthy families have protectors. This young master seems quite extraordinary. It's still Guoguo. Everyone she knows has an impressive background. We can't offend her anymore. Who knows, if Guoguo's family prospers, they might remember us, their old neighbors. The villagers whispered among themselves, showing no signs of dispersing. Jiang Guoguo pursed her lips and led Bei Mingchen and Sui into the house, turning to securely shut the door behind them. Once inside, Bei Mingchen suddenly felt somewhat awkward. He surveyed his surroundings and felt a pang in his heart. The environment was dismal. The low earthen house lacked even a window, and the interior was sparsely furnished, with a rickety stool that had a broken leg. Though Bei Mingchen considered himself not overly pampered, having accompanied his father to military camps and witnessed hardship, the sight before him compelled him to feel pity for Jiang Guoguo. In an instant, his gaze towards her softened, infused with compassion. At that moment, Jiang Guoguo was about to savor a piece of red date cake when she noticed Bei Mingchen's pitying look, causing her to nearly choke. Cough, cough. What kind of look is that? It's absurd. Bei Mingchen's handsome face flushed, and he quickly averted his gaze. At this juncture, Lin Wanun and old Madame Jiang finally had the chance to speak. their eyes glued to Bei Mingchen. Lin Wanyan took the initiative to ask, Guoguo's, who is this little brother? Only then did Jiang Guoguo realize she had forgotten to introduce him. She pointed at Bei Mingchen with her little finger and cheerfully said, "This is my child husband." Upon hearing this, Lin Wanyun and old Madame Jiang widened their eyes in shock and exchanged glances. Did I hear that correctly? Did she just say this is her child husband? Old Madame Jiang staggered back a few steps, trembling as she pointed at Jiang Guoguo. Guoguo, don't scare your grandmother. What child husband? Don't speak such nonsense. It's a fearful thing to say. How can a girl have a child husband? There has only ever been talk of child brides, never child husbands. The traditional view holds that men are strong and women are weak. That cannot be overturned. If someone hears and spreads rumors about our Guoguo, it could lead to serious trouble. Old Madame Jiang's heart raced at Jiang Guoguo's bold declaration, and Lin Wanyun quickly chimed in, Guoguo, don't joke about such things. Look how you frightened your grandmother. Jiang Guoguo understood that women in ancient times were expected to adhere strictly to their roles, marrying and following their husbands, and even listening to their sons after their husbands passed. Women's status was perpetually low, dependent on men. Thus, only child brides existed, not child husbands. However, as a modern individual, she refused to be constrained by such norms and defiantly placed her hands on her hips, pouting, I'm not joking, Grandma. Why is it that boys can have child brides, but girls can't have child husbands? I don't rely on men to survive. I, Guoguo, am capable of supporting a man. As a woman, Lin Wanyun felt her cheeks flush at her daughter's words, a mix of shyness and exhilaration flooding her. The notion of a woman supporting a man had never crossed her mind in the past, yet somehow, when spoken by Guoguo, it seemed less outrageous and stirred something within her. Meanwhile, Bei Mingchen, the so-called child husband, remained silent, amused by the unfolding drama. He was curious to see what else this spirited girl would conjure up, so he refrained from interrupting. Indeed, this boy is well-built and robust for his age. Displaying a vigor that is rare among the scrawny boys of the village, old Madame Jiang remarked. Lin Wanyan added, he appears to be around 11 or 12 years old. Not too old, and his features are quite well defined, although he does have quite a few blemishes, but never mind, if Guoguo likes him, as her mother. I cannot stand in the way of young love. They exchanged glances, nodding in agreement. However, when they continued to scrutinize Bei Mingchen, their expressions froze in surprise. A limp? Your name is Bei Chen, right? Child, what happened to your leg? Old Madame Jiang's concern bubbled up, unable to contain herself. Since we are considering a husband, this cannot be taken lightly. We cannot accept someone with a disability. In the countryside, men are relied upon for hunting or farming. How can we afford to have a husband with a lame leg? My precious Guoguo would suffer. Lin Wanyun's face darkened momentarily, but she soon laughed. Oh dear mother. A limp is not a grave concern. The old Zhang from the neighboring village has a limp, yet he manages his family quite well. Old Madame Jiang understood her daughter-in-law's intent and chuckled. Oh dear me, what am I saying? What matters most is that Guoguo is happy. Come, young Bei, sit down. I will fetch you something to eat. Jiang Guoguo was taken aback. She had never anticipated that her grandmother and mother would accept this so swiftly. Admittedly, she recognized that her claim of a child husband had a humorous element, yet who would have thought that both the elder and her mother would embrace it so readily? Bei Mingchen was also momentarily stunned, feeling a bit flustered, casting a helpless glance at Jiang Guoguo. Your grandmother and mother truly believe I am your child husband. What should I do now? Jiang Guoguo rolled her eyes, indicating that she too was at a loss. Who told you not to deny it earlier? By not denying it, you tacitly accepted it. Just go along with it, Xiao Bei. Chapter 39. Greetings, young Master Beijing. You are worth a fortune. Beijing, under the clear instructions of the elderly matriarch, sat upright on a small stool, delicately holding a piece of red date cake, embodying the demeanor of a well-behaved child, which delighted Jiang Guoguo. Go ahead, little Bei. Don't be shy. This will be your home from now on, the grandmother warmly encouraged. Her gaze fixated on Beichen and the red date cake. Only when Beichen truly took a bite of the cake did the matriarch feel a sense of relief. Seeing Beichen's slight unease and noticing the tall figure guarding him from behind, Lin Shi could not help but inquire, "Little Bei, where are you from? Who else is in your family? What do your parents do? And who is this person behind you?" Sui, overwhelmed with emotion, thought, "Heavenly Lord. Finally someone has noticed him. It's been a long time coming." Beichen set down his utensils and pondered before responding, "My family resides in the imperial city. I have both parents. This individual behind me is my attendant." Lin Shi nodded, "Your attendant." As she spoke, Lin Shi sensed something amiss. The bowl in her hand slipped and fell, but fortunately, Beichen was quick enough to catch it. Lin Shi was left astonished, covering her mouth in disbelief. "Little Bei, your family is in the imperial city. That is the seat of the emperor, and with such a tall and imposing attendant by your side. Does that not make you a wealthy young master from the imperial city?" Panic struck Lin Shi as she realized her family could hardly accommodate such a distinguished guest. Jiang Guoguo also quickly grasped the situation, her aged face reflecting shock as she pulled Jiang Guoguo aside. "Guo, why didn't you say earlier that the little husband you picked up by the roadside is a young master from the imperial city?" From the beginning, Jiang Guoguo had suspected Beichen's identity was of noble stature, especially since he bore a jade pendant with a python design, hinting at a connection to the royal family. However, she thought, what does it matter if he is a royal relative? He still needs my father to help him with his leg. Furthermore, Beichen did not appear to be a spoiled aristocrat. He showed no disdain for her humble origins and was quite courteous to her mother and grandmother, suggesting he was not one to be haughty. Thus, Jiang Guoguo smiled brightly and reassured, "Do not worry, grandmother. Beichen is my little husband and he is not going anywhere. He himself hasn't objected, has he? We needn't concern ourselves with his family. After all, I saved his life, so I am his benefactor." Healing Beichen's leg would indeed be like granting him a new lease on life, and she felt justified in her claim of gratitude. The elderly matriarch still harbored doubts. Why would such a fine young master abandon his privileged life to come to their impoverished village and willingly become Jiang Guoguo's little husband? Was there something amiss with the boy? She tapped her temple in contemplation, her aged eyes filled with confusion. Surely, in this day and age, it was not fashionable to take on such roles? Reassuring her grandmother, Jiang Guoguo turned her attention to her mother. "Mother, Beichen is a good person. He is nothing like those arrogant young masters. Please refrain from asking too many questions and rest assured." Upon hearing this, Lin Shi's imagination took flight. Envisioning a scenario of a once wealthy family fallen into hard times, a destitute young master forced to leave home to seek a living. Her sympathy for Beichen swelled. "Come. Little Bei, what would you like to eat? Aunt Lin will prepare it for you. Do not hesitate. From now on, we are family. You must be a resilient child. The past is behind you and brighter days are ahead. Do not worry, for Aunt Lin and Grandmother Jiang will treat you like our own." Beichen gazed at the gentle Lin Wanyun. Although puzzled by her sudden and inexplicable words, he felt warmth bloom within him. Despite the humble conditions of this little girl's family, her mother and grandmother radiated such warmth that he imagined they must lead a happy life. Meanwhile, Sui, tucked behind Beichen, was trembling with barely contained laughter, nearly bursting at the seams. "Ha ha ha, look at how Guoguo's mother sympathizes with my master. He must be misunderstood. If they knew that the child they've welcomed as their son and grandson is, in fact, the only heir of the formidable war god Beichen Wang, the current Beichen heir, they might faint from shock." However, Guoguo and her two relatives were remarkable individuals, their ability to make the young master feel at ease. Even a sense of familiarity was no small feat. This journey south to seek Xiaoshen's help for his leg had indeed been worthwhile. After a lively dinner, Jiang Guoguo personally assisted Sui in clearing out the tool room left by her father, tidying it up for the two of them to settle in comfortably. Beichen, not one to be overly formal, quickly adapted to his new surroundings. By the time all was said and done, night had fully descended. Jiang Guoguo retreated to her small compartment and promptly entered the Linglong space. Suddenly, golden characters shimmered on the large stone. Miraculous hands and benevolent heart. A withered tree finds spring, reward of 10,000 points. My goodness, so many zeros. Jiang Guoguo exclaimed excitedly, scampering toward the stone, wishing she could press her entire small frame against it. 1, 2, indeed, it was a full 10,000 points. She did not mistake it. Young Master Beichin, you are truly a treasure. At that moment, Jiang Guoguo was filled with exhilaration, had it not been late. She would have been tempted to plant a kiss on Beichin's cheek. He was undoubtedly a veritable bringer of fortune, if only he had other ailments to remedy. Meanwhile, in the tool room, Beichin suddenly felt a chill run down his spine and sneezed abruptly. Jiang Guoguo glanced at her current points, which had accumulated to 22,500, just 2,000 points away from unlocking the next functional area of the space. Yet more information surfaced on the large stone, indicating that points could also be spent to expand the scale of the spiritual fields and springs, allowing for the cultivation of more medicinal herbs and even space for her to grow some vegetables and fruits. However, after some contemplation, Jiang Guoguo decided to hold off on that for now. The pressing matter was to unveil the second functional area. These points would not vanish, and the expansion could wait. Unlocking the new capabilities of the space was the priority. After a night filled with excitement, Jiang Guoguo finally fell asleep, only to be awakened by the early morning light and the sound of her grandmother arguing with someone. Stop your nonsense. I will not listen. My Guoguo has said that we will have no dealings with the Zhang family. Miss, I admit I was unkind as the village chief before, and I apologize. Today, I have brought a distinguished guest to seek Guoguo for an important matter. Please awaken her. Jiang Guoguo, groggy and irritated from her disrupted sleep, recognized the voice of that old scoundrel Zhang Da, and in a fit of anger, she leapt out of bed. You old hag. Today I shall see whether I will give you a good beating. Chapter 40, Zhang Da's invitation with malicious intent. Guoguo, have you risen? Quickly come out. A distinguished guest is seeking you in the town. Zhang Da, with a face resembling that of a cunning rat, smiled widely at Jiang Guoguo, who was leisurely stepping out of her home. Just yesterday, he had been kneeling in her courtyard, issuing threats to her family. How could he display such shamelessness so early in the morning? Moreover, if a noble in the town were indeed looking for her, they would surely approach her directly rather than through Zhang Da. At that moment, village onlookers began to gather. Noticing the commotion, old lady Yang set down her wash basin and hurried over, pulling Jiang Guoguo aside. Guoguo, have you offended someone in the town? Jiang Guoguo paused, considering that the only person she had dealings with was her old apprentice. Could it be that in her attempt to save the elderly man with the cart, she had crossed that middle-aged servant? As she pondered, old lady Yang continued, This morning, a portly noble arrived in our village, accompanied by a dozen burly men, inquiring about you. We assumed they were here for a friendly visit and claimed not to know you. Who would have thought that scoundrel Zhang Da would be the one to inform them, eagerly leading them here? Jiang Guoguo raised an eyebrow, grasping Zhang Da's ulterior motives. This old scoundrel likely sensed that the group was not ordinary and perhaps sought revenge, which is why he was so eager to assist. It seemed he intended to use them to eliminate her. Guoguo, that noble is currently at my place. You should tidy yourself up and accompany me. It would be rude to keep him waiting. Huh. Are you truly concerned about manners? I recall your son mentioning yesterday that he intended to wait for my family to be alone for some nefarious purpose. Zhang Da did not expect her to be so difficult to handle, and his fade began to crack. His expression faltered as he awkwardly replied, Haha. That was merely a passing remark from my son. It should not be taken seriously. After all, we have been neighbors for many years. We share a bond and would never engage in such vile acts. As soon as Zhang Da finished speaking, the gathered villagers exchanged disdainful glances and murmurs of disapproval. Jiang Guoguo, unafraid of the Zhang family, felt a twinge of curiosity regarding who sought her out. She turned to old lady Jiang and Lin Shi, saying, Grandmother, mother. I will go see. Perhaps it is someone my master has sent. This reassured them somewhat, but the old lady's face remained etched with worry, fearing for her granddaughter's safety. At that moment, Bei Mingchen stepped forward, his gaze fixed on Jiang Guoguo. After yesterday's treatment, he felt a renewed sensation in his legs. This morning, he could exert a slight force. The realization that a 5-year-old girl possessed such remarkable medical skills astonished him. Was it mere coincidence or something more? Sui, accompany Guoguo. If anyone dares to harm her, you have my permission to draw your sword. I will take responsibility for any consequences. Suddenly, Bei Mingchen strode up to Jiang Guoguo, fixing her with a determined gaze before issuing his command. Sui, upon receiving his orders, immediately grasped his sword and positioned himself behind Jiang Guoguo. His towering stature, coupled with an undeniable warrior's aura, startled the villagers. Zhang De's expression darkened, a sense of unease creeping into his thoughts. Why was this person involved again? Had it not been for these two, dealing with a mere 5-year-old would have been as simple as a wolf preying on a chick. Yet, this swordsman appeared formidable. Jiang Guoguo took small steps forward, followed not only by the imposing Sui but also by a throng of villagers. They were eager to witness the unfolding drama, and united in their support for Jiang Guoguo, they aimed to pressure the Zhang family into submission. Thus, the large procession made its way to Zhang De's residence. Zhang De, leading the way, felt an intense discomfort, as if 1,000 needles were pricking at his back, drenched in cold sweat. The villagers' piercing gazes seemed to threaten his very existence. Originally intending to bring only Jiang Guoguo to meet the noble, he now found himself in this predicament, feeling increasingly vexed. Before long, the group arrived at Zhang De's house. From a distance, Jiang Guoguo spotted several armed men stationed in the courtyard, a sight that could easily intimidate the uninformed. It was no wonder Zhang De was so animated. Upon entering the courtyard, Zhang De extended his hand to block Jiang Guoguo's way. Everyone, the noble has only requested this young girl. You needn't crowd in. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang De aimed to isolate Jiang Guoguo, his calculating eyes betraying his intentions. The villagers grew anxious. That won't do. We must accompany her. Zhang De, don't be arrogant. The whole village knows you are not a good person. We cannot allow Guoguo to go in alone. Indeed, we will stand by Guoguo's side. Jiang Guoguo was taken aback by the villagers' fervent protection. Just moments ago, they had shown her disdain. Now, they were as protective as if she were their own child. Yet, Zhang De had his strategies. Turning to Jiang Guoguo, he urged, hurry and go in. If you delay, who knows what trouble may arise. Jiang Guoguo smiled, her small frame standing tall and resolute as she stepped inside, with Sui closely behind. It was just one person after all. The noble had brought a retinue of henchmen, and if a confrontation ensued, Jiang Guoguo would surely find herself in peril. After all, the Zhang family could easily resort to ambush tactics. Surely a few adults could handle a 5-year-old girl. Today, she was determined to ensure that this calamity, which had disrupted his plans, would not succeed. Chapter 41. I fear the villagers will rob me. As Jiang Guoguo stepped into the room, Zhang De swiftly turned and secured the door, blocking the gaze of the villagers outside. At that moment, Jiang Guoguo finally discerned the identity of the so-called benefactor. It was none other than the kind-hearted, stout uncle who had provided her with porridge. She recalled that he must be from the Zhou family of Bai Town. She had overheard in the dumpling shop that Miss Zhou was gravely ill. Furthermore, she had fortuitously encountered this portly uncle at the Guangyuan medical clinic while he was gathering medicine. The old apprentice seemed to be at a loss regarding the seriously ill Miss Zhou, suggesting that her condition was quite dire. It seemed the stout uncle had gathered some information and made the journey to the village specifically to find her. Once she was assured that he was not seeking revenge, Jiang Guoguo felt a wave of relief. Meanwhile, Zhou Yuanfu was sizing up Jiang Guoguo. Although she had changed considerably since their last meeting, blossoming into a girl even more enchanting than those from affluent families, he still recognized her. I wish to speak privately with this young friend, village chief Zhang. Would you kindly take your family outside? Zhou Yuanfu requested, wishing to keep the details of his niece's situation from prying eyes. Zhang De, though reluctant, understood the importance of not offending a benefactor and begrudgingly departed. However, Zhang's wife was less agreeable. Upon hearing her husband mention that this group was there to deal with Zhang's girl, she became animated, insisting she needed to witness the punishment of the girl firsthand, preferably seeing her pinned to the ground. Unbeknownst to her, Zhou Yuanfu had a temper as well. His previously amiable face tightened with anger. I have not withheld silver from you. You, an old woman, are being overly meddlesome. Recognizing the escalating tension, Jiang De hastily pulled his wife outside, scolding, "You old hag. Don't ruin things for me. Get out." With a resounding thud, the door was shut, and even Sui was sent away with a mere glance from Jiang Guoguo. Inside, only Jiang Guoguo and Zhou Yuanfu remained. Just as Jiang Guoguo was about to speak, Zhou Yuanfu suddenly knelt before her. "Little divine doctor, please save my niece," he implored, his substantial weight causing the ground to tremble with the impact of his kneeling. "Uncle, please rise. We can discuss this properly while seated," Jiang Guoguo urged, helping him to his feet. Once she was settled, Zhou Yuanfu anxiously continued, "Little divine doctor, that day at the Guangyuan Medical Clinic, you displayed medical skills surpassing even those of Dr. Wang. I hope to seek your assistance. My niece is a pitiful child. My elder brother has exhausted himself trying to cure her, and his health deteriorates daily. I am left with no choice." At this point, Zhou Yuanfu's eyes glistened with tears. Jiang Guoguo fully understood such emotions. When one family member falls ill, the entire family feels the weight of despair. Moreover, she had heard that Miss Zhou had sought out renowned doctors repeatedly, now clinging to the last shred of hope. "I neglected to introduce myself. We are the Zhou family from Bai Town, and I am Zhou Yuanfu. We met during the porridge distribution in the town. Would you be willing to give it a try? The Zhou family can afford any fee." Zhou Yuanfu had approached her of his own volition without consulting his family. After all, he was willing to take a gamble on this 5-year-old girl. However, given the gravity of his niece's condition, his family would surely not trust a mere child. Therefore, this request was a personal endeavor of Zhou Yuanfu, and he would bear full responsibility for whatever transpired. Yet, he found himself inexplicably fixated on this little girl since their last meeting, leading him to believe in her medical prowess. Regardless, time was of the essence for his niece. As long as there was a glimmer of hope, he was determined to pursue it. Jiang Guoguo, naturally, would not refuse such an opportunity. But she wouldn't be naive enough to agree outright. Instead, she stroked her chin and feigned maturity, saying, "I have heard that the renowned Dr. Zhuge Shao is in Jinwu City. Why doesn't uncle seek him instead of coming to me, a mere child?" Upon hearing this, Zhou Yuanfu let out a heavy sigh. Jiang Guoguo's brow furrowed in surprise. Could it be that he was researching the acupoints she had provided? From her old apprentice, Jiang Guoguo had discovered that acupuncture techniques in this era were far from complete, with many hidden acupoints yet to be explored. Dr. Zhuge Shao was exceptionally skilled and enjoyed delving into new ideas. Perhaps he was currently investigating those new acupoints. Meanwhile, within the Jinwu City Lord's residence. "Oh dear, divine doctor, I can't take it anymore. Please let someone else perform the needling." A pitiful young servant lay limply on the bed, while Zhuge Shao, holding a silver needle in one hand and a diagram of acupoints in the other, furrowed his brows as he compared the two. How does this little girl know so much? These acupoints are truly remarkable. My young friend, if Dr. Shao were willing to help, I assure you I would not have come to you. I am genuinely out of options. Zhou Yuanfu finally acquiesced, nodding in agreement. I can accompany you to give it a try, but will your Zhou family accept that a 5-year-old child is treating your precious niece? Jiang Guoguo was apprehensive about the potential skepticism from the patient's family, fearing they might undermine her efforts. If that were the case, even if she managed to heal the patient, they might not express a single word of gratitude. She had no desire to take on a thankless task that might even invite disdain. Jiang Guoguo agreed, confirming that they would set off after lunch. As she prepared to leave, Zhou Yuanfu hurriedly opened the door for her. However, as the door swung open, Zhang De stood outside, barking orders with a swagger. "Come out! You all, quickly deal with her." Zhang's wife chimed in, "Weren't you supposed to deal with this wretched girl? I'm joining you." Su Yi, sensing the hostility, stepped protectively in front of Jiang Guoguo. With a half-smile, Jiang Guoguo glanced at Zhang De and waved her hand. "Su Yi, stand down. I wish to see what these two old fools intend to do." Seeing that the benefactor was present at the door, Zhang De realized he should have given orders to subdue the girl. Yuanfu's expression shifted, revealing his displeasure. Zhang De's eyes widened in shock, and the rest of the Zhang family wore expressions of disbelief as they realized their miscalculations. Zhang's wife, undeterred, pointed an accusatory finger at Zhou Yuanfu. "If you aren't here to deal with this girl, then why have you brought so many people?" Zhou Yuanfu, with a round belly, stroked it earnestly and replied, "I feared encountering ruffians like your Zhang family, so I brought along extra company for safety." Chapter 42. Zhou Yuanfu's words infuriated the Zhang family, as he audaciously labeled them as rascals. Enraged, old lady Zhang bent to pick up a stone to hurl, but Zhou Yuanfu's men swiftly overpowered her, pinning the elderly woman to the ground. "Oh, dear, my old back. They are killing me. Quick, someone help me report to the authorities and have them all arrested." The Zhang family, eager to assist, found themselves intimidated by Zhou's well-trained servants who brandished their weapons, rendering the Zhangs powerless. It was then that Jiang Guoguo broke into a smile, raising her small hand and proclaiming loudly, "Strike." The villagers who had long harbored grievances against Zhang De seized the moment, rushing en masse toward the Zhang residence. "Strike. I've been displeased with them for ages. You scoundrel. I'll make you pay for withholding my son's military pay. You old hag. You only know how to gossip. I've long since become deaf to your incessant prattle. Today, I shall pluck every last hair from your head." In an instant, the courtyard of the Zhang family erupted with cries of despair, wails, and various curses. The villagers transformed into shadows of vengeance, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks upon the Zhang clan, occasionally delivering particularly vicious blows that sent them howling in pain. The Zhang family, encircled by dozens of villagers, struggled desperately, their commotion rendering them utterly helpless until they were left too exhausted to cry out. Seeing that the chaos was reaching its peak, Jiang Guoguo cleared her throat and called out, "Villagers, cease this at once. If we continue, someone may lose their life. We are good citizens, and while minor skirmishes can be overlooked, we must not resort to murder. Is this so, good citizens?" A voice from the crowd, eager for chaos, shouted, "Keep fighting." However, Jiang Guoguo's words bore the weight of authority, and the villagers immediately halted, stepping back to reveal the sorry state of the Zhang family. Upon inspecting the scene, Jiang Guoguo was struck by the sight before her. The Zhangs were hardly recognizable. Their faces were bruised and battered, and the most unfortunate among them, Zhang De and old lady Zhang, bore the worst of it. Zhang De's face was marred with claw marks, resembling a battered cat, blood oozing from his mouth where most of his teeth had been knocked out. Old lady Zhang fared even worse, her face a canvas of bruises, several teeth lost, her once proud hair now nearly gone, and her cherished coat torn to shreds, its stuffing strewn about like autumn leaves. Jiang Guoguo couldn't help but admire the villagers for their fervor. When it came to street brawls, the villagers, particularly the older folks, were unyielding, willing to sacrifice their own hands to ensure their adversaries left with broken teeth and bruised bodies. This was a testament to the long-standing resentment the villagers felt towards the Zhang family, a sentiment that had been building for quite some time. Regrettably, their village lacked a magistrate to uphold justice, and no one thought to report the Zhang's misdeeds. If only there were a proper authority, Zhang De's actions could warrant severe punishment, even execution. But Jiang Guoguo had already devised a plan. Observing the dismal condition of the Zhangs brought her immense satisfaction. She leisurely approached Zhang De, who was half collapsed against the ground, and met his gaze. Village head, according to the laws of our Longang kingdom, anyone who dares to embezzle the military pay of our valiant soldiers faces a death sentence. Her calm statement, combined with her youthful voice, seemingly devoid of malice, struck a jarring chord within Jiang Da, causing him to tremble, his pupils dilating as cold sweat cascaded down his face. Guoguo, please, don't report me. Just look at me. Jiang Da's speech was halting, his mouth missing most of his teeth, but Jiang Guoguo understood he was pleading for mercy. Yet, wrongdoers must face their just deserts. Embezzling soldiers' pay was a grave offense. Victories might be overlooked, but defeats would surely lead to execution. Moreover, this matter pertained to her two brothers, and she was no saint able to forgive at will. You must report this to the magistrate. I can't intervene, she declared, effectively sealing the Zhang family's fate. The villagers, having relished their revenge, held Jiang Guoguo in even higher esteem. Guoguo, next time such an event unfolds, be sure to summon us. We wish to join you in punishing the wicked. Indeed, we must confront scoundrels like Jiang Da whenever they surface to prevent them from terrorizing our village again. Upon hearing the full account from Sui, Bei Mingchen insisted on accompanying them, to which Jiang Guoguo readily agreed. She understood the importance of making a strong impression on this influential ally. After all, the greater her capacity, the more beneficial their alliance would become. At the Zhou residence, chaos reigned as servants scurried about in a frenzy, each one resembling a startled bird. The young lady has coughed up blood. She may not survive the night. Upon entering, Jiang Guoguo overheard the hushed whispers among the servants. Yuanfu's heart sank further at their words, prompting him to quicken his pace. Second uncle. A passing servant greeted, casting astonished glances at Jiang Guoguo and her companions. Zhou Yuanfu hurriedly led them through the corridor to a warmly decorated room, pushing the door open. Inside, a middle-aged man paced anxiously, and upon seeing them, hurried over with palpable excitement. Second brother, what news have you? This man was Zhou Yuanfu's elder brother, Lord Zhou, the current head of the Zhou household and the biological father of the young lady. His darkened eye bags and pallid complexion made him appear far older than his mere 40s, worry having turned his hair gray. It was evident that he had been deeply troubled by the situation regarding his daughter. Second brother, what are you saying? Do you think I would not be concerned? Where is the miraculous doctor you summoned? Lord Zhou was nearly drenched in sweat, anxiety mounting as he observed servants carrying basin after basin of blood from the inner chambers. His heart had long since reached its limit, and he was grateful that anyone would be willing to attend to the situation, let alone worry about anything else. But when he glanced at the figures behind Zhou Yuanfu, he was taken aback at the sight of a 5-year-old girl, a 10-year-old limping boy, and a tall young man with a sword at his waist. Second brother, where is the miraculous doctor you spoke of? Chapter 43. The subverted master-disciple relationship. Upon hearing this, Yuanfu gritted his teeth and cleared a path, pointing at Jiang Guoguo and declaring, Elder brother, the miraculous physician I mentioned is this little girl. A little girl? This was evidently a child barely weaned, just a few years old. Have you turned 5 yet? Zhou Leoi asked, as if compelled by some unseen force. Jiang Guoguo, unfazed, smiled and replied, if we count this month, I am 5.5 years old. 5.5. Zhou Leoi stumbled back and collapsed into the chair behind him, despair etched across his face. It's over, my Qingqing seems to have no hope. Zhou Yuanfu, growing anxious, urged, elder brother, trust me just this once. Let Jiang Xiaoyu give it a try. Even Dr. Wing knows of her medical skills. Zhou Leoi's brow remained furrowed. But upon hearing this, he straightened up. What did you say? This child truly possesses medical skills? At that moment, Wang Wenli emerged from the inner room, his hands stained with blood. Seeing that his little master had indeed arrived, his anxious heart instantly calmed. He had overheard some of the commotion outside. If Zhou Leia remained skeptical of his little master's abilities, she would certainly turn to leave, given her temperament. Just as Wang Wenli was feeling desperate, Jiang Guoguo nodded at him. Understanding her cue, he rushed over, exclaiming, "Little master, you've finally come. I'm at my wit's end. Please help that child inside." Zhou Leoi and his brother were still in a heated debate. Although he trusted his brother immensely, he could not bring himself to believe that a 5-year-old girl could make any difference in such a critical situation. At that moment, Wang Wanli's words seemed to drop like a stone into a calm sea, creating ripples of hope. Zhou Leoi, tangled in despair, sprang from his seat, his eyes wide with disbelief. "Dr. Wang, what did you just call this little girl?" "This is my little master. Her medical skills far surpass my own." "Zhou Leoi, you might as well place your faith in her." This girl, appearing to be merely 5, exhibited a precocious maturity. Her gaze was devoid of childish ignorance, instead radiating wisdom and sharpness. Having spent years in commerce, Zhou Leoi was adept at reading people, and he sensed that this girl was extraordinary. He must have been too anxious to truly assess her earlier. "Elder brother, do not hesitate any longer. Let Jiang Guoguo give it a try." Zhou Yuanfu was equally astonished, never having expected that Dr. Wang and Jiang Xiaoyu shared a master-disciple bond, with the elder being the disciple and the younger the master. Though it was a shocking revelation. Saving a life was of utmost importance. "Yes, yes. Little divine physician, please come inside." Zhou Leoi no longer obstructed her as Jiang Guoguo stepped forward. The pungent smell of blood assaulted their senses as they entered the room, prompting the others to frown and glance towards the bed. Beneath a white canopy lay a frail, emaciated figure, the only daughter of Zhou Leoi, Zhou Qingqing. Her face was gaunt, her once dark hair now silver, and her bluish lips were smeared with blood. A sight that was truly unsettling. According to Zhou Yuanfu, Zhou Qingqing was barely of age, in the bloom of youth. Yet, if no one had informed them that she was a young girl, anyone would mistake her for a decrepit old woman. At this moment, the maidservant by the bed, with red-rimmed eyes and a choked voice, said, "Master, second uncle, the young lady has been coughing up blood and hasn't tea stirred. What should we do?" In their anxiety, the Zhou family felt a surge of urgency. "Little divine physician, please." As Zhou Leij urged, Jiang Guoguo stepped forward, her small hand skillfully locating Zhou Qingqing's vital point. After a careful examination, she paused slightly. It was indeed a chronic ailment, but there was still hope. "Everyone, please step outside. Old disciple, you stay to assist me." Jiang Guoguo decisively ushered everyone out. Zhou Leoi wished to remain and observe, but Zhou Yuanfu pulled him away. "Second brother, do you truly believe?" "Sure. Elder brother, trust her this once." "Have you ever seen a child with Jiang Xiaoyu's demeanor? Even Dr. Wang addresses her as little master. She must be extraordinary. Let us gamble on this." Once everyone had exited, Jiang Guoguo began her preparations. On the roof, a voice whispered, "Young master, isn't this inappropriate? Be quiet. I wish to see how this little one treats others." Peering through a gap in the tiles were captivating eyes, as Bai Mingchen observed Jiang Guoguo's every move from above, his heart in turmoil. Meanwhile, Jiang Guoguo had produced her set of silver needles and was vigorously administering them to Zhou Qingqing, transforming her into a human pincushion in a matter of moments. Wang Wanli watched in horror, his heart racing with fear. After decades of practicing medicine, he had never witnessed such a terrifying scene. Zhou Qingqing was, without doubt, the person he had seen with the most needles inserted in his lifetime. Is it really safe to have so many needles inserted? Once she had completed her task, Jiang Guoguo wiped the sweat from her brow and settled down, addressing Wang Wanli, "Old disciple, you remain by Zhou Qingqing's side, and I shall explain the purpose of each needle I inserted, so you may grasp the essence of it." Wang Wanli trembled slightly at her words, filled with excitement. His little master was about to impart true skills to him. How thrilling! "I have inserted a total of 81 needles for Zhou Qingqing. The first needle must be placed at the Lingxiu point because..." As Jiang Guoguo continued her explanation, Wang Wanli's expression gradually twisted in confusion. No. This is too advanced. My old brain can barely keep up. Where's the tying point?" Let me pull out the diagram you provided, little master. That's about it. Old disciple, did you understand? And no, I didn't quite follow, but I still wish to maintain my dignity. Wang Wanli wore a rueful expression, wishing he could cry it out if only it were permissible. Jiang Guoguo pouted, observing her old disciple's troubled expression and realizing he clearly did not comprehend. Why is he so dim-witted? I provided such detailed explanations, yet he remains oblivious. Being a master is truly difficult. If every disciple could grasp the concepts with ease, how wonderful this world would be. Fine, I shall explain it to my old disciple once more. He is getting on in years, and as a master, I must show some understanding. I truly am quite clever. Chapter 44. A prodigy. Thus, Jiang Guoguo patiently explained once more. Wang Wanli held the acupoint chart, listening with utmost seriousness. Although there were still aspects he found somewhat perplexing, he grasped the general idea. On the roof, Bai Mingchen was already astonished. He exchanged a glance with Su Yi, and both were filled with astonishment. Just moments ago, the young Jiang Guoguo appeared as if possessed by a celestial being, her words flowing like a cascade of beans, articulating not mere commonplace phrases, but rather obscure and intricate medical knowledge. Despite his vast reading and profound learning under esteemed scholars, Bai Mingchen conceded that he was outmatched by Jiang Guoguo. The concepts she articulated were entirely beyond his comprehension. Indeed, the adage held true: a different field is like a different mountain, and the medical profession was not a pursuit for the ordinary. This only served to affirm that Jiang Guoguo was truly exceptional. Young master, this little divine physician might be a prodigy, even more formidable than you were at her age. Sui gazed at her with admiration. Once, he had revered the young master as a deity, but now he had added another to his pantheon, the prodigious little doctor. Bai Mingchen, though incredulous, could not deny the evidence before his eyes, acknowledging that this little girl surpassed him significantly at the age of 5. He recalled his own childhood. Having memorized the 4 books and 5 classics, studying military strategy under learned mentors, and gaining a rudimentary understanding of various tactics. He had even begun to learn internal energy and wield a wooden sword, earning the title of Little Prodigy. Yet, none of this compared to the awe-inspiring medical skills displayed by Jiang Guoguo. Jiang Guoguo remained by Zhou Qingqing's side, as her senior apprentice had become utterly absorbed in her studies. After a while, a soft cough startled everyone. Zhou Qingqing slowly opened her eyes, realizing she could not move. Frightened, she attempted to call out, only to discover that something seemed to be lodged in her throat. Seeing this, Jiang Guoguo quickly climbed onto the bed, gently reassuring Zhou Qingqing. "Do not be alarmed, elder sister. We are treating you. Just a moment longer and everything will be fine." Zhou Qingqing, struggling to focus, felt increasingly uneasy. How could a strange 5-year-old girl suddenly appear in her room? Where was her father? She vaguely remembered losing a significant amount of blood before losing consciousness, convinced she was dead. Yet, after a moment of reflection, she realized that her body felt considerably better than before. She felt much lighter. Aside from her inability to move or speak, everything seemed to be improving. Upon realizing this, Zhou Qingqing inexplicably developed a fondness for the adorable little girl before her. Jiang Guoguo, taking her pulse, nodded thoughtfully. "Elder sister, you are no longer in danger, but your prolonged illness has left your body in need of rehabilitation. The medicine will be bitter. You must persevere." Zhou Qingqing's sunken eyes widened, as if she had just come to a realization. Was this little girl truly checking her pulse? Despite her diminutive stature, her words were remarkably articulate. Who was she? Sensing the astonishment, Jiang Guoguo couldn't help but smile. "Elder sister, you must relax and focus on recuperating. Do not dwell on complex thoughts. Any questions in your heart, you may ask your father later." Zhou Qingqing blinked in acknowledgement, though the shock within her remained unassuaged. After a brief interval, Jiang Guoguo removed all the silver needles, and Zhou Qingqing immediately felt her body regain movement. She quickly spoke. Who are you? Having not spoken for an extended period, coupled with her throat being damaged from coughing up blood, Zhou Qingqing's voice came out hoarse and dry. Jiang Guoguo beamed. Elder sister. My name is Jiang Guoguo. You may call me Guo. I am the physician your uncle invited to treat you. Upon hearing this, Zhou Qingqing was taken aback and began to cough excitedly. Jiang Guoguo assisted her in catching her breath while noting, Wang Wanli was nearly driven mad trying to comprehend the mysteries of my medical skills. Hearing Jiang Guoguo speak, he dared not waste a moment, immediately rising and rushing outside. You may come in now, he announced. After speaking, he turned back around and sat down, delving back into his studies. Outside, Zhou Leoi, Zhou Yuanfu, and several female members of the Zhou family exchanged anxious glances. What did Dr. Wang mean by that? He only said they could enter, but did not disclose what had happened. The group entered nervously, just as they were about to inquire when they saw Zhou Qingqing, who had been on the brink of death, now sitting up and smiling at them. Father, second uncle, aunts, I feel much better. Zhou Leoi was instantly overwhelmed with emotion, tears streaming down his face as he knelt before Jiang Guoguo, exclaiming, Little divine physician, I cannot thank you enough for saving my daughter. How can I express my gratitude? Zhou Yuanfu echoed his thanks, and the family, still uncertain of Zhou Qingqing's recovery, began to express their appreciation to Jiang Guoguo, leaving her feeling bashful and scratching her head. The Zhou family, being affluent, did indeed have their own family physician. After a thorough examination, they confirmed that Zhou Qingqing's pulse was strong and her health was improving. Consequently, the entire Zhou household held Jiang Guoguo in the highest regard. Zhou Lei personally invited Jiang Guoguo to his study, instructing a servant to bring in 2 wooden chests. Little divine physician, I cannot repay your life-saving grace. Please accept these offerings. As she beheld the small chest filled with gold, silver, and a box containing 8 gold ingots, Jiang Guoguo did not decline and accepted them graciously. Then, she furrowed her brow, pausing for a moment before stating, Zhou Lei, there is something I must express. With a serious expression, her adorable face took on a weighty demeanor, causing Zhou Leoi's heart to sink. Please speak, little divine physician. The illness afflicting Miss Qingqing stemmed from the womb. During her time in utero, her mother consumed a considerable dosage of abortifacient medicine, and this was taken over a prolonged period. The fact that the child was not aborted is a miracle. Zhou Leoi's expression shifted, though he did not appear overly shocked, indicating that he was aware of the matter. Jiang Guoguo chose not to delve into the family's private affairs, merely touching upon the subject. She continued, Zhou Leoi, it is likely that Miss Qingqing will be unable to bear children in the future. She will require gradual rehabilitation, and I hope you understand this. At this, Zhou Leoi could no longer contain his emotions, tears streaming down his face. My poor daughter, to have to endure such a fate, it is my failure as a father. Chapter 45, 2 gold ingots from mother, 2 gold ingots from grandmother. The once sharp and unkind expressions on the simple faces had softened considerably, making them much more agreeable to behold. Even Sui couldn't help but comment, Little divine doctor, you are so well liked in the village, so charming. Unlike our young master, who has been labeled serious since childhood, almost rivaling the prince in demeanor. Hearing this, Jiang Guoguo immediately rolled her eyes. Well liked? Huh. You simply did not know me earlier. Back then, I was the kind of person that even ghosts would avoid. The courtesy they show me now is merely an act of atonement. From this casual remark, Sui discerned a hint of helplessness and sorrow. This girl must have endured considerable hardship. Upon returning home, grandmother and mother encircled Jiang Guoguo, inspecting her from every angle to ensure not a single strand of hair was missing before they finally sighed in relief. Thank goodness. My precious daughter has not faced any trouble. Guoguo, how did it go treating that family? Was it successful? Once Jiang Laotai's anxiety subsided, she turned to gossip. After Guoguo left, several young men from the village who often frequented the town visited her to relay that the sickly young lady from the Zhou family was difficult to treat. Guoguo's invitation could lead to unforeseen complications. In ordinary circumstances, if the sickly one were to perish, it would bear no consequence to them, the common folk. However, if this young lady were to die under Jiang Guoguo's care, the ramifications would be entirely different. Upon hearing this, Jiang Laotai was so frightened that she could hardly sit still, pacing the room all day and occasionally peering out at the village entrance. Meanwhile, Lin Wanyan, already pregnant, couldn't be burdened with worry, so she remained unaware of the underlying tensions. Jiang Guoguo observed the curious expressions on her grandmother and mother's faces and smiled broadly, saying, "Grandmother and mother are deeply convinced of my medical skills, having witnessed and experienced them firsthand." Su Yi interjected, "Guoguo is now a little divine doctor. After today, the entire Bai town will surely know her name." Upon hearing about their child's remarkable achievements, both women felt immense joy. Lin Wanyun gazed at Jiang Guoguo with pride, her eyes glistening with tears. As a mother, all she wished was for Guoguo to grow up happily and healthily, without desiring anything else. In response, Jiang Guoguo quickly rummaged through her clothes, dashing over to Lin Wanyun, standing on tiptoe to stuff something into her mother's arms, saying, "How can you not desire anything? I plan to take you and grandmother to enjoy the finest delicacies and embark on the pinnacle of life." Both Lin Wanyun and Jiang Laotai were amused by Jiang Guoguo's words. Lin Wanyun looked down and was astonished to find 2 heavy gold ingots nestled in her embrace, gasping in surprise as she hurriedly clutched them close. "Guoguo, where did this come from?" Seeing her gentle mother so flustered by the gold ingots, Jiang Guoguo couldn't help but laugh. "Mother, rest assured and accept it. Spend freely on whatever you desire. This is my earned consultation fee." Afterward, Jiang Guoguo handed 2 gold ingots to her grandmother, advising, "Grandmother, mother, we shall no longer live frugally, spend freely. If you run out, I still have more." The mere mention of more made even Sui gulp audibly. Goodness, despite living in such a dilapidated house, who would have thought they possessed so much gold? "My monthly allowance is merely 20 gold coins. It would take me half a year of tireless effort to earn even one of these ingots." Both Lin Wanyun and Jiang Laotai were utterly astonished, clearly recognizing that Guoguo would not boast or fabricate stories. They exchanged glances and swallowed hard. Lin Wanyun managed to wrap the gold ingots in a cloth, maintaining an outward calm, but Jiang Laotai, having endured a lifetime of hardship, would be elated even by the sight of 2 gold coins. Now, her beloved granddaughter was bestowing upon her 2 hefty ingots and encouraging her to spend them freely. She was momentarily at a loss for how to process it. Seeing this, Jiang Guoguo merely pressed her lips together, choosing not to say more. As night fell, Jiang Guoguo finally had time to herself and hurried into her space. After treating Zhou Qingqing's congenital ailment, she received 5,000 points, which took her by surprise. She speculated this might be related to the status of the patient. The injury of Bai Mingchen, though less complex than Zhou Qingqing's, was still valuable, likely due to his elevated status. In this world, if one were to quantify a person, there would inevitably be distinctions in worth. Healing a noble, even for a minor ailment, might carry greater value than saving an ordinary citizen on the brink of death. This was an undeniable reality. Now that her points had reached the threshold for the second functional area to unlock, Jiang Guoguo concentrated her thoughts, and her exquisite space transformed instantaneously. In the distance, the mist gradually dispersed, revealing a house of approximately 40 square meters. Jiang Guoguo felt a surge of excitement as she approached, discovering it to be a well-equipped convenience store. Inside, the shelves were adorned with a variety of items, including the modern seasonings and snacks she had longed for, as well as rice, flour, oil, common vegetables, and even daily necessities like tissues, sanitary pads, facial cleansers, and shampoos. "Wait, is that a freezer?" Jiang Guoguo exclaimed in delight, spotting 2 large freezers filled with cold drinks and one stocked with ice cream. Although she was unsure how the space could be powered, the functioning freezers indicated that her exquisite space had electricity. Though the convenience store was not large in scale, its inventory was impressively comprehensive, resembling a mobile supermarket. After thoroughly exploring the store, she discovered a small storeroom at the back, filled with no less than 20 bags of rice and several bags of mature potatoes and sweet potatoes. Now, even in times of famine, she had no fear of food shortages. With the emergence of the convenience store, Jiang Guoguo promptly allocated some of her points to expand her spiritual fields and springs, while another portion was used to hasten the growth of her medicinal herbs. Consequently, her small pharmacy was significantly enhanced, leaving her immensely satisfied. However, this expenditure left her points depleted. Jiang Guoguo couldn't help but sigh. Who would have thought that I, Jiang Guoguo, would one day have to venture out to operate a business before reaching adulthood? Am I considered a child laborer now? No, even child laborers wouldn't suffice. At 5.5 years old, I should be called a little worker. Chapter 46. The farmland has dried up early the next morning. After examining Bei Mingchen's leg and preparing a medicinal concoction, Jiang Guoguo slung a small bamboo basket over her shoulder and set off with her grandmother to their family's field. My dear granddaughter, what do you intend to plant in our 2 acres of land? Winter is fast approaching, and it may not be suitable for crops, her grandmother inquired. Jiang Guoguo, unfazed, had already contemplated this matter thoroughly. Whether to plant or not was inconsequential. She had already conducted an experiment the previous night. The goods taken from the small shop would automatically replenish by the following morning, indicating an endless supply of provisions from that establishment. Moreover, her spatial realm had expanded to 5 acres, with 3 acres dedicated to medicinal herbs, leaving 2 acres available for their family's self-sufficiency. Do not worry, Grandma. I have it all figured out. If winter arrives, we can plant some chives and radishes. However, if the soil proves inadequate, we can always plant next year. There's no rush. Besides, Mother is likely to give birth soon, and we may not have anyone available to tend to the fields. We might need to hire a laborer for that, she reassured her grandmother. Upon hearing this, Jiang Grandma relaxed, her anxious heart easing as she felt a wave of sweetness wash over her. Oh, how wonderful! Our clever granddaughter knows everything and can handle anything. Allowing this old woman to rest easy, she said, delighted. Upon reaching the fields of Shurtsuan, Jiang Guoguo noticed a group of villagers sitting despondently along the ridge, each wearing a troubled expression and sighing deeply. As she gazed further, she was taken aback by the sight before her. The vast fields lay barren, with wilted vegetable leaves and cracked soil. The villagers' wooden buckets, used for fetching water, were haphazardly strewn about, neglected. Old Yang, what has happened here? Why aren't you all busy by now? Jiang Grandma called out. Old Yang, the husband of Yang Laopa, was around the same age as Jiang Grandma. With over 20 mouths to feed at home, he was still toiling in the fields at over 70 years old. Upon seeing Jiang Guoguo and her grandmother, the villagers greeted them warmly. After exchanging pleasantries, old Yang shook his head helplessly, his smile vanishing. Jiang sister, look at that river. It has completely dried up. Where will we find water for irrigation? He lamented. The villagers sighed in agreement. In the past, we could easily fetch water from the river, but now we must draw water from the village well, which is running dry as well. The rope on our water bucket has been extended time and again. At this rate, we might run out of water altogether. Jiang Guoguo sensed a troubling omen. Logically, the southern region should not be experiencing such drought. Although she had only recently arrived, her memories indicated that aside from a brief autumn rain during her visit to Bai Town, it had not rained for several months. The humidity in the air was alarmingly low, and even the rough men in the village showed significantly less shine on their faces. She could not ascertain whether this was the norm for this area, but the sight of withered crops and severely cracked land suggested that the situation was dire. As she approached her own 2 acres of land, she shook her head in dismay. Grandma, this land is unplantable. Compared to the other villagers' fields, ours is in even worse shape, nearly resembling a desert. When I step on it, the soil crumbles like sand. It is utterly unsuitable for growing ordinary crops. Jiang Grandma, an experienced gardener, bent down to grasp a handful of soil and her expression immediately darkened. What? It seems our family is in for another hardship. Her demeanor shifted, her brows knitting together in concern. Noticing her grandmother's distress, Jiang Guoguo promptly asked, "Grandma, have you discovered something?" Jiang Grandma, now devoid of energy, sat down on the ridge. Jiang Guoguo quickly followed suit, reaching out to check her pulse, only to be gently restrained by her grandmother, who tenderly rubbed her small hand in her own. The rough texture of her grandmother's hand felt gritty against Jiang Guoguo's delicate skin, causing a slight discomfort. Yet, the warmth radiating from her grandmother made her reluctant to withdraw her hand. "Grandma, please share your thoughts with me. Though I am only 5.5. I understand quite a lot," she encouraged. A faint smile finally graced Jiang Grandma's lips. "Yes, my dear Guo is quite remarkable, and that makes me very happy," she replied, her worries gradually dissipating as she recounted stories from her past. Jiang Guoguo learned that her grandmother was not originally from this region. Her hometown lay further south, a place of scenic beauty, more charming than this one. However, as the tale unfolded, Jiang Guoguo sensed an unsettling truth. Her grandmother had left her homeland due to a drought and a rodent plague, becoming separated from her family and eventually finding herself in this village. During her journey, she had encountered a grandfather who hunted for survival, and together they had endured much hardship before settling in Shizhuan. The Jiang family was not originally from this village. Jiang Grandma gazed solemnly at the desolate fields and finally spoke. "Back then, the land in my hometown was just like this, dry as sand. The streams and ponds gradually dried up, and I remember it was nearing winter. Many people perished that season." Upon hearing her grandmother's words, Jiang Guoguo's heart sank as the gravity of the situation dawned upon her. If this were indeed the case, her grandmother might have to endure another fleeing, which explained her pallor. Fleeing from disaster was no trivial matter. It involved the constant threat of hunger and inadequate shelter, battling nature while remaining wary of robbers along the way. If that day were to come, their family of 3 women, along with the soon-to-be-born baby, would likely become vulnerable victims. "What, are you afraid?" Jiang Grandma suddenly asked, stroking Jiang Guoguo's hand. Caught off guard, Jiang Guoguo hesitated. Was she afraid? Naturally not. Yet, her small stature did impose many limitations. She needed to hasten the development of some poisons, just in case. Jiang Grandma, unaware of her granddaughter's thoughts regarding potential disasters and the need for defense, gently pinched Jiang Guoguo's cheek and smiled kindly. "Do not fear, my dear. With your grandmother and mother by your side, we will ensure you are not subjected to hardship. I promise, even if it costs my life. I will protect you and your mother." Moved by her grandmother's heartfelt vow, Jiang Guoguo felt a lump in her throat. "Grandma, that is not how it should be. I should be the one protecting you and mother. Rest assured, I will never allow you to suffer." Seeing her granddaughter's spirited determination, Jiang Grandma could not help but chuckle. The two sat together on the ridge, gazing at the sky and laughing heartily throughout the morning. Chapter 47. At last, we part ways. Time flies. And in the blink of an eye, 10 days have passed. During this period, Jiang Guoguo visited the town and enlisted the help of her senior apprentice, gathering a substantial collection of high-quality seeds and seedlings to cultivate the 3 acres of vacant land in her space. Due to the unique nature of the Linglong space, combined with the characteristics of the spiritual fields, any vegetation could be simultaneously planted. Thus, the seeds and seedlings Jiang Guoguo collected were wonderfully diverse. In 1 acre, she planted wheat, anticipating that when the grains matured, they could be ground into flour for various culinary delights and even used for brewing. On another acre, she sowed rice. Although the small shop had an abundant supply of rice, the produce from the spiritual fields promised to be distinct. She believed that the rice would transform into spiritual rice, imbued with unique benefits, which she was eager to explore. In the remaining acre, Jiang Guoguo planted an assortment of vegetables, chives, spinach, sweet potatoes, winter melons, and radishes, utilizing every seed she could gather. Unfortunately, The variety of vegetables available in this region was far less than she had anticipated, with starchy vegetables like potatoes and sweet potatoes being particularly elusive. Corn, cauliflower, and water spinach were non-existent in this area. Fortunately, the small shop boasted a wide array of vegetables, and she could devise ways to cultivate them herself. In addition to her gardening endeavors, Jiang Guoguo also attempted to bring live poultry into her space, but all her efforts were in vain. It seemed that in order to house living creatures, the space would require further upgrading. Although her leg still could not move as swiftly as that of a normal person, she believed that a complete recovery was imminent. One afternoon, after lunch, Bai Mingchen, following Jiang Guoguo's instructions, was basking in the sunlight. Suddenly, Sui rushed over, his expression grave. Without delay, he presented a letter to Bai Mingchen. Upon reading it, Bai Mingchen's countenance shifted dramatically. Jiang Guoguo paused in her task of feeding the chickens and stood up. Furrowing her brows, "Are you really leaving? Your treatment has only just begun. Without my daily acupuncture to ease your muscles and joints, a full recovery would take much longer." However, Bai Mingchen remained resolute, his face somber. "Guoguo, I truly must depart. I am grateful for your care these past few days. Your kindness will be etched in my memory for a lifetime, and I shall repay it." He hesitated for a moment before adding, "Guoguo, there is something I must alert you to." "Speak," Jiang Guoguo replied, maintaining a facade of calm while feeling an unexpected tension within. Despite his tender age of just over 10, Bai Mingchen rarely displayed such seriousness, indicating that what he was about to share was of great significance. As Jiang Guoguo suspected, Bai Mingchen proceeded to reveal a matter of grave importance. The Jing'an region was suffering from severe drought, with vast farmlands parched and rivers dried up. A considerable number of refugees were heading towards their area. You must have noticed by now that the skies have not shed rain, the land is barren, and various pests have begun to emerge. We must move northward as soon as possible. Bai Mingchen's eyes betrayed a hint of reluctance and helplessness. "My identity is special. Staying close to me would pose greater danger for you. I cannot take you with me." Jiang Guoguo steadied herself, knowing that the moment she had anticipated had finally arrived. Taking a deep breath, she looked up at Bai Mingchen and smiled. "Do not blame yourself. You are not obligated to protect my family. My grandmother and I anticipated these events, though we did not expect the crisis to unfold so rapidly. Rest assured, we are prepared." Hearing this, Bai Mingchen felt a wave of relief wash over him. Suddenly, he bent down and lifted Jiang Guoguo into his arms. Having shed some weight through her own efforts, she was still slightly chubby, making it manageable for him to carry her. However, the moment Bai Mingchen supported her, Jiang Guoguo felt a jolt of shock, her body tensing in surprise. "Put me down. Oh my goodness, he actually lifted me." Jiang Guoguo never imagined that one day she would be embraced in such a manner by a boy, her heart racing uncontrollably. Bai Mingchen, however, broke into a light-hearted laugh. "Oh, little one, are you shy? We have shared a room and a bed. Why were you not embarrassed then?" Jiang Guoguo was speechless. Noticing her cheeks flushing a deep red, Bai Mingchen found her adorable, wishing he could tease her more. "Consider this a farewell. I hope that when we meet again, you remain the spirited little girl you are. Stay safe, eat well, and grow up healthy. I would hate to see you thin as a monkey. I prefer you plump and cuddly." Initially touched by his words to the point of tears, Jiang Guoguo was caught off guard when he suddenly made a cheeky remark and playfully pinched her backside. "Ha ha." Bai Mingchen, having succeeded in his mischief, set her down and distanced himself, though a flicker of reluctance shone in his eyes. Surprised by his own behavior, he mused that perhaps this little girl had stolen his heart, a feat he never expected. At such a young age, romantic notions were irrelevant. He merely wished for her to grow up joyfully, free from worries. "Guoguo, I truly must leave. In a few days, I will send 2 of my subordinates to join you. You may decide whether to keep them or not. I trust your judgment." With that, Bai Mingchen, fearing that lingering a moment longer would make it even harder to part, resolutely turned and boarded the carriage. As the carriage swiftly departed from Shizhuan, Jiang Guoguo gazed after it, feeling a sudden void within her. Perhaps it was for the best. Their companionship had been born out of necessity. Though she had been quite satisfied with this childhood betrothal, he had his own family and affairs, and it would be unreasonable to keep him bound to her side. Meanwhile, aboard the departing carriage, Sui observed his young master emanating a palpable sense of melancholy, furrowing his brow. Young master, if you are reluctant, you could easily take Guoguo with you. For our royal household, accommodating 2 or 3 more individuals is hardly an issue. However, Bai Mingqian shook his head subtly. The flicker of reluctance in his eyes replaced by a steely resolve. He wished for Guoguo to be happy every day, but he knew that staying by his side would not bring her joy. Chapter 48. Mother is about to give birth. 3 days swiftly passed, and the golden autumn of October quietly faded as we entered the biting winds of November. What caused this sudden chill overnight? Is Mother Guoguo around? My neighbor, Aunt Cui. On this day at noon, the eldest daughter-in-law of the neighboring Yang family, Cui Lan, knocked on the door of Jiang Guoguo's home. Jiang Guoguo had accompanied her grandmother to the fields, leaving only Lin Sher in the house. Seeing that no one responded after repeated calls, Cui Lan raised her voice several times, shaking the courtyard fence until it almost fell apart, yet Lin Sher remained inside without coming out. Soon, the village of Sher was in an uproar. Meanwhile, in the fields, Jiang Guoguo and her grandmother had just discovered a wild spring, both wearing frowns. Guoguo, it seems your grandmother was right. A severe drought has indeed arrived. Once your mother delivers the baby, we must prepare ourselves, the elderly lady said. Jiang Guoguo nodded in agreement, reassuring her, Grandmother, do not worry. We are not fleeing from disaster. We are merely seeking a better place to settle. My betrothed promised to arrange for 2 people to assist us. Upon hearing this, the old lady's brow relaxed considerably. Really? Oh, how wonderful. That Beichan child still remembers us. When we meet again, I must express my gratitude to him in person. Although the old lady had never received much education and had seldom ventured out into the world, she possessed a considerable understanding of human affairs. She could discern that Beichan must have come from a prestigious family, and it was evident that he would not truly act as her granddaughter's betrothed, but rather as a jest. Jiang Dinyang, your daughter-in-law is about to give birth. Upon hearing this, Jiang Guoguo and her grandmother quickly turned to run. Yang Dalu, is what you said true? Jiang's grandmother asked, her legs moving swiftly as she inquired about the situation, her heart racing with anxiety. Jiang Guoguo also frowned, struggling to keep up with the adult's pace due to her short legs. Yang Dalu, the eldest son of the neighboring Yang family, gasped for breath as he explained, It's true. My wife went to your house this morning to deliver some charcoal, concerned about the sudden cold and whether you had firewood. After knocking for a long time with no answer, she called me over. I climbed over the wall and found Guoguo's mother lying on the ground. The village has already sent for a midwife from the neighboring village. Jiang Dinyang, please do not be too anxious. How could Jiang's grandmother not worry? She knew very well whose child her daughter-in-law was expecting, but the other villagers might not be aware, and some might even gossip about Lin Sher's character. If there were those among them who held ill will towards the Jiang family and caused complications during childbirth, what would she do? Therefore, the usually slow-moving Jiang grandmother exerted all her strength and began to run swiftly ahead. Jiang Guoguo's heart clenched at the sight. Grandmother, please slow down. Be careful not to hurt yourself. Goodness, this old lady's sprint was indeed alarming. If she continued, her fragile bones might give way. After all the effort Jiang Guoguo had put into caring for her grandmother's health, a fall would undo all her hard work. The elderly were most fearful of falling. Suddenly, Jiang Guoguo had an idea. Uncle Yang, please carry me on your back and run. Realizing that Guoguo was only 5 years old and unable to keep up, Yang Dala quickly bent down and offered his back. Without hesitation, Jiang Guoguo climbed onto Yang Dalu's back, gripping the fabric on his shoulders tightly, and then turned to her grandmother, who had a trusting gaze fixed on her. Yang Dalu, upon hearing this, took off running, and in no time, they arrived at the doorstep. Make way, make way. Guoguo is here, he shouted, causing the villagers crowded in the yard to part, all turning to look at Jiang Guoguo. Without a moment's pause, she dashed inside, where the faint metallic scent of blood met her nose, followed by murmurs of conversation within. Oh dear! Why haven't the family members arrived yet? What am I to do? It was the anxious voice of Yang's wife, indicating that Lin Shi had already fallen into unconsciousness, leaving no one to make decisions. The midwife, an elderly woman, shook her head repeatedly. This is not good. It seems the umbilical cord is wrapped around. The mother has fainted, which indicates a difficult labor. We must have the family here to make a decision, either save the mother or the child. Jiang Guoguo's heart sank. The worst fear she had hoped to avoid was coming true. She hurried into the inner room, racing to the bedside. At that moment, her mother lay pale, drenched in cold sweat, with a steady flow of blood beneath her. The midwife stood helplessly beside the bed, clutching a warm towel, unsure of what to do. Seeing Jiang Guoguo arrive, Yang's wife immediately brightened. She is here. Guoguo has arrived. The midwife turned to see a mere 5-year-old child and stomped her foot in frustration. What can a little child do? Where is Jiang Jie? Why hasn't she come yet? It appeared to be the midwife's first encounter with such a situation, leaving her flustered and unsure of where to place her hands. Jiang Guoguo, unfazed, rushed forward to take her mother's pulse. The midwife, alarmed, was about to protest when Yang's wife quickly pulled her aside. Qinpa, this is the little miracle doctor, Jiang Guoguo, who cured the sick young lady from Bai Town. Just watch. The midwife was taken aback. What? It's her? She glanced skeptically at Jiang Guoguo's tiny frame, shaking her head repeatedly. That's impossible. I cannot believe it. Yang's wife, recognizing the urgency, shot a meaningful look at the midwife. Just wait and see. I wouldn't jest with you. At that moment, Jiang Guoguo had grasped the situation. She quickly washed her hands and proceeded to disinfect them before preparing to assist her mother in childbirth. Though she had never done this before, she understood the principles involved. Her mother must be faint due to the stress of the moment. Her body was intact, but external assistance was needed to bring the baby into the world. The midwife was horrified to see Jiang Guoguo intending to assist with the delivery. Oh dear! This little child cannot handle this. If something goes wrong, I cannot take responsibility. Chapter 49. How is it a boy? The midwife was naturally taken aback by Jiang Guoguo's actions. Although Yang Laopa had faith in Jiang Guoguo, she had never witnessed such a scene. Like the midwife, fear was etched across her face, causing her legs to weaken as she dared not look further. She could only support herself against the earthen wall and slowly make her way out. The villagers, anxiously waiting outside, quickly inquired upon seeing the shaken expressions on the midwife and Yang Laopa. What happened inside? The midwife shook her head, unable to articulate a coherent response, her heart still racing from the shock. Yang Laopa managed to speak, but with a deep sigh, she found herself at a loss for words. Among the nearby villages, only Qinpa possessed superior skills, and to find a better midwife, they would have to venture to Bai Town. However, the town was distant, and by the time they summoned a midwife from there, Lin Shi might have already succumbed, losing both her life and that of her child. Therefore, their hopes rested solely on Jiang Guoguo. The villagers exchanged puzzled glances, uncertain of what to do. They wished to peek inside, but with Lin Shi in labor, it was inappropriate for men to enter, while the women felt too intimidated. Thus, they remained in a stalemate. Jiang Guoguo, feeling no respite, took a sip of water to steady herself before entering the inner room. At that moment, Jiang Guoguo's small hands had already grasped the tiny feet of the newborn, crimson with blood, a sight that could be unsettling. Yet, as a woman herself, Grandma Jiang put her fears aside and hurried forward. What should I do? I cannot let my granddaughter manage this alone. I must assist. Seeing her grandmother panting heavily, Jiang Guoguo quickly replied, Grandma, you are not needed right now. Please rest for a moment, and when you're feeling better, prepare some broth for my mother to drink once she regains consciousness. She is physically unharmed, merely frightened and fainted. The blood loss is considerable, and she may feel dizzy upon waking. Grandma Jiang nodded in agreement, not daring to delay, and promptly exited the room, rushing to the kitchen. The villagers, witnessing this, were even more baffled. Why is Grandma Jiang not staying with the mother but running to the kitchen instead? You fool, do you not understand? A woman in labor must exert herself. Perhaps Lin Shi has stalled in her labor and needs sustenance to regain her strength. The midwife sighed lightly, shaking her head. You are mistaken. The lady inside is still unconscious. The child may be positioned improperly or have the umbilical cord wrapped around its neck, making it highly likely that she will face complications. The midwife's words shocked the villagers, causing their expressions to shift dramatically. Some feigned concern, while others genuinely worried for the Jiang family. Qin Pe, you are renowned for your skills in this region. Many difficult births have been successfully managed under your care. Please, go in and assist them. The midwife quickly shook her head, recalling the audacious actions of the 5-year-old girl. No, I cannot do it. I am about to retire. I cannot risk a life during my final delivery. Outside, Jiang Guoguo had heard the commotion, but she needed to focus and disregarded the midwife. At that moment, the baby's body was mostly out, with just the head remaining. Jiang Guoguo persevered, applying skillful angles and techniques, finally pulling the plump infant into the world. Wah! 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 The cries of the newborn resonated throughout the room, so loud that they caused Jiang Guoguo's eardrums to ache. My goodness! This little rascal has caused his mother to faint, but is quite lively himself. Jiang Guoguo couldn't help but glance at the tiny appendage between the baby's legs, grinning broadly. Wonderful! It's not a sister. I remain the beloved daughter of the family, with no one to compete for affection. Moreover, having a brother is delightful. I can command him, and if he annoys me, I can give him a little smack. He can be my little follower, unlike a sister. The Jiang family had welcomed a healthy baby boy, a cause for celebration. She has given birth. Guo has indeed not let us down. Just listen to that voice, strong and resounding. It must be a boy. Meanwhile, in the kitchen, Grandma Jiang heard the baby's cries and, overwhelmed with joy, dropped the spatula and dashed toward the inner room. Oh my dear daughter-in-law has given birth. Let me see if it's a boy or a girl. When Grandma Jiang entered, Jiang Guoguo had already retrieved a fresh towel from her space to wrap the baby. Upon seeing her grandmother rush in, Jiang Guoguo quickly handed the infant over. Grandma, hold him. I still need to help my mother. Ah, my dear grandson. Such a lovely boy. Grandma Jiang exclaimed, cradling the baby. Typically, newborns appear wrinkled. But this little one looked remarkably plump and smooth, with no creases on his skin. Truly miraculous. Tears of joy streamed down her face as she beamed at the child. Suddenly, an idea struck her. She reached to lift the towel covering the baby's chest to peek between his legs. Upon seeing the small appendage, Grandma Jiang's expression soured, and she pouted. How's it a boy? Jiang Guoguo had just finished cleaning her mother when she heard her grandmother's remark, momentarily stunned. What? It's a boy. And Grandma is upset? This was unusual. In rural communities, when a family welcomed a boy, celebrations ensued, with jubilant dances and feasts to honor their ancestors. Why was it different with her grandmother? Considering the time, it had been over a decade since Grandma Jiang had seen a boy born into the Jiang family. Surely, she should be elated. Yet, with a frown, Grandma Jiang covered the baby with the cloth, muttering, alas, it is a boy. I wanted another granddaughter as lovely as Guar. How unfair. Chapter 50. Naming the brother, delicious and memorable. Upon hearing the old lady's words, the towel that Jiang Guoguo had not wrung out slipped from her hands and fell to the ground with a thud, prompting her to clutch her belly and burst into laughter. The newly born Jiang baby exclaimed, Dear sister, you are undoubtedly my beloved sister. However, to Jiang Guoguo's surprise, the old lady sighed in anger at the remark. Jiang Guoguo fell silent, realizing that her grandmother was still harboring resentment towards her father. It dawned on her that this father, whom she had never met, was indeed a remarkable person, a true victim of circumstance. Yet, seeing her grandmother's displeased demeanor as she reminisced about her unfortunate son, Jiang Guoguo felt it unwise to add fuel to the fire and hurried to offer comfort. Grandmother, please do not blame my father. He still cares for our Jiang family. After all, he has brought us a little brother. With this baby around, I assure you that our brother will grow up plump and healthy, so do not worry. Tears welled up in the old lady's eyes as she embraced Jiang Guoguo tightly. My dear Guar, you have suffered so much. Without you, your mother and I would not know how to survive. Ever since her sweet granddaughter had recovered from her fainting spell in the mountains, the household matters had been solely managed by Guoguo, granting the elderly woman a glimmer of hope for the future. Jiang Guoguo chuckled softly, reciprocating the embrace as warmth surged through her heart. She had initially expected that her journey into this rural life would be filled with peculiarities. Yet her grandmother and mother cherished her as their treasure. This was the essence of family. After a moment of warmth, the villagers outside grew impatient and insisted on entering to offer their congratulations. Fearing her grandson and daughter-in-law might be disturbed, the old lady quickly placed the little one by Lin's pillow and stepped outside to usher the villagers into the yard. In her joy, the old lady waved her hand decisively, announcing a village feast, eliciting applause from the gathered villagers. At that moment, Jiang Guoguo also stepped outside. The midwife, seeing her, hesitated for a moment before approaching, her gaze lingering on Jiang Guoguo. Finally, she spoke softly, Guoguo, I apologize for my hasty words earlier. Please do not take it to heart. The midwife meant well but had a tendency to speak thoughtlessly. Aware of her own limitations during Lin's fainting spell, Jiang Guoguo nodded slightly, forgiving her, and presented a silver coin. Thank you for making this trip, Granny Qin. This is your payment for today's efforts. Although the midwife had not delivered the child, it was important to acknowledge the social customs. Seeing the silver coin resting in Jiang Guoguo's palm, the midwife felt a mix of emotions, her face flushing with embarrassment. Oh, I cannot accept this coin. I truly did not assist much. Noticing her sincerity, Jiang Guoguo simply pulled out another silver coin and handed it to Granny Yang. This coin is for your family. Thank you for promptly recognizing my mother's condition. Please give the other coin to the midwife. Granny Yang hesitated but ultimately accepted the money with care. After bidding farewell to the villagers, a faint voice emerged from inside the house. Mother, Guoguo, where are you? They hurried into the inner room and found Lin had awakened, leaning against the wall to breastfeed. Upon seeing this, Zhang's grandmother exclaimed and quickly rushed to the kitchen to fetch a bowl of fish soup. Once the little one was fed and Lin had consumed a bowl of the nourishing soup herself, she gazed at Jiang Guoguo with tears in her eyes. Guoguo, if it weren't for you, we mother and son might have been forever separated. Lin was still shaken, recalling the sudden pains that had gripped her alone at home with no one around to help. Fortunately, everything had gone smoothly, and the baby was born safely, thanks to her precious Guoguo. Looking down at the chubby little one in her arms, Lin broke into a smile. Jiang Guoguo exchanged knowing glances with her grandmother, both filled with happiness. Mother, please give our little brother a name. Prompted by Jiang Guoguo, Lin and the old lady exchanged a look before turning their attention to Jiang Guoguo. Guar, your mother wishes for you to name your brother. Jiang Guoguo pondered, thinking how a tiny bundle of joy knew nothing at all, yet she could not disappoint her grandmother and mother. She began to contemplate. She herself was named Guoguo. Her elder brother was named Tianjun, and her second brother was named Tianjia. Their names bore no relation to one another. Her elder brothers had names starting with Tian, which had long lost its novelty. Thus, her little brother needed a unique name. Names like Gosheng or Godan felt too rustic and down-to-earth, while names like Haochen or Yuchen were lovely yet too juvenile to pronounce. Suddenly, an idea struck Jiang Guoguo, and she grinned mischievously. How about we name him Dodo? I am Guozi, and he would be dizzy, symbolizing that our family will always be well fed. Lin and the old lady exchanged glances before bursting into laughter. Ha ha ha, let us go with Guoer's suggestion from now on. He will be called Jiang Dodo. His nickname will also be Dodo, making it easy to remember. Jiang's grandmother nodded in agreement. I think it's perfect. We shall call him Dodo, a name that is both memorable and delightful, ensuring he thrives. Our Guoer has a talent for naming. Years later, grown-up Jiang Dodo found himself crying into his pillow countless nights, feeling betrayed by his sister. Dodo is one thing, but having the surname Jiang made it worse. Jiang Dodo, when pronounced together, it sounded rather foolish. But what could he do? The whole family stood firmly by his sister's choice. Chapter 51. Bad news arrives in the village. Jiang Dodo, my precious Jiang Dodo. Lin Shi, filled with energy, began to playfully tease the sleeping little one. To her surprise, the child suddenly twitched, and with a tiny paw raised in the air, let out a soft whimper. This delighted both Lin Shi and old lady Jiang. Look, dear, the little treasure likes that name. Old lady Jiang couldn't help but gently stroke the child's cheek. Indeed, the name given by sister must be beloved by the little treasure. Witnessing this heartwarming scene, Jiang Guoguo couldn't help but smile broadly. If the family could share such joyful laughter every day, she would be content. The following day, the villagers arrived at Jiang's courtyard early, each carrying something in hand. From the neighboring Yang family's home came a small basket of warm eggs, likely just laid by the hen. Lucy brought 2 live crucian carp, still flopping about. Other villagers also brought various gifts to congratulate them, all displaying great enthusiasm. Guoguo's mother, congratulations on adding another boy to the Jiang family. We, your neighbors, are truly envious. Old lady Jiang, you are the happiest of all. Look at my several ungrateful daughters, each unable to bear a son. We envy you. By the way, Jiang's family was taken away by the town constables for severe punishment. Each household received some compensation, thanks to our Guoguo. Alongside their congratulations, the villagers expressed their gratitude towards Jiang Guoguo. Hearing this, Guoguo chuckled heartily, feeling immensely pleased. No need for thanks, the Jiang family was indeed unjust. I merely eliminated a scourge for the people. Naturally, the villagers were deeply grateful, and soon someone proposed that either old lady Jiang or Jiang Guoguo be appointed as village chief. Upon hearing this, the old lady quickly waved her hand. At my age, what do I know of being a village chief? My Guoguo is still too young for such a heavy responsibility. You folks should elect someone else. Jiang Guoguo couldn't help but feel speechless at the absurdity of suggesting a woman in her 70s and a 5-year-old child as village leaders, a notion only those uneducated villagers could conceive. Suddenly, someone squeezed through the crowd and stood in the center of the courtyard with a serious expression. Everyone, listen up. I have something important to share. It was a short, crew-cut boy, the youngest son of the old Wang family, known as Ergo. Due to his diminutive stature and frail build, he had never been deemed fit for conscription and had thus escaped that fate. Ergo had always been an overlooked figure in the village, seldom speaking and hardly interacting with others. So, when he stepped forward to speak, the villagers were taken aback. Speak your mind, Wang's boy. There's no need for hesitation. Surrounded by the villagers, Ergo felt somewhat awkward and nervous, twisting one arm with his hand while the other flailed about uncertainly. Yet he mustered the courage to say, if we are to speak of the most promising young man in the village, it must be my elder brother Wang Jifu. He is the only one who has taken the imperial examination. Though he ultimately failed, his sharp mind has led him to travel extensively with a merchant, gaining much experience. Seeing that everyone was listening intently, Ergo straightened up, cleared his throat, and continued. My brother says droughts are ravaging various regions. Several cities to the south are suffering. And now the refugees are heading our way. We must prepare to head north. The villagers were instantly filled with dread, exchanging disbelieving glances. The women in particular were frightened, pacing anxiously and murmuring about impending disaster. Suddenly, a few villagers exclaimed in terror, "Ergo speaks the truth. Since September, we have had scarcely any rain. And everyone has seen the state of the fields. We must think of a way to head north quickly. The streams in the mountains have dried up, and the water levels in the village wells are also decreasing. This is indeed serious." Panic spread among the villagers. Seeing the growing alarm, old Lady Jiang sighed and recounted her previous experiences. This sent the villagers into a complete frenzy. If the number of refugees is too great, even the small towns in every county will not be able to accommodate them. It's best to plan ahead and act quickly. The villagers began to prepare with a sense of urgency. In the courtyard, old Lady Jiang was keen to follow the larger group, for certainly, the more people there were, the less likely they would be targeted by refugees. With no capable men in her family, the journey north could easily lead to robbery. If fortune were to abandon them, children could be abducted, women could face unspeakable horrors, and she, as an old woman, would have little hope of survival. However, old Lady Jiang did not wish to decide unilaterally. She wanted to hear her beloved granddaughter's opinion. After all, she had come to believe that Guoguo was the backbone of their family, their little lucky star. Listening to their little star could only lead to the right choice. Thus, old Lady Jiang smiled gently at Yang's wife and others, saying, "Please wait a moment. I must consult my dear granddaughter about this matter." With that, she turned and walked into the inner room. Under normal circumstances, the villagers would not have agreed to wait idly in the courtyard. An elderly woman in her 70s, a new mother still in confinement, and a 5-year-old child, one would think it absurd to consult a child for such important decisions. Yet, surprisingly, Yang's wife and the others did not oppose her. Instead, they patiently waited, hoping that if Guoguo agreed to join them, it would provide them with much-needed reassurance. After all, having more doctors along the escape route would surely alleviate many concerns. Chapter 52. Abandoning the north and heading east. Guoguo, your neighbor, Granny Yang, along with the folks from the Wang and Lu families, have come to invite us to journey together. Grandmother, I seek your counsel on this matter, inquired old Lady Jiang anxiously as she entered the room. At that moment, Jiang Guoguo was amusing herself with the well-fed dodo, while Lin was taking a nap nearby, both turning their attention upon hearing her words. Rising to her feet, Jiang Guoguo approached her grandmother and pondered before asking, "What do you think, grandmother?" She believed that the opinions of the elder were of great significance, especially since her grandmother had once endured a migration, possessing wisdom that perhaps surpassed her own. However, old Lady Jiang shook her head, resolutely choosing to heed Jiang Guoguo's judgment. "I shall follow your lead, Guar. Whatever you decide will be our course." Awakening, Lin chimed in. "Indeed, Mother shares your thoughts. Guar, this household now rests upon your decisions." Jiang Guoguo felt a swell of emotion faced with such a grave matter. Her family was united in their trust, willing to follow her lead. This trust was indeed profound. Jiang Guoguo contemplated carefully. The families waiting outside had never been particularly hostile towards the Jiang family. While they had not been overtly helpful, they had never uttered harsh words. Moreover, like the Jiang family, these households were not original inhabitants of Shizhuan, lacking the deep-rooted neighborly ties characteristic of the locals. Shizhuan comprised several dozen families, with the Zhang clan being the most prominent, having suffered from the misdeeds of the Zhangde family for decades, though recently there had been signs of reform. The path of migration inevitably involved issues of resource allocation. Therefore, the numerically superior Zhang family would hold an advantage, potentially sidelining those from outside clans. Thus, Jiang Guoguo reasoned that Granny Yang and the others sought to care for their family, while also having reasons not to join the Shizhuan residents in their flight. As Jiang Guoguo had surmised, the families in the yard had deliberated through the night, arriving at this conclusion. After some reflection, Jiang Guoguo ultimately shook her head and stated, "Grandmother, they are likely headed north, but we cannot follow. It would be best for our family to head east." Old Lady Jiang queried, "Why east?" "Heading north brings us closer to the imperial city, where various counties might exhibit a more welcoming attitude towards refugees. I fear that if we go east, we may be driven away. In terms of climate and development, heading north was indeed more advantageous, yet eastward travel was not without merit. However, as the elder analyzed, the closer one was to the imperial authority, the less likely officials would dare to stir trouble under the emperor's gaze, thus increasing the chances of accepting and sheltering refugees. To the east lay the domain of the Eastern Song king, Long Alfing. It was rumored that the Eastern Song king was forthright and fiercely protective of his own, yet also quite insular. Their territory was intricately intertwined with the fiefdom of the southern town king, Long Chengwei, and the northwestern king, Long Yu, rendering the situation particularly complex. The Eastern Song king might not wish to deal with such a mess. Nevertheless, Jiang Guoguo had previously gleaned from character studies and folklore collected by her elder apprentice that among the lords ruling various fiefs, the Eastern Song king was the most considerate of the common people, akin to the foreign lord, Bai Minghu, who possessed a heart of courage and integrity. If they could become subjects in his domain, it might not be a bad fate after all. Additionally, Jiang Guoguo considered another crucial factor. Fleeing from south to north would entail a long journey, especially as they were on the brink of a harsh winter, the farther north they traveled. The colder the climate would become, raising concerns that her family, accustomed to southern warmth, might struggle to adapt. Furthermore, heading north would indeed shorten the distance, perhaps allowing them to find a suitable place to settle sooner. After much contemplation, Jiang Guoguo deemed this the most prudent course of action and shared her thoughts with her grandmother and mother. Lin, upon hearing her daughter's reasoning, could not help but commend her. Guo, I did not expect you to have considered so thoroughly. Your insights resonate with me, and I wholeheartedly support you. Old Lady Jiang, despite her limited education, nodded in agreement after some reflection, turning to the yard. As for the Yang, Wang, Liu, and Su families, we have decided to journey eastward rather than north. What will you choose? The elder clearly had not abandoned her desire to migrate together, hoping the four families would reconsider their escape route and join them in heading east. However, as soon as old lady Jiang finished speaking, Granny Yang and the others appeared disheartened. Finally, Granny Yang replied, "We still intend to head north. Coincidentally, our distant relatives have settled there, making the north a more secure choice for us." The other families echoed their inability to accompany them, expressing their regret. Old Lady Jiang, momentarily taken aback, soon smiled with resignation. "If that is the case, let us part ways here. Once we have all settled in, let us keep in touch and ensure each other's safety." After decades of neighborly camaraderie, the elderly matriarch could not help but feel a tinge of sorrow. Many households in the village had already prepared to depart, each laden with belongings and ready to leave. The more affluent families had 2 carts, one for goods and another for the elderly and children, while the less fortunate had only 1 cart, or perhaps none at all, relying solely on manpower to carry their burdens on foot. In the entire village, only 2 families had horses to pull their carts, while the rest relied on donkeys, which, though enduring, lacked the strength of horses and could be quite obstinate, making the journey no easier than walking. As the last of the families exited the village, old Lady Jiang felt a deep sense of unease. Yet Jiang Guoguo remained unperturbed. After aiding her mother in packing the few remaining belongings, she approached her grandmother, placing her small hand upon the elder's hand, patting it gently in a comforting manner. "Grandmother, there is a saying, all gatherings will eventually part when the time comes. We will surely see our old neighbors again if fate allows." Upon hearing these words, old Lady Jiang felt a sudden clarity and could not resist playfully pinching Jiang Guoguo's cheek. "Our Guo has grown so eloquent. I am delighted to hear such words. Very well, I shall not be sad. Let us gather our spirits and prepare to depart in a few days." By evening, the village had emptied, leaving an eerie silence in its wake. At this hour, villagers would typically return from their labor, wives waiting at the door to wipe the sweat from their husbands, while children played in the yards, eagerly anticipating their evening meal. Now, with everyone gone, the village felt unsettlingly quiet. After dinner, grandmother and mother were tidying up the kitchen utensils, preparing to take them along, while Jiang Guoguo kept a watchful eye on little Dodo. In her small shop, she had found a quaint wooden crib with a rocking feature, seemingly devoid of modern elements. Thus, she removed the label and set it up for the little one, dressing him with bedding sourced from her shop, which, although appearing incongruous in this world, was soft and comfortable, though the items looked distinctly modern. Both old lady Jiang and Lin had no doubts about their origin, presuming they were remnants from the mysterious childhood husband, and thus harbored no suspicion. Chapter 53. Robbery in the dead of night. As night fell, the village was enveloped in an eerie silence, growing increasingly unsettling. Suddenly, the stillness outside was shattered by the sound of footsteps, prompting Jiang Guoguo to become immediately alert. Both Lin and old Madame Jiang appeared visibly anxious, fearing that with the impending exodus due to famine, malevolent individuals might seize the opportunity to commit misdeeds. After all, their household was the only one left with a flickering candlelight. Jiang Guoguo gestured for her grandmother and mother to remain silent and stealthily approached the door, peering through the hole-ridden wooden panel. Abruptly, a loud thud echoed as a strong man kicked the fence of their courtyard, and in an imposing manner, a dozen robust figures with muddy legs swaggered in. Their attire was akin to that of the locals, with what appeared to be bloodstains splattered across their clothes, suggesting they might be from nearby villages, intent on looting amidst the chaos. "Where are the people? Come out!" the leader bellowed, casting a sinister glance around and, finding nothing, strode directly toward the inner door. Sensing the imminent danger, Jiang Guoguo quickly urged her mother to take her younger brother Dodo and hide in the back room. Steeling herself, she opened the earthen door just as the intruder was about to forcefully break it down. Before her stood the menacing figure of the leader, 1 foot raised, his shoe appearing to be size 45. If he were to kick, the door would surely succumb that night. The group outside was momentarily taken aback to find a young girl had opened the door. The leader, equally surprised, paused before peering into the dimly lit room. Under the flickering candlelight, only a pale old man stood trembling by the rickety bed. Surveying the dismal surroundings, it was evident that this household was destitute. Aside from the large quilt on the bed that seemed somewhat decent, everything else was in tatters. With a stern expression, Jiang Guoguo fixed her gaze upon the intruders. Recognizing their intent to rob, she felt a surge of relief that her grandmother and mother had managed to pack away their belongings before sunset. Now, the main room contained nothing but dilapidated furniture. At that moment, one of the more cunning-looking men approached the leader and shook his head. "Brother, the others have scoured the village and found nothing. Even the water in the dry well is almost gone. We fear we won't be able to retrieve any." The leader, infuriated by this news, slammed his fist into the earthen wall of Jiang Guoguo's home, leaving a fresh imprint. Jiang Guoguo's heart raced at the sight. The brute, despite his clumsy appearance, possessed terrifying strength. If struck by him, she would surely meet her demise. Noticing the number of intruders, she realized there were likely more lurking outside, confirming her fears that their intentions were nefarious. A flicker of determination crossed her face as she resolved not to engage in conflict with them. Her grandmother, mother, and newborn brother were in the house. She could not gamble with their lives. With a feigned expression of terror, Jiang Guoguo tilted her head and managed to conjure a few tears, her voice quivering as she said, "Uncles, why have you come to our home so late?" The rugged men, most of whom were not inherently vicious, softened at the sight of her pitiful demeanor. Yet the leader remained unmoved, his gaze sweeping the room as he sarcastically remarked, "Little sister, do not be afraid. We mean no harm. We simply wish to borrow some water from your household." Upon hearing this, a glint of cold realization flashed in Jiang Guoguo's eyes. These men were here for water. In the midst of a drought, water had become a precious commodity. Villagers had drained their wells, and it was likely that others faced the same plight. While one could survive a few days without food, the absence of water could prove fatal in mere moments. Aiming to expedite their departure, Jiang Guoguo pointed towards a corner of the courtyard and said, "The water we have is over there. That is all we possess." The leader remained still, gesturing for one of his subordinates to investigate. Sure enough, they discovered several water bags filled to the brim. "Brother, there really is water," one exclaimed, and for the first time, smiles appeared on the faces of the rugged men. However, the leader glared at Jiang Guoguo, deliberately adopting a menacing expression to intimidate her. "Little sister, are you certain that is all of it? If we find any more water, you might find yourself in a world of trouble." Jiang Guoguo's heart sank at his words, thinking to herself, "Who do you think you are trying to scare? If it weren't for your numbers, do you believe I wouldn't be able to take you down myself?" At that moment, old Madame Jiang, worried for her granddaughter's safety, trembled her way out, positioning herself protectively in front of Jiang Guoguo. "Please, sirs, it is just my granddaughter and me. This is all the water we have. You see, the entire village has evacuated. Only the two of us remain. We cannot spare any more." Old Madame Jiang's attempt to appear feeble only accentuated her pitiful state. The other rugged men, witnessing her plight, began to feel sympathy. For they too hailed from impoverished households and did not wish to further distress the elderly and the young. "Let us leave, brother. We shouldn't make things harder for them. They are quite pitiable," one suggested. "Finding this water is sufficient. We can continue searching elsewhere." The villagers voiced their sentiments, feeling guilt creep in as they recognized the injustice of their actions. Intimidating two vulnerable women in the dead of night was indeed disgraceful. But the leader scoffed, delivering a harsh blow to the one who had spoken up. "Enough of your chatter. We've come this far. What sympathy do you think we have? This old woman and child will not survive the winter anyway. It is better for them to relinquish their provisions to us. They will perish sooner or later. So, what does it matter if it is now?" The man who had been struck crumpled to the ground, unable to rise. The others felt an immediate chill, silencing them. This man was a tyrant in their village. Even combined, they would struggle to confront him. They relied on him for protection from other potential marauders on their desperate journey. In mere minutes, the group fell silent, all under the tyrannical influence of their leader. As Jiang Guoguo noted the apprehension among the men, her heart sank. It appeared she would have to rely on her own wits to navigate this perilous situation. Chapter 54. The fierce and unyielding the patience of the mighty Han was exceedingly limited. He cracked his neck and, with an impatient expression, declared, "Old woman, hand over your valuables. If you dare to hide even a single coin, I shall promptly snap your granddaughter's delicate neck." The burly man used Jiang Guoguo as a means of intimidation. His brutish appearance indeed resembled that of a fierce demon. Towering over Jiang Laotai, he loomed like a mountain, causing the elderly woman to tremble with fear, terrified that her beloved Jiang Guoguo might suffer dire consequences. Observing the scene, Jiang Guoguo narrowed her eyes, a silver needle already in hand. Seizing the opportunity while the man was unguarded, she swiftly launched her attack. With a whisper, the needle flew silently toward the man's neck. What was that? The man felt a prick on his neck, a sensation that was both itchy and slightly painful, mistaking it for a lingering winter mosquito. He dismissed it without concern. Meanwhile, Jiang Guoguo wore a ghostly expression, quickly lowering her face to avoid detection. What had she just witnessed? What was this man made of? Why had her silver needle failed to penetrate his skin? A thin layer of sweat broke out on her forehead as anxiety set in. How was she to challenge such a hardened brute with her diminutive physique? If only she had her former self's strength, she could have easily taken on 10 such men. Alas, this 5.5-year-old version of herself was no match for him, and she lamented her inadequacy. Moreover, her silver needles were far from the exquisite quality she had once possessed. Regrettably, the poison she had concocted lay dormant in her space, needing until tomorrow to complete its refinement. Was there truly no way to deal with this hulking figure? At that moment, a sudden wailing erupted from within the house. Little Bao was hungry and instinctively cried out for milk. Jiang Guoguo's heart sank, her expression mirroring that of Jiang Laotai, both struck with alarm at the impending disaster. The burly man, noticing the commotion, immediately furrowed his brow and seized Jiang Laodai by her collar, lifting her as if she were a mere chick. Old woman, this isn't right. You just claimed it was only you and the infant in the house. Why is there a cry now? Jiang Laodai struggled, her feet dangling helplessly, tears streaming down her face. Jiang Guoguo's complexion turned pale at the sight, and she gripped a silver needle, charging forward. Regardless of whether it would pierce his skin, she had to act. Let go of my grandmother, you villain. Yet, at that moment, Lin Shi, sensing the danger to her mother and daughter, burst forth recklessly. Stop right there. Though Lin Shi was a seemingly frail woman, her spirit was resolute. She could not stand idly by while her family was threatened. Upon her entrance, the burly man was instantly captivated by her presence, releasing Jiang Laodai. Fortunately, Jiang Guoguo was nearby, quickly stabilizing her grandmother to prevent her from falling. The man's gaze turned lecherous and predatory as he drooled over Lin Shi. Who would have thought there would be such a beauty in this impoverished Shirzuen village? He rubbed his coarse and heavy hands together, attempting to present himself gallantly as he nodded toward Lin Shi. Suppressing her revulsion, Lin Shi steadied herself and replied, Good sir, I am a married woman. Please do not make things difficult for my family. The moment she spoke, her face drained of color, realizing she was dealing with a man devoid of morals. Her attempts at reasoning fell on deaf ears, met only with threats of violence. Jiang Guoguo, sensing the gravity of the situation, felt a surge of desperation. She had already delved into her inner space to prepare her poisons, hoping her grandmother and mother could hold on a little longer. However, the burly man suddenly succumbed to his primal instincts, tearing off his clothing as he declared, I can't wait any longer. I'm going to take her now. If you want to comply, don't blame me for being forceful. With that, he lunged toward Lin Shi. Jiang Laodai, in a moment of bravery, grabbed a wooden stick and swung it at him, but only ended up falling herself. Before she could regain her footing, a group of villagers burst in, rushing like monkeys, each tackling the burly man. Scoundrel, you've gone too far. You came here for water, yet you bully the child and the elderly, and now you dare to assault this woman? We can no longer stand by and watch. Boundaries must exist. We have tolerated your tyranny for too long. The villagers rallied together, confronting the brute. Among them, one shouted, Ladies, please forgive us. Take the child and flee. This man is a notorious bully in our village, and though we usually fear him, today he has crossed the line. We cannot allow this to continue. Hurry, leave while we hold him back. Jiang Guoguo, gripping her weapon, felt a surge of astonishment. Who would have thought these villagers still possessed a sense of righteousness? They risked their own safety to come to her aid. Lin Shi quickly gathered Dodo, helped Jiang Laodai to her feet, and led Jiang Guoguo toward the exit. However, as they reached the courtyard, anguished cries erupted behind them, followed by a series of violent crashes. The burly man had unleashed his raw strength, sending the villagers who attempted to restrain him flying. As the other villagers attempted to intervene, they too were tossed aside. The ground soon lay strewn with moaning villagers, while the burly man, his eyes ablaze with fury, turned his gaze upon Jiang Guoguo and her family. Foolish beings. Today, not only will I have my way with this woman, but I shall also end this old hag's life and sell the girl and the little one into servitude. Anyone who dares stand in my way shall meet the same fate. Chapter 55. The cold arrow in the shadows. The burly man erupted in fury, and none of the villagers who followed him dared to intervene. Seeing this, Jiang Guoguo gritted her teeth, resolved to fight back. Though her body was merely that of a 5.5-year-old, the combat techniques and physical skills she had mastered in her previous life were etched into her very bones, and she had not forgotten them. Despite facing such a fierce and robust adult male, she had no real advantage. However, her agility could turn the tide if she wielded the dagger in her hand effectively. Meanwhile, Lin Shi handed Dodo to the old lady, her eyes revealing a determination that suggested she was ready to face death. She stepped forward, standing protectively in front of the elderly woman and Jiang Guoguo. Tears streamed down her stubborn face as she whispered softly, Tell Wenge, Lin Wanyan has never wronged him, and I will always remember him." With that, she took a few steps forward and called out to the burly man, "Let go of my child and my mother, and I promise to go with you. I will do whatever you ask." Upon hearing this, the man's face lit up with excitement as he leered at Lin Shi. Unable to suppress the drool that escaped his lips, he had long grown tired of the two women in his home. This village woman was the most alluring he had ever encountered, and how could he not be tempted? Licking his lips, he readily agreed. Jiang Guoguo's anger flared within her. "Beast! You shall not desecrate my mother. You are unworthy." An aura of chilling rage emanated from her, resembling a small deity of death, as she gripped the dagger she had scavenged from the tool shed. Stepping closer, Lin Shi, alarmed, wished to intervene but had never witnessed such a murderous side to her daughter. Torn between worry and fear, she was momentarily paralyzed. The burly man, seeing her approach, threw his head back and laughed heartily, mockingly deriding, "You? A mere weaned rabbit dares to speak so boldly? What a spirited little thing. I bet the gentlemen in the brothels would love a little furnace like you. I've changed my mind. I must sell you to a brothel." Jiang Guoguo's brow furrowed, a glimmer of cold light flashing in her eyes before she charged at him with her knife. The man stood foolishly in place, completely disregarding the dagger in her hand. Jiang Guoguo's expression shifted. She thought to herself, what a perfect opportunity. The more he underestimated her, the greater her chance. However, at that moment, a sudden twist of fate occurred in the dark night. A cold arrow shot forth from the shadows, glinting ominously in the moonlight, and with tremendous force. It pierced the air, striking straight at the man's chest. A swift whoosh was followed by a sickening squelch as the icy arrow embedded itself in his heart, instantaneously staining his outer garment with blood. Instinctively, the man looked down, his pupils dilating in shock. He realized he had just, with a resounding thud, the burly man collapsed, lifeless. Lin Shi and the old lady had never encountered such a scene, gasping in shock and covering their mouths in fear. Although Jiang Guoguo was surprised that someone had come to her aid, she remained vigilant, turning the dagger to face the direction from which the arrow had come, and calmly called out, "Who is the hero that assisted me? Why not come forth and reveal yourself?" In the shadows, two figures clad in black exchanged glances, both astonished by what they saw. "Brother, the young master was right. This little sister is indeed extraordinary. Though she appears no older than 5, she exhibits a composure surpassing that of many adults, unflinching in the face of bloodshed. It seems we cannot underestimate her. This new master may be quite demanding." The sister among them raised an eyebrow, skeptical. "Brother, you are too rigid. I find this new master rather likable. At least she is not a whiny child or a frivolous girl. I quite admire her." The brother contemplated for a moment before breaking into a warm smile, his charming demeanor illuminating the dark night. "You are correct, sister. Since the young master has instructed us to follow her, we should not overthink it. Let us obey the command. Come, let us proceed." Suddenly, the two figures emerged from the shadows and swiftly entered Jiang's courtyard. Jiang Guoguo felt a wave of unease wash over her. In the dead of night, two martial artists had arrived, evident from their nimble movements that they possessed profound skills. The man and woman, both dressed in night attire, boasted handsome features and commendable presence. The woman, appearing to be around 17 or 18, exuded a sense of valor and wielded a bow. It was she who had fired the cold arrow. The man radiated an air of refinement, resembling a delicate scholar. Yet Jiang Guoguo noted the soft sword coiled at his waist, indicating he was not to be trifled with. "Thank you, miss, for your timely rescue. May I inquire what brings you both to my home?" Jiang Guoguo expressed her gratitude, recognizing their valor in slaying the burly man and viewing them as benefactors. Upon hearing her words, the siblings exchanged glances before kneeling before Jiang Guoguo in unison. "Hua Xian, Hua Yu, we have come at our master's command to serve the young lady." They spoke in unison, displaying remarkable composure and respect. Jiang Guoguo's expression shifted as she recalled something. The master they referred to must be her childhood betrothed. She was pleasantly surprised that Beichen had sent her such formidable companions rather than mere nannies or servants. A smile broke across her face as she nodded in satisfaction. Well said. From now on, you are my people. Please rise. Relieved not to be met with unreasonable demands or difficulties, Hua Xian and Hua Yu exhaled softly. They had feared encountering a spoiled child from a noble family who would make frivolous requests. Clearly, this new master possessed a maturity far beyond that of an ordinary 5-year-old, demonstrating a composure reminiscent of the young master from years past. Once they stood, the siblings approached Jiang Guoguo with deep respect, awaiting her commands. Lin Sher and the old lady, regaining their composure, stepped forward, curiously observing the two young individuals. Lin Sher noticed their youth and the fact that they were already seasoned wanderers, feeling a wave of compassion. Unable to restrain herself, she asked, "Children, how old are you? How many in your family? Is it not a burden to follow our Guoguo? We must soon flee, and your families must need you as well." Lin Sher's barrage of questions left Hua Xian and Hua Yu exchanging glances. Finally, Hua Yu spoke up, "Madam, we have followed the young master since childhood, without parents. Henceforth, we shall serve young Lady Guoguo. Should you or the old lady have any instructions, we are at your service." Your siblings. Please do not call me madam. It feels rather awkward. Lin Sher blushed, pulling the old lady aside to leave space for the three. These were the attendants sent by Guoguo's betrothed. And though they benefited from the situation, they understood that the true master was not them. Chapter 56. Hua Yu and Hua Xian. Jiang Guoguo cast a satisfied glance at the two siblings before her attention was drawn to the young man among them. "Your name is Hua Xian? Who bestowed upon you such a name?" she inquired, intrigued by the peculiar choice that could easily lead to misunderstandings. "My lord, my brother's Xian refers to appreciation, not the Xian of infatuation as you might have thought," Hua Yu clarified. Jiang Guoguo's realization dawned upon her. Indeed, she had misunderstood. "You both have endured quite the journey. After you dispose of that bandit's remains, you should rest," she instructed, feeling no need to concern herself with their accommodations. As subordinates sent by a childhood betrothed, she felt at ease with them. Hua Yu and Hua Xian acknowledged her command and approached the lifeless body. Without a flicker of hesitation, Hua Yu drew her cold arrow, shaking off the blood before she slid it into her quiver. Subsequently, Hua Xian seized one of the bandit's legs, dragging him out of the courtyard like a butchered hog. Jiang Guoguo observed their efficiency, nodding inwardly at their swift and decisive actions. They were undoubtedly the well-trained subordinates of that certain individual. With the bandits' matter settled, the villagers began to emerge, leaning on one another, and expressed their profound gratitude to Jiang Guoguo. Thank you. Our entire village is finally free from that tyrant." "Indeed. We were in the wrong before, and we sincerely apologize." After expressing their thanks and apologies, the villagers felt awkward lingering and departed reluctantly. At that moment, Jiang Guoguo's voice rang out, cool and authoritative. "Wait." The youthful yet commanding tone caused the villagers to stiffen in fear. They were acutely aware that their earlier actions were misguided, having invaded the water source and nearly caused a disaster. Now, with the young girl seemingly accompanied by two formidable-looking subordinates, they recalled the fate of the village bully. As the villagers contemplated begging for mercy, Jiang Guoguo stepped forward, extending her pinky finger towards the several water bags on the ground. "You may take these waters." The villagers were taken aback, incredulous. "Is this for real?" Jiang Guoguo casually glanced at the bloodstains and bruises on their bodies before continuing. "Had you stood up against that tyrant, you would not be deserving of this water." Recognizing that these individuals appeared to possess good hearts, albeit unfortunate in their circumstances, Jiang Guoguo decided to extend her kindness. "Remember, only through acts of goodness can you unexpectedly receive assistance from others. I hope you carry kindness within you as you flee." Her words, though profound for a mere 5-year-old, resonated deeply with the villagers, who nodded earnestly, gratefully accepting the water bags before hastily departing from Shertsuin. My lord is too benevolent, Hua Yu remarked, her concern evident. With our own water supply scarce, she still bestowed so much upon others. She may be too naive to grasp the hardships that lie ahead on the road to escape. However, Hua Yu gazed at Jiang Guoguo with admiration, her eyes shimmering with affection. I see no fault in kindness. Our young master is surely acting for a reason. Brother, be cautious, she might punish you for such words. Having met Jiang Guoguo only this evening, Hua Yu was already captivated by her charisma, convinced that her new master would rise to greatness among men. By remaining loyal, she believed she would find safety and joy in the world. As the villagers departed, Lin Shi and old Madame Jiang approached Jiang Guoguo, cradling Dodo in their arms. Old Madame Jiang, puzzled, asked, Guoguo, why did you give our water bags to them? Lin Shi shared the same concern. They were not unkind, but faced with impending disaster, their family would soon embark on a desperate journey, and the importance of water was immeasurable. Being overly generous at this moment could jeopardize their safety. Nevertheless, neither Lin Shi nor old Madame Jiang bore any resentment towards Jiang Guoguo, otherwise they would have intervened earlier. Jiang Guoguo, pleased by the unwavering trust of her grandmother and mother, reassured them, do not worry, mother, grandmother. I have a plan. She had a spatial pouch filled with an inexhaustible spring, capable of providing as much water as needed. Moreover, the water in those bags was the lowest quality from the village well, tainted with the remnants of dead animals. While adults might endure it, Dodo would soon require water, and that water was unsuitable for him. With better options available, Jiang Guoguo wished for her family not to suffer from inferior well water. Lin Shi and old Madame Jiang unwaveringly trusted Jiang Guoguo, thus refraining from further objections. As the night faded, the dawn of a new day arrived. Unexpectedly, while the temperature continued to drop, the sun remained blisteringly fierce, a peculiar occurrence indeed. Hua Yu assisted Lin Shi and old Madame Jiang in packing their belongings. Suddenly, Lin Shi recalled something and urgently inquired, Child, you've come from outside. What is the situation beyond? At this, Hua Yu and Hua Xin exchanged glances, their expressions somber. Jiang Guoguo, perceiving their concern, urged, Speak freely, do not conceal anything. Hua Yu finally responded, My lord, madam, old madam, the situation outside is dire. The southern regions are plagued by disasters, with severe shortages of water and food. The authorities are struggling to cope, and with recent border conflicts escalating, soldiers on the battlefield are also awaiting provisions. It is a grim reality. The roads to the north are already inundated with refugees, and whether we can successfully traverse through various cities remains uncertain. The western regions are inherently arid. I wonder what you plan to do, young master and madam? Upon hearing this, Lin Shi's heart sank, and she turned to Jiang Guoguo with concern. Guoguo, it seems your earlier analysis was correct. We truly must head east. Hua Yu and Hua Xin immediately exchanged glances, realizing the implications. To the east? Isn't that where our lord resides? The eastern border was under the jurisdiction of their North Ming king, who had already lost 2 cities, inciting the emperor's wrath. Unable to contain herself, Hua Xin interjected. Young master, though my words may not please you, I believe you should head north towards the capital. Given your connection with my lord, he would surely receive you. Chapter 57. Greetings to the ancestor. Hua Xin did not intend to belittle Jiang Guoguo. Rather, he believed that having a benefactor in the capital at this juncture was preferable to wandering in search of refuge. Jiang Guoguo, however, shook her head in response. Although she sought to cling to the leg of a childhood husband, the capital was no ordinary place. It lay beneath the feet of the emperor. The coveted realm beneath the emperor's gaze meant little to her. It was a domain filled with high officials and dignitaries, fraught with complexity and stringent rules. She had little affinity for places rife with conflict, for those like her, who aspired to lead a carefree life. The path away from imperial authority was the one to tread. Please do not trouble your master with my affairs. I have my own plans and shall head east, she asserted resolutely. Hua Xin raised an eyebrow at her unwavering stance, realizing that this young mistress possessed a certain mettle and conviction which he had previously underestimated. Once the family had established their escape route, Jiang Guoguo retreated into the inner chamber, entering the exquisite space. Given the imminent flight, she decided to utilize her remaining points to hasten the ripening of the crops in the spiritual field. Presently, numerous wooden boxes for storing vegetables and fruits were piled high in the vacant lot beside the spiritual field. Fortunately, time stood still in this space, preserving freshness. Thus, the produce remained unspoiled regardless of how long it was stored. Next, Jiang Guoguo approached the spiritual spring to fill several water bags in advance, ensuring she was well prepared for future needs. Her grandmother and mother would not harm her. They would offer her unconditional trust and support. Therefore, even if she refrained from explaining the origins of her supplies, they would not leap to unfounded conclusions. As for Hua Yu and Hua Xin, Jiang Guoguo had not yet fully entrusted them, so she refrained from displaying her possessions too openly around them. After addressing the water situation, Jiang Guoguo proceeded to an open area by the small shop, where she hastily constructed a makeshift space for concocting poisons. Though the conditions were rudimentary, the powders and liquids she crafted did not require elaborate furnaces. After a flurry of activity, beads of perspiration began to form on her brow, yet before long, all the poisons were successfully brewed. Gazing at the neatly arranged vials and jars before her, a sense of reassurance washed over her. While one should harbor no intent to harm others, it is prudent to guard against potential threats. With these various poisons in her possession, she felt considerably safer for the journey ahead. As evening descended, the family gathered around a modest stone table for dinner. They had planned an early night in anticipation of their departure at dawn when they suddenly heard the distant clatter of a horse-drawn carriage. Jiang Guoguo instructed Hua Yu to stay behind to protect her mother and the others while she and Hua Xin made their way to the village entrance. By this hour, the villagers who were meant to leave had already departed. Who else could possibly visit such a remote area? Before long, 2 horse-drawn carriages sped towards them. Jiang Guoguo squinted and recognized the driver as the young clerk from Guangyuan Medical Clinic, the apprentice of her former teacher. Suddenly, the first carriage screeched to a halt before her, and a familiar figure leapt out. "Master, I am not too late." The old apprentice, Wang Wanli, approached Jiang Guoguo, tears streaming down his face. "How wonderful, master! You have not yet departed. I feared I would keep you waiting." Seeing his tearful demeanor, Jiang Guoguo could not help but chuckle softly. "Is it really that serious? It has only been a few days. There is no need for such excitement." Wang Wanli wiped his tears and shook his head vigorously. "A few days apart feels like an eternity. Who would have thought we would face such calamity and be forced to flee? I was truly worried that if I arrived late, you might have already left, and it would be nearly impossible for us to reunite in the future." The thought sent shivers down his spine. Losing contact with his master at this moment could mean they might never meet again after the disaster. Jiang Guoguo felt a surge of empathy as she observed her old apprentice's distress. She had forgotten that travel in ancient times was far less convenient than in the modern era. Some separations might indeed last a lifetime. After comforting him, she led Wang Wanli back home. Throughout their journey, he recounted numerous tales. "Master, let us travel together. I have brought 2 carriages. My father is alone, with neither spouse nor children. By the way, the one driving is my apprentice, Song Ke. He is also an orphan, but he has a sister named Song Linglan. There are just the 3 of us." Upon hearing his master finally mention him, Song Ke beamed at Jiang Guoguo and then, with a booming voice, exclaimed, "Greetings to the ancestor." Jiang Guoguo nearly stumbled, vigorously shaking her head. No, I am not that old. How is the ancestor doing?" The fact that she had already acquired an old apprentice was beyond her expectations. Now, someone was calling her ancestor, which was utterly shocking. Yet, Song Ke was undeterred, stating earnestly, "You are the master of my master. As a disciple, I cannot omit the title of ancestor." Ancestor. Jiang Guoguo thought to herself, disciple. Ancestor, how can I be an ancestor when I am barely 5.5 years old? I have already borne too much for one so young. Meanwhile, Hua Xin, who had been silently following along, was utterly astonished, his eyes wide with disbelief. The young lord had not divulged the specifics of this young mistress's circumstances to them. He had merely issued a stern command to protect her at all costs. Now, it seemed that her status might rival that of their young lord. To have a septuagenarian refer to her as master implied that this new mistress possessed remarkable skills. At that moment, Hua Xin was unaware that Jiang Guoguo had already gained a reputation as a small divine physician in Bai Town and Jinwu City. However, from this point onward, the remnants of his previous disdain were replaced by a burgeoning curiosity and caution. Until he grasped the true extent of her abilities, he could not simply regard her as an ordinary 5-year-old child. Clearly, he needed to take her seriously. After exchanging words with Wang Wanli, Jiang Guoguo gained a clearer understanding of the situation outside. It was then that Wang Wanli noticed Hua Xin and couldn't help but glance in his direction. Master, who is this young brother? He is my subordinate, accompanying us in our flight, Jiang Guoguo replied. Wang Wanli merely nodded, offering no further inquiry. Chapter 58. From now on, she is our sole master upon returning home. The news that Master Jiang Guoguo would accompany them in their flight from Calamity brought immense joy to both Old Lady Jiang and Lady Lin. However, ever since Wang Wanli entered the Jiang family's courtyard, an inexplicable discomfort settled over him. The reason was simple. Both of the young master's relatives regarded him as their master, which left him feeling as if he were sitting on pins and needles, plagued by a sense of betraying his own mentor. Unable to endure the pressure any longer, Wang Wanli resolved to surrender. Please, do not refer to me as master any longer. I simply cannot bear the title, he implored. Upon hearing this, Old Lady Jiang and Lady Lin exchanged alarmed glances. Does Dr. Wing no longer wish to be our Guoguo's master? Lady Lin questioned anxiously. Though my Guoguo can be a bit mischievous at times, she is undoubtedly a fine talent. Please do not abandon her. As a concerned mother, she stood up in distress over her daughter's future. Old Lady Jiang, too, hastily clasped her hands in prayer and bowed repeatedly to Wang Wanli, murmuring her pleas. Wang Wanli, drenched in sweat and increasingly desperate, cast a glance of appeal towards Jiang Guoguo. However, she merely turned her face away, refusing to engage. You chose to speak. This matter does not concern me. Ultimately, it was Wang Wanli's disciple, Song Ke, who could no longer contain his laughter at the absurdity of the situation. Ha ha ha. I never expected to see you so flustered, master. This is hilarious. Wang Wanli shot him a fierce glare. Silence, you ungrateful disciple. Come here and help me clarify the situation. Seeing his master genuinely upset, Song Ke quickly suppressed his laughter and approached. Old Lady Lin and Old Lady Jiang exchanged bewildered looks, unsure of what to make of it, and turned their attention to Song Ke, awaiting his explanation. Glancing at his sweat-drenched master, and then at the oblivious Grand Master, Song Ke chuckled. Ladies, it is important to clarify that my master is not actually your Guoguo's master. Ah? Is that so? Old Lady Lin and Old Lady Jiang shared a knowing look, both arriving at the conclusion that their Guoguo must have fabricated this tale to put them at ease. Unbeknownst to Song Ke, who was blissfully unaware of their misconception, he continued, in fact, your Guoguo is my master's master. I am her disciple, and when I refer to her as Grand Master, please do not be surprised. Her medical skills far surpass those of my master, and your warm regard towards him has nearly left him in shock. Enough, enough. Who is in shock? Wang Wanli, initially grateful for Song Ke's interjection, found himself the butt of the joke and could not help but shoo him away. He then turned to Old Lady Lin and Old Lady Jiang, bowing deeply. I am Wang Wanli, a newly accepted disciple of your esteemed Guoguo. Any previous concealment was entirely at her behest. Jiang Guoguo. So I've been sold out. Old Lady Lin and Old Lady Jiang were left speechless. Recovering quickly, Lady Lin feigned anger, placing her hands on her hips, and raised her voice to Jiang Guoguo. Jiang Guoguo. You must provide your grandmother and me with a reasonable explanation. Jiang Guoguo's expression froze, realizing her mother had never before addressed her by her full name when upset. Oh no, I must flee. Without waiting for a response, she darted away, exclaiming, I was wrong. I was wrong. Grandmother, please talk to my mother. As her voice faded into the distance, Lady Lin could only shake her head and smile helplessly, that child. With the atmosphere having lightened considerably, Lady Lin and old Lady Jiang found themselves at ease with Wang Wanli, akin to old neighbors catching up on mundane matters. Meanwhile, the Hua siblings, who had witnessed the entire exchange, were utterly astonished. Hua Xin remained relatively composed, having recently learned of Jiang Guoguo's true identity, whereas Hua Yu was left speechless, pulling her brother aside in disbelief. Did you hear that? This elderly doctor is actually our new master's master. That apprentice, who appears to be just a few years older than us, is calling her grandmaster. Hua Yu grew increasingly animated, her excitement causing her to tremble slightly. They had been saved by the king of Baiming in their youth and raised within the Wang household as covert protectors, having seen their fair share of the world. Yet, witnessing a 5-year-old girl being referred to as master and grandmaster was utterly astonishing. Hua Yu understood this was no mere act. Who would casually call a 5-year-old girl master and grandmaster? This realization only deepened her shock. Unexpectedly, Hua Xin spoke gravely, Sister, do not refer to her as new master again. The old master is no longer relevant. The young master is simply the young master now. We are now Jiang Guoguo's people. She is our sole master. Upon hearing her brother's words, Hua Yu felt as though she had received a profound blow to her heart. Yet, she nodded solemnly in agreement. You are right, brother. The young master is merely the young master now. Our true master is Guoguo. With that acknowledgement, a glimmer of resolve shone in Hua Yu's eyes. It was clear her brother accepted this new master, which was no small feat, given his high standards despite his loyalty. She had worried that her brother might jeopardize their relationship with their master due to her own involvement, but now she felt reassured. The following morning, the family set off with a multitude of bags and provisions. The elder disciple arrived with 2 horse-drawn carriages, one for Wang Wanli and Song Ke's sister, Song Linglan, and the other to carry their luggage. Originally, the elder disciple had planned to strap the belongings to the roof of the carriage, leaving one free for the young master's family to ride in. Fortunately, Hua Yu and Hua Xin had brought along a larger carriage, alleviating the need for such crowding. As they beheld the spacious carriage driven by Hua Xin, both Wang Wanli and Song Ke marveled at its size. While it lacked extravagance, it was ample enough for the 4 members of the young master's family to stretch out and rest comfortably. Jiang Guoguo felt quite satisfied as she climbed aboard, and upon stepping inside, she found it cozy and inviting. The carriage featured cushioned benches on either side and a small wooden table for tea in the center, which could be stowed away when not in use, leaving ample room for bedding. It was more than adequate for her family's needs. Jiang Guoguo could not help but commend Bai Mingchen in her heart. Although he did not appear to be the warmest of individuals, his attention to detail was commendable, and she was thoroughly pleased with the arrangements. Chapter 59. Setting off, fleeing from disaster. After inspecting the conditions inside the cart, Jiang Guoguo hurriedly squeezed out, her face beaming with joy. Mother, grandmother, come quickly. This cart is truly splendid. Upon hearing this, Lin Sher and old Madame Jiang were elated. Hua Yu swiftly stepped forward to assist the elderly lady aboard, followed by Lin Sher, who was carrying the little one, Dodo. Once Lin Sher and the grandmother entered the cart, they couldn't help but glance around, showering praises on their surroundings. Indeed, the cart was quite remarkable, spacious and comfortable. Mother, let us lay down the little one's bedding so he can rest, Lin Sher suggested. Yes, it's fine for the old lady to take care of it. You've worked hard nursing. Take a break. Now that the grandmother was in much better health, and with Lin Sher still in her confinement period, the elderly lady eagerly took on the scattered household tasks. Jiang Guoguo watched this scene unfold, her heart warming with contentment. This was the essence of family, she was indeed fortunate. Though the Jiang family was not wealthy, they supported one another with warmth and love, and that was more than sufficient. The family of four utilized the cart prepared by Bei Mingchen, with Hua Xian serving as the driver, while Hua Yu joined Wang Wanli and his companions in their cart, which wasn't overly cramped. With the combined meager resources of Wang Wanli and Jiang Guoguo's families, the remaining cart was just enough for their needs. Once everyone was settled, they set off. Wang Wanli was already alone, and like Hua Yu and Hua Xian, Song Ke and Song Linglan were also unfortunate orphans, free to roam. Hence, before departing, Jiang Guoguo determined their eastward route, which met with unanimous agreement. They traveled smoothly for an entire morning, and though the biting cold wind swept through, the sun blazed overhead. Along the way, they passed several villages that appeared desolate, strewn with remnants of belongings, clearly indicating that the entire populace had fled from disaster. Upon reaching the shade of a large tree, the cart came to a gradual halt. Jiang Guoguo was the first to leap down, surveying her surroundings before instructing Hua Xian. "Please check the area." Following her command, Hua Xian went off, while the others settled on the dry, yellowed grass to prepare lunch. Various ingredients were brought forth, and a pot was set up, intending to create a sumptuous meal. Wang Wanli and Song Ke gazed at the spread of pork legs and fresh vegetables, unable to suppress their salivation, quietly tucking away their own meager provisions of pickled vegetables. Neither of the men had any cooking skills, having simply managed to get by in the humble town of Buyi. Presently, aside from a few stubborn families who remained in the town, most residents had fled northward, making it impossible to procure food for the journey. Hence, Wang Wanli's group had only brought along dried vegetables and pickled goods, with nary a trace of meat or fresh produce. The reason Jiang Guoguo's family could present such a feast was due to their foresight. She and her grandmother had sensed that such a day might come. Thus, the elderly lady, in her wisdom, had joyfully taken the gold ingots gifted by Guoguo to the town to purchase ample supplies long before disaster struck. The merchants selling pork and vegetables, seeing such a generous old lady, eagerly promoted their goods. The little old lady, delighted by her purchases, ended up buying a substantial amount, leading everyone to believe she was stocking up for a restaurant. Little did they know that within a week, the winds of disaster would reach them. One wonders if those merchants who had so eagerly sold to old Madame Jiang now regret their decisions. It is known that on the road of fleeing, silver holds little value. Even wealth cannot guarantee food, drink, or clothing. The elderly lady, possessing remarkable foresight, understood that no matter how precious those gold ingots were, they would lose their worth on the road of escape. Moreover, carrying 2 gold ingots daily had lost its novelty, especially knowing her granddaughter still possessed gold nuggets, making her spending quite extravagant. At this moment, the elderly lady cheerfully assisted Hua Yu in cooking, while playfully engaging with the little dodo, laughter echoing in the air. At a glance, one would hardly think they were fleeing from disaster. It seemed more like a joyful camping trip. Before long, the enticing aroma of meat mingled with the fragrance of rice wafted through the air, stirring appetites among all present. Dodo, who had been sweetly sleeping in Lin Shi's arms, stirred, his little nose twitching, and suddenly opened his eyes. The sounds escaping his throat drew the attention of Jiang Guoguo and the others. "Little treasure, are you already craving meat? We can only have milk for now. You must wait until your teeth come in to enjoy meat." Lin Shi chuckled, squeezing Dodo's little hand, while the grandmother smiled broadly, her joy evident. This was Wang Wanli's first detailed look at his little master's brother, and he couldn't help but praise him. "This little one resembles his master, sharp as a tack." "What is his name?" Jiang Guoguo proudly straightened up and declared, "His name is Jiang Dodo, which I named." "Isn't it stylish? Praise me, praise me." Wang Wanli was taken aback for a moment, then burst into hearty laughter. "What a splendid name! Your master has truly named him well. Guoguo, Dodo, these names clearly resonate with the essence of family." Jiang Guoguo beamed with satisfaction, nodding in agreement. The group's laughter and joy added vibrant hues to the desolate landscape. At this moment, Jiang Guoguo noticed Song Ke's sister, Song Linglan, sitting quietly in a corner, remaining distant and avoiding any interaction or eye contact with them. Perceiving a hint of difference in her demeanor, she couldn't help but pull Song Ke aside. Song Ke, perceptive as ever, quickly surmised Jiang Guoguo's thoughts and preemptively spoke, "Master, are you inquiring about my sister?" Jiang Guoguo nodded. After all, they were companions on this journey, and she needed to understand everyone's circumstances thoroughly. Song Ke continued, "Master, my sister has suffered trauma in the past. She has some issues. Usually, she is fine, but during heavy rain or thunderstorms, she can become unhinged. Most times, she simply sits quietly by herself, not saying a word." Jiang Guoguo was taken aback. The thought of her suffering during storms was troubling, especially with the ongoing drought and lack of thunder. She pondered, wondering if this girl was cursed or blessed. After a moment, Jiang Guoguo asked, "Mental ailments can sometimes be alleviated through acupuncture. If you don't mind, I could take a look at your sister." Song Ke had never dared to hope for his sister's recovery. Understanding that mental issues were not easily treated with mere needles or medicine, any physician would share this view. However, upon hearing Jiang Guoguo's offer, his heart raced with excitement. Though he had never witnessed the extent of her abilities, the respect his master held for her was enough to convince him of her capabilities. After some thought, Song Ke knelt before Jiang Guoguo. "I humbly request your assistance, master." Chapter 60. As the atmosphere grew tense, Jiang Guoguo swiftly retrieved a peach, drawing the attention of Lin and her companions. Aware that Jiang Guoguo intended to treat Song Ke's sister, they all gathered around. Jiang Guoguo gently placed her small hand on Song Linglan's wrist. Song Linglan remained expressionless, her gaze vacant, only occasionally shifting her eyes. After taking her pulse and observing Song Linglan's reactions, Jiang Guoguo produced her silver needles. Upon seeing this, Song Ke and Wang Wanli exchanged excited glances. The young master was about to demonstrate her skills, indicating a glimmer of hope for Song Linglan's recovery. They all silently observed, unwilling to disturb Jiang Guoguo, their eyes fixated on the silver needles in her hands. With deft precision, Jiang Guoguo inserted the needles into various acupoints on Song Linglan's body. Wang Wanli watched with rapt attention, while Song Ke, still a novice, marveled at the master's acupuncture techniques, his admiration for Jiang Guoguo deepening. After a while, Jiang Guoguo carefully removed each needle and stated, "Further treatment is necessary. Within a month, your sister's vitality should be restored." Notably, if one looked closely, they could see a flicker of life in Song Linglan's previously vacant eyes, although they still appeared somewhat dull compared to an ordinary person's. "Wow, Sister Waowei, your culinary skills are exceptional," Song Ke exclaimed after savoring a piece of tender, flavorful braised pork. Lin and old Madame Jiang beamed with delight, praising Waoyue's culinary prowess. Waowei, thrilled by their appreciation, beamed with joy and declared, "From now on, I shall ensure every meal is this delectable young master. Do indulge." At that moment, Jiang Guoguo's mouth was stuffed with a succulent piece of braised pork, and she nodded enthusiastically, so delicious. "Waowei, you're amazing." The sight of Jiang Guoguo relishing her meal, with sauce adorning her lips and her words barely intelligible, brought laughter to everyone. After satisfying their hunger, Song Ke and Waowei began to tidy up the dishes, while Hua Xian reported with a grave expression, "Young master, in a radius of several miles, not a blade of grass grows. Even the once flowing streams are devoid of water. We have no idea when we can stop worrying about water supplies on this journey east." Hua Xian's words indeed sparked concern among the group. In a time of drought, the absence of water was the gravest of worries. If they were unable to secure supplies along the way, it could spell trouble. Wang Wanli furrowed his brow and hurried to his cart to retrieve the water pouches. "Master, the water for the two children, Jiang Guoguo and Song Linglan, is here. It should last about half a month." At this point, Lin had finished nursing and stepped out of the carriage, her face etched with worry. "We have brought quite a bit of water, but one bucket is reserved for cooking. The drinking water will likely last only about half a month." Exchanging glances, they all felt the weight of impending crisis. Their preparations had proven insufficient. They had assumed they could replenish their supplies in towns less affected by the disaster. However, they had not considered the possibility that the outside situation could be equally dire. Jiang Guoguo, unperturbed, was confident in her secret supply of abundant spiritual spring water within her exquisite space. Additionally, her small shop was stocked with an array of bottled water and beverages, replenished automatically at midnight, alleviating her concerns over water shortages. Yet, she needed to be discreet about her space and devise a way to subtly access its contents. After a brief rest, the group quickly readied themselves to continue their journey. Inside the carriage, the little one, Dodo, was sound asleep, a smile gracing his cherubic face, perhaps dreaming sweet dreams. Meanwhile, Lin and old Madame Jiang were consumed with worries about the future, unable to find solace in sleep. Old Madame Jiang, licking her parched lips, lamented, "I wonder how the other families are faring?" This relentless drought arrived without warning, leaving no one prepared. Why must the heavens make things so difficult for us common folk? As she spoke, tears began to flow, likely recalling her own past hardships. In her youth, old Madame Jiang had been separated from her family during a famine, a separation that lasted a lifetime. Now, at her advanced age, she knew her parents were long gone, and she had no idea of the fates of her siblings. The more she pondered, the deeper her sorrow grew, and tears streamed down her cheeks. Seeing this, Lin could not help but stealthily wipe her tears while comforting the old woman. "Mother, please don't be too sad. Perhaps this time you will reunite with them." Lin offered this reassurance, though she herself found it hard to believe. "I have failed to honor my parents and have lost contact with my siblings. Even when Xing and my 2 grandsons are unaccounted for. Why must my life be so burdensome?" Lin's sorrow surged, and she began to weep softly. Dodo, sensing the grief of his mother and grandmother, stirred awake and joined in the lamentation. In an instant, the carriage was filled with an atmosphere of despair. Jiang Guoguo, not skilled in offering comfort, could not bear to see her mother and grandmother in such despondency. She quickly pretended to rummage through her small backpack and produced 2 large peaches, presenting them to them. "Mother, grandmother, please stop crying. If you keep this up, you might cry your eyes blind, and then you won't be able to see father and brother, or your family from your side. What shall we do then?" Upon hearing Jiang Guoguo's words, combined with the irresistible fragrance wafting from the peaches, Lin and old Madame Jiang could not help but cease their tears. Turning to look at her, Lin was the first to dry her eyes, taking a deep breath to quell her sorrow, her attention drawn to the large peaches in Jiang Guoguo's hands. "Guoguo, what are these?" Old Madame Jiang, also wiping her tears, gazed at Jiang Guoguo with curiosity. Without hesitation, Jiang Guoguo replied, "These are peaches. Grandmother, mother, please do have a taste." Lin and old Madame Jiang exchanged glances, each taking 1 peach in hand. Weighing them, they sensed their substantial heft, suggesting abundant juiciness. Old Madame Jiang wrinkled her nose and brought the peach closer to her face to inhale its aroma, exclaiming in delight, "Oh my, this is so fragrant. Guoguo, what do you call this?" Jiang Guoguo suddenly realized that her mother and grandmother seemed unfamiliar with peaches. With a spark of insight, she asked, "Grandmother, mother, this is a peach. Don't we have them here?" Without a moment's thought, Lin and old Madame Jiang both shook their heads in unison. Jiang Guoguo then comprehended that, in this world, peach trees did not exist. Such delicious peaches, typically suited for cultivation in the south, were absent here. The realization astonished her. She thought to herself, the people of Longyang Kingdom have never tasted peaches. What a considerable loss of joy that must be. Chapter 61. The most delicious thing I've ever tasted, mother, grandmother. These are peaches, the fruits of the peach tree. They are incredibly sweet and fragrant. Do sample them. Lin shook her head lovingly, saying, "Dear child, I want to eat them. Save them for yourself." Grandmother, having poor teeth, also declined, urging the child to enjoy them alone. Jiang Guoguo could clearly see that both her mother and grandmother longed for the peaches, swallowing hard several times yet suppressing their appetites. Deeply moved, she realized that they intended to keep the best for her. However, Jiang Guoguo did not wish for her mother and grandmother to always suffer for her sake. In the next moment, with determination, Jiang Guoguo reached into the bamboo basket and retrieved a large peach, waving it in front of Lin and grandmother with a grin. Hee hee. I still have another one, so I shall indulge. She took a bite, and as her small mouth sank into the luscious fruit, juice flowed abundantly, filling her mouth with its delightful essence. The sweet aroma wafted through the carriage, awakening even the sleeping little dodo, who could not help but smacking his lips. Noticing that her mother and grandmother still hesitated to partake, Jiang Guoguo decided to employ her trump card. Mother, grandmother, while these peaches are indeed delicious, they have one flaw. They do not store well and spoil quickly. How could I possibly finish them all? It would be a shame to let them go to waste. Both women paused, surprised by this revelation. So easily spoiled? Then grandmother shall not be polite. With that, the elderly lady opened her mouth and took a hearty bite. Although her teeth had aged, the peach was soft and tender, requiring little effort to chew. A burst of sweetness exploded in her mouth, and she exclaimed incredulously, "This is exquisite. Truly the finest thing I have ever tasted in my life." Seeing grandmother's enthusiastic praise, Lin could not help but swallow her own saliva, finally conceding to take a modest bite. The distinct flavor of the peach quickly captivated Lin's heart, prompting her to abandon her restraint and devour it eagerly. Watching her mother and grandmother relish the peaches with such fervor, as if they had never tasted anything so delightful before, Jiang Guoguo felt a mix of amusement and sorrow. Dear mother and grandmother, I vow that you shall never suffer again in this lifetime. From now on, our family's days shall always be the sweet. Each of them savored a large peach, thoroughly satisfied. Jiang Guoguo then pondered and retrieved 5 smaller peaches from the basket, suggesting to her mother and grandmother, I have a few more. Let us share them with others. Lin and grandmother, being generous souls, readily agreed. Guoguo, these peaches are your gift. We shall follow your lead. Indeed, Guoguo, you go ahead. Jiang Guoguo nodded and stepped out of the carriage. Meanwhile, Hua Xian, who was guiding the horses, had long caught a whiff of the sweet fragrance emanating from the carriage. Being a servant, he knew better than to intrude upon his master's enjoyment, no matter his curiosity. Upon seeing Jiang Guoguo emerge, he quickly reined in the horses, bringing them to a gentle stop. Master, what is your command? Jiang Guoguo nodded, appreciating Hua Xian's perceptiveness, and handed him the peaches, instructing, take 4 of these to the other carriage for my old apprentice and let them share. You may keep the last one for yourself. Hua Xian, inhaling the sweet aroma, understood that these peaches were the fruits enjoyed by Jiang Guoguo's family. He recognized his place and, with respect, replied, I shall take only 3. I would not dare to indulge. Jiang Guoguo, having encountered many people, discerned that Hua Xian was sincere, bound by his principles and the boundaries of master and servant. She found this admirable. However, she was always fair in her rewards and would not let him go without. Given that the 3 peach trees in her spiritual space had thrived under the nurturing of the spiritual spring and the exchange of points, yielding 3 harvests that piled high like a small hill, there was no worry about food. Thus, she generously stated, no need for that. You and Hua, you should also enjoy some. Hua Xian pondered for a moment and agreed. In the rear carriage, Wang Wanli and others were still curious about the reason for their halt, so Hua Xian delivered the peaches to them. Do not rush. Enjoy these peaches to replenish your strength before we continue. Hua Xian glanced at the sky, realizing there was still ample time, and that they would reach the next town in less than half a day. He thus did not hesitate and began to savor the fruit. With each bite, the delightful flavor captivated his palate, causing a thrill in his heart, awakening a desire he had never known. What kind of fruit is this? It is utterly delicious. Having served in the northern Ming prince's residence since childhood, Hua Xian had tasted many delicacies from the common folk, yet nothing compared to the exquisite flavor of this peach. His curiosity and admiration for Jiang Guoguo deepened. He understood that the young master had likely never encountered this fruit, and thus it could not have come from him. Though filled with questions, Hua Xian promptly quelled his curiosity. As a servant, his duty was to protect his master, and the secrets of his master were not for him to pry into. For the first time, he consumed the fruit without restraint, eagerly finishing the peach and yearning for another. The fragrance wafted through the carriage, accompanied by continued exclamations of delight. Earlier, Jiang Guoguo had harbored a personal interest, hoping to inquire if Hua Xian recognized the peaches. After all, just because her mother and grandmother had never tasted them did not mean that affluent people had not seen them. However, witnessing Hua Xian's reaction, she understood that such peaches were indeed rare, at least in their Longyang kingdom. Jiang Guoguo recalled that the seeds of the 3 peach trees had been a reward from the Linglong space. She formed a bold hypothesis. Perhaps most of the rewards from the Linglong space were things not found in this world. She looked forward to what the next reward might be. Chapter 62. The ambush. The group journeyed along the desolate country road for approximately half a day, finally arriving at the first town, Gulan Town, on the eastern edge of Shizhuan, just before sunset. Gulan Town was not yet under the dominion of the Eastern Song King. It remained within the jurisdiction of the Southern Town King, Long Chengwei. This Southern Town King was infamous for his disregard for the welfare of his subjects, often deflecting blame for calamities onto the higher echelons of the royal family. It was said that he indulged in a lavish lifestyle and habitually exploited the common folk, imposing taxes that were considerably heavier than those in other fiefs. With the onset of famine, the townsfolk were filled with trepidation, yet the Southern Town King paid little heed to their plight. In this remote town, the disconnect from the crown was palpable, and the situation was dire. Upon their arrival, the streets were desolate, littered with scattered tables and benches, and the houses appeared woefully abandoned. Had they not known that just a fortnight ago the town was bustling, they might have believed they had stumbled upon a ghost town. The clutter obstructing the streets made it difficult for the horse-drawn carriage to pass, compelling Jiang Guoguo and her companions to proceed slowly. Leaving Lin and Grandma to keep little Dodo company inside the carriage, Jiang Guoguo stepped down onto the ground in her cloth shoes. Hua Xian ventured ahead, clearing the debris blocking their path, while the horse ambled forward with deliberate slowness. Suddenly, a group of destitute refugees surged from an alley. Each one appeared gaunt and emaciated, and upon spotting the travelers, their eyes gleamed with the ferocity of starving wolves. Finally, people have arrived. Stop them. Leave all your belongings, or do not blame us for our ruthlessness. This band of refugees, numbering around 30, had been huddled in the alley for warmth, and the arrival of Jiang Guoguo's party seemed to them like a chance for survival, akin to lambs delivered into the jaws of wolves. As the ravenous refugees charged forward, Hua Xian and Hua Yu exchanged glances, prepared to retaliate, but Jiang Guoguo swiftly intervened. Without hesitation, Hua Xian drew her flexible sword and plunged into the fray, deftly wielding it to disarm the leading man, whose axe went flying. With a swift kick, she brought him to his knees. Ouch! Take it easy. Spare me, brave one. Hua Xian then brought the subdued man before Jiang Guoguo. The man was taken aback to find that their captor was a mere child, hardly reaching his waist. A mixture of shock and humiliation washed over him. How could they? A group of refugees failed to overpower a small girl leading a caravan of fewer than 10? Jiang Guoguo, unfazed, casually placed her hands behind her back and regarded the man with a steely gaze. We are all fleeing from disaster, yet you choose to rob us? Is that not a bit unfair? The man, kneeling on the ground, felt a wave of confusion wash over him. Did the girl not understand the true nature of their plight? This was the first time he had encountered a group of refugees who appeared so carefree, with 3 entire carriages at their disposal. What was wrong with them taking some of their belongings? Noticing the man's defiance, Jiang Guoguo signaled to Hua Xian, who immediately raised her hand and delivered a resounding slap to the back of his head. Caught off guard, he fell face-first to the ground, his 2 front teeth shattering with a crack. "How can you treat us this way? We haven't even robbed you yet," he whimpered, with a chilling smile. Jiang Guoguo crouched down to meet his gaze. "With so many of you men, why resort to robbery? You should act like gentlemen." The man realized that the seemingly innocent girl was a little demon in disguise. He glanced back at his companions, who had shrunk back in fear, none willing to come to his aid, leaving him feeling utterly deflated. "Please spare us. We had no choice. The town was ransacked by bandits, and we have families depending on us. We are truly at the end of our rope." Jiang Guoguo, hearing this plea, sighed inwardly. She had not anticipated the situation had deteriorated to such an extent. Uncertain of what awaited them ahead, the group continued their journey after gathering some information from the man. Though these desperate souls had resorted to robbery out of necessity, Jiang Guoguo felt no compulsion to extend her compassion. The last thing she wanted was for them to turn on her once their hunger was satiated. She was well aware of the fable of the farmer and the snake and wished to avoid a similar fate. As the carriage rolled out of Guilin town, Jiang Guoguo soon spotted a group of displaced individuals in a nearby grove, most of whom appeared to be the elderly, weak, and women with children, likely the families of the very refugees who had attempted to rob them. After understanding the situation, Lin and Grandma sat in the carriage, exchanging sighs. Yet no one suggested that Jiang Guoguo assist them. This brought her great relief. She feared having a family member with an excess of sympathy might complicate their journey. Though it seemed heartless, Jiang Guoguo preferred to safeguard her family from potential dangers posed by uncertain outsiders. As the carriage glided through the dense forest, passing the group of elderly and children, Jiang Guoguo noticed several women flashing sinister smiles. One of them exclaimed joyfully, "Big Huzi and the others must have succeeded. Look at those carriages, 3 of them. They must belong to some wealthy family in town. They surely secured some loot." A chill breeze brushed against Jiang Guoguo's face as a cold smile crept upon her lips, and she promptly shut the carriage window. "What a wretched fate," she mused. "I had thought they were merely desperate, but it seems their families are just as duplicitous." Grandma secretly rejoiced at having refrained from asking Jiang Guoguo to lend assistance, for otherwise they would have inadvertently aided a band of ill-intentioned individuals. Lin nodded in agreement, adding, "Sometimes we cannot afford to be too benevolent. The human heart is inscrutable." Chapter 63. It is said that someone wishes to harm my beloved younger brother. As night fell, Jiang Guoguo and her companions remained ensconced within the dense forest, while the number of refugees around them continued to swell, scattered across the various corners of the thicket, waiting for the darkness to pass. The trio of carriages belonging to Jiang Guoguo eventually came to a halt in a relatively open area. At this moment, countless pairs of eyes were quietly observing them from the shadows. It was evident that many among the refugees were devising their own schemes. "Look, which noble family is that? They have 3 carriages accompanying them. One of those carriages is extraordinarily large. Crafting a vehicle of such size must have cost a fortune. Perhaps it belongs to a prominent figure passing through from a grand city." The hidden escapees began to murmur among themselves, curious about the identity of this esteemed individual. At that very moment, Jiang Guoguo and her party emerged from their carriage and settled onto the mat that Huawei had laid out. The onlookers noted that only 8 or 9 individuals disembarked, including a swaddled infant and a 5-year-old girl, which surprised them. They soon deduced that this group was likely also fleeing, as they proceeded to set up a pot to boil water, a behavior not typical of wealthy travelers. Seated comfortably on the soft mat, Huawei took charge of cooking, while Song Ku attended to Wang Wanli and his sister, assisting Huawei in her tasks. Suddenly, the infant Dodo began to wail, his cries reverberating throughout the forest. The little one cried fiercely, seemingly without cause, causing Lin Shi to panic. "Little treasure, what is the matter? Mother is here, please do not cry." Grandmother Jiang rushed over to comfort him, but her efforts proved futile. She checked Dodo's diaper, finding it dry, ruling out hunger as the cause of his distress. As Lin Shi and grandmother Jiang struggled to soothe Dodo, a few unfriendly voices suddenly emerged from the nearby shadows. Can someone please quiet that child? It's unbearable. It's the middle of the night. Can't we get some rest? If he doesn't stop crying, I'll plug that child's mouth myself. The complaints grew louder, with many parents among the refugees joining the chorus of discontent. Lin Shi and grandmother Jiang, flustered and sweating, quickly apologized. We're truly sorry. The child is crying against our wishes. We'll quiet him down immediately. Please bear with us. However, the surrounding voices only escalated, and soon a crowd began to encircle Jiang Guoguo and her companions. Wang Wanli, exasperated, shook his beard and exclaimed, "You people are being utterly unreasonable. Do you not understand that infant's cry?" They had not intended to intervene, but the remarks had grown too infuriating, with one individual even suggesting that Dodo should be thrown to his death, claiming that infants were the first to perish on such a treacherous journey, which incited the ire of Wang Wanli and the others. Jiang Guoguo had remained silent, quietly dispersing herbal powder around their circle to ward off pests during the night. To her astonishment, upon completing the task, her family found themselves besieged by the multitude of refugees, appearing as the target of their ire. Realizing the severity of the situation, Jiang Guoguo swiftly approached Lin Shi and took the still wailing Dodo into her arms. The small body of Jiang Guoguo appeared even more delicate as she held the chubby infant. Yet, as Dodo's elder sister, she immediately displayed the strength of a protective sibling. With practiced ease, she retrieved a uniquely shaped rattle from the small bamboo basket, actually sourced from her Mystical Spaces shop. A gentle shake produced a melodious sound that captivated the infant's attention. With the distraction of the toy, Dodo's cries ceased, replaced by an adorably innocent smile. Jiang Guoguo, relieved, wiped away the tears from the little one's face and playfully teased, "You mischievous little one, you've worried both mother and grandmother again." At this moment, Hua Xian stood resolutely behind Jiang Guoguo, both master and servant exuding an unyielding presence that instilled great intimidation in the chattering refugees. "Is it true that someone wishes to harm my precious brother?" Jiang Guoguo's voice rang out, imbued with an authoritative power that stripped away any semblance of her youthful appearance, leaving an impression of someone not to be trifled with. Adding to the tension, Hua Xian unsheathed her soft sword, its blade glinting ominously in the moonlight, reminiscent of a ghostly weapon eager for blood. Despite their apparent vulnerability, the duo conjured an imposing aura that caused the once cocky refugees, who had reveled in their numbers, to retreat like turtles into their shells, silenced and cowed. Jiang Guoguo smirked at their reaction. "Oh, too frightened to admit it? Very well, Hua Xian. Eliminate all those who just spoke out." The tiny 5-year-old girl's command sent shockwaves through the crowd, awakening the realization that they had indeed provoked a formidable opponent, prompting many to kneel and plead for mercy. "Please, dear lady, we were mistaken. Every family has a little one. We understand how it is when they cry. It's not something one can control." The refugees, mere commoners without martial training, trembled at the sight of Hua Xian's sword, none foolish enough to take the lead. Finally, Jiang Guoguo relented, waving her hand dismissively. "I shall spare you this time. Now be gone." With that, the majority of the refugees scattered in terror, though one particularly dim-witted individual began to grovel on the ground. Jiang Guoguo shook her head in disbelief, deciding not to further engage. As for taking lives, such matters could not be approached carelessly, especially with her family present. She could not expose her violent nature for fear of alarming them. As for the refugees, they posed little threat. As long as they remained compliant, they would not cross paths again. Chapter 64. Culinary Delights in the Wilderness, Mourning the Dispossessed at Once. The devoted disciple Song-ke gave a thumbs up. "Master, you are truly majestic. As your humble disciple, I can only dream of possessing even a fraction of your grandeur." Jiang Guoguo cast a sidelong glance at Song-ke, her tone laced with irritation. "You are all talk. Hurry and assist Huawei with the cooking. The little one is starving." Song-ke did not dare to delay and swiftly made his way to prepare the meal. As night fell, the weary travelers, having traversed the road all day, found themselves ravenous. Unfortunately, their provisions consisted mainly of easily preserved dry rations, unlike Jiang Guoguo and her companions, who had the luxury of cooking precious food in large pots after only a few days' journey. Thus, the commotion from Jiang Guoguo's camp soon attracted the attention of the surrounding refugees. The enticing aroma of rice mingled with the scent of vegetables wafted through the air, reaching nearly everyone in the forest. The sounds of empty stomachs echoed, prompting people to discreetly tighten their belts while surreptitiously swallowing saliva. Upon seeing the lid of the pot lifted, Jiang Guoguo hurried over with her small bowl. "Wawa, what delectable dish have you prepared this time?" Wawa smiled warmly. "Young master, tonight we shall keep it simple. I have made a pot of hearty stew with some vegetables, tofu, and mushrooms, with eggs as the only meat. If you desire something else, I shall prepare it immediately." Jiang Guoguo peered into the pot and, finding it quite appealing, shook her head. "No need. This looks splendid to me." With that, everyone wasted no time and eagerly picked up their chopsticks. Suddenly, Jiang Guoguo remembered something and quickly raised her hand to halt their eating. "Wait a moment." The chopsticks of Lin and the others froze midair. Turning to look at her with curiosity, Jiang Guoguo gestured for them to be patient, then dipped her hand into the pot to taste the soup. Afterward, she retrieved 2 small jars from her bamboo basket. "What is this?" Old disciple Wang Wenli inquired, his face brimming with curiosity, wondering if the young master was about to present them with another delightful surprise. Jiang Guoguo smiled mysteriously as she opened one of the jars and sprinkled its contents into the pot. A fine brown powder cascaded into the stew, quickly releasing an indescribably unique aroma. Old disciple's eyes widened in surprise as he leaned closer to savor the scent, only to find his nose suddenly tickled, prompting a loud sneeze. "What is this, young master?" Laughter erupted among the group, who had initially intended to join him in sniffing but halted in their tracks. Jiang Guoguo, putting away the jar, spoke slowly. "What I sprinkled is a special seasoning called pepper powder. Adding it to the soup enhances the flavor remarkably. And it also serves to dispel cold and dampness." None had ever encountered such a seasoning, and the fragrance was entirely unfamiliar, drawing their attention to the other jar. The elderly lady could not contain her curiosity. "And what is in the other jar, Guoguo?" At this, everyone was united in their belief that whatever Jiang Guoguo produced must be something rare and extraordinary, sparking a collective interest. They glanced at her small bamboo basket, pondering if it were a treasure trove, given how the young girl kept revealing delightful and peculiar items. Seeing the moment was ripe, Jiang Guoguo swiftly opened the second jar, revealing it to be filled with dried shrimp she had transferred to a new container. As the crowd beheld this, they exchanged bewildered glances, unsure if they were seeing correctly. Song Ku was the quickest to react, exclaiming, "How is it that these tiny shrimp are dried before they even reach adulthood?" Others shared his confusion, having never seen such diminutive shrimp before. Jiang Guoguo chuckled, tossing a handful into the pot to mix, then scooping a generous ladleful into her bowl. "It is ready to eat." The group exchanged glances, puzzled by this method of consumption. Although the shrimp were small, could they really be eaten immediately after entering the pot? Before they could voice their doubts, an extraordinarily fragrant aroma enveloped them. Instantly, they became ravenous, diving into their meal with fervor. The scent wafted far and wide, and on this cold winter night, a warm bowl of soup felt heavenly, even if it was merely a simple vegetable broth. Yet, to experience such a fragrant and hearty soup left the refugees in a state of agitation. This irresistible aroma captivated their senses, causing them to salivate uncontrollably, some slowly rising to approach Jiang Guoguo. Their expressions were dazed, and they struggled to suppress the drool pooling in their mouths. Suddenly, Wawa furrowed her brow, setting down her bowl and seizing her short bow, releasing an arrow with precision. The arrow struck the ground just before the fastest-moving man, causing him to startle and tumble backward. When he noticed the arrow embedded mere inches from his foot, fear overtook him, and he lost control of his bladder. After the meal, Jiang Guoguo and her companions were all thoroughly satisfied. Old disciple smacked his lips and exclaimed, "Young master, your dried shrimp and pepper powder are simply divine. With these two ingredients, you could easily open a restaurant in the grand city." The words, spoken without intent, sparked interest in Lin and elder Jiang, who exchanged glances, evidently intrigued by the idea. Jiang Guoguo noted their expressions and could not help but smile. It seemed both her mother and grandmother were keen on the notion of opening a restaurant, a venture worth exploring. However, this meant they would need to devise a plan to relocate to the city. She had heard that for farmers in Longyang Kingdom, transitioning to city life was fraught with challenges, often rendering wealth irrelevant. The situation resembled that of serfs who remained bound to their fate throughout their lives. She would need to contemplate strategies to elevate the Jiang family beyond their agricultural constraints. Chapter 65. We are truly refugees. Hua Xian assumed the duty of night watch. Standing immovable as a mountain, resembling a deity of death, wielding a soft sword, never straying from the carriage of Jiang Guoguo, the malevolent refugees, initially harboring ill intentions, were deterred by her presence and abandoned their malicious thoughts. The November air, particularly at night, plummeted in temperature, and within this forest, the cold wind pierced through, leaving one's head aching. Those refugees without the shelter of a carriage huddled together, seeking warmth, yet still shivering uncontrollably, their lips turning purple and their teeth chattering. Curiously, even in this frigid winter, numerous pests still thrived in the woods, some daring to crawl onto people's bodies, biting their skin and causing symptoms of poisoning. This dire environment rendered the refugees sleep restless. They frequently rose to brush off the creeping insects, lest they burrow into their garments and inflict grievous harm. Inside the carriage, Wang Wanli had anticipated potential pestilence on this journey and had prepared some medicinal powder in advance. He donned his coat slowly, preparing to step out of the carriage to scatter the powder around their 3 carriages. Although his ability to concoct medicinal powder was limited, with only 2 bags prepared, it sufficed for several applications. In this dense forest or deep mountains, it might sustain them until they reached a larger town where they could seek further supplies. Just as Wang Wanli finished dressing, Song Ku awoke beside him. Exhausted from his labors, he had quickly succumbed to sleep upon reaching the carriage. Now roused by his master's movements, he rubbed his bleary eyes and hoarsely inquired, "Master, are you going to relieve yourself?" "I shall accompany you." Despite his usual carefree demeanor, Song Ku possessed a keen sensitivity. He and the siblings Ling Lan had been raised by Wang Wanli with great care, establishing a bond akin to that of father and son. Concerned about the predatory refugees lurking nearby, he feared for his master's safety if he ventured alone. Wang Wanli shot him an exasperated glance. "Though I am aging, I am not so feeble as to need to relieve myself again so soon. I intend to scatter some medicinal powder." I heard the sounds of pests outside the carriage, likely due to the dry ground, which has caused some ordinarily subterranean venomous creatures to surface. Song Ku, still groggy, nodded. "Oh, so you are not going to relieve yourself," but suddenly, he became fully alert and halted Wang Wanli. "Master, you need not trouble yourself. Our ancestor has already taken care of the medicinal powder. I saw him scatter it around while preparing our meal." Wang Wanli was taken aback by this revelation. Disregarding Song Ku's advice and resolutely braving the cold to exit the carriage, Hua Xian merely opened her eyes slightly to observe, then gently closed them again, maintaining her vigil while resting her eyes. At her level of martial prowess, she sensed any disturbances in her surroundings. Only someone more formidable than she could approach unnoticed. After a brief exchange of glances with Hua Xian, Wang Wanli proceeded a short distance away. Drawing on decades of experience with medicinal herbs, he quickly identified the powder Jiang Guoguo had scattered on the ground. Unlike the powder he had prepared, which was a stark white, the powder crafted by his young disciple blended seamlessly with the color of the soil. If not for his keen eyesight, he might never have noticed it. Moreover, this powder emitted no discernible odor. Had he not been aware of its presence and remained vigilant, he would have missed it completely. In contrast to most herbalists who produced powders that were either white or red easily visible, this powder was nearly invisible, making it a remarkable feat of his young disciple's skill. Wang Wanli's admiration for his young disciple swelled within him. The varied and lethal powders crafted by shamans were often indistinguishable from their surroundings, merging with earth or foliage. And even some seemingly toxic powders could become colorless in water, rendering them undetectable. He had initially thought that his young disciple's medical skills were astonishing enough, but her ability to create such elusive powders surpassed his expectations. Contemplating her potential, Wang Wanli felt a wave of emotion. She was only 5 years old. If given another decade to mature, how remarkable would she become? He dared not imagine the heights she might reach. Yet, one realization filled him with gratitude. Choosing to accompany this young master and her family on their flight was undoubtedly the wisest decision of his life. Not only did they enjoy ample food and drink, but they also had 2 formidable protectors by their side. His young disciple's backpack resembled a treasure chest, continuously producing delights he had never seen before. In stark contrast to the weary and impoverished refugees surrounding them, their group traveled in comfort, seated in carriages, with someone cooking and others guarding them. They even indulged in fruits more delectable than watermelons. To label them as mere refugees would be met with disbelief. Following his young disciple had proven to be the most prudent choice. With her skills as a divine healer and her bountiful provisions, she ensured that his old bones endured less hardship in his twilight years. Once they found a place to settle, he vowed to establish a medical practice, striving to allow his young disciple to enjoy a life of ease at a tender age, retiring early to live a life akin to that of a celestial being. Thus, Wang Wanli resolved in his heart, he would honor his master no matter the cost. Chapter 66 Arrival at Izumo City. Thanks to Jiang Guoguo's medicinal powder for expelling pests, everyone enjoyed a restful night's sleep. In contrast, those without the powder suffered greatly. On that frigid winter night, they endured hunger while battling the biting cold. Not only did they shiver uncontrollably, but various crawling insects also emerged from the damp ground to torment them. A single bite could lead to unbearable itching and pain. Many of the refugees were afflicted with insect bites, experiencing both itchiness and discomfort. Coupled with numbed skin from the cold, scratching often resulted in broken skin. Fortunately, it was not the sweltering heat, or else they would have faced the risk of festering infections. At dawn, when Jiang Guoguo awoke, she found the mischievous Dodo happily drinking milk, while Linshi looked on with a benevolent smile, her lips curving into a joyful arc. Upon noticing Jiang Guoguo was awake, Linshi hurriedly said, "Guar, you're awake? Huawei and the others have prepared breakfast. Quickly get dressed and come down from the carriage to eat." Jiang Guoguo nodded, obediently donned her clothes, and after pinching Dodo's chubby little cheeks, she descended from the carriage with satisfaction. After breakfast, Jiang Guoguo routinely visited her senior apprentice's carriage to administer acupuncture to Song Linglan. To her surprise, she noticed that the usually unresponsive Song Linglan was gently tugging at her hem. Jiang Guoguo's mouth fell open in astonishment. Could it be that after only 2 or 3 acupuncture sessions, Song Linglan's condition had improved? Quickly realizing that Song Linglan's affliction was of a psychological nature, Jiang Guoguo understood that, apart from her treatment, the patient herself could gradually regain normal cognitive function and begin to respond. Thus, recovery was indeed a matter of whether the patient could navigate her chaotic mental state. Looking into Song Linglan's eyes, Jiang Guoguo saw that they no longer held the dull, vacant gaze of the past, but sparkled with a hint of light, indicating that Song Linglan had regained her awareness. When Song Linglan noticed Jiang Guoguo's gaze, she shyly released her grip and lowered her head. Jiang Guoguo couldn't help but chuckle softly and, with a sweet voice, spoke words one might expect from an adult. "Sister Linglan, you've awakened. How wonderful! Your brother and Dr. Wang have been very worried about you. Now that you are alert, you must hold on to this clarity and not allow the darkness within to consume you." Jiang Guoguo speculated that Song Linglan had likely experienced some trauma in her early years, leading her to retreat into herself. Over time, her self-awareness had faded, rendering her taciturn and reclusive, possibly even driving her to the brink of losing her humanity entirely. Now that she had regained consciousness, Jiang Guoguo naturally hoped she could maintain her current mental state. With the support of her acupuncture therapy, a full recovery seemed imminent. Song Linglan was not astonished by Jiang Guoguo's words. She recognized that this little girl appeared more capable than her brother and Dr. Wang. Although her mental state had been poor, she was neither blind nor deaf. She had observed and listened to everything around her, thus she knew who this little girl was. As the time to depart drew near, Jiang Guoguo smiled at Song Linglan and turned to leave. Suddenly, a light, melodic voice called out from behind, "Thank you, master." Jiang Guoguo halted mid-motion, turning back to Song Linglan with a bemused expression. "Sister Linglan, please don't call me master like your brother does. Those who don't know might think I'm some ancient spirit from the mountains. Just call me Guoguo. We still have a journey ahead of us and should not stand on ceremony." Song Linglan smiled gracefully, akin to the gentle spring breeze of March, illuminating Jiang Guoguo's vision. Goodness, although Song Ku appeared rather unremarkable, his sister possessed the refined beauty of a noble lady. Upon returning to her carriage, the group set off under the warm winter sun. Along the way, they encountered numerous refugees whose plight appeared dire, yet fortunately, Jiang Guoguo and her companions did not witness any particularly gruesome scenes. After all, in the elderly lady's accounts, the calamity she had endured had left corpses strewn everywhere, and there had even been instances of cannibalism. Having exited the forest, Huaxin drove onto the official road, allowing them to avoid the bumpy ride of the previous days, thus significantly quickening their journey. Aside from the diminishing supplies of fruits, vegetables, and meat prepared before their departure, everything progressed smoothly. Finally, after traveling for 2.5 days, they arrived at the first substantial city along the refugee route, Izumo City. Izumo City remained under the jurisdiction of the southern town king, Long Chengwei, and was reputed to be a rapidly developing city, its prosperity rivaling that of several large cities surrounding the capital. However, at that moment, the city gates of Izumo were congested, filled with a cacophony of voices. Aside from the clusters of refugees, numerous passing carriages were also halted at the edge of the nearby forest. Jiang Guoguo peeked through the carriage curtain, sensing something amiss, and immediately instructed Huaxin, "Huaxin, you should investigate." Heeding her command, Huaxin dismounted and strode towards the throng. Their carriage halted at the forest's edge, and the group disembarked to regroup. "Master, the Lord of Izumo City has issued a strict decree. Anyone wishing to enter must possess a residence permit, which is required to pay an entry fee," Huaxin reported. Upon hearing this, everyone furrowed their brows in dismay, and Song Ku could not help but exclaim, "This is absurd." Wang Wanli shot a warning glare at Song Ku, hissing, "Disciple, mind your words. Everyone knows that such a significant matter could not have been decreed solely by the Lord of Izumo City. The southern town king must be backing it." Jiang Guoguo frowned in inquiry. "What are the specifics of this entry fee?" Huaxin nodded before elaborating. "If an official household falls within the southern town king's territory, the entry fee is waived. However, other official households must pay 100 gold coins to enter. For merchants who are not subjects of the territory, the fee is 5 gold ingots, while merchants from within the territory are charged 2 gold ingots. At this revelation, apart from Jiang Guoguo, the others wore expressions of shock, wondering if they had misheard. Huaxin continued, revealing even more alarming news. Ordinary laborers from the territory must pay 10 gold coins, while those from other territories need to pay 100 gold coins. As for farmers, Huaxin hesitated, glancing at Jiang Guoguo. If he recalled correctly, the young master's family was registered as farmers, the lowest status. Seeing Huaxin falter, the elderly lady's heart sank, prompting her to press, "What about farmers?" Huaxin, after a moment of hesitation, finally sighed, "Farmers not from within the territory must pay 100 gold coins, while those from within must pay 50 gold coins." Before the elderly lady and the others could process this devastating news, Hua Xin delivered a final, crushing blow. Moreover, the aforementioned entry fees apply per individual. Chapter 67. The exorbitant city entry fee is the fee for one person? Why don't they just rob us? Song Ke couldn't contain himself and shouted, instantly drawing the attention of many citizens around. Realizing his outburst, he quickly covered his mouth and shook his head at Wang Wanli, who was glaring at him, indicating that he would refrain from further outbursts. At that moment, the atmosphere grew tense and a flicker of anger appeared on everyone's face, including Jiang Guoguo. The Lord of Chuyun City and the Prince of the South were clearly taking advantage of the calamity, brazenly profiting from the disaster. In the past, many large cities indeed charged an entry fee, but it would seldom exceed a few copper or silver coins. During times of martial law or when hosting important guests, the fee might increase slightly, but even then, it would cap at a single gold coin, which was already considered an act of greed by the city lord. Now, however, the entry fee had skyrocketed by several hundred times. Merchants were even being charged in gold ingots rather than mere coins. It was outright robbery. As for the already impoverished farmers, they dared to impose fees of 50 or even 100 gold coins per person. This was sheer plunder. Jiang Guoguo furrowed her delicate brows, feeling quite distressed. Although they could afford the fees, it was blatant exploitation, and none felt at ease about it. The Longhong Kingdom had a household registration system, where every utterance was recorded, known as the household registry. The registry categorized individuals into official households, merchant households, artisan households, and farmer households. Official and merchant households were self-explanatory, while artisan households comprised ordinary citizens and farmer households were those deemed as peasantry, often struggling throughout their lives. Jiang Guoguo's family belonged to the farmer category, and their village was under the jurisdiction of the Prince of the South. If they wished to enter the city, each person would need to pay 500 gold coins. Considering the little friend Dodo, that amounted to 2,000 gold coins for the four of them. 2,000 gold coins could purchase the entire village, including all its fields. Given that the majority of farmers were poor, this entry fee was utterly outrageous. Though Jiang Guoguo still possessed several gold ingots, the thought of giving away such a vast sum of money left her feeling extremely discontented. Why should they be forced to pay such exorbitant fees just to pass through? Was this money conjured by the wind? Even many who could afford a carriage hesitated to enter the city, likely sharing Jiang Guoguo's sentiments. They had the capability to enter, yet were unwilling to surrender their funds, allowing the city lord of Chuyun to profit from their plight. After discussing the entry fees, Hua Xian revealed another piece of news. His subordinates had discovered that the heir of the Prince of the South was currently residing in Chuyun City. It was suspected that the exorbitant entry fees were intended to prevent refugees from entering the city. It was said that this heir was excessively greedy and would cause chaos wherever he went. My lord, should we consider bypassing Chuyun City? Chuyun City was a crucial gateway to the eastward routes, and logically, it was their unavoidable passage. However, there was a vast hunting ground nearby, which was usually open and frequented by hunters. Yet, this would mean abandoning their carriages, and Hua Xian himself deemed the suggestion impractical, swiftly dismissing it. As the group grappled with their predicament, Wang Wanli suddenly proposed, "Why don't we send 2 individuals inside to scout the situation? Given the current circumstances, it seems unlikely we will be able to enter today. However, Hua, you mentioned that our cooking supplies are running low and need replenishing. Let's send 2 people in to assess the situation." After speaking, Wang Wanli produced his household registration, stating, "I am registered as a merchant and am required to pay 2 gold ingots as the entry fee, so I will refrain from entering for now." Song Ke and Song Linglan were also registered under their apprentice's name, thus classified as merchants. Altogether, the 3 of them would need to pay 6 gold ingots to enter. For their apprentice, this was a substantial expense, effectively declaring bankruptcy for merely passing through. Jiang Guoguo pondered for a moment before addressing the group. The apprentice's suggestion is commendable. I will accompany Hua Xian into the city to investigate. Hua Yu, I entrust my family and the apprentice to your care. Upon hearing this, Hua Yu bowed solemnly, assuring her, my lord, rest assured, I will risk my life to protect them. Jiang Guoguo nodded, and under the concerned gazes of her mother and grandmother, she set off with Hua Xian towards the city gates. Hua Xian, what is your household registration? Anticipating the question, Hua Xian promptly produced her registration and replied, my lord. Both Hua Yu and I are currently registered as farmers, but we are under the jurisdiction of the royal city. Jiang Guoguo nodded, understanding that even the farmers near the royal city did not enjoy higher status merely for being in proximity to the palace. Initially, she had assumed the siblings were bonded servants, a status inferior to that of farmers, but it appeared that in the care of their childhood husband, they were not merely ordinary subordinates. At the city gates, a considerable line had formed, as many knew that entering the city meant being exploited. However, there are always those with compelling reasons to enter, reasons that money alone could not deter. After a long wait and paying 150 gold coins as the entry fee, Jiang Guoguo and Hua Xian successfully entered the city, making their way towards the bustling market. Chun City was far larger and more prosperous than Jiang Guoguo had imagined. The streets were lined with shops that hardly appeared inexpensive, and to find street food, one would have to venture into some of the more obscure alleys of the city. After considering her options, Jiang Guoguo turned and entered a relatively nice-looking restaurant. Having traveled without a hint of fatigue, her fair complexion exuded an air of affluence, and with a follower in tow, the restaurant attendant mistakenly assumed she was a young lady of some notable family and promptly led her to a lovely table by the window. What would the esteemed guests like to order? Jiang Guoguo glanced at the menu, which was densely packed with dish names, making it difficult to read. Disregarding it, she casually asked, what are your restaurant's signature dishes? The attendant, perceiving her as a young child with a penchant for food, smiled brightly and responded, oh, young lady, we have a plethora of signature dishes: braised beef, pig trotters, stewed intestines, roasted duck. Jiang Guoguo rolled her eyes, thinking that the attendant had some flair for reciting dish names, but she had important matters to attend to, so she swiftly interrupted, all right. Bring me a large plate of braised beef and stewed intestines, 1 roasted duck, and prepare 2 varieties of stir-fried vegetables, along with 8 servings of rice. And remember to pack it. The attendant was momentarily taken aback. Pack? Do you mean to take it away? Jiang Guoguo was also surprised and countered, otherwise, what would be the point? But, esteemed guest, while the beef, intestines, and duck can be wrapped in oil paper for takeaway, how would you take away the freshly stir-fried vegetables and rice? Chapter 68. The bustle before the brothel. Observing the shopkeeper's expression of helplessness, Jiang Guoguo finally grasped that she was not in the familiar modern world. Here, it seemed, there was no precedent for takeaway or packing food to go. After contemplating her options, she retrieved a dozen tin lunchboxes from her basket. It was indeed a challenge for the convenience store, as these antiquated metal boxes were the most unmodern containers she could procure. Had she produced plastic boxes adorned with cartoon motifs like Peppa Pig, she might have drawn curious stares, being mistaken for an oddity. The shopkeeper, upon seeing a multitude of varying-sized tin boxes stacked together, was momentarily intrigued. Dear guest, what is this? He inquired. Jiang Guoguo tossed several lunchboxes towards him and instructed, these are tin lunchboxes. Please take them to the kitchen and have the freshly stir-fried vegetables and rice packed into these boxes. The shopkeeper, bewildered, picked one up and was astounded. Is this a lunchbox? He compared the tin box with what appeared to be a lid, eventually snapping it into place, marveling at the ingenious design that would prevent spills, even if it contained soup. Such a clasped design was non-existent in ancient times, and it was no wonder the shopkeeper was so astonished. Even Hua Xian looked on in disbelief, subtly glancing at Jiang Guoguo's basket, increasingly curious about what other peculiarities it might hold. However, Hua Xian was not foolish. He understood that inquiring too much into his master's affairs would not serve him well, and thus refrained from prying into her secrets. The shopkeeper hurried off to the kitchen with the tin lunchboxes. While waiting, Jiang Guoguo kept her ears open and soon caught wind of several intriguing rumors. Have you seen the crowds at the city gate? So many refugees are pouring in. Indeed, it's quite alarming. Fortunately, our city, Yuyun, is a large one. Even in times of national famine, we should manage to hold on. However, prices have surged dramatically in the last few days. Just the other day, I had to pay with silver coins for tea. Of course, while Yuyun City currently has enough water, we are not entirely unaffected. If this famine persists, we must conserve our resources. Although the exchanges among the common folk were often exaggerated, there was typically some truth behind the rumors. Jiang Guoguo and Hua Xian exchanged glances, unable to suppress their concern. Jiang Guoguo furrowed her brow and remarked, "Is the prince of southern town so audacious? Does he not fear the consequences?" Hua Xian, hesitant to speak too freely, replied softly, "My lord, the heir of the prince of southern town is as capricious and violent as his father. Even those above him harbor some trepidation. If we were to cross paths, we must avoid conflict at all costs." Jiang Guoguo nodded, silently resolving to avoid entanglement with such individuals. Before long, the shopkeeper emerged, carrying several packages of meat wrapped in oil paper along with a dozen tin lunchboxes. "Dear guest, your items are ready." Jiang Guoguo nodded, and without needing to be told, Hua Xian took the initiative to settle the bill, packing all the food into a cloth bag before shouldering it and following Jiang Guoguo as they departed. They made their way to the bustling market, purchasing a substantial quantity of vegetables and grains. Although Jiang Guoguo had ample supplies in her storage, she preferred not to draw attention to them unless absolutely necessary. Even when she did, she would do so casually, to avoid arousing suspicion. As anticipated, the prices in Yuyun City had indeed risen, at least threefold. What once would have sufficed for a month's worth of provisions now barely covered 10 days' worth. After their shopping was complete, Jiang Guoguo intended to leave the city with Hua Xian to avoid worrying her mother and the others with their prolonged absence. However, upon reaching a brilliantly adorned building, they found a throng of citizens blocking the way, creating a considerable commotion inside. Though Jiang Guoguo was not one to seek out crowds, the flamboyant architecture piqued her curiosity. She was irresistibly drawn to the vibrancy of such establishments and declared, "Hua Xian, let us go take a look." Just as Hua Xian was about to respond, Jiang Guoguo darted ahead, slipping into the crowd. Noticing his young mistress had disappeared, he looked up to find her already at the front, eagerly pushing through. Hua Xian couldn't help but twitch his lips, thinking to himself that she was still a child, driven by an insatiable curiosity. Reluctantly, he followed, using his sturdy physique and the large pack he carried to carve a path for Jiang Guoguo through the throng. Finally reaching the forefront, Jiang Guoguo's eyes widened in astonishment. My goodness, there are so many lovely ladies standing at the entrance. This establishment called the Moonlit Pavilion is extraordinary. The allure of a brothel is often judged not just by its offerings, but by the beauty of its courtesans, and the enchanting women before her were undeniably captivating. Jiang Guoguo mused that had she been a man, she would surely indulge in the pleasures of fine wine and the company of such exquisite women. Even if she had no intentions of engaging in morally dubious activities, the thought of savoring fine drinks while admiring the graceful movements of these beauties was undeniably appealing. No wonder so many men lingered in such places. The allure of the women was simply too dazzling. However, the atmosphere quickly shifted as sounds of distress and scuffles erupted from within. Please, my lord, spare me. I am but a humble woman, knowing nothing of your ways. Slut, it is a privilege for you that I, your lord, have taken an interest in you. Now, dance for me. Upon hearing this, Jiang Guoguo realized the person inside was none other than Long Qingshu, the heir of the prince of southern town. Clearly, this debauched nobleman was forcibly taking a woman against her will, a truly outrageous act. The onlookers were equally dismayed. Our young lord has many admirable traits, but his penchant for coercing innocent women leaves much to be desired. I have heard rumors that he is lacking in certain abilities. preferring to watch rather than engage, and that he enjoys having women dance until they collapse from exhaustion. It's said that several have died from such excesses. Hush. Keep your voice down, I have heard the same. It seems he indeed struggles in that regard, which leads him to treat women with such brutality. Once again, the crowd braced themselves for another innocent girl to suffer. Although the common folk disapproved of Long Qingshu's actions, they merely expressed their discontent verbally. No one was foolish enough to risk offending the heir of the Prince of Southern Town for the sake of a stranger. Chapter 69. The maternal relatives of grandmother Jiang Guoguo harbored a profound disdain for men who resorted to violence against women, and the heir of the town's South King was truly despicable. Just as she was on the verge of intervening to assist the besieged woman, the mayor of Union City arrived, straining to pacify the situation. Despite being the ruler of the entire city, he prostrated himself before the town's South King's heir, bowing and scraping in a manner that was utterly intolerable. "My lord, the common folk are watching. Please do not escalate this further," he pleaded. The heir, Long Qingshu, forcefully shoved the mayor aside, exuding an even greater arrogance. Jiang Guoguo clenched her tiny fists, her eyes narrowing. Even though the plight of the woman bore no personal significance to her, indignation had begun to brew within. The sense of empathy was overwhelming. All she could envision was plunging a knife into that beast. Beside her, Hua Xian sensed her young mistress's fury and gasped in surprise. She had not expected the little one to possess such a heavy aura of wrath at such a tender age. Considering their purpose in town was merely to procure provisions and gather information without causing a stir, Hua Xian swiftly interrupted Jiang Guoguo. Although Jiang Guoguo wished to extend assistance, she recalled that she was only 5.5 years old, with family awaiting her outside the city. Recklessly intervening was not an option. She gritted her teeth and withdrew from the throng. As she turned towards the commotion, she spotted her grandmother and mother amidst another group of refugees. With their backs turned, Jiang Guoguo was unable to discern their condition. As she approached, she began to overhear her grandmother's voice, tinged with emotion. "Brother, I never imagined I would encounter you in my lifetime. I have failed to care for our parents in their old age," she lamented. Another elderly lady of similar age, presumably her grandmother's sister, responded tearfully, "Sister, we are the ones who owe you an apology. When we left our hometown, I should have taken better care of you. All these years, you have been left to wander alone. I am sorry." The two women wept as they embraced amidst the crowd, while Lin Shi, cradling the sleeping Dodo, stood by silently shedding tears. Suddenly, she caught sight of Jiang Guoguo not far away and gently tapped Zhang's grandmother on the shoulder. Upon hearing this, Zhang's grandmother immediately ceased her weeping, wiped her tears, and hurried towards Jiang Guoguo. "Brother, sister-in-law, second brother, second sister-in-law, and third sister. This is my precious granddaughter, Guoguo," she exclaimed, her heart swelling with pride. Jiang Guoguo quickly grasped the situation, feeling a sense of wonder at the serendipity that had brought her grandmother's maternal family together with them on this treacherous journey. Who could have anticipated such a fortuitous encounter? Zhang's grandmother attributed the coincidence solely to Jiang Guoguo, showering her with affectionate kisses on the cheek. "My little treasure has truly brought good fortune. I have finally met my family," she rejoiced. In her elation, she continued, "Guoguo, quickly greet them. This is your great-uncle and great-aunt. This is your second great-uncle and second great-aunt. And this lovely lady who resembles me is my dear sister. You should call her third aunt." The gathering of relatives was quite substantial, and Zhang's grandmother enthusiastically introduced each one of them, her joy palpable. Jiang Guoguo complied, her voice sweet as honey as she addressed each relative, even showering compliments. For instance, she noted that her cousin from her great-uncle's family was particularly beautiful, prompting the cousin's cheeks to flush with delight. The maternal relatives of Jiang Guoguo were increasingly charmed by her. "Sister, your granddaughter is simply adorable. I cannot help but adore her," one elder remarked. "Indeed, sister, Guoguo is as clever and bright as you described. She will surely achieve great things." Hearing such praise filled the elder with uncontainable joy, her laughter radiating. Jiang Guoguo could easily surmise that prior to her arrival, little Dodo had also been the subject of similar adulation from the elders. After a round of introductions, Jiang Guoguo suggested, "Grandmother, let us invite my great-uncle and the others to rest at our place. It's tiring to stand here and converse." Upon hearing this, Jiang's grandmother burst into hearty laughter. "Yes, how could I have forgotten? Brother, please accompany me to the forest for a respite. The sun is blazing here, and our mouths have gone dry." Wang Wanli and the others seemed to have gleaned some understanding of the situation and were already waiting nearby, eagerly helping Jiang's grandmother. Hua Xian had long since arranged the lunch they had purchased, and the delightful aroma of food wafted through the air. As Jiang's great-uncle and his family arrived, they were met with the sight of abundant food scattered across the ground, which made them feel somewhat awkward. Great-uncle Lu Baoshan quickly instructed the others to halt. Feeling embarrassed as he said, "Sister, it appears you haven't eaten yet. Please, do so first. We can discuss our matters after you've had your fill." Upon hearing this, Jiang's grandmother thought of her daughter-in-law, who should not be deprived of nourishment while still in confinement. She nodded in agreement. Then, "Dear brother, second brother, and third sister, please wait a moment while I let Guoguo and the others eat first. I shall join you shortly." The elderly lady bustled about. Her spirits lifted as she busied herself with the meal. Wang Wanli and the others, too, were indeed hungry, but felt it inappropriate to eat before the hosts. Thus, they waited patiently. The gathering soon commenced their meal, while Lu Baoshan's family sought refuge beneath a nearby tree. Lu Baoshui, Jiang's grandmother's second brother, swallowed hard and sighed softly. "Brother, third sister, it appears sister is living quite well. She has a carriage and can afford such fine food and drink." Lu Baoshui fell silent, a hint of helplessness and concern flickering across his face. As the head of the Lu family, Lu Baoshan finally steeled himself and declared, "Let us converse with sister for a while, then we shall take our leave. We cannot impose upon her. Our large family would only burden her further. Sister has endured much solitude while away from home. She must have faced considerable hardships to achieve her current state. We cannot hinder her now." Jiang Guoguo's grandmother, originally named Lu Ame, had adopted the surname Jiang upon her marriage. Thus, the Lu family referred to her as sister. The entire Lu family nodded in agreement, united in their desire not to burden Jiang's grandmother. It was evident that they held integrity and a sense of propriety, unlike some rural folk who, upon encountering well-off relatives, would shamelessly seek to ingratiate themselves. Observing Jiang Guoguo's family enjoying such bountiful food and possessing a carriage, the Lu family felt no ill will. Rather, they considered Jiang's grandmother's well-being. This character was truly commendable. Chapter 70. Relatives refused to join Lady Jiang, deeply concerned about her long-lost family. Hastily finished her meal and made her way to meet Lu Baoshan. Jiang Guoguo, while chewing on the savory beef brisket her mother had offered, found little appetite and looked up to ask, "Mother, are you certain they are Grandma's relatives?" It was not that Jiang Guoguo harbored mistrust, but rather that she felt a responsibility to consider the safety of her family and her old apprentice. The journey of escape was fraught with peril, and the serendipitous encounter with her grandmother's kin just outside the gates of Yuan City made her wary. Their group appeared conspicuously grand, with 3 horse-drawn carts accompanying them, and with Jiang Guoguo and Dodo included, they numbered just 10 souls. Such a group fleeing from disaster would surely attract envy and, should they encounter someone with ulterior motives, it was conceivable that impostors could masquerade as long-lost relatives, infiltrating their ranks to glean information and solidify their false identities. Upon hearing Jiang Guoguo's inquiry, Lin Shi was momentarily taken aback before chuckling softly. "My dear child, you think too much. Rest assured, they are indeed your grandmother's kin. Their identities are consistent. Moreover, your granduncle has a limp, which aligns perfectly. Your grandmother is not a fool, so you need not worry." Reassured by her words, Jiang Guoguo's doubts dissipated. If these truly were the relatives her grandmother had longed to see, then her joy was genuine. It is often said that as people age, They reminisce about the past and yearn to return to their roots. Although the current calamity made such a return impossible, at least her grandmother was finally reunited with the family members she had lost in her youth. The emotional knots that had plagued her for so long seemed to have loosened. Under the tree, Lady Jiang was in high spirits, even extending an invitation to her family to accompany them on their journey. However, her elder brother, Liu Baoshan, immediately shook his head, declining her generous offer. A look of confusion crossed Lady Jiang's aged face. Why not? Brother and sister, let us travel east together. It would provide some support along the way. Lady Jiang thought it disheartening that after finally reuniting with her family, her brother and the others did not wish to accompany her. A flicker of sorrow passing through her eyes. Fearing that Lady Jiang might misinterpret their refusal, Liu Baoshan, unable to voice his true concerns, fabricated a lie. Sister, it is not that we do not wish to travel with you, but we have already arranged to meet with others from our village here to discuss our next steps. The village head and the local leaders are kind-hearted, and I hope to remain neighbors with them. Lady Jiang was momentarily at a loss for words. If harmony prevailed among their fellow villagers, it would indeed be beneficial to travel together, unlike their own family from Shertsuan, which had long since dispersed. While enjoying her meal, Jiang Guoguo had been discreetly observing the conversation near her grandmother and noticed that her granduncle's family wore expressions of unease, as though they harbored reservations. Could it be that they were reluctant to journey alongside her grandmother? At that moment, the observant Huawei approached Jiang Guoguo and whispered a few words in her ear, revealing that her granduncle's family feared being a burden, which explained their refusal of her grandmother's invitation to join them. It seemed that some of her grandmother's admirable qualities had indeed been inherited from her maternal lineage. In these trying times, individuals with genuine goodwill and the capacity to consider others were a rarity. With the calamity looming, the pervasive sense of danger might compel even the most virtuous souls to adopt darker inclinations. Yet, her granduncle remained kind-hearted and sincere, embodying a spirit of honesty and integrity. Observing her grandmother's trembling shoulders and tear-streaked face, Jiang Guoguo felt a pang of sympathy. She set down her bowl and approached, wrapping her arms around Lady Jiang's shoulders and asking with concern, "Grandma, what troubles you?" Not wishing to burden Jiang Guoguo with her worries, Lady Jiang quickly wiped her tears and forced a smile, attempting to reassure her granddaughter. "Oh, I am fine, just overjoyed to be reunited with my family." Hearing this, Liu Baoshan and the others felt a profound ache in their hearts. They too wished for their family to be whole as they faced the trials of escape. However, the disparity between their two families weighed heavily on them, making it difficult to impose themselves as they felt they might hinder progress. Jiang Guoguo could see that her granduncle's family, despite their apparent desire to accompany her grandmother, were gripped by anxiety over being a burden. It was evident that though they were a poor family, their character was commendable, showcasing the values of decency and dignity. Through careful observation, Jiang Guoguo discerned that her grandmother's relatives comprised 3 households. The head of the family was her granduncle, Liu Baoshan, while the gentle, silent matriarch beside him was his wife, Su. Their children included Liu Hongsheng and his wife, Zhou, along with their several offspring, as well as Liu Hongjun and his wife, Fong, who also had several children. In total, the family of her granduncle boasted 12 members. Next was her more astute granduncle, Liu Baoshui, and his wife, Sun, who had 2 sons, both widowed, and 3 grandchildren, bringing their total to 7. Lastly was the family of her grandaunt, consisting of 4 individuals. Altogether, this family comprised 24 souls. Should they all embark on this escape together, the consumption of provisions alone would be considerable. Their attire, though layered, appeared wrinkled and threadbare, revealing the age of the fabric, likely offering little warmth. Their lips bore the telltale signs of dryness and cracking, suggesting they had not had sufficient water. Furthermore, the meager supplies visible on their carts hinted at a scarcity of food. If they truly traveled together, it would indeed be a burden. It was no wonder her granduncle had decisively declined her grandmother's invitation. With 24 mouths to feed, minus a few elders, The remainder were all young and able-bodied. Traveling as a group, even the most robust resources would be swiftly depleted. Chapter 71. The Riot of Refugees at the City Gate. After listening to my grandmother and uncle's family engage in idle chatter for a while, I noticed unusual movements at the city gate. A multitude of refugees appeared to have coordinated their actions, surging towards the entrance as if to declare that if they were not permitted entry, they would revolt. The commotion at the gate attracted more onlookers, eager to blend in and avoid scrutiny. The entrance fee was exorbitant, far beyond their means. Furthermore, even if some desperate families could muster the funds, they were reluctant to squander their limited resources on such a triviality. After all, the journey of fleeing required expenditure, and upon reaching a destination, they would need to build homes, purchase land, and cultivate, all of which entailed significant costs. Should they waste their money on the entrance fee, even if they survived the ordeal of fleeing, they would find themselves unable to settle down. As more and more refugees gathered at the city gate, the situation escalated to an uncontrollable frenzy. My uncle, Liu Bashan, immediately grew agitated upon witnessing the chaos. He swiftly stood up and shouted, "Liu family members, follow me into the city. We must find a way to pass through the gates of Chun City." No sooner had he spoken than his family, seemingly having prearranged their roles, sprang into action. Each member quickly prepared to charge into the city, some shouldering burdens, others pushing carts. Watching this unfold, I felt a twinge of sympathy for my uncle's family. This must have been planned beforehand. In such circumstances, it was inevitable that some refugees would yield to desperation and revolt. My uncle's family had evidently anticipated this moment, devising a scheme to blend into the chaos and evade the entrance fee. After all, according to their accounts, they were subjects of the Duke of Southern Town, with an entrance fee of 50 gold coins per person. With 24 family members, that amounted to a staggering 1,200 coins, or 12 gold beans. Where could they possibly acquire such wealth to enter the city? Thus, the most effective and perilous course of action was to seize the moment amidst the chaos, swiftly acquire provisions, and speedily exit the city. However, at that moment, a series of blood-curdling screams erupted from the crowd ahead. I attempted to peer through the throng, but my stature hindered my view, leaving me anxious and frustrated. Suddenly, Hua Xin remarked gravely, "There is the scent of blood. The city guards must have intervened." Startled by her words, I saw my uncle's family recklessly prepare to charge into the fray. I hurriedly rushed to intercept them, pleading, "Do not act impulsively. Let us wait." Just as I halted them, more commotion arose from the front. The cacophony of screams grew louder, sending a shiver down my uncle's family's spines. The crowd, in a sudden panic, dispersed, leaving the entrance eerily vacant. Before us appeared several figures, bloodied and lifeless. The city guards stood poised, long spears in hand, dripping with blood, evidently having just emerged from a brutal skirmish. Some refugees, pierced by the spears, writhed on the ground, blood gushing from their wounds, while others lay motionless, their fates grim. A palpable fear enveloped the remaining citizens as they trembled, their eyes fixed on the guards, terrified that their spears might be aimed at them next. The atmosphere at the city gate froze, laden with tension. In that moment, a commanding guard stepped forward, pointing his spear and bellowing, "Should you dare to rebel again, do not blame our spears for being unyielding. The entrance fee is decreed by the city lord himself. Anyone who dares to defy it may inform me, and I shall personally escort you to meet our lord." His authoritative proclamation deflated the discontent among the crowd. It was a jest to think they could challenge the city lord amidst the chaos, who would willingly invite death upon themselves. Everyone knew that the lord of Chuyun City only heeded the Duke of Southern Town. To oppose the city lord was tantamount to challenging the Duke himself. As hope for entry dwindled, some could no longer withstand the pressure and began leading their families into the nearby hunting grounds in the deep mountains. With no funds to enter the city and no hope of heading east, they saw venturing into the mountains as their only chance of survival. Before long, several despondent citizens, resolute yet apprehensive, ventured into the dark woods, unaware of what awaited them. Lu Baoshan's family, witnessing the scene, felt a surge of dread. They had intended to rush in, but had they reached the front, they might have met the same fate as those impaled by spears. In that instant, every member of Lu Baoshan's family cast grateful glances at me. Had I not intervened, the consequences could have been dire. Grandmother, too, felt a wave of relief as she hurried over, grasping my hand with one and holding onto Lu Baoshan's with the other. Brother, please stay with us. You must have intended to rush into the city amidst the chaos. It is far too dangerous. Lu Baoshan, his face flushed with embarrassment, lowered his gaze, unable to speak. Truthfully, his heart raced with anxiety. Had it not been for me, they might have found themselves in grave peril. Seeing her brother's demeanor soften, grandmother pressed on. Brother, if you do not think of the elders, consider Zhen and you. They are no older than my grandsons. Do you not wish for the children to find stability soon? Lu Baoshan appeared swayed by her words, while the other members of the Lu family wore expressions of worry, stifling their thoughts. At that moment, Su Shi, standing by Lu Baoshan's side, stepped forward, her aged face adorned with a gentle smile. She took grandmother's hand and patted it softly, expressing her helplessness. Sister, it is not that your brother does not wish to accompany you, but our family is simply too large. We fear it may burden you. Su Shi, feeling for her husband, had long suppressed her concerns. Now, faced with this dire situation, she had to voice the collective anxieties that weighed heavily on their hearts. Chapter 72. The uncle's family joins the refugee group upon hearing the news. Grandma Jiang immediately understood and waved her hand dismissively. What's the big deal? It's merely an addition of over 20 people. With our small group, we lack the strength to traverse this road confidently. If you can join us, the larger number will certainly have its advantages. At least some thieves would think twice before acting recklessly, wouldn't they? The benefits of having a larger group were first pointed out by Wang Wanli. Their party consisted of just 9 individuals, including 2 children, a woman in confinement, and 2 elderly members. In terms of actual resistance, only the siblings Hua Xian and Hua Yu could provide any real support. Should they encounter a band of mountain bandits or thieves, they would not be as defenseless as ordinary refugees. Each of them possessed a certain level of skill. If a conflict arose, Hua Xian and Hua Yu might not be able to protect everyone. Thus, the prospect of a larger group naturally instilled more confidence, making it less likely for bandits to strike. After much contemplation, Grandma Jiang decided to voice this reasoning in an effort to persuade them. The Lu family, aside from a few elderly members, was comprised mostly of able-bodied young adults, thus representing a valuable addition in terms of labor. As expected, Grandma Jiang's words caused Lu Baoshan to waver slightly. He glanced around at the younger members of his family, all of whom appeared dusty and worn, their clothing tattered from the hardships of their escape. They had traveled from a distant place. Today marked the 8th or 9th day of their journey. Everywhere they passed was desolate, and towns they had hoped would provide supplies had been completely ransacked. By the time they reached this point, their provisions had nearly run dry, and without the opportunity to resupply within the city, they feared they would struggle to reach the next destination. This thought filled Lu Baoshan with a profound sense of helplessness. Noticing the right moment, Jiang Guoguo swiftly emerged from behind her grandmother, clapping her hands joyfully. This is wonderful. Uncle's whole family is coming with me. I want to play with my brother and sister. With Guoguo's enthusiastic support, Lu Baoshan could no longer hold onto his reservations and agreed to the proposal of traveling together as refugees. Thank you, little sister, he expressed sincerely. Grandma Jiang, wiping away her tears with a smile, grew increasingly excited. No need for thanks. We are all family. My late husband was a pitiful soul who lost his loved ones, leaving me without any Jiang family members to rely on. I am overjoyed that you all are willing to join us. With Grandma Jiang's heartfelt words, the Lu family felt reassured. If there were more Jiang family members, it would indeed be beneficial for them to join at this time. However, the matter was significant enough that they needed to inform Wang Wanli. Upon hearing the news, he nodded in agreement. After all, he had only found himself in this situation thanks to the good fortune bestowed by his mentor. Throughout their journey, he had been dependent on others for food and shelter, as well as the opportunity to learn about medicine from his mentor. Wang wanly reflected that without his mentor, he and his sister Song Ke might very well be enduring hunger elsewhere. Thus, when Grandma Jiang sought his opinion, he readily expressed his full support. Meanwhile, as Grandma Jiang reached a consensus with her group, Lu Baoshan was briefing his family. Everyone heard that, right? Little sister is willing to take us in, so we mustn't burden her family. We need to volunteer for any tasks and ensure that if trouble arises, the young men of the Lu family, especially you, Zijin and Ziyu, who have trained in martial arts, must protect Grandma Jiang's family. Lu Baoshan diligently reiterated numerous times not to be a burden, to take initiative, and to avoid being deadweight. The Lu family members nodded in agreement, promising to uphold these commitments. At last, Lu Ayun, Grandma Jiang's third sister and Guoguo's great-aunt, suddenly frowned and said, "But brother, with about 20 of us, entering the city will cost over 1,000 gold coins. That is no small sum, and our family has only 3 gold coins in total. We can't possibly let Grandma Jiang's family cover this expense. Moreover, we cannot be sure if she can afford such an entrance fee." After discussing for some time, the group realized the issue of the entrance fee, and their spirits sank once more. Lu Baoshan's face grew anxious. After a moment's thought, he suggested, "I'll talk to Grandma Jiang again. Perhaps we should reconsider." When the two siblings met again, Lu Baoshan voiced his concerns. Immediately, Grandma Jiang pulled him aside to a secluded spot and discreetly revealed a gold ingot from her bosom, smiling as if presenting a treasure. "Look, brother, we have money. This is all earned by little Guoguo. We needn't worry about finances." At the sight of the gold ingot, Lu Baoshan, in his 70s, was taken aback, his body shaking in astonishment, and his mouth agape. "Sister, you have a gold ingot." Goodness. Their family worked tirelessly throughout the year, and at year-end, they only managed a few gold coins in total. In an ordinary rural household, that was already considered affluent, ranking among the top 3 in the village. As for gold ingots, they had never seen one in their lives. Yet now, here was Grandma Jiang, without a hint of embarrassment, casually producing a hefty gold ingot, leaving Lu Baoshan utterly bewildered. Once he regained his composure, he suddenly thought of something, his eyes widening again. He struggled to suppress his astonishment and instead asked, trembling, "Sister, you say this gold ingot was earned by little Guoguo?" Upon hearing this, Grandma Jiang beamed with pride, puffing out her chest as she declared, "Of course. Brother, let me tell you, Guoguo is a little lucky star. If it weren't for her, I and my daughter-in-law would likely not be able to see you now." With this confirmation, Lu Baoshan could no longer maintain his calm demeanor. Trembling, he turned to look at Jiang Guoguo. Sensing his gaze, Guoguo curiously glanced back and found her uncle watching her with the wide-eyed wonder of someone beholding a rare creature. She tilted her head, pondering, what did Grandma say to Uncle? Why is he looking at me like that? At this moment, Jiang Guoguo remained blissfully unaware that, due to her grandmother's enthusiastic praises, she had been elevated to a status akin to that of a deity in her uncle's eyes. From this day forth, she had firmly established herself as a veritable little goddess in the heart of her uncle. Chapter 73. A large family with the gleaming golden ingot in his possession. Lu Baoshan felt a mix of joy and excitement, tinged with a hint of hesitation and anxiety. However, after much insistence from old Lady Jiang, he ultimately succumbed to her wishes and chose to accept this weighty token of affection. Once their journey was confirmed, the Lu family learned about the entrance fee, which old Lady Jiang's family could resolve, igniting a wave of excitement among them as they expressed their heartfelt gratitude to her. For the first time, old Lady Jiang realized her own substantial influence, feeling immensely joyful at the prospect of helping her family navigate through adversity. Of course, she was well aware that this was all thanks to her little granddaughter's efforts. Without Jiang Guoguo's contributions, they would all likely be facing dire straits. As night fell and the city gates closed, the refugees outside could only rest on the ground. Jiang Guoguo's family occupied a prime spot at the forest's edge and began preparing their meal. Many other refugees also started to cook, pulling out pots and pans and lighting fires. The Liu family was equally industrious, with the men gathering firewood while the women took on the task of cooking. This allowed Hua Yu to free her hands to stand guard alongside her brother Hua Xian, each wielding weapons to deter any potential threats. With their presence, those with ulterior motives dared not approach. After all, on this arduous journey, most carried mere sickles or shovels, feigning prowess, while Hua Yu and Hua Xian were clearly skilled fighters, brandishing a sword and bow respectively, exuding an undeniable aura of competence. Hua Yu, though appearing demure, transformed into a figure of grace and valor once she grasped her bow, her arrows glinting with a cold sheen under the moonlight, her sharp gaze intimidating. Similarly, Hua Xian, typically resembling a gentle scholar in his long robe, became a formidable presence wielding his soft sword, exuding the essence of a ruthless executioner under the cover of night. His posture upright and imposing, with wolf-like eyes that instilled fear. Jiang Guoguo, feeling somewhat restless, shifted her gaze and spotted the sibling duo, marveling at their presence. Truly, as subordinates raised under the guidance of her childhood husband, they inspired a sense of security. With such poise and demeanor, their mere presence was enough to deter potential threats. It seemed that even if her ties to her childhood husband were severed, she had gained much from this exchange. With Hua Xian and Hua Yu safeguarding her, the dangers of their journey were considerably mitigated. Before long, the aroma of cooking disrupted Jiang Guoguo's thoughts. She hurried over to discover her cousins from her uncle's family preparing a meal. The elder, Liu Yao, was 18, the granddaughter of her eldest uncle, Liu Hongsheng, and his wife, Zhou. The younger one, Luya, was 16, recently coming of age, and the daughter of her second uncle, Liu Hongyuan. Jiang Guoguo, with her remarkable memory, quickly recalled the numerous members of her uncle's family. The branch of her eldest uncle was the most populous, with 2 uncles still alive. Liu Hongsheng and Zhou had 3 children. The eldest cousin, Lu Zhen, was already married to Qiao Qingya, who, despite her delicate appearance, displayed no airs of superiority and had accompanied her husband amidst the chaos. The second cousin, Lu Yu, and cousin Lu Yao were both unmarried and would likely have to wait for stability before finding suitable matches. The second branch of her eldest uncle's family was comprised of Liu Hongjun and Feng, who had only 2 children, Jiang Guoguo's third and fourth cousins, Lu Yuan and Lu Qi, both of whom were also unmarried. In contrast, her second uncle's family had far fewer members. Although the second aunt was still alive, her 2 sons had faced hardships. Their wives either deceased or estranged, leaving them outside the Liu family. The third uncle had 2 children, Lu Zijia and Lu Ya, who were more reticent compared to their cousins, absorbed in their work. The fourth uncle's family was even less populated, with only Lu Zibai, Jiang Guoguo's youngest cousin at 13, a shy boy who clung closely to his father, Lu Hongda. Lastly, there was the family of her third aunt, which included her eldest cousin, Lu Qiuxiang, her husband Huang Xian, and their only daughter, Huang Xianer. Lu Qiuxiang was not very talkative but quickly bonded with Lin, sharing a fondness for children and assisting in their care. Huang Xian, a teacher by profession, was known for his straightforward nature and lacked the ability to navigate social circles, which limited his earnings. Currently, he taught Lu Zhen and Lu Yu at home while awaiting examination opportunities. Huang Xianer, appearing to be around 13 or 14, observed Jiang Guoguo with curiosity. As the family gathered around the fire, waiting for their meal while roasting themselves, Jiang Guoguo couldn't help but smile and approach them. While the adults engaged in mundane chatter that did not pique her interest, she was eager to see what they would be having for dinner. Despite enjoying the meal at noon, her mind had been elsewhere due to family matters, causing her to inadvertently leave her old apprentice and his group to consume the braised beef, leaving her quite hungry now. As she approached, Lu Yao lifted the pot lid just in time for Jiang Guoguo to peek in, only to find her expression twist into a frown. Elder cousin. Is that all the rice you've cooked? With so many of us, it won't be enough. Lu Yao, without a second thought, smiled reassuringly. Guoguo, don't worry. There's plenty of rice for us. We have some pickled vegetables on the cart to accompany it. That will suffice. Her response was met with nods of understanding from the other Lu family members, who took it for granted that white rice was a luxury. They felt they had already caused enough trouble and were grateful for anything that could fill their bellies, viewing pickled vegetables as a reasonable substitute. They certainly did not covet Jiang Guoguo's rice. Chapter 74. The atmosphere had been set, so let the wine flow. Upon hearing this, Jiang Guoguo immediately furrowed her delicate brows and hastily lifted the lid of the pot that her cousin Luya had been observing. As the lid was removed, an enticing aroma wafted through the air. It was braised pork ribs with radishes. However, upon seeing the meager amount of broth, Jiang Guoguo pouted once more, clearly displeased. Luya and Lu Yao exchanged glances, momentarily taken aback, believing that Jiang Guoguo was expressing disdain for their insufficient cooking. Little did they know, in the next moment, Jiang Guoguo summoned Hua Yu and unveiled the ingredients she had brought back from the market that day. Dear cousins, feel free to prepare these. If we run out, we can simply head back to the city for more. If we allow our stomachs to go hungry, it would hinder our journey, wouldn't it? The two sisters were momentarily stunned by Jiang Guoguo's astuteness. Her reasoning struck them as profoundly sensible. Yet, when they beheld the large chunks of beef shank and the array of fresh ingredients on the ground, they hesitated to dive in. Their family had already pooled over 1,000 gold coins from Andy's grandmother for the city expenses, and they felt guilty about consuming such fine ingredients without restraint. However, Jiang Guoguo was unyielding and promptly instructed Hua Yu to get to work. Following her command, Hua Yu swiftly chopped the beef, pork, and other ingredients into pieces, setting up a large pot to cook with enthusiasm. Meanwhile, Song Ke also joined in to assist, igniting another pot to boil rice. Thankfully, they had an abundance of pots and plenty of firewood at their disposal, and soon 4 or 5 large pots were all in action, flames leaping high into the air. Such a scene naturally drew the attention of onlookers from all around. Curious passers-by, who were already intrigued by Jiang Guoguo's family, couldn't help but wonder what sort of household could afford to enjoy such lavish meals of rice, fish, and meat while they themselves were forced to nibble on sweet potatoes or hard bread. The savory aroma soon wafted outward, causing some who could only chew on rough grains to take larger bites of their meager food, savoring the delightful scent even if they couldn't partake in the feast. As the tantalizing scents intensified, the members of the Lu family couldn't help but swallow hard, having not indulged in such sumptuous fare for many days. Finally, they would be able to partake in a meal that was a small luxury, reminiscent of times before their flight from famine. Notably, Jiang Guoguo recalled the midday meal her family had enjoyed, equally plentiful. This evening promised to be just as delightful, though she doubted any wealthy family would dare to indulge in such extravagance. At last, the rice and various dishes were ready, and Wang Wanli and the others rushed over with their bowls and chopsticks. Little master, it's time to eat. I'm starving. Patriarch, I saved some delectable dishes for you from lunch, just in time to serve now. With that, Song Ke presented the leftover braised beef and fat intestines, still carefully wrapped in oil paper. Jiang Guoguo's eyes sparkled with delight upon seeing the generous portions left for her. What a thoughtful gesture! Flattered by her praise, Song Ke felt a surge of pride as he unfolded the oil paper and placed it on a makeshift wooden table. The Jiang family was eager to eat, bowls and chopsticks in hand, ready to serve themselves rice and dig in. Meanwhile, the Lu family, still puzzled by the references to Little Master and Patriarch, watched as the Jiang family joyfully prepared to feast, smiles adorning their faces, even that of the elderly matriarch. Jiang Guoguo licked her lips, noticing that the Lu family remained motionless, so she called out, "Uncle, Aunt, dear uncles and aunts and cousins, why are you just standing there? Hurry and grab your utensils. Our family has no formal dining rules, but we must eat quickly, or the good food will be gone in the blink of an eye." Of course, Jiang Guoguo was exaggerating slightly. The Jiang family, along with their apprentices, were not the type to devour their meals ravenously. Aside from Song Ke and Hua Xian, who, being young men, tended to eat more, the rest, both young and old, were not particularly gluttonous. Nevertheless, Hua Yu's cooking was so delicious that they usually finished every last bite. Seeing this, Liu Baoshan and the others were left bewildered, thinking they would wait until the Jiang family finished before they began. However, the elderly matriarch and others were quite enthusiastic and, noticing the Liu family's inactivity, took the initiative to hand them bowls and chopsticks, firmly placing them in their hands. With over 20 people gathered around, though somewhat cramped, they were fortunate that the pots were large and the ladles long enough to reach the food. Jiang Guoguo, observing her grandmother's joy, was reminded of times past when her grandmother would secretly brew inferior wine to enjoy. The old lady had a fondness for wine instilled by her late husband, and now, with no one to accompany her in savoring pickled vegetables and sharing stories over drinks, she often felt lonely. At that moment, as Jiang Guoguo beheld her grandmother's radiant spirits, with the moon shining brightly overhead, she felt it was the perfect time to unveil the treasures from her small shop. Seizing the opportunity while everyone was busy serving rice and dishes, she dashed over to the cart, using both hands and feet to climb up. Lin and the others looked on with curiosity. "Guar, what are you up to?" "To celebrate our gathering with Uncle and his family, I've decided to bring out some wine." "What? You have wine hidden away?" The grandmother's excitement caused her to pause mid-bite, her hand suspended in the air. "Quickly, Guar, bring out the old wine. Today, I must share a drink with your uncles and aunts." As the winter night settled in and the cold wind blew, the thought of warming themselves with old wine was indeed a delightful prospect. Liu Baoshan and the others also seemed to relish the idea of a drink, and upon hearing that there would be wine, they couldn't help but smile broadly. Chapter 75. What treasures does the little girl conceal this time? Jiang Guoguo had long been prepared, effortlessly retrieving 2 jars of liquor from the quaint shop within her exquisite space. One jar contained the illustrious Maodai, while the other held a fragrant red wine, ensuring that the women could indulge in a few sips to warm their spirits. Both jars had been rewrapped in inconspicuous packaging, appearing rather inexpensive, yet Jiang Guoguo was confident that their contents would delight her grandmother and the others. Seeing this, Liu Zibai, the son of her 4th uncle, hurried over to assist. "Sister, let me help you," he offered. At merely 13, he looked even younger than her child bride, likely due to inadequate nutrition affecting his growth. Recalling something, she unceremoniously handed both jars of liquor to Liu Zibai, saying, "Cousin, please take these jars to grandmother and uncle. I just remembered there is something delightful in the car that I need to fetch." With that, Jiang Guoguo swiftly made her way back to the vehicle, leaving the others filled with curiosity. Lin Shi, cradling Dodo, couldn't help but chuckle with delight. "Where does this little girl keep all her treasures?" she mused, shaking her head in amusement. It was evident to her that Jiang Guoguo harbored some secrets, though she had no intention of probing further. They were simply overjoyed to witness the abundance of treasures she had brought forth. Just then, a sharp sound echoed, startling Jiang Guoguo. "What was that?" she inquired, stepping forward to discover several new items had appeared before the large stone, likely rewards bestowed by the exquisite space at intervals. A casual glance revealed a plethora of seeds along with a complete set of alchemical equipment. Elated, Jiang Guoguo realized that with this equipment, she could not only craft medicinal pills, but also brew wine. Her grandmother enjoyed a drink, but excessive spirits could be harmful, so she could concoct some fruit wine to satisfy her cravings. Setting aside these new acquisitions, Jiang Guoguo remembered her true purpose for entering the space. She quickly returned to the shop, selecting 2 bottles of pure fruit juice, which she transferred into a pre-prepared teapot. It must be said, her foresight deserved commendation. During her earlier shopping in town, she had been astute enough to anticipate the need for discreet packaging. The wares in the shop were indeed of high quality, yet many bore overly modern designs that could easily draw suspicion. Thus, she had prudently procured several containers from this era, ready for use when necessary. Consequently, when it came time to repackage the drinks, she effortlessly retrieved a suitable teapot from her stock. At this moment, everyone remained seated, awaiting Jiang Guoguo's next move. As the jars of liquor were yet to be opened, "Master, what is it that you have there?" Wang wanly voiced the collective curiosity, only to receive an eye roll from Jiang Guoguo. "You talk too much. This is for us children. You adults can enjoy the liquor." Her words elicited laughter among the group, and once everyone was comfortably seated with bowls of rice and various delectable dishes before them, they each held an empty bowl. The jars of liquor were soon opened, releasing a rich, aromatic fragrance that lit up the eyes of the Liu family members and their grandmother, all of whom relished fine spirits. "This is superb liquor," exclaimed her fourth uncle as he brought the mout-eye closer to his nose, marveling at its quality. The others could no longer contain their excitement and urged him to pour them drinks. "Fill my cup to the brim. Today, in celebration of our reunion with Aimee, let us drink our fill." As the adults indulged, the women hesitated to sip from their bowls filled with the vibrant red wine. Noticing their reluctance, Jiang Guoguo promptly interjected, "This wine is exquisite. You must try it." Instantly, several pairs of eyes turned toward her, and Lin Shi feigned anger, demanding, "Guoguo, how do you know what this wine tastes like?" Realizing her slip, Jiang Guoguo's heart sank. She had forgotten that she was merely 5.5 years old. How could she possibly know the flavor of wine? "Haha, caught in the act, weren't you?" The grandmother laughed, relishing her drink while teasing Jiang Guoguo. "Don't worry. Guoguo is quite special. What harm is there in a little wine?" Lin Shi replied, half amused and half exasperated. "Mother, please don't indulge her. How can a child her age be drinking?" Lin Shi added sternly, gesturing toward Jiang Guoguo with a serious expression. "This shall not happen again. Do you understand?" Jiang Guoguo, for the first time, felt the weight of parental guidance, yet rather than feeling displeased, she found joy in the concern of her family. How wonderful it was to have loved ones who cared. Thus, she stuck out her little tongue and nodded vigorously. "I understand, mother. I will wait until I am grown to drink strong liquor. For now, I will enjoy fruit juice." Fruit juice? The term was novel, and the adults momentarily paused, having never heard it before. Curiosity sparked, and many turned their attention to Jiang Guoguo, including her youngest cousin, Liu Zibai, whose eyes widened in anticipation as he licked his lips, fixated on the two large jars in her hands. Seeing their interest, Jiang Guoguo decided to be generous. Waving to Liu Zibai, "Cousin, bring your bowl over. I shall fill it for you." He eagerly extended his empty bowl, his gaze fixed on the teapot. As the orange liquid flowed into his bowl, everyone's eyes widened in astonishment. They had never encountered something so intriguing. "What a brilliant color! Guoguo, is this truly something we can drink?" Lin Shi asked, her interest piqued. Being in her nursing period, she could not partake in alcohol and yearned for something refreshing. However, the vivid hue of Jiang Guoguo's so-called fruit juice left them hesitant. Without a second thought, Liu Zibai raised his bowl and began to gulp it down. The next moment, he was taken aback, exclaiming, "Cousin, this is delicious. I want another bowl." Chapter 76. Heartfelt acknowledgement. Jiang Guoguo smiled widely and immediately poured more juice for Liu Zibai. "Ah, this is delightful. Sister Guoguo, what is this juice made from?" Jiang Guoguo, without hesitation, shared the details. To her surprise, when everyone heard the word orange, they appeared puzzled. Exchanging glances. "Zijin, have you ever heard of oranges?" Zijin shook her head, turning to Lu Yuan. "Xiao Yuan, do you know about them?" Lu Yuan, equally bewildered, also shook his head, indicating his lack of familiarity. After a round of inquiries, none of the Lu family had heard of oranges, nor did Wang Wanli and Song Ke. At that moment, Hua Yu suddenly interjected, "Perhaps oranges are not native to our homeland. They may be a product from another country." Jiang Guoguo realized that, much like peaches, oranges were not among the fruits found within the borders of Longang. This led the older disciples and the Lin family to recall the previously mentioned peaches, which they too had never encountered. Reflecting on this, they soon calmed down. Guoguo often presented rare items, so this juice was not surprising. Nevertheless, it did not diminish their enthusiasm for it. In no time, 2 large pots of juice were completely consumed. Apart from the mothers and a few elder women, several cousins also requested a bowl each, and the older disciples were not left out. Even Hua Xian and Hua Yu accepted, each receiving a bowl of bright orange juice. The group reveled in their merriment, frequently praising the delicious food, and continued drinking until nightfall. Naturally, the surrounding townsfolk observed the scene with envy, their mouths watering at the sight of the wine and the enticing juice. However, considering the earlier pair of young men wielding a soft sword and a short bow, no one dared to approach them. After a hearty meal, the Lu family appeared rejuvenated. After nearly 10 days of fleeing, their meals had often been insufficient, and they had lived in constant fear. They were not truly impoverished, yet the uncertainty of how long they would have to flee and what challenges lay ahead had compelled them to tighten their belts from the very beginning, refraining from indulgence. Especially with a large family, relocating to a new area would require substantial expenses to procure necessities, which the head of the family, Lu Baoshan, had to manage carefully, avoiding unnecessary expenditures. Therefore, this feast, abundant with fish, meat, fine wine, and exquisite dishes, was the most lavish meal they had enjoyed in days, surpassing even their pre-fleeing feasts. All fatigue was washed away, but as they finished their meal, drowsiness began to set in. After helping to clean the pots and bowls, the Lu family decided to gather some hay near Jiang Guoguo's 3 carts to prepare for a night's rest. Seeing this, Grandma Jiang felt a pang of sympathy and approached Wang Wanli to discuss freeing up a cart for her elderly brothers and sisters to sleep in. Wang Wanli readily agreed. So some of their supplies were tied atop the cart, and lighter items were placed on the Lu family's cart, thus emptying one cart. Lu Baoshan coordinated the arrangement for the elderly women, including Aunt Su, Aunt Sun, and Aunt Lin, to sleep inside the cart, which comfortably accommodated all 3. They were deeply grateful to Grandma Jiang and Wang Wanli. Wang Wanli waved his hand dismissively, unconcerned. Being an elderly man himself, he understood the harshness of sleeping outside in winter. Thus, with empathy and respect for Jiang Guoguo, he was gracious and did not mind the arrangement. Once the 3 elderly women were settled, the Lu family's makeshift bedding was prepared, but it still felt quite cold. Their coats were somewhat worn, and the quilts were heavy, likely lacking in warmth. Nevertheless, the Lu family seemed accustomed to such conditions, and each wrapped themselves in their quilts. The adults fared better, but 13-year-old Lu Zibai could only sleep closely beside his 4th uncle, Lu Hongda, huddled together for warmth. Observing this, Grandma Jiang quickly produced some extra cotton quilts. Even so, there were only 3 large ones available. Before sleeping, the old lady said to Jiang Guoguo, "Guoguo, tomorrow I intend to purchase some coats and quilts in the city for your uncles. I may need to use the gold ingots you gave me." Upon hearing this, Jiang Guoguo immediately expressed her discontent. "Grandma, we are family, there's no need to be formal. That gold ingot is my tribute to you. Spend it however you like, without seeking my approval." Upon hearing this, Grandma Jiang's face broke into a smile, and she couldn't help but gently pinch Jiang Guoguo's cheek. "Oh, my dear Guoguo is simply wonderful. Then I shall not hold back." Another night passed with the cold winds blowing, and everyone awoke before the sun rose. That night, all had slept exceptionally well. The elderly women in the warm cart had cozy heated blankets, ensuring they felt comfortably warm throughout the night. Among the Lu family, those sleeping on hay covered with the 3 quilts provided by Grandma Jiang enjoyed the warmest night since their escape. As for the others, having consumed considerable wine at dinner, they felt no chill until the late hours, ensuring a sound rest. Naturally, the Lu family was responsible. Upon learning of Hua Xian and Hua Yu's identities, they willingly sent several older cousins to take turns keeping watch with Hua Xian. This arrangement allowed the capable Hua Xin to rest well, and she accepted without hesitation. Jiang Guoguo observed all these happenings with great satisfaction. Ultimately, regardless of the circumstances, the Lu family was her grandmother's kin, and she would never drive them away. However, had they been the type to be inconsiderate and self-serving, with no regard for reciprocity, Jiang Guoguo would not have truly considered them family, but merely provided them with a ride. Fortunately, the Lu family was commendable and clearly came from a well-regarded background. They not only caused no trouble but also alleviated her burdens. Thus, Jiang Guoguo felt joy in her heart, wholeheartedly acknowledging them as family. Chapter 77. Cousin Luya has fallen ill. As the sun rises in the east, another day dawns bright and sunny, yet the evening brings a sudden drop in temperature. Such weather has left many citizens lamenting their discomfort. During the day, they endure the blazing sun, which, while not overly cold, is made unbearable by the excessive dryness in the air. With households limiting their water intake, by day's end, everyone's lips are chapped and cracked, their mouths parched to the point where even saliva is scarce. As night falls, the biting cold wind arrives as expected, tormenting them and robbing them of restful sleep. This cycle has led many to succumb to colds, worsening their plight. Jiang Guoguo helped her mother feed Dodo and played with the little one for a while before finally stepping out of the carriage. Upon exiting, she noticed a crowd gathered, seemingly in distress. Rushing forward, Jiang Guoguo discovered that everyone was already awake, yet her cousin Luya lay unconscious on a haystack, appearing to be in a coma. Xiaoya, please wake up, you cannot sleep any longer. Luya's brother, Lu Zijia, gently shook her shoulder, but she remained unresponsive. Sensing the gravity of the situation, the onlookers promptly summoned Wang Wanli. Last night, as they celebrated together, they had naturally gotten to know one another. The Lu family was overjoyed to learn that Wang Wanli was a physician, as having a doctor in their troop would provide great comfort against unforeseen mishaps during their journey. Wang Wanli quickly knelt beside the unconscious Luya to take her pulse. Upon examination, his expression shifted dramatically. This is not good. The girl has contracted a severe cold. Immediate treatment is essential. While ordinary colds could be remedied with some herbal soup, Wang Wanli's grave demeanor indicated that Luya's condition was far more serious, having rendered her unconscious. Just as Wang Wanli stood up to check his medicine chest for suitable remedies, he was approached by Jiang Guoguo. His face lit up with delight upon seeing her. He stepped forward with a degree of respect, saying, "Little master, Luya's cold is quite severe. We must administer medicine without delay." Under normal circumstances, Wang Wanli would not exhibit such deference, but when it came to medical matters, the distinction of status was starkly evident. In his eyes, Jiang Guoguo's medical skills surpassed his understanding, warranting the utmost respect in certain situations. The scene astonished the Lu family, who had been curious about the identity of the little master that Wang Wanli referred to but had not dared to inquire. Their astonishment grew further. Although they recognized that Jiang Guoguo was not like other 5-year-olds, she was clever and possessed a commanding presence that could overshadow many adults. Accepting that a venerable physician would refer to this 5-year-old as little master was a notion they struggled to grasp. At this moment, Jiang Guoguo had dispatched her senior apprentice to check the inventory of medicinal herbs while she approached Luya, casually checking her pulse. Confirming her apprentice's assessment, she noted the severity of the cold had indeed led to a loss of consciousness. The Lu family exchanged confused glances, unsure of what to make of it all. Eventually, the matriarch, old Madame Jiang, arrived and, upon seeing the situation, broke into a smile. "Fear not, the child is in good hands. Guoguo is Wang Wanli's master, and her medical skills are remarkable. Little Luya's illness will be cured swiftly." With old Madame Jiang's assurance, the Lu family was left utterly astonished. Lu Bashan, unable to contain his disbelief, leaned closer to her and whispered, "Sister, is what you say true? Is Guoguo truly so skilled in medicine?" Old Madame Jiang, sensing her elder brother's skepticism, was taken aback. "What are you saying, brother? I was once frail and nearly bent over with age. but Guoguo treated me with acupuncture and herbs. Furthermore, when Xiao Yun had trouble giving birth to Dodo, even the most reputable midwives were at a loss. Yet, it was Guoguo who successfully delivered the child safely. Fearing her family might underestimate Guoguo's capabilities, she recounted her achievements in detail. Lu Baoshan and the others listened in growing astonishment, their worldviews nearly shattered. Although they found it hard to believe, given that these claims came from old Madame Jiang, they also recognized that she had no reason to fabricate such stories. Yet, the idea that a mere 5-year-old girl could wield such prowess was beyond their comprehension. Nonetheless, witnessing old Madame Jiang's earnestness left them profoundly moved. At that moment, Wang Wanli returned with the medicinal herbs, and Song Ke, excited to witness the master at work, hurried over, shouting, "Master!" This declaration dispelled any lingering doubts the Lu family harbored. After all, a young man of his stature, appearing astute and knowledgeable, would not refer to Jiang Guoguo as master unless her medical skills were truly exceptional. Meanwhile, Lu Hongyuan, Lu Ya's father, finally grasped the situation and bowed respectfully to Wang Wanli and Jiang Guoguo. "Dr. Wang, Guoguo, I entrust my daughter Lu Ya to your care." Wang Wanli waved his hand dismissively. "Rest assured, though this girl's cold is tricky to manage, with little master here, there will be no problem." His words further affirmed Jiang Guoguo's remarkable abilities. Jiang Guoguo examined the herbs brought by her apprentice and shook her head. "These alone will merely alleviate some symptoms. They cannot effectively reduce her fever. Lu Ya's condition is severe, and if we do not act swiftly, her health may deteriorate further." Hearing this, Lu Hongyuan and the rest of the Lu family grew anxious. They had only just begun to journey alongside the Jiang family to escape their plight, and now they faced such a setback, fearing they were becoming a burden. Moreover, Lu Ya's frail constitution raised concerns. If her fever persisted, her health would only worsen. She had yet to marry and find a suitable partner. Chapter 78. A grand entrance into the city, Jiang Guoguo discerned that her uncle and granduncle were deeply concerned about her cousin Lu Ya's health, while simultaneously apprehensive about the troubles that might befall Jiang Guoguo's family. Caught in a dilemma, Jiang Guoguo resolutely made a decision, her small face serious. "We must act without delay. Let us hasten into the city and split up. I will accompany my senior apprentice to treat cousin Lu Ya, while the rest of you, Grandma, should arrange to procure some supplies." Upon hearing this, Grandma Jiang immediately took on the responsibility entrusted to her, having already planned to purchase new clothing and bedding in the city. The outer garments and blankets of their family were insufficient against the cold, necessitating a complete renewal. As they spoke, Jiang Guoguo and her party were prepared and boarded the carriage. Lu Baoshan and the others, filled with gratitude, quickly gathered their belongings and pushed their carts behind the carriage. With Lu Ya unconscious, a space in Huayue's carriage was vacated for her to lie down temporarily. The heavier luggage of the Lu family was secured atop the carriage, allowing everyone to travel with significantly lighter burdens than before. Despite this, Jiang Guoguo noticed that both her uncles were advancing in age. Although still vigorous, they lacked the stamina of youth and soon began to pant from the exertion. After some contemplation, she suggested to Grandma Jiang, "Grandma, once we are in the city, perhaps you could visit the horse market to see if we can arrange for another carriage, even if it is smaller. Uncle and granduncle should not have to endure such long journeys." Grandma Jiang nodded in agreement. Throughout her life, she had seldom spent extravagantly, having previously saved money for Jiang Guoguo and Lin Shi. Now that she had funds, she was eager to be generous. Moreover, having recently reunited with her family and witnessing their plight, she was determined to alleviate their suffering. The group soon arrived at the city gates, where the line of people waiting to enter remained sparse. As long as the city entrance fee remained unchanged, these displaced individuals would never gain entry. The sight of such a sizable group approaching the gates stirred considerable commotion among the refugees, who began to murmur among themselves. "Is that them? I noticed them last night. They feasted like nobility. No one escapes a disaster in such style. How is it possible?" The aroma of their wine wafted for miles. And they can afford both meat and drink. Surely, they must be wealthy patrons from that small town. Look at those 3 carriages, clearly not something ordinary townsfolk could afford. Yet, the drought has been merciless. Even the inhabitants of larger towns are forced to seek new homes. Just wait, no one will care for us refugees. I plan to gather enough for an entrance fee to procure some supplies, then take a detour into the hunting grounds. Is that true? Brother, why don't we go together? At that moment, some idle townsfolk calculated the entrance fee for Jiang Guoguo's party, estimating it would require several thousand gold coins. That amount could purchase a piece of land in an ordinary city. Before long, it was Jiang Guoguo's turn to enter the city. As the city guards approached their carriage to inquire, Grandma Jiang discreetly opened the carriage curtain, revealing a gold ingot in her palm. The guards were taken aback. Their curiosity piqued as they peered inside the carriage. Who was this influential individual? The casual display of wealth was remarkable. Regrettably, the gap in the curtain was obstructed by Hua Xian, effectively shielding the guards' view. Though intrigued, the guards felt an inexplicable apprehension upon seeing Hua Xian. Understanding that anyone capable of casually presenting a gold ingot and employing such a skilled coachman was no ordinary person, likely connected to the Prince of Southern Town. With this thought, the guards promptly accounted for the number of individuals, calculated the entrance fee, and efficiently provided change, allowing them immediate passage. Jiang Guoguo was taken aback by the ease of their entry, feeling somewhat disoriented. In her imagination, the guards would have required a more rigorous examination before granting them passage. Yet it had unfolded smoothly. Behind the carriage, the Lu family shared a sense of trepidation until they truly found themselves within the city, still struggling to believe their good fortune. Father, have we really entered the city? So effortlessly? Jiang Guoguo's eldest cousin, Lu Jin, scratched his head in disbelief. Turning to Lu Hongsheng for confirmation, Lu Hongsheng, filled with excitement, gazed around. Nearby, Zhou Shi quickly tapped her husband's arm, whispering a reminder, "Do not look so shifty. We cannot embarrass Guoguo." At her words, Lu Hongsheng smiled sheepishly and straightened himself in line. Lu Jin exchanged glances with his wife, Qiao Qingya, both unable to suppress their laughter. After a moment, Qiao Qingya suggested, "Jin, would you accompany me to the pawn shop to exchange some money?" "For what purpose?" Qiao Qingya glanced at their worn clothing and then at her in-laws, feeling a pang of sadness. "Our parents' clothes are in tatters and surely drafty. I intend to sell this hairpin to get some money for new coats for them." Upon hearing this, Lu Jin felt deeply moved. Although the hairpin was a token of their love, during these trying times, family took precedence. They had already spent a considerable sum to escape the disaster. While everyone remained poorly dressed, it was a result of careful preparation. Typically, while working on the farm, good clothing was unnecessary, and they could rely on coal for warmth. Thus, worn garments were of little concern. Now, in their quest for survival, the family had pooled resources to acquire new clothing for the elders and younger generation. Consequently, the burden fell most heavily on Lu Hongsheng and the aunts and uncles, who had to make do with their old attire. Qiao Qingya and Lu Jin had saved some private funds for when they started a family, but in these extraordinary circumstances, they felt compelled to use it for immediate needs. Before long, the group arrived at a marketplace in Chuan City. This market was less glamorous than the main street, but still bustling. It offered a greater variety of goods at more affordable prices, and Grandma Jiang had done well to find this place. Emphasizing thrift, she felt empowered to shop freely. And Jiang Guoguo did not oppose her. Soon, the party divided into 2 groups. Jiang Guoguo led her senior apprentice, along with his disciple Song Ku and her cousin Lu Yao, to seek out a pharmacy, while the others accompanied Grandma Jiang to scour the marketplace for bargains. Chapter 79. An unexpected encounter with the scoundrel Long Qingshu master. Should we seek out a herbal shop or a medical clinic? Jiang Guoguo, unfamiliar with the nuances of the medicinal trade, pondered her senior apprentice's expertise in the field. After some contemplation, she inquired, We are still in need of a particular herb known as rhodiola, based on your experience. Is it generally available in local shops? Upon hearing the mention of rhodiola, Wang Wanli furrowed his brow, reflecting gravely. To my knowledge, rhodiola is relatively rare in our vicinity. At my previous clinic, it would take months to procure some. Therefore, we ought to venture to a larger medical establishment to test our luck. To locate a larger clinic, Jiang Guoguo and her companions traversed a bustling street, where they soon stumbled upon a sizable establishment named Shan Medical Hall. Although the shop was spacious, its decor was rather modest, devoid of ostentation, and the number of patrons was meager, suggesting a lack of business. Wang Wanli intended to suggest they explore another option. Yet Jiang Guoguo felt an instinctive pull towards this particular clinic. "This is the one," she declared. "Knock on the door, senior apprentice." The clinic was currently closed, with the door swiftly shutting whenever someone approached, which piqued their curiosity. Wang Wanli knocked, and indeed, someone answered. Upon entering, they discovered an elderly gentleman, considerably older than Wang Wanli, treating a young and beautiful woman. Jiang Guoguo casually glanced and felt a flicker of recognition. After a moment's thought, she recalled that this was the same woman who had been harassed by Long Qingshu in the brothel when she had accompanied Hua Xin into the city. Presently, aside from a few bruises and minor injuries, she appeared to be well. Seeing her brought a twinge of guilt to Jiang Guoguo's heart. Had she permitted Hua Xin to intervene at that time, perhaps this woman would not have been harmed. However, circumstances vary, and Jiang Guoguo was not one to be overly sympathetic, allowing her guilt to dissipate swiftly. The elderly gentleman was likely the physician of the clinic, and there was also an elderly lady behind the counter, presumably his spouse. At that moment, noticing Jiang Guoguo and her companions carrying an unconscious woman, the elderly lady guided Song Ku to place the comatose Luya on a makeshift bed on the side. "Please wait a moment," the elderly lady said kindly. "My husband is still treating that young lady." At this juncture, the injured woman spoke. "I'm fine, kind benefactor. Please attend to her first. She is unconscious." Jiang Guoguo thought to herself, what a kind-hearted girl, yet unfortunate to have caught the eye of that wretched Long Qingshu. Just as the old doctor was about to rise, Wang Wanli spoke up. "There's no need for trouble, esteemed elder. I am also a physician. I can handle this young lady. However, I am curious if you have any rhodiola available." Upon hearing this, the old doctor realized Luya was suffering from severe wind cold and promptly requested the elderly lady to fetch the herb. Once the herb was acquired, Jiang Guoguo directed Wang Wanli to the back room for processing, while she herself slipped inside to retrieve the rhodiola into her space. Using the alchemical tools rewarded from her space, she swiftly concocted a remedy for the wind cold and named it fire-quelling pill. Emerging from the back room with the pill in hand, she handed it to her cousin Lu Yao for administration, then approached the injured young woman. By this time, the old doctor had finished treating her injuries, and she insisted on compensating him for his services. It was evident that she possessed some silver, suggesting she was not from a particularly impoverished household. Unfortunately, she found herself in dire straits, and even her family hesitated to intervene. With tears streaming down her face, the young woman knelt before the old doctor and his wife, expressing her profound gratitude. "Thank you both for saving me. Had it not been for your willingness to take me in, I might still be tormented by that scoundrel Long Qingshu. I shall remember this kindness for a lifetime." The old doctor, upon hearing her words, stepped forward to assist her in rising, saying, "There is no need for such formality." Jiang Guoguo raised an eyebrow at the old doctor's audacity to openly criticize Long Qingshu in front of them. The young woman's face turned pale with fear as she cautioned, "Kind benefactor, please do not speak so in front of others. Though the young master is indeed a vile character, I have heard he is ruthless and does not regard the lives of common folk. We must not provoke him, lest we invite calamity." Unexpectedly, the old doctor and his wife exchanged a knowing smile and boldly declared, "We have nothing to fear. We are unencumbered. Even if we were to face harm, it matters not. death is inevitable. But you, young lady, must be cautious when you venture out in the future. Keep your wits about you and do not allow beasts to harm you again." The young woman nodded repeatedly, expressing her gratitude once more before preparing to leave. However, just as she reached for the door, a commotion erupted outside, followed by the clinic's door being violently kicked open. A group of boisterous individuals soon entered, escorting a lavishly dressed man. Upon sighting this man, the atmosphere shifted dramatically, and the young woman collapsed in terror, her face drained of color. Jiang Guoguo and Wang Wanli exchanged glances, instinctively positioning themselves to shield the sisters Luya and Lu Yao behind them. What ill fate had befallen them? Encountering the despicable Long Qingshu here as well. It was evident that someone had seen the young woman enter this clinic and had alerted him. The demeanor of the intruders suggested that their intentions were far from benign. Indeed, Long Qingshu brazenly commandeered a chair and declared, "Smash it." As soon as the words left his lips, his henchmen wielded their clubs menacingly and began to demolish the surrounding counters. The cacophony of destruction echoed throughout the clinic, attracting the attention of the townsfolk who gathered outside. Upon realizing the young master was at work, the more timid among them retreated, fearful of being caught in the chaos. Jiang Guoguo's brow furrowed in concern, realizing her oversight in not bringing Hua Xin along. Even if she were to brandish her silver needles, it would be impossible to incapacitate so many burly men at once. She could perhaps take down half, but that would surely alert the others, risking the safety of those still unconscious within. Just then, a soft groan emerged from behind Jiang Guoguo. Her heart raced, and she instinctively clenched her fists. This was disastrous. Luya had awakened, likely uncomfortable from her fever, and emitted sounds that could draw Long Qingshu's attention. However, despite his foolish demeanor, Long Qingshu possessed keen senses. He quickly stood upright, his expression shifting as he inquired, "What was that sound?" Chapter 80. The air's hidden ailment and atmosphere of tension engulfed the room, with everyone holding their breath and Jiang Guoguo poised with a needle, ready to strike at a moment's notice. Just then, Long Qingshu's gaze abruptly shifted towards her, his hungry wolf-like eyes bypassing Wang Wanli and his disciples, fixating instead on a spot behind them. Suddenly, a lewd grin spread across his face as he inched closer to Jiang Guoguo, exclaiming inwardly that he had unexpectedly discovered two beauties in this corner, feeling fortunate indeed. Jiang Guoguo's heart sank. Her suspicions were confirmed. The beast instantly became excited at the sight of women, her two cousins, both strikingly beautiful and at the prime of their youth, would surely attract his nefarious intentions. At that moment, the elderly physician could no longer tolerate the scene, preparing to intervene, but Wang Wanli swiftly stepped in front of him. "Commoner Wang Wanli, I have the honor of meeting His Highness." Wang Wanli, wishing to de-escalate the situation, opted for a diplomatic approach, intending to resort to force only if the heir continued on his path of misconduct. Long Qingshu, irritated by the old man's interference, raised his leg as if to kick him. However, one of his scholarly attendants, standing by his side, suddenly brightened, rushing forward to intervene. "What are you doing? Do not obstruct His Highness from conducting important matters." Long Qingshu's temper flared as he shoved his attendant aside, yet the attendant persisted, leaning in to whisper a few words into the heir's ear. Jiang Guoguo furrowed her brow, contemplating whether this attendant had a benevolent heart and intended to assist them. Upon further reflection, however, she felt uneasy. Despite his scholarly demeanor, he did not appear to be a good person, likely serving as Long Qingshu's cunning advisor, offering him ill-conceived plans. In a state of urgency, Jiang Guoguo gripped the silver needle in her left hand while discreetly retrieving a surgical knife hidden within her sleeve. If a confrontation were to arise, she would fight to the death. Her cousins could not be harmed under her watch. During the whispered exchange, Luya regained consciousness. Upon realizing the perilous situation, she turned pale with fear, feeling a deep sense of guilt. Meanwhile, Lu Yao, equally anxious, huddled in the corner with her sister, both too frightened to speak. Though Song Ke lacked martial prowess, he was still a man, tightly clutching his pestle, trembling yet resolute in guarding the sisters. It was evident he had steeled himself for what lay ahead. At that moment, Long Qingshu and his attendant concluded their hushed conversation. To everyone's astonishment, the heir suppressed his flamboyant demeanor and bowed respectfully to Wang Wanli, feigning courtesy. "Ah, it is the esteemed Dr. Wang Wanli. I must apologize for my previous ignorance. I did not realize I had offended you." Wang Wanli stood momentarily stunned, his white beard quivering. "What is happening? This insufferable heir recognizes me?" Even Song Ku was taken aback, wondering when his master had acquired the title of esteemed physician, and why he, as the disciple, was unaware of it. Expressions of disbelief swept across the crowd, quickly followed by skepticism, yet Jiang Guoguo swiftly connected the dots, a glimmer of insight flashing in her eyes. During her time in Jinwu City, she had participated in a medical exchange under the guise of an elder disciple, ultimately curing a patient whom even the renowned Xiao physician could not heal. Although her title had not spread widely, it had certainly garnered attention. Given that Jinwu City was the stronghold of the Northwest King, it was plausible that the southern town prince was unaware of the details and had simply learned of the newly minted physician, Wang Wanli. Realizing this, Wang Wanli cleared his throat and assumed an authoritative demeanor, raising a hand. "So, you recognize me, Your Highness." Long Qingshu's expression shifted as he scanned the other onlookers, then waved his hand imperiously. "I have urgent matters to discuss with Dr. Wang. You all are to leave and wait outside." No one anticipated such a turn of events from Long Qingshu, but Jiang Guoguo quickly grasped the situation, signaling to her elder disciple with her eyes. Understanding her cue, Wang Wanli approached Jiang Guoguo, citing a need to communicate with family as an excuse to remain nearby, awaiting her next directive. In hushed tones, Jiang Guoguo instructed, "Elder disciple, this man has a hidden ailment. He likely wishes for your assistance in treating it. When the time comes, you must." Wang Wanli attentively noted the specific acupoints and the sequence of needle application she described, though a peculiar expression crossed his face. While he acknowledged that his young master possessed extraordinary medical skills, he could not fathom how a 5-year-old girl knew of such male ailments. The acupoints and techniques she mentioned, while seemingly arbitrary, were remarkably intricate, promising to restore a man's vigor. Yet, upon deeper reflection, he sensed something was amiss. Pondering the situation, Wang Wanli chose to dismiss his doubts. Regardless, he was determined to execute his young master's commands flawlessly. Since this insufferable heir sought his help, he would ensure to take full advantage of the opportunity. Chapter 81. Never reveal my identity as your master, understood? At this moment, everyone had withdrawn, leaving Long Qingshu consumed by his own hidden afflictions, neglecting even the injured woman. Jiang Guoguo and her companions arrived at the entrance of the medical hall, where a considerable crowd had gathered, curious about the spectacle. They were baffled at the audacity of the young lord, who had expelled everyone within. They speculated what might be transpiring inside. Surely, it couldn't be that he had taken a fancy to yet another maiden, intending to force his advances within these hallowed walls of healing? Such disgrace! This was a place of benevolence and healing. How could the young lord behave in such a manner? The murmurs were hushed, cautious not to attract unwarranted attention. At this juncture, Jiang Guoguo turned to Song Ke and instructed, "Take my cousins and retreat to the adjacent marketplace to join grandmother." Though Luya was still weak, a dose of medicine and a bit of fright had revived her somewhat. It was prudent to ensure her cousins left quickly. Should the young lord manage to resolve his hidden ailment, he might unleash his baser instincts. Finally, Jiang Guoguo glanced at the dazed, injured woman and urged, "Miss, you should leave while you can. It would be wise to hide out of the city for a few days." The young lord, having gained no satisfaction from this woman, would likely not take kindly to her presence once he regained his senses. At her words, the injured woman trembled, startled into awareness, and frantically squeezed through the crowd, stumbling away into the distance. Once she vanished at the end of the long street, Jiang Guoguo turned her attention back to watching Song Ku and her cousins depart. Shortly thereafter, The doors of the medical hall swung open, revealing Wang Wanli, unscathed, followed closely by a beaming Long Qingshu. The townsfolk were astonished to witness this arrogant young lord, now smiling as he escorted a venerable elder from within, treating the old man with profound respect. Many in the crowd questioned their own perceptions. Was it truly the case that the young lord emerged with a mere old man instead of a stunning beauty? Even more perplexing was the sight of Long Qingshu, his face aglow, appearing utterly satisfied as if he had just engaged in some indulgent act. A chilling realization swept through the crowd as some began to shudder, fearing the implications of such an encounter. Surely, the young lord had not experienced some strange exhilaration? Was he seeking a different taste? Amidst the throng, Jiang Guoguo stifled laughter, nearly injuring herself in the process. The imaginations of these people were far too vivid. How could they think that the old apprentice was involved with the young lord in such a manner? Nevertheless, she decided it prudent to keep this matter from the old apprentice to avoid causing him any discomfort. Long Qingshu respectfully bowed to Wang Wanli before signaling his entourage, who promptly followed him with vigor towards the city's pleasure houses. Jiang Guoguo could easily deduce their intentions. "Master, why did you have me treat the young lord's affliction? If he were to be cured, how many innocent women would he then harm?" Wang Wanli held a deep disdain for Long Qingshu, believing such a man deserved to remain impotent for life. Yet, after following the master's instructions and administering acupuncture, the beast had reacted immediately, indicating a cure. Noticing her old apprentice's disapproval, Jiang Guoguo smirked mischievously. "Oh, dear apprentice, you are still rather naive. How could I possibly aid in his tyranny?" At this remark, Wang Wanli's face stiffened, ready to retort, when he heard the latter part of her sentence. He froze, suddenly realizing, "Master, did you hold back?" Jiang Guoguo's cherubic face broke into a devilish grin as she cryptically replied, "Not just a hand, my dear apprentice. I have several tricks up my sleeve." Wang Wanli's interest piqued. He eagerly pursued her for details. Jiang Guoguo, in high spirits, patiently elaborated. The acupoints she had mentioned were indeed effective for treatment. However, she had subtly altered the order of the needles. Long Qingshu's newfound vigor was merely superficial, a fleeting state. How much worse could it be? Wang Wanli mused, recalling that he had previously taken the young lord's pulse. The young lord was in a pitiful state, weaker than any of his peers. Without his noble status and access to rare medicinal herbs for revitalization, he would have long been bedridden. If Jiang Guoguo's predictions held true, his condition could worsen significantly, rendering him even more feeble. Jiang Guoguo's smile returned, and with a serious demeanor, she declared, "I intend for him to live in fear of women, ensuring he never again toys with their affections. For him, impotence would be too lenient a punishment. Even if he were incapable, he could still cause emotional devastation. My goal is clear, to instill such dread in him that he would never dare to entertain thoughts of women again. This is the fitting retribution for one who delights in the manipulation of innocent souls." Upon hearing this, Wang Wanli felt a chill run down his spine, gazing at Jiang Guoguo with newfound respect. He had not anticipated that his master possessed not only superior medical skills, but also a cunning intellect that surpassed his own. Indeed, without appropriate punishment, the young lord would continue to wreak havoc on the vulnerable. After a moment, Jiang Guoguo recalled something important, halting mid-step, turning slightly with a sidelong glance, and said slowly, "By the way, dear apprentice, the treatment was administered in your name. Should anyone come seeking you, do not, under any circumstances, reveal my identity as your master, understood?" Wang Wanli, who had been filled with admiration for Jiang Guoguo, suddenly felt a chill in his heart, as if it had plummeted to the ground. "Master, you can't be serious about putting me in such a predicament." Chapter 82. Encountering the haunted forest outside the city, despite the elder disciple's words, he was secretly pleased and promptly produced 2 dazzling gold ingots, offering them to Jiang Guoguo as if presenting treasures. "After all, dear master, you have taught me yet another skill. So these gold ingots are a token of my respect for you." Jiang Guoguo, taking small steps, glanced sideways and reached for one of the gold ingots. Let us share it equally. After all, you are the one carrying this burden. Wang Wanli's face lit up with joy. He had already cast aside thoughts of Long Qingshu. Biting down on the gold ingot, he gleefully stowed it away. Although he owned a medical clinic in Bai Town where he sold medicine and treated ailments, he worked tirelessly throughout the year yet earned only meager profits. Now, casually administering a few needles to the young master had resulted in him and his little master each acquiring a gold ingot. What joy that brought! Moreover, Wang Wanli felt no guilt in earning this money. After all, Long Qingshu was nothing more than a bully, and any amount taken from him was not deemed excessive. At this moment, the entire family crowded into a general store, observing Granny Jiang and the 3 elderly ladies from the Liu family haggling with the shopkeeper. This was the first time Jiang Guoguo witnessed her grandmother's formidable bargaining skills. With a flurry of words, the shopkeeper soon conceded and sold them goods at the lowest price. Having procured ample food and supplies, Granny Jiang resolutely outfitted each member of the Liu family with warm clothing and purchased several large quilts, finally approaching Jiang Guoguo with satisfaction. Guoguo, I believe we are nearly ready. Should we find an inn to stay, or shall we set off immediately? The elder lady, clearly still in high spirits, seemed to be reveling in her spending spree. Her innate shopping desire awakened, as if she wished to conquer the marketplace further. Seeing this, Jiang Guoguo couldn't help but smile. Contemplating, Grandmother, let us forego the inn. We must leave the city before nightfall. After all, who could predict whether Long Qingshu might take advantage of this time to recklessly bring harm upon himself? It was prudent for them to depart as soon as possible. Granny Jiang was not surprised by the decision to skip the inn. As long as they left the city before dark, she immediately regained her enthusiasm. She turned to summon Lin to the adjacent market, not forgetting to add, "Very well, I still have a few items I wish to purchase. Let us agree to leave the city by evening." Naturally, the Liu family followed her lead, accompanying her wherever she went. Not only to protect the elderly ladies from potential bullying, but also for the more pressing task of assisting them with their purchases. However, after just a couple of hours, the flatbed cart that had previously not been full was now overflowing with goods. Fortunately, the weather was quite cold, so they need not worry about perishables spoiling before reaching the next supply point. As for their water supply, everyone was quite concerned. For even if they stocked up on water bags, their quantity was limited. They could only attempt to gather as many as possible in the city and figure out the rest once they were in the wilderness. The elderly lady had unexpectedly arranged for 2 horse-drawn carts, much to the delight of the Liu family. Now, aside from the elderly, the women of the household could take turns riding in the carts. The caravan quickly expanded from 3 carts to 5, drawing the attention of the townsfolk. They speculated that some affluent family must be embarking on a long journey, as 5 horse-drawn carts were quite the sight. It is worth noting that even in a place like Yuyan City, only those who could afford a residence would be able to utilize horse-drawn carts. Ordinary citizens living in alleys had no such privileges when entering or exiting the city. Jiang Guoguo's party successfully exited the city and joined the official road before darkness fell. However, they had not traveled far before the road ahead abruptly ended, revealing an endless expanse of forest before them. Few townsfolk ventured into the woods, but those who did were hurriedly on their way. Observing this, Jiang Guoguo instructed Hua Xian to halt the carts at the forest's edge, deciding against entering the woods that night. While the group dined and chatted, Hua Xian's expression turned serious as she remarked, "Master, I believe this forest ahead is the so-called haunted forest." At the mention of the haunted forest, the previously jovial atmosphere shifted, and everyone exchanged apprehensive glances toward Hua Xian. Jiang Guoguo furrowed her brow and asked, "What is so peculiar about this so-called haunted forest?" Although Jiang Guoguo, as the ghostly hand divine doctor, possessed a keen perception of danger, they had yet to enter the woods, leaving her unaware of what lay within. After exchanging glances with her sister, Hua Yu took over the explanation, saying, "Master, the term haunted forest is a colloquialism. Originally, This place was merely a common thoroughfare for merchants traveling between two cities. However, a few years ago, bandits roamed freely, committing atrocities against innocent civilians, and slowly this area became one that people feared. There are tales of ghostly wails echoing through the woods, and over time, it morphed into the haunted forest of today. Being an atheist, Jiang Guoguo found this hard to believe. So, if merchants do not traverse this path, how do they travel? Hua Yu pointed into the distance, exclaiming, "They take a detour." There is another official road further along, but it is several dozen miles away. Merchants have no choice but to take the longer route to avoid this perilous area. Upon hearing they would have to detour so far, Jiang Guoguo couldn't help but feel disheartened, and others shared her unease. They were already pressed for time heading east. And if they delayed until the new year, the biting cold winds would pose an even greater threat. It would not merely be a matter of lacking water and food. They could very well freeze to death. Thus, they could not afford to take a longer route. Furthermore, they had already paid the entrance fee to the city precisely to shorten their journey. Even if they encountered a haunted area, they must press forward. Noticing the unease among her companions, Jiang Guoguo contemplated for a moment and declared, "Let us wait until early tomorrow morning to continue our journey. For tonight, we shall rest here." The group naturally had no objections. Although each of them was considerably older than Jiang Guoguo and possessed ample life experience, they willingly followed her lead, as though it were an unspoken understanding that Jiang Guoguo was the leader of their party. Chapter 83. The family captured in the stillness of the night. When everyone was deep in slumber, a chilling wind howled through the carriage, seeping in through the curtains and jolting Jiang Guoguo awake. She glanced around. Her grandmother and mother were peacefully asleep, while Dodo was blissfully chewing on his fingers. Not wishing to disturb them, she quietly slipped out of the carriage. At this hour, the night watch was being kept by her two cousins, Lu Yuan and Lu Qi, both under 20 yet tall and imposing, resembling young adults. When they saw Jiang Guoguo's petite figure descending from the small stool beside the cart, they approached her. "What's wrong, Guoguo? Do you need to relieve yourself?" Jiang Guoguo shook her head, wrapped her arms around herself, and furrowed her brow. "Did you hear any strange noises?" As soon as she spoke, another gust of cold wind swept by, accompanied by a sound eerily reminiscent of a woman's sobs, startling the two brothers. Lu Qi swiftly moved to shield her, while Lu Yuan bravely brandished a torch, casting its light into the depths of the forest. Suddenly, something darted away in the illuminated area, causing all three of them to feel a pang of unease. This forest, due to past events, was seldom entered. In such a vast woodland with scarce human presence, wild beasts could easily become more ferocious. In the dead of night, could it be that the creatures of the forest had caught the scent of their flesh? Jiang Guoguo's brow knitted. She sensed that the situation was far from simple. At that moment, the rustling sound returned, and numerous pairs of eyes appeared, fixated on her. Realizing something was amiss, Lu Qi and Lu Yuan quickly turned around, warning everyone to grab their weapons, fearing they might be confronted by a pack of wild beasts. Meanwhile, Jiang Guoguo stood alone, holding the torch a considerable distance from her family's cart, yet she remained surprisingly calm. As shadows flickered in the darkness, several figures stepped into the light. To her shock, what she initially believed to be a pack of beasts turned out to be humans. A group of strangely dressed individuals, resembling primitive tribesmen, advanced toward her. Jiang Guoguo narrowed her eyes, sensing danger. If it were just one or two people, she might handle it. But with such a multitude lying in wait, they were not merely common bandits. They had stirred a den of wolves. She had to act swiftly to ensure her family's escape, with so many seemingly savage individuals. Even the skilled Hua Xin and Hua Yu might not be able to guarantee their safety. Her instinct was to flee, for she despised the idea of suffering. However, as she attempted to run, she felt something was off. "Why am I still in place?" Looking up, a face painted grotesquely in vivid colors loomed above her. Jiang Guoguo's heart sank. She had inadvertently been captured. Furthermore, this person spoke with such fluency that it was evident they were not from a secluded tribal community, but possibly the rumored bandits. Her expression darkened, and she swiftly drew a silver needle, yet before she could act, a sharp pain struck the back of her neck, and she was knocked unconscious. In her last moments of consciousness, she thought to herself that she was in deep trouble. Upon regaining consciousness, she found herself not in the woods, but within an enormous cave, confined within a cage. Jiang Guoguo rose stealthily, cautiously surveying her surroundings and discovering that this was a distinctly separate room, far more inviting than the other parts of the cave, adorned with simple furniture and colorful drapes. As her gaze wandered, she noticed a stone bed nearby, upon which lay a boy of around 10 years old. Although she could not approach, it was evident that he was not merely asleep, but in a state of unconsciousness. Just then, voices drifted in from outside, prompting Jiang Guoguo to feign sleep once more. Her ears perked up to catch the conversation. The leader has declared that tomorrow is an auspicious day. We shall not venture out to hunt, but instead offer blessings for the young chieftain. We hope the sacrificial ceremony goes smoothly. Though it is cruel for the girl and the infant, the young chieftain is the lifeblood of our clan. Sacrificing children can ensure his health, and it is worth it. Indeed, there is little room for sympathy. Our young chieftain suffers because of the deceitful outsiders, and our entire clan has been forced into hiding in these woods. If all goes well tomorrow, the young chieftain will recover completely. The leader will then muster all our forces to seek justice, allowing us to seize a town and escape this hardship. Jiang Guoguo's heart raced as she pieced together their conversation with her current predicament. Her mother and the others might have been captured too. The girl and infant they spoke of, could they be her and Dodo? Sacrifice? Surely. They did not mean some ancient, sinister ritual that demanded a life in exchange for another. Suddenly, a thought struck her as she glanced at the unconscious boy on the stone bed. If he was indeed their young chieftain, could curing him spare her and Dodo from being offered as sacrifices? Chapter 84. The Peculiar Chieftain and the Strange Village. Upon this realization, Jiang Guoguo swiftly regained her composure. Fortunately, these individuals were not inherently malevolent. Although confined within a cage, her limbs were unbound, allowing for some movement. Resolutely, Jiang Guoguo extracted a small hammer from her spatial pocket and began to strike the iron bars with fervor. The clanging sound soon captured the attention of everyone in the village, ultimately drawing the so-called chieftain to her side. Be obedient, little one. Or do you believe I will slay you on the spot? The chieftain, lacking any semblance of a traditional leader, exuded no aura of bravado or rebellious spirit. Aside from the menacing stripes painted haphazardly across his face, he appeared rather genteel. Especially notable were his eyes, devoid of any malevolence. Although his words were threatening, they bore no weight of intimidation. Could such a person truly be a chieftain? As she pondered this, the chieftain, noticing Jiang Guoguo's silence and stillness, mistakenly believed his words had indeed frightened the young girl. He nodded in satisfaction and then turned to those beside him, instructing, "Keep a close watch on her. Should she cause any further disturbances then?" What then? The onlookers stared expectantly at their leader. It seemed the chieftain had not contemplated a course of action, his face reddening with frustration until he finally managed to utter, "Then you shall figure out a way to amuse this child. Surely, you know how to entertain a little girl without needing your chieftain's guidance?" The villagers exchanged glances, murmuring among themselves. Jiang Guoguo observed their reactions with astonishment, thinking to herself, "Is this truly a band of ruthless brigands? Why did the chieftain seem so unimposing, and why did the others appear so lacking in wit?" "Uncle, don't go." The chieftain, addressed as such, paused at her words and turned back to inquire, "What else do you wish, little girl?" Jiang Guoguo pondered. Perhaps it need not be so complicated. To win over the chieftain, a few tears might suffice. With this thought, she summoned 2 tears, her voice quivering with sorrow. "Woo-woo. Uncle, please don't kill me. I heard you plan to sacrifice me to save the little chieftain, but I am only 5 years old. Please, don't take my life." Though Jiang Guoguo typically disliked playing the role of a weeping child, she was willing to do so if necessary. The chieftain, Witnessing the heart-wrenching scene of a 5-year-old weeping so pitifully felt a pang in his heart. He glanced at the figure on the stone bed, then back at Jiang Guoguo in the cage. Ultimately, he gritted his teeth, personally opened the cage, and took her hand, pulling her out. Jiang Guoguo was taken aback, wondering if she had truly succeeded with such ease. Goodness, was her display of tears so effective? The chieftain regarded her with a complex expression, as if battling between two sides within himself. Eventually, the kind-hearted aspect triumphed over the inner demon, and the chieftain lowered his head, stating, "This is indeed not right. While my brother requires healing, I cannot allow such a small child to perish because of him. Perhaps this is fate. Inform the shaman that I shall abandon this sacrificial method and seek alternative solutions." The shaman? Jiang Guoguo's expression shifted, a glimmer of intrigue flashing in her eyes. She had suspected the chieftain was not one to resort to such ancient and malevolent practices. Evidently, there was someone else orchestrating this. But who was this shaman that would believe in such a harmful approach? Thus, Jiang Guoguo was released, and naturally, her family was freed as well. The group, still bewildered by the unfolding events, had been captured without understanding and now found themselves released without clarity, their faces adorned with questions. Not only did the chieftain free them, but he also personally escorted them to the village exit, indicating the direction they should take. Hua Xian and Hua Yu immediately knelt before Jiang Guoguo, their heads bowed in remorse. "Little mistress, it is my fault for not safeguarding your family. We, my brother and I, are willing to accept punishment. Please do not cast us away." Jiang Guoguo quickly bent down to assist the siblings, smiling gently, "You mustn't blame yourselves. With so many adversaries, it was indeed a formidable challenge for just the two of you. Such a situation is entirely understandable." Relieved that Jiang Guoguo did not hold them accountable, Hua Xian and Hua Yu silently vowed that should they ever face a similar predicament again, they would risk their lives to protect their young mistress and her family. The chieftain, observing the gathering of 2 to 3 dozen individuals, complete with carts and wagons, could not suppress his curiosity and inquired, "Are you a traveling merchant group? You do not appear to be so. Or perhaps you are relocating for a long journey." Seeing the chieftain's curiosity, Jiang Guoguo furrowed her brow, pondering whether they were entirely unaware of the outside circumstances. Thus, with a sense of curiosity, she shared the situation beyond their village. Upon hearing that a drought plagued the outside world, the chieftain and the villagers turned pale with fear. No wonder the water levels in the small ditch had recently dropped so rapidly. "The condition of the fields we had cultivated has worsened. It appears we are facing a calamity. What shall we do, chieftain? This place is no longer tenable." Jiang Guoguo's casual remarks sparked a commotion among the villagers, leaving her and her companions somewhat bewildered. An elderly woman, with a glint in her eye, murmured, "I cannot shake the feeling that these people do not resemble mountain bandits or marauders. They seem more naive than our villagers." Lin Shi nodded in agreement. "I have noticed as well. Look at them. They carry no weapons. Shouldn't bandits be armed with swords, ready to fight at the drop of a hat?" In that moment, the villagers' curiosity about the chieftain and his people heightened immensely. Chapter 85. Returned to the village at that moment, a figure rushed out from the village, visibly flustered. The village chief, the young chief, he has awakened. In an instant, the entrance to the village lay desolate, leaving only Jiang Guoguo and her companions waiting there, while the village gate stood wide open, unattended. The group exchanged glances and ultimately, Jiang Laodai and Liu Bashan reached a unanimous decision to depart. The boy who had been unconscious had awakened? Could it be that the so-called shaman had revived him? When she had been locked in the iron cage, she had been unable to thoroughly assess the situation. However, judging by his features and lips, he did not seem like someone who could be roused easily. Being already half in the grave, how could he have awakened in such a short time? Jiang Guoguo, filled with curiosity yet slightly apprehensive, turned to Jiang Laodai and the others, expressing her thoughts. She was not inherently kind-hearted. Rather, she harbored reservations about the shaman. Allowing such a potential threat to linger could lead to more malevolent and foolish methods than sacrificial rites, endangering countless innocent lives. As someone who held great respect for the practice of healing, Jiang Guoguo treated all practitioners equally, regardless of whether they were divine healers, ghost doctors, shamans, or barefoot medics. So long as their intentions were genuine and aimed at saving lives rather than deceiving and harming the innocent. However, the shaman exuded an unsettling aura, compelling Jiang Guoguo to investigate further. Upon hearing this, Lu Baoshan and the others grew concerned. Although the villagers appeared benign and had not caused them harm, they feared for the safety of the young Jiang Guoguo venturing inside. Regardless of your intentions, you must prioritize your own safety. Do you understand? Lu Baoshan urged. Elder disciple. Songko, Hua Xian, we shall proceed. At Jiang Guoguo's command, Wang Wanli and Hua Xian promptly followed suit. Songko, thrilled to be singled out by Jiang Guoguo for the first time, hurriedly retrieved a medical kit from the cart, slinging it over his shoulder and eagerly trailing behind. This is wonderful. It seems we are heading to the village to treat someone. It is truly remarkable that the ancestral master remembers us. I must learn all I can from him this time. Perhaps I will find my own enlightenment. Sister, this is a mountain village, rife with dangers and unsavory characters. It is unwise to let Guoguo go, Lu Baoshan candidly remarked. The others echoed their concerns for Jiang Guoguo, who was still under 6 years old. In the event of a confrontation, they feared she could be easily harmed. How could they not worry? As they spoke, several men from the Lu family began unloading an array of weapons from the cart: hammers, hoes, sickles, and the like, clearly preparing to charge in and rescue Jiang Guoguo. Seeing her kin so agitated, Jiang Laotai quickly intervened with a smile. Brother, do not fret. You all should set down your weapons. Trust that Guoguo will be all right. This child is quite clever and capable. I bet that shortly, the village chief will personally bring her back to us. Lu Baoshan and the others were taken aback by her confidence. Could Guoguo truly be so formidable? Though they were aware that Dr. Wang was her apprentice, and that both Hua Xian and Hua Yu were her capable subordinates, and that it was Guoguo who had treated Luya's cold, the current situation appeared quite intricate, entangled with the entire village. Could she truly extricate herself unharmed? Meanwhile, Jiang Guoguo had led her elder disciples to the cave where she had previously been confined. Remarkably, they encountered no one obstructing their path, allowing Jiang Guoguo to conclude that the village chief was likely amateurish, at best akin to a village head. Moreover, this village was certainly not a bandit stronghold, otherwise. With such lax defenses, it would have been overrun long ago. Chapter 86. It's my turn to act as I stepped into the cave. Before I could grasp the situation, a heated argument reached my ears. The village chief, though not particularly intimidating in appearance, exuded an impressive aura that caught Jiang Guoguo's attention. At that moment, a sinister voice suddenly interrupted, grating on one's nerves. What are you so anxious about? Didn't your brother just awaken once? This time, I will increase the dosage and toxicity. I am certain it will fully rouse him. However, he may need to take this poison regularly to survive. But isn't that better than merely lying there waiting for death? Before the words could settle, the village chief lunged forward and delivered a stinging slap to the speaker's face. You are treacherous. I now see clearly that you know nothing of medicine. You are merely experimenting with your poisons. The witch doctor spat blood, wiped the corner of his mouth, and cackled wickedly. Only now do you realize? It's too late, ha ha ha. The village chief, clearly at his wit's end, could no longer suppress his fury. He drew his sword and pressed the cold blade against the witch doctor's throat. Yet, the doctor remained unfazed, glaring defiantly at the chief. Dare you to touch me? The moment I die, no one will be able to save your brother, ha ha ha. Furious yet shaken by the witch doctor's threat, the chief grappled with his emotions. Having grown up alongside his brother, who had fallen into a coma because of him, the thought of losing him rendered life meaningless. Gritting his teeth, the chief abruptly struck his sword down upon a nearby stool, splitting it in two. Find him. Although the witch doctor was securely tied up by the others in the village, he wore a smug expression. as if he were certain they would not take action against him. In truth, the chief's actions had inadvertently confirmed that he was at a loss regarding the witch doctor. Watching his brother's complexion shift from pale to a deep purple, gasping for breath, the chief was consumed by guilt. "It's all my fault. I acted in desperation and believed this villain's words, entrusting my brother to him for treatment. It's all my fault. Chief, please don't be like this." We all look forward to the young chief recovering and leaving the mountains together. "You must stay strong," others chimed in. "Indeed. Let us hasten to a larger city and seek a renowned physician for the young chief. There may still be hope. If all else fails, we can enter the imperial city. Surely, there are many esteemed doctors within, and the young chief will be saved." The villagers could not bear to see their chief lamenting against the wall in frustration and offered words of comfort. However, the witch doctor doused their hopes with a cold reality. "It's futile. My poison is exceedingly complex. No one can counter it but me. Moreover, I am using a lethal poison to treat your brother. If he can withstand it, he will become a vessel for all poisons, but his life will be preserved. Is there any other treatment method as perfectly orchestrated as this?" At the cave entrance, Jiang Guoguo grasped the unfolding situation and cast a cold glance at the witch doctor bound to the pillar. It was time for her to take action. "Old apprentice, Song Ko, Hua Xin, let us go in." With that, Jiang Guoguo stepped forward into the cave. Their arrival immediately drew the attention of the crowd. The village chief, seeing Jiang Guoguo and her companions return, was momentarily stunned, but quickly fell back into his spiral of guilt and anger. Jiang Guoguo, with a straightforward demeanor, declared, "Chief, I can resolve your brother's condition. Not only can I neutralize the poison, but I can also cure his illness." Her youthful voice echoed within the cave, and everyone was taken aback, turning to regard Jiang Guoguo. The witch doctor, too, stared at her incredulously, examining her from head to toe before erupting into maniacal laughter. "Ha ha ha, where did this little girl come from? Your bravado is reaching the heavens. My poison is 1 in 10,000. How could someone of your age possibly counter it? A school beauty?" Unwilling to engage further with such a character, Jiang Guoguo approached the village chief earnestly. "Trust me this once. Let me try. The poison he administered is a death sentence within a day, and even if you venture out to find another doctor now, it would be too late." The chief and the witch doctor were both taken aback by her words, the witch doctor trembling slightly, his gaze fixated on Jiang Guoguo. Tumultuous thoughts swirling in his mind. How could this young girl know of his unique deathly poison? This was his exclusive invention, a potent concoction that no one else had ever utilized, nor had he ever revealed its formulation. Could it be that this girl truly possesses such capabilities? Yet, the witch doctor quickly dismissed the notion. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could this little girl know anything about poison? She is merely spouting nonsense, stumbling upon words by chance. That must be it. Chapter 87. The Art of Pulse Diagnosis. Shocking the crowd at this moment, the chieftain, having recovered from his shock, furrowed his brow deeply. His gaze fixed on Jiang Guoguo like a wolf, as if attempting to discern the truth of the girl's words. Jiang Guoguo stood calmly, allowing herself to be scrutinized. She had no intention of forcibly treating anyone, for she too disliked being questioned. If they chose disbelief, there was no need for her to intervene. At that moment, Song Ke, carrying a medicine box, stepped closer and murmured in front of Jiang Guoguo. "Master, they don't believe us. Perhaps we should just let it go. There's no need to waste time here since that young man's illness, coupled with such potent poison, will likely be his undoing anyway. Let them resolve their issues internally. We need not engage in this thankless endeavor." Their dialogue reached the ears of the chieftain and his companions, who were stunned to hear the elder and the youth address the 5-year-old girl with such reverence, their expressions betraying their astonishment as their mouths gaped wide enough to swallow an egg. The chieftain also noticed that the elder resembled a physician, while the young man beside him carried a remarkably professional medicine box. Suddenly, a realization struck him as he glanced once more at the little girl before him. Could it be that this child truly possessed remarkable abilities? If an elderly man was willing to call her master and a young man referred to her as grandmaster, perhaps this girl was indeed extraordinary. Though the chieftain harbored some doubts, he pondered whether the trio was merely performing a ruse. Yet, upon further reflection, it seemed unnecessary for them to orchestrate such a charade. Hence, the authenticity of the situation appeared quite credible. Suddenly, the chieftain's wavering gaze met Jiang Guoguo's eyes. In that instant, he perceived a sage gazing down upon him with an all-knowing expression. A shiver ran down his spine, and turmoil erupted within him. This girl was uncanny. Such a gaze was beyond what one would expect from a mere 5-year-old. In that moment, the chieftain formed a resolute thought. He glanced at his brother, who lay on the stone bed, his face already ashen and resembling a corpse. Finally, with a determined jaw, he addressed Jiang Guoguo. Then, young friend, I entrust my brother to you. As soon as the chieftain's words fell, the others in the room were taken aback, exclaiming in alarm, "Chieftain, you cannot. Are you out of your mind? Handing the young chieftain over to a mere child for treatment?" The villagers felt their chieftain was truly resorting to desperate measures, acting rashly. Though they had been hidden away in this village for years, they were not so foolish as to be oblivious to the realities of the world. There were no child prodigies practicing medicine. No matter how many years passed, the notion of a child treating the sick was pure fantasy. While the villagers grew increasingly anxious, the chieftain remained resolute, silencing the crowd before turning to Jiang Guoguo once more. "I beg of you." Jiang Guoguo nodded in response and approached the bedside with her elder disciple and Song-ko. At that moment, the shaman, bound to a pillar, erupted into laughter. His eyes fixated on Jiang Guoguo with a look of certainty that she would fail, his glee palpable. "Foolish girl, my poison is potent, not only ravaging the body internally, but also spreading through the skin and breath. The moment you touch his skin, you will, however—" The shaman's haughty words were abruptly cut off, lodged in his throat, as his eyes widened in shock, nearly popping from their sockets. Before the stone bed, Jiang Guoguo had already seen through everything. She produced a red thread and placed it on the young chieftain's wrist, performing the art of pulse diagnosis before the eyes of all present. Not only her elder disciple, but everyone in the room was astounded by Jiang Guoguo's prowess. Hua Xian, the most knowledgeable among them, was particularly taken aback. He recognized the art of pulse diagnosis as a skill reserved for medical masters and had the fortune to witness it once. Comparing Jiang Guoguo's technique to that of the imperial physician who had performed it for the princess, he was astonished to find Jiang Guoguo's method even more refined. The shaman stared at Jiang Guoguo with wide eyes, repeatedly muttering "impossible, impossible." While an outsider might only see the surface, the shaman and the elder disciple, Wang Wanli, understood that Jiang Guoguo's display was not mere theatrics. She truly mastered the art of pulse diagnosis, and her skill was unparalleled. In but a short time, Jiang Guoguo severed the red thread and readied silver needles for acupuncture. This step required cooperation from her elder disciple. Jiang Guoguo signaled him to step forward, and Wang Wanli promptly approached, preparing to remove the young chieftain's shirt. "Wait," Jiang Guoguo called, then produced a pair of white gloves, saying, "Put these on first." Upon receiving the gloves, Wang Wanli exclaimed in surprise. After examining them, he finally donned them, marveling at their peculiar nature. The others shared his curiosity, with Hua Xian directly inquiring, "Young master, what are these?" Jiang Guoguo casually replied, "Just gloves, nothing of great importance. This man's skin harbors toxins. It is unwise to touch him directly. Wearing gloves will provide a barrier." The gloves Jiang Guoguo produced were merely ordinary cotton gloves, thin yet effective in protection. She had other options in her small shop, including plastic and disposable gloves, which would likely astonish them even more. Nonetheless, the villagers were thoroughly intrigued. "Gloves? How fascinating!" Hua Xian mused, contemplating how mysterious his young master truly was, even possessing such an item. Once Wang Wanli donned the gloves, he quickly assisted in removing the young chieftain's shirt. Without hesitation, Jiang Guoguo commenced the acupuncture, her hands moving with remarkable speed, executing the procedure seamlessly without pause. Song Ko, witnessing this for the first time at such close range, found himself utterly captivated, his mind unable to process the fluidity of her movements. This is incredible. Master, is this truly the power of a grandmaster? Chapter 88. Esteemed guest, upon hearing the words, Wang Wanli immediately donned a look of disdain. Thinking to himself how naive it was to assume that this was the entirety of the young master's prowess. The shaman, on the other hand, fixated intently on Jiang Guoguo's every movement, his expression morphing from skepticism to astonishment, and gradually into a twisted semblance of disbelief. After a moment, Jiang Guoguo wiped the beads of sweat from her brow and exhaled, saying, "Old disciple, the 4 treasures of the study." Wang Wanli instantly understood, retrieving the brush, ink, paper, and inkstone, and squatting beside her. He then glanced at Jiang Guoguo, who promptly opened her mouth and began to rattle off a series of medicinal herbs. Finally, she added, "I fear the people here may not know how to brew the medicine. Old disciple, this task is entrusted to you." Without hesitation, Wang Wanli seized a villager and set off to prepare the concoction. This mountain stronghold, nestled deep within the forest, was rich in medicinal herbs, and the items Jiang Guoguo mentioned were all quite common, making it relatively easy to gather them. At that moment, the village chief anxiously approached the stone bed. Noticing the visible improvement in his brother's complexion, and the previously erratic breaths had become steady, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. At this juncture, the village chief fully believed in Jiang Guoguo's medical skills and, without a second thought, knelt before her. "Little divine doctor, I was blind to your talents. I am immensely grateful for your intervention in saving my brother. I, Qin Weifeng, shall repay this kindness 1,000-fold." Jiang Guoguo, indifferent to his gesture, was used to the villagers kneeling before her and waved her hand dismissively, saying, "No need for such formalities. I merely took issue with the actions of certain charlatans. You need not repay me." As she spoke, Jiang Guoguo cast a sharp glance at the shaman. In this era, not everyone could rightfully claim the title of healer. Those who sought to harm others for their own gain deserved no mercy. The shaman, once brash and arrogant, now cowered in the corner, trembling and speechless. The village chief quickly seized the shaman by the collar and dragged him out. As for what Qin Weifeng would do with the shaman, Jiang Guoguo had no desire to involve herself. Though not a saint, she occasionally felt a sense of heroism when confronting those of ill intent, wishing to rid society of their malevolence. Given that the shaman had even contemplated human sacrifice, he was devoid of humanity. Such individuals should either be eliminated to prevent future harm or have their wings clipped, ensuring they could never rise again. Now, Jiang Guoguo was revered as a benefactor in the village, treated as an esteemed guest. Consequently, Jiang Laodai and the Lin family benefited from her presence, receiving the highest honors afforded by the stronghold. As night fell, the village was filled with mirth and laughter. In his joy, the village chief hosted a banquet to warmly welcome Jiang Guoguo and her family. It was at this moment that the Liu family, including Liu Bashan, truly recognized Jiang Guoguo's extraordinary abilities. Although they were not well versed in the young chief's illness, the fact that Jiang Guoguo, at merely 5 years of age, had successfully treated him and was revered by the entire village as a little divine doctor was enough to attest to her remarkable medical prowess. During the feast, emboldened by the wine, the village chief finally recounted the history of their banditry. It turned out that the Qin family had once been a prominent and wealthy household in Yuan City, but 10 years ago, they fell into ruin. Their parents met with foul play, and their younger brother succumbed to a grave illness. The other villagers were either members of the Qin family or loyal servants and guests who had steadfastly remained by their side. For various reasons, they had retreated into the depths of the forest, establishing their own stronghold, yet they had never committed any heinous acts. Now that the young chief had received treatment, the villagers finally turned their attention to the looming famine. "Little divine doctor, are you truly fleeing from disaster? Is the situation outside really that dire? Jiang Guoguo set down her teacup, her expression grave, as she nodded in affirmation. The villagers, upon hearing this, grew anxious and turned to the village chief. Qin Weifeng, though barely in his 20s, displayed a maturity beyond his years. Ever since he had heard Jiang Guoguo mention the famine, he had dispatched someone to inquire in Yuyan City, only to discover that access to the city was impossible. The citizens fleeing the city appeared worn and weary, and upon investigation, it became clear that famine was rampant everywhere. Not only were water sources gradually depleting, but even the usual pests and wild animals had begun to stir restlessly. In summary, the situation outside was indeed as dire as the little divine doctor had indicated, and perhaps even worse than they had learned. Fortunately, the stronghold was self-sufficient, with ample stores of food and provisions. As for water, while not abundant, there was enough to sustain the entire village for the initial phase of their escape. Once the young chief recovered, they would truly need to relocate from the forest and seek a suitable place to settle. Chapter 89. Sustenance of grain and spring water. The banquet was held with great pomp and circumstance. The village chief, Qin Weifeng, was well aware that food had become a scarce resource, yet he generously provided a feast for Jiang Guoguo and her family. The provisions were sourced from the village's own cultivation, including ample quantities of rice and corn flour to satisfy hunger. Jiang Guoguo accepted the offerings with gratitude, not wishing to refuse. As midnight approached and the villagers succumbed to slumber, Jiang Guoguo quietly slipped out of the room prepared for her by Qin Weifeng. After a thorough search, she discovered the living quarters located at the back of the village. It was evident that the villagers were industrious and possessed agricultural skills, with their fields neatly organized. Regrettably, the crops were sparse, with only a few twisted and misshapen fruits surviving in the parched soil, severely lacking in water. Even the hardy vegetation that typically required minimal water had wilted and withered. Jiang Guoguo located the sole water source mentioned by the villagers. Peering cautiously, she furrowed her brow. This appeared to be spring water cascading down from the mountain, forming a small pond. While the pond was not expansive, it had previously been replenished daily with fresh spring water, sufficient for the villagers' daily needs. However, at present, the pond had significantly diminished, without a continuous influx of fresh water. It had become stagnant, and by the light of the moon, Jiang Guoguo found the quality of the water concerning. After contemplating her options, she decided to draw forth the spiritual spring water from her space, gradually filling the pond until it reached a satisfactory level before ceasing her efforts. Although the food provided could be considered a reward for healing the young village chief, she felt no obligation to these people. Yet, Jiang Guoguo had always been generous with her assistance. After all, the spiritual spring in her space was inexhaustible, and offering some of it to the villagers posed no inconvenience. Inside her room, Jiang Guoguo sat upright on the stone bed, legs crossed, as her consciousness delved into her space. There, near the large stone, she discovered a fresh batch of seeds. This time, in addition to vegetable and medicinal herb seeds, there were several saplings of fruit trees. At the edge of the spiritual spring, a small patch of grass had also appeared. After a moment's thought, she planted the fruit trees there, while the remaining vegetables and herbs were sown into the spiritual field. It had been some time since her space had undergone any changes. All accumulated points had been utilized to expand the spiritual field and hasten plant growth. The points earned from treating the young chief amounted to several thousand, much to her surprise. However, she intended to conserve these points for future use, aiming to upgrade her space further. Currently, her small storage was overflowing with vegetables, fruits, rice, and flour, more than enough to sustain her, while the medicinal herbs had been harvested repeatedly, allowing her to indulge without worry. Thus, the crops in her spiritual field would not require immediate maturation. With a sense of security stemming from the ample resources within her space, Jiang Guoguo felt at ease. Even amidst the looming prospect of a world in prolonged famine, she remained untroubled, not only assured of her family's sustenance and warmth, but also capable of living quite comfortably. The sole concern was that the secret of her space must remain undisclosed to anyone. If the items were ever questioned, she needed to maintain her silence. As long as she refrained from speaking, those with ulterior motives would be unable to unearth the truth, and her reticence would ensure the existence of her space remained a secret. The following day, after Jiang Guoguo administered acupuncture to the young chief once more, the Jiang and Lu families set off again in grand procession. Although Chen Weifeng was eager to accompany them for companionship on the arduous journey, his brother required further recuperation, and the various supplies within the village necessitated time for inventory and organization. Thus, the prospect of journeying together was reluctantly abandoned. Watching Jiang Guoguo and her party recede into the distance, a trace of reluctance flickered across Chen Weifeng's face. Despite their brief acquaintance of merely 2 days, he held deep admiration for Jiang Guoguo. The presence of such a skilled healer would undoubtedly enhance their safety on the perilous road ahead. At that moment, a villager rushed over in haste, whispering urgently into Chen Weifeng's ear. His expression brightened with excitement upon hearing the news. Is there truly such good fortune? The villagers hurried after their chief towards the back of the village, where they discovered that the pond on which they relied for survival had, unbeknownst to them, filled with a substantial amount of clear water. "Chief, please come and taste this water. It is exquisite," a villager exclaimed. Chen Weifeng paused, momentarily puzzled. After all, water was merely water. How could there be any distinction in flavor? However, when he scooped some up and took a sip, he was astounded, his eyes nearly bulging in disbelief. "Delicious. Indeed, it is delightful." The villagers, filled with fervor, knelt in gratitude towards the heavens, thanking the divine for bestowing upon them the life-giving water. Yet, the cautious and astute Chen Weifeng surveyed the surrounding environment. The stream that once flowed down from the mountain was now a dry bed, rendering it impossible for water to arrive from that source. The land around was parched, clearly incapable of having accumulated rainwater overnight. Thus, the only plausible explanation dawned upon him. He gazed towards the direction of the village entrance, silently offering his thanks to Jiang Guoguo and her companions. Chapter 90. The Warm Buddy Achu. On the road, Jiang Guoguo unexpectedly let out a loud sneeze. She touched the tip of her nose and couldn't help but wonder who was talking about her behind her back. Having left the confines of the mountain stronghold, Jiang Guoguo and her companions continued their journey through the forest. Fortunately, although they were at the foot of the mountain and surrounded by trees, the ground was relatively even, allowing the horse-drawn carriage and flatbed cart to pass smoothly with the help of a sickle to clear the path. However, the temperature in the woods was exceedingly low, with sunlight barely reaching the ground, rendering the environment quite harsh. Even the young and vigorous men like Lu Jin and Zi were now pale, their lips turning purple, and the white mist of their breath seemed to freeze instantly upon leaving their mouths. At first, those seated in the carriage were comfortable enough, sheltered by the carriage walls. Even with the windows and curtains slightly ajar for ventilation, it wasn't too cold. But soon enough, as their bodies remained still and generated no warmth, they began to feel their limbs grow icy. Jiang Guoguo too felt the chill, especially in her feet, which had become somewhat numb. She could only stomp her feet in place, hoping to warm them. Yet, the cold persisted well into the night, becoming increasingly frigid, as everyone began to shiver uncontrollably. Xiao Dodo woke from her dreams, wailing in the carriage. Jiang Guoguo furrowed her brow and entered her space. Although the small shop lacked down jackets, there were still ordinary fleece insoles and gloves available. After gathering some insoles and gloves, Jiang Guoguo was about to quietly distribute them when she noticed, to her surprise, a stash of warm buddies tucked away in a corner of the shelf. Her eyes brightened as she removed the packaging and retrieved them from her space. Of course, by this time, her small hands had already reached into the bundle, pretending to take them from there. "Grandma, Mother, I have something that can keep us warm," she announced. Jiang Laodai and Lin Shi looked on with curiosity as Jiang Guoguo produced several white items resembling adhesive patches. After peeling off the backing, she lifted Lin Shi's outer garment and quickly affixed one to her lining. Lin Shi, still in her confinement period, could not afford to catch a chill. So Jiang Guoguo promptly placed a smaller warm buddy on her soul as well. Initially, Lin Shi was skeptical, thinking to herself that such a small piece of paper could possibly provide warmth. She assumed Jiang Guoguo was merely playing a little game with them. However, before long, she felt a wave of warmth enveloping her belly and the soles of her feet, bringing her immense comfort. Her eyes widened in astonishment as she gazed incredulously at Jiang Guoguo. What is this miraculous item? How is it that once applied, I feel so incredibly warm? Seeing the immediate effect, Jiang Guoguo felt relieved and smiled. Mother, I call this a warm buddy. Once applied, it releases heat to keep us warm. Though it only lasts for a few hours. When it cools down, we will need to apply another. As she spoke, Jiang Guoguo had already placed several patches on Jiang Laodai and handed some more to them. Mother and Grandma, take these as well. If you feel cold after a few hours, simply use my earlier method to replace them. Remember, do not apply them directly to the skin, as it may cause burns. Both Lin Shi and Jiang Laodai felt an endless warmth and were deeply impressed by the efficacy of this miraculous warm buddy. Noticing that Jiang Guoguo held a generous supply for them, they both insisted, use some for the others. Mother does not need any more. Nor does Grandma. First, you apply some for yourself, then share the rest with the others. Jiang Guoguo had anticipated that her mother and grandmother would be reluctant to use them, so she had prepared a large basket in advance. With a flourish, she placed the basket of warm buddies before them. And both Jiang Laodai and Lin Shi were taken aback, exchanging glances before bursting into laughter. Haha, Guo, you are truly clever. I should have thought of this. You must have plenty more in your hands. With that, they accepted the warm buddies, and Lin Shi said, Come, let me help you apply a few. Jiang Guoguo basked in her mother's tender gesture, then stepped down from the carriage to begin distributing items. Everyone riding in the carriage received their warm buddies, while those who needed to walk, push carts, or drive the horse-drawn vehicle not only applied the warm buddies, but also donned new warm insoles and cozy gloves. After this round of preparation, smiles appeared on everyone's faces. Cousin, this warm buddy is amazing. The moment I applied it, I felt instantly warm, exclaimed one. And these gloves. They are softer than any I've seen in town. What material are they made of? They feel as warm as animal fur. Seeing the smiles return to everyone's faces, Jiang Guoguo felt a sense of relief as their once purple lips returned to their natural hue. Chapter 91. In the vast forest. Unexpected encounters. As mealtime approached, the group began to prepare dinner. With the addition of the Liu family, the task of cooking became significantly easier. Hua Wei often found herself free to assist Hua Xin in keeping a vigilant watch over their surroundings, ensuring the safety of the group. Meanwhile, Mother had found a kindred spirit to converse with, and more individuals took turns caring for Dodo. The entire family was lively and cheerful, sharing laughter amidst their struggles on the road. Seizing the moment while everyone gathered around the campfire, either busy with chores or warming themselves, Jiang Guoguo approached the wagon to feed the horses. Along the way, the options for the horses to eat and drink were quite limited. Most of the grass had withered away, and even the resilient little weeds could not withstand the dual onslaught of drought and winter's chill, leading many to wither and dry up. In short, both the people and horses had little to sustain themselves, as the famine spared no one. With her back turned to the group, Jiang Guoguo retrieved fresh vegetables and small apples from her spatial storage to feed the horses, followed by offering them clear spring water. The horses seemed to relish this exquisite water, eagerly drinking from her hands, occasionally rearing up in joy, flicking their tails and whinnying in delight, as if to express their happiness at such a fine treat. If there had been outsiders present, they would undoubtedly have rushed over to scold her, perhaps even attempting to stop her. During this time of famine, while people struggled to find enough food and water, how could a mere horse indulge in sweet water and fresh greens? Yet, Jiang Guoguo paid no heed. The horses were the most overburdened laborers among them, playing a crucial role that could not be diminished just because they were animals. Each horse must be well-fed and healthy, otherwise the wagon would become unusable if even one horse faltered. Currently, only the elderly and children utilize the wagon. Without it, her grandmother and others would suffer greatly. As she was halfway through feeding the horses, a sudden alert from Huaxin, who was on watch nearby, prompted Jiang Guoguo to quickly stow away the food. The horses, sensing the absence of their tasty meal, became restless, stamping their hooves and snorting. Jiang Guoguo quickly calmed them and turned her gaze ahead. At that moment, the sound of approaching hooves grew louder, and a cloud of dust began to rise. Not far ahead, another convoy of horse-drawn carriages emerged from the woods. The convoy approached rapidly, only stopping just before colliding with Jiang Guoguo and her group. The whinnies of the horses echoed as the dust and debris kicked up by the speeding carriages swirled toward them. Huaxin and Huawei quickly shed their outer garments, shielding Jiang Guoguo from the oncoming dust and stones, successfully protecting both the group and the food in the pot. Finally, the convoy came to a halt, and a figure slowly emerged from within. Jiang Guoguo furrowed her brow, feeling increasingly vexed. They had intentionally chosen a clearing with few trees to rest, and these people should have noticed them from a distance. Yet, they approached with arrogance, only halting their carriages at the last moment, startling their horses and stirring up the air into a murky haze. It was utterly infuriating. Before either party could utter a word, Jiang Guoguo had already branded them as rude. When the faces of the individuals from the lead carriage came into view, Jiang Guoguo recognized at once that they were not to be trifled with. What a surprise! Out in this desolate wilderness, there were still people cooking. Mother, I'm hungry. I also want something warm to eat. 3 individuals disembarked from the carriage, a middle-aged woman dressed in fine attire and 2 young ladies. One of the young women, adorned in a lovely pale yellow coat, glanced at the food in Jiang Guoguo's pot and immediately set her sights on it. The middle-aged woman swallowed her saliva at the sight, gesturing dismissively to the side. In the next moment, an elderly maid, appearing akin to a servant, approached Jiang Guoguo and her group, tossing a silver coin on the ground with an air of arrogance. This silver coin buys all your food. Quickly bring the pot along with your bowls and chopsticks to my lady. Jiang Guoguo and her companions were momentarily taken aback, exchanging glances but daring not to move. For as the old maid stepped forward, the male attendants within the group revealed their weapons, subtly surrounding Jiang Guoguo and her companions. On the surface, it was a purchase, but in reality, it was akin to robbery. The silver coin was a mockery, as if to say, consider yourselves lucky. Seeing no response, the old maid grew furious, raising her voice. What? Is it too little for you? Her eyes glinted with disdain as she spat to the side. How dare you, a bunch of country bumpkins, not appreciate my lady's generosity? You'd better not be ungrateful. The old maid's fierce demeanor erupted, and the woman along with the 2 young ladies showed no signs of embarrassment, even raising their chins in pride. Jiang Guoguo smirked, thinking that the forest truly was vast, where one could encounter such absurdity. It was unclear whether this family had a misunderstanding about the value of a silver coin, treating it as if it were gold. Today, the pot did not merely contain chicken stewed with mushrooms, it also held a rich pigeon soup crafted from several precious herbs. The vegetables being sought included exquisite scallops, and the rice was from Jiang Guoguo's own spatial field, far exceeding the worth of a single silver coin. Did this old woman truly believe she could dismiss them with just 1 silver coin? At this moment, Jiang Guoguo took a few steps forward, bent down to pick up the silver coin, and toyed with it in her hand. The old maid assumed that Jiang Guoguo was merely an unsophisticated country child, enamored by the shiny coin, and her expression turned to one of scorn. Just then, after confirming the coin was indeed authentic silver, Jiang Guoguo tucked it away into her sleeve pocket. She patted her sleeve pocket and looked up, flashing a grin at the old maid. Thank you for your silver coin. But we won't be selling the food in our pot. The old maid had thought the matter settled, only to be infuriated when the young girl, after accepting the coin, uttered those words. Who do you think you are, little wretch? Why would you sell anything after taking my money? Jiang Guoguo feigned confusion. Oh! Is this not something you accidentally dropped? Whoever picks it up owns it, right? Did we ever say we would sell you our food? No, we didn't, did we? As she spoke, Jiang Guoguo turned and winked at her family. They quickly caught on, nodding in agreement. Right, we never said we would sell anything to you. It was merely your own presumption. You are the ones who are truly impoverished, aren't you? How embarrassing to offer just a single silver coin. Chapter 92. A battle of wits with the lady of the city lord. If we are to discuss sharp tongues, we must certainly mention the old apprentice, Wang Wanli. Despite his profession as a physician, dedicated to saving lives and caring for the world, when someone dares to bully him, his countenance becomes more serious than anyone else's. And he can engage in verbal sparring with the most learned of scholars. A mere old matron is hardly a challenge for him. Indeed, upon hearing Wang Wanli's unabashed mockery, the old matron and the noble lady flushed crimson. The latter, adorned in opulent attire, approached with a long, dark face, clearly intent on confronting him personally. Humph. A few destitute peasants dare to challenge me. Do you even know who I am? With these words, the air thickened with an unmistakable air of arrogance. Jiang Guoguo, naturally, cupped her small ear, tilted her head, and raised her little hand behind her ear, adopting a posture of eager attention. Speak louder, which lady are you? The noblewoman, unable to restrain herself, tugged at her lips, harboring a deep-seated resentment for Jiang Guoguo's impudent demeanor. Yet, upon recalling her own esteemed status, she regained her haughty composure, lifted her chin defiantly, and proclaimed, "Do not be frightened by my words, for I am the wife of the city lord of Phoenix City. Beyond this forest lies the domain of the Eastern Song King. My husband is not only the city lord under the Eastern Song King, but also has deep connections. You surely understand the implications of my words, do you not?" Upon hearing this, the crowd was indeed taken aback. Phoenix City is undoubtedly the most prosperous, grand, and largest city in the entire eastern region of Longyang Kingdom, with the Eastern Song King's royal residence located within it. Even the famed northern underworld war god has a residence in Phoenix City. Thus, it stands to reason that the city lord of Phoenix City holds considerable power, at least in the Eastern Territory, effectively second only to the king. Though Jiang Laodai and her companions hailed from humble villages and lacked extensive experience, they were aware of the Eastern Song King's reputation and had heard whispers of Phoenix City's prominence. Consequently, following the noblewoman's self-introduction, a flicker of concern appeared on their faces. Common folk have always struggled against authority, especially when the opponent is the wife of the city lord of Phoenix City. They, being mere commoners with agricultural backgrounds, could hardly compare in terms of status and wealth. To put it bluntly, even if this woman were to bury them all without a trace, no one would pursue the matter. Although Jiang Laodai and her companions were reluctant to accept their fate, they were acutely aware of their standing and dared not speak further. They could only grit their teeth and ball their fists, preparing to swallow this bitter pill. However, Jiang Guoguo would not indulge such behavior. Just as Hua Xin was poised to draw his sword, Jiang Guoguo shot him a glance to halt him, then stepped forward to face the noblewoman, tilting her head and feigning innocence. "Might I inquire how many wives the city lord has? How should we address you? I doubt you are worthy of being called the city lord's wife." Indeed, as soon as Jiang Guoguo uttered these words, the noblewoman's expression stiffened, and a glimmer of malice flickered in her eyes. Unfortunately, with several attendants present, she could not respond recklessly. Instead, she puffed out her chest and raised her voice to mask her momentary insecurity, declaring, "I am the third wife of the city lord." What nonsense is this little girl spewing? Having revealed my identity, you should be more perceptive and serve the food from the pot. Perhaps if I am pleased, I might reward you with a few coins. Suddenly, a faint sound emanated from the noblewoman's stomach, catching Jiang Guoguo's attention. Being at the right height, she heard it clearly and couldn't help but smile. So, she was genuinely hungry. It made sense. How could a woman of such lofty stature condescend to eat their meager fare? It seemed she had underestimated the severity of the famine, ventured out unprepared, and now found herself in this forest, isolated and starving. Jiang Guoguo pondered why women of high birth often bore such haughty expressions. Could it be that their married lives were unsatisfactory, transforming them into fierce harpies? In terms of appearance and demeanor, this noblewoman could only aspire to be a mere maidservant for Jiang Guoguo's mother. Were it not for the wealth of jewels adorning her, a simple garment would render her no more distinguished than the wives of peasant families. What gave her the audacity to be so arrogant? Simply because she was the third wife of the city lord? So there are indeed 2 before her, and perhaps 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8 wives to follow? Jiang Guoguo's implication was clear. You are merely the 3rd concubine. What right do you have to be so presumptuous? One might mistake you for a golden bag. So full of yourself. This speech thoroughly incensed the 3rd wife of the city lord. Though her origins were noble, in the household, she was but a concubine, forever relegated to 3rd place, a thorn in her side. Now, a rural child had driven that thorn even deeper, twisting her features in anger. Just as she could no longer contain herself and raised her hand to slap Jiang Guoguo, the latter remained unperturbed and coldly remarked, "By the way, you mentioned your husband is under the Eastern Song King, but I have heard adults say that the world belongs to the emperor alone, and the city lord should also be under the emperor's command. Is that not so? Why then do you claim he is under the Eastern Song King?" Chapter 93. The Art of Language. As Jiang Guoguo's words fell, the 3rd madam's expression instantly darkened, her eager hand frozen midair, trembling slightly. You little brat. Dare to speak nonsense." The 3rd madam was clearly flustered, her speech stuttering. At that moment, Wang Wanli and the others discerned Jiang Guoguo had gained the upper hand and began to chime in with their own remarks. Meanwhile, Jiang Laodai and Lin Shi were increasingly anxious about Jiang Guoguo being bullied, attempting to pull her back to safety. The sons of the Lu family had already brandished the hoes and other implements strapped to their cart, ready for a skirmish at any moment. Although they were wary of the opposing party's status, should they dare to intimidate their Guoguo, they would surely make their stance known with the hammers and tools in hand. Just then, another figure emerged from the 2nd carriage, an elderly man appearing to be in his 50s or 60s, with a square face and an air of righteousness. "Butler Fu, do not heed this little girl's nonsense. She is far too young to comprehend anything. I spoke hastily before and erred." At first glance, Butler Fu exuded an undeniable authority, and even though he held the position of a mere steward, his status was significantly elevated in front of the 3rd madam, who treated him with the utmost respect. Jiang Guoguo quickly recognized this dynamic, understanding that the 3rd madam was merely a paper tiger among this group. It was the steward who truly held sway. The old steward approached Jiang Guoguo, scrutinizing her closely. Hua Xian, sensing something amiss, stepped forward, drawing her sword protectively in front of Jiang Guoguo. Observing this, Hua Yu also nocked an arrow, prepared to shoot at a moment's notice to defend Jiang Laodai and her companions. At this juncture, the old steward began to perceive the peculiarities of the situation and felt a stir of unease within. This family unit was indeed strange. Most appeared to be rustic folk, yet 2 stood out as commendable guards. However, what intrigued him most was this audacious little girl, seemingly no more than 5 years old, yet articulating her points with remarkable precision, every word a dagger aimed at the foolish 3rd madam, leading her towards a figurative pit of fire. Should he fail to intervene now, the 3rd madam would undoubtedly be left in disgrace, perhaps even provoking her to utter more blasphemous remarks that could jeopardize the lord's standing. While they all hailed from the lord's estate, not every individual was bound by a life-and-death contract, making it entirely possible for their indiscretions to escape into the world. Such revelations could lead to dire consequences for the lord when he faced the court and the Eastern Song King. After contemplating the ramifications, the old steward's face broke into a smile, and he softly addressed Jiang Guoguo. "Little girl, my 3rd madam seldom leaves the estate and is not adept at conversation. Having grown accustomed to being served, she unintentionally caused this unpleasantness with your family. Allow me to apologize on her behalf, and let us consider this matter settled, shall we? Jiang Guoguo's eyes twinkled mischievously as she immediately shook her head. No, how can one who has caused trouble expect the elder to apologize? I always admit my mistakes myself. I have never required my grandmother or mother to intervene. Is your third madam perhaps only 3 years old this year and incapable of apologizing? In conclusion, Jiang Guoguo was not shy about shifting the blame. I have learned these principles from others, and today I will teach your third madam a lesson. As Jiang Guoguo's words echoed, Jiang Laodai and the others struggled to suppress their laughter, their faces turned down, shoulders trembling as they fought to restrain their amusement, fearing their laughter might be misconstrued as mockery. Oh my, this little Guoguo is quite the eloquent speaker. Her innocent words pierce like daggers, striking accurately at the third madam's vulnerabilities. Wang Wanli and Song Ku exchanged glances, unable to contain their admiration, both giving a thumbs up. Master, our ancestor is indeed remarkable. Every word strikes at the heart, rivaling even her acupuncture skills. Song Ku nodded vigorously, turning away to retrieve paper and pen, excitedly jotting down every word Jiang Guoguo had uttered. Master is right. Not only must we hone our medical skills, but we must also learn the art of conversation, to apply it in practice in the future. Unbeknownst to Jiang Guoguo, as she spoke, the third madam was seething with rage, her fury palpable, wishing she could eliminate Jiang Guoguo on the spot. Her 2 delicate daughters wore expressions of indignation, their once pleasing features now contorted like demons. Butler Fu never anticipated that the little girl could be so articulate. Turning to observe the 3 women of the household, a surge of disdain washed over him. Well, well. As the steward, he should be defending his mistress and young lady. Yet, the third madam and her 2 daughters had long been accustomed to arrogance, which he found displeasing. Now, witnessing someone put them in their place, rendering them utterly submissive, he found it quite satisfying. Letting the matter pass, he considered it best to remain indifferent. After all, the Lord only required him to ensure the safety of the 3 women when necessary, leaving the rest to unfold as it may. With this resolution, Butler Fu chuckled heartily. Who would have thought you could articulate so well, little girl? Jiang Guoguo raised an eyebrow, not denying it. Of course, this is the art of language. After exchanging pleasantries, Butler Fu turned to the third madam, his demeanor outwardly polite yet laced with subtle threats, saying, "Third madam, you should apologize. We cannot allow the citizens to view the Phoenix City Lord's estate as lacking in decorum." His words further humiliated the third madam, forcing her to lower her head and, through gritted teeth, apologize to Jiang Guoguo and her companions. Jiang Guoguo regarded her with indifference, perceiving the malice lurking behind the eyes of the 3 women, yet, recognizing their connection to the Phoenix City Lord, she chose not to pursue the matter further. Subsequently, the third madam and her entourage hastily retreated, tails tucked, and tranquility soon returned to the area. Jiang Guoguo's exemplary performance garnered her an avalanche of praise from those around her. Her cousins, forgetting their elder status, surrounded her with compliments and affection, treating her as their idol. As the meal concluded and while tidying up, Hua Xian approached Jiang Guoguo, whispering, "Master, that Butler Fu's status is likely more than that of a mere steward. He is a seasoned individual." "Oh, I thought that little old man felt different. Is he a martial artist? Who possesses greater skill between you 2? Jiang Guoguo inquired. Hua Xian shook her head, her expression serious. "If Hua Yu and I were to confront him together, we might last a quarter of an hour." Jiang Guoguo was taken aback, her gaze fixed ahead. So he was an intermediate expert, the kind Hua Xian and her brother could not defeat even when working together. It seemed this old man harbored no fondness for the trio of women, which explained his lack of support. Chapter 94. The Identity of the Child Husband, my lord. There is something I hesitate to mention. Hua Xian's face revealed a hint of uncertainty, an unusual display of hesitation. Jiang Guoguo, noticing this, waved her small hand and encouraged, "Speak freely. Here you have the liberty of expression. There is no need to be overly concerned with propriety. Although Hua Xian was unfamiliar with the concept of freedom of speech, he grasped its literal meaning. He found himself increasingly impressed by Jiang Guoguo, who, at such a tender age, possessed such profound wisdom, an achievement not easily attained by ordinary individuals. With Jiang Guoguo's assurance, Hua Xian grew bolder in his speech. After a moment of contemplation, he ventured, "Well, my lord, I believe that establishing a foothold in Phoenix City would yield the best outcome." "Oh, pray, elaborate." "Do you not know, my lord, that Phoenix City is the most prosperous city in the entire eastern region, rivaling even the imperial capital in its grandeur?" Jiang Guoguo nodded in acknowledgement, prompting Hua Xian to continue. "The Eastern Song King's residence is situated in Phoenix City, which boasts the finest security, allowing its citizens to live in peace and prosperity. Most importantly, the Eastern Song King shares a close rapport with the Northern Underworld King, who has been entrusted with maintaining stability in the eastern borders. Both kings are deeply concerned for the welfare of the people, unlike several other lords. Just recently, the city lord's third wife dared to act brazenly only after leaving the city. Had she been within Phoenix City, she would not have dared to behave so arrogantly. For the Lord of Phoenix City is no fool." Upon hearing this, Jiang Guoguo raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing Hua Xian anew. Suddenly, she inquired, "Hua Xian, the Northern Underworld King is called Bei Minghu. What is the name of his son, the Northern Underworld heir?" Although it is usually inappropriate to divulge the names of nobility, Hua Xian realized that concealing this information would serve little purpose. After all, Jiang Guoguo was now his master, and matters concerning the Northern Underworld were no secret in Phoenix City. If she were to inquire, she could easily uncover the heiress' name. Moreover, when the heir had instructed him and his sister to accompany Jiang Guoguo, he had not forbade him from sharing this information. Having come to this conclusion, Hua Xian promptly replied, "My lord, the Northern Underworld heir is called Bei Mingchen." As soon as the words left his lips, a smile graced Jiang Guoguo's face. He had introduced himself as Bei Chen, and the similarity to Bei Mingchen was quite prudent, reflecting his mature demeanor. It seemed that the jade pendant he had gifted her could prove most useful. However, she was not naive enough to reveal it easily. After this exchange, Jiang Guoguo gleaned much insight, forming a preliminary plan for the future. The family set forth once more, emerging from the woods the following day. Upon entering the official road, they encountered an increasing number of refugees. Although they had intercepted many fleeing from the south at Yun City, numerous others continued to seek refuge in the eastern regions. At that moment, the sky grew overcast, and soon, delicate snowflakes began to fall. Jiang Guoguo and her companions fortuitously discovered a resting place, a dilapidated cattle shed on the outskirts. Though worn, it provided some shelter. Surrounding them were several similar sheds, likely remnants from a nomadic herdsman who had moved on without dismantling them, inadvertently benefiting the refugees. The light snow quickly transformed into a heavy flurry, and the biting cold caused the snowflakes to descend like icy arrows. Those without shelter hastily sought refuge beneath the sheds, and soon, the thoroughfare was devoid of life. The cattle shed where Jiang Guoguo and her group took refuge was spacious enough to accommodate their carts. However, as the snowfall intensified, the landscape became a sea of white, indicating that it would not cease any time soon. Initially, the refugees were quite exhilarated. After all, the long-awaited snow brought temporary relief. Hands emerged from various shelters to catch the melting snowflakes, and many even retrieved pots and pans to collect the snow, anticipating the melted snow for drinking. Seeing this, Jiang Guoguo's aunts and grandmother also attempted to gather snow, but she promptly intervened. "Grandmother, aunt, this snow is unclean. We cannot drink it directly. We still have water in our bags and buckets. We are not lacking." Jiang Guoguo understood that this long-awaited snow would likely be contaminated, and consuming it could lead to severe stomach issues, especially for those with weaker constitutions. She had consistently replenished her family's water supplies with spring water, ensuring they were sufficiently hydrated. Upon hearing her words, her relatives exchanged glances and heeded Jiang Guoguo's advice, retracting their containers. Aunt Fong, the astute one among them, pondered before asking, "Guoguo, what would happen if someone drank the snow water directly?" Jiang Guoguo explained the potential consequences, and upon realizing that it could cause prolonged digestive distress, they abandoned the idea of collecting snow. The journey was fraught with challenges, and adding stomach issues to their troubles would only complicate matters further. Moreover, as Jiang Guoguo pointed out, prolonged digestive issues could lead to dehydration, posing an even greater danger. Time passed slowly, and as snow began to accumulate on the ground, Jiang Guoguo furrowed her brow. If the snowfall continued at this rate, they would likely encounter more difficulties along the way. The road was already arduous. If it became covered in snow, their troubles would amplify significantly. Chapter 95. Healing the refugees from the cold. Half an hour had passed, and the heavy snow showed no signs of abating. In fact, the wind had begun to rise. The cattle and horse shed beside the official road was rudimentary, consisting of merely a roof with no other shelter in sight. The biting cold wind not only chilled the air, but also swept the falling snow into the shed, where it melted upon contact, soaking the clothing of the refugees. Consequently, they were left shivering, with icy hands and feet, bluish lips, and chattering teeth. Jiang Guoguo fared little better, though she had taken refuge in the cart. Her cousins, Zijin and Ziyu, along with her two uncles, could not squeeze into the vehicle. Despite the hand warmers and gloves Jiang Guoguo had previously provided, they were unable to withstand the onslaught of the wind and snow, soon finding themselves trembling uncontrollably. All were escaping disaster, and their meager resources meant that few had thought to procure raincoats. Jiang Guoguo lifted the curtain of the cart and, seeing that the snow would not cease any time soon, called over Huaxin and the others to help her move the cart, creating a circle within the shed to offer a sanctuary for her cousins who could not enter the vehicle, with the cart shielding them from the elements. The situation for Zijin and the others improved significantly. Observing the effectiveness of her efforts, Jiang Guoguo decided to build a fire in the center. The temperature in that small space quickly rose, and the occupants of the cart soon gathered outside to warm themselves. Nearby, a few other sheds appeared to sense the warmth, casting envious glances in Jiang Guoguo's direction. However, the majority of the fleeing party was not as numerous as Jiang Guoguo's group, with no more than 10 individuals each, and they dared not approach to compete for warmth, instead huddling in their own shelters, waiting for the storm to pass. The heavy snowfall lasted for 4 or 5 hours, finally ceasing as dusk approached. The refugees emerged from their shelters, astonished by the transformation before them. The once desolate road, characterized by withered grass and trees, was now blanketed in a thick layer of pristine snow. The temperature had likely plummeted several degrees below freezing, ensuring that the snow on the ground would not melt easily. If they compacted the snow, it would soon become as slippery as ice, making it hazardous for both people and horses to traverse. Jiang Guoguo had foreseen this and, after discussing it with her grandmother, instructed several skilled women at home to swiftly create footpaths for their horses. These paths would not only protect the horses from the cold, but also prevent them from slipping while walking on the icy terrain. As night fell, the sky darkened, and the vast wilderness stretched endlessly before them, with no discernible resting place in sight. After some deliberation, Jiang Guoguo and her companions decided to spend the night in the cattle shed, planning to set out again in the morning. Just as everyone was settling down for the night, a sudden commotion erupted nearby, drawing the attention of the other refugees. Jiang Guoguo and her companions were compelled to investigate. Alarmingly, they discovered several children had succumbed to the cold, displaying signs of confusion and distress. Many others in the nearby sheds were similarly afflicted, presumably weakened by the sudden onset of the storm. Jiang Guoguo's heart raced with concern as she hurried towards the afflicted shelters with her senior apprentice. To prevent chaos and potential theft, she instructed Huaxin to remain behind while Huawei accompanied her, along with her senior apprentice and Song Ke. Upon entering one of the sheds, They found a few adults weeping, cradling their feverish children. One woman held a child who had clearly developed a high fever, unresponsive to her calls, with bluish lips indicating a critical state. The woman had been advised to give her child plenty of water and was relentlessly pouring broth into the child's mouth. Jiang Guoguo quickly intervened. "Madam, do not give your child that water. It is unclean and will only exacerbate the infection." The woman, startled at the sight of someone so young addressing her, dropped the bowl in shock. Yet, upon noticing the medicine box in Song Ke's hands, she fell to her knees, as if she had found a lifeline. "Please save my child." The commotion soon attracted others from the nearby shelters, whose families were also stricken with illness, and they too knelt, pleading for help. Jiang Guoguo had not anticipated such a dire situation. She had intended to assess the circumstances quietly, but now realized that nearly every family was affected, prompting her to take the matter seriously. If this was indeed a contagious illness, she needed to act swiftly. Without hesitating, Jiang Guoguo knelt and felt the child's wrist, checking for a pulse. After examining several other afflicted individuals, she finally sighed in relief, confirming that they were merely suffering from the common cold due to exposure. Wang Wanli, growing anxious, approached Jiang Guoguo as soon as she had time to spare. He wasted no time and immediately began assisting Song Ke in distributing herbs to the refugees. The grateful families expressed their appreciation, recognizing that it was the 5-year-old girl who had treated them, while the two men seemed to follow her lead. As a result, many came to Jiang Guoguo's shelter, bowing in gratitude. Though her expression remained stoic, she felt a warmth in her heart. After practicing medicine for so long, she had never sought gratitude. Her purpose was not to elicit thanks. Yet, receiving respect and appreciation from others brought her joy. Her grandmother and mother felt a swell of pride, knowing that Jiang Guoguo had once again stepped up to help. Despite their unfamiliarity, Jiang Guoguo was compelled to assist those she encountered on this treacherous journey, as there were no significant grievances among them. The following day, the refugees began to depart in small groups. However, before leaving, they lingered outside the cattle shed where Jiang Guoguo and her companions had taken refuge, leaving behind various offerings before turning to leave. When Jiang Guoguo and her group were ready to set out, they discovered that the snowdrifts outside the shed had been adorned with food. Some families had left behind coins, while others contributed rice, flour, or hardtack. Although these gifts were not of great value, Jiang Guoguo felt a warmth in her heart upon receiving such tokens of gratitude. It seemed that there were still many good people in the world. Despite the need to be vigilant against deceitful individuals on the road, there were also those with a sense of conscience among them. Thus, Jiang Guoguo resolved that if she encountered any refugees in need in the days to come, she would not turn a blind eye. If she could ascertain that they were not greedy or malicious, she would offer her assistance, viewing it as an opportunity to cultivate goodwill and perform acts of kindness for herself and her family. Chapter 96. Space upgraded. As she contemplated this, Jiang Guoguo felt a sudden clarity within her heart. At that moment, the Linglong space also exhibited signs of change. She hastily immersed her consciousness into the space, and the scene before her left her utterly astonished. Before her eyes, the small shop was gradually vanishing, replaced by a burgeoning, expansive marketplace. With each passing moment, brick by brick, reinforced concrete rose before her, visibly constructing a grand commercial complex. Jiang Guoguo stood in sheer amazement. Inside the vast marketplace, a continuous supply of electricity powered all facilities, allowing them to operate indefinitely. Eagerly, Jiang Guoguo explored the marketplace, discovering not only a large supermarket, but also numerous well-equipped shops selling clothing, shoes, bags, toys, daily necessities, and more. Surrounding the marketplace, the storefronts were either pharmacies or traditional Chinese medicine shops, and astonishingly, there were even shops selling bicycles, electric vehicles, and small cars. In addition, a colossal warehouse lay at the back of the marketplace, filled with an array of goods that exceeded Jiang Guoguo's imagination. My heavens, Linglong's face. Are you truly defying the heavens? Had she not witnessed it firsthand, she would never have believed the exaggerated descriptions found in those time travel novels. Yet, the reality lay before her, making disbelief impossible. Returning to the spirit field, a thought emerged in Jiang Guoguo's mind. Today, common medicinal herbs could be found in the traditional medicine shop, and many ailments could be treated with ready-made prescriptions. In the future, her task of healing others would become significantly simpler and more convenient. Moreover, the existence of the spirit field seemed no longer merely to meet basic needs. Coupled with the extraordinary effects of the spiritual spring, which accelerated plant growth and enhanced the age of medicinal herbs, the produce cultivated in the spirit field appeared to embody an exceptional vitality. Even ordinary rice, when grown here, would surpass that found in the market, replenishing not only physical strength, but also subtly nourishing the body, akin to nourishing the foundation. Thus, Jiang Guoguo realized that her spirit field could no longer be planted haphazardly. It required careful planning. From now on, the rice and vegetables consumed by her family would come from the spirit field. As for the food stored in the warehouse and marketplace, it could be shared with others when necessary. Just as Jiang Guoguo intended to withdraw her consciousness from the space, a clattering sound echoed as something fell from the sky. She hurried forward to discover several bamboo slips. Upon opening them, she found they contained records of unique techniques, such as drying methods, compression techniques, and vacuum preservation. Previously reliant on machinery, these methods documented in the bamboo slips offered primitive alternatives. Although some tools were necessary, they were certainly within the capabilities of the craftsmen and blacksmiths of this era. It must be said that if these techniques could be implemented in this time, it would significantly propel development, potentially transforming this technologically stagnant era into one imbued with modernity. Recognizing the preciousness of the bamboo slips, Jiang Guoguo carefully stored them away, knowing they might prove useful one day. However, for now, she prioritized finding a stable foundation for her family. Upon exiting the space, overwhelmed with joy, Jiang Guoguo discreetly retrieved some exquisite items. Her family gazed in astonishment at the colorful fruits they had never seen before, and upon tasting them, they were utterly amazed. Cherries, wax apples, star fruits, fruits non-existent in this era and delightfully palatable, quickly becoming favorites. Watching her family enjoy the fruits brought Jiang Guoguo immense satisfaction. For the next month, they journeyed along the lengthy official road. With the need to push the cart, the path was far from smooth, and the horses could not maintain a swift pace. Consequently, during this month, they traversed only 3 small towns and 1 larger city. Each time they entered a town, they would replenish their supplies, and Jiang Guoguo would take the opportunity to blend some of the treasures from her space into their meals. As the new year approached, they reflected on their arduous escape, often lamenting the long road ahead and wondering when they might see hope. Jiang Guoguo had not anticipated that this seemingly isolated world would prove to be so vast. Yet, when fleeing, the distances between towns were staggering. With so many luxury vehicles and off-road cars stored in her space, they were left to rely on horse-drawn carts, a thought that frustrated Jiang Guoguo. Over the course of the month, the Liu family had fully integrated into Jiang Guoguo's group, their initial reservations dissipating, and they had genuinely become a family that cared for one another. Little Dodo had grown faster than anyone could have imagined, now babbling and attempting to communicate with everyone. Although they could not understand his baby talk, Dodo expressed his needs through gestures. For instance, during mealtime, he would gaze longingly at the delicious food, drooling, poking at the pot with his little finger, and turning to either Lin Sher or Jiang Guoguo with soft mumbles, as if to say, "Mother, sister, Dodo wants to eat." Occasionally, he would sneak away to lick the fruits, and once caught by Jiang Guoguo, he would turn his back to her, trying to escape punishment. Such cleverness at such a young age left Jiang Guoguo curious about whom he resembled. Their mother was gentle, yet Dodo was so astute. Could he have inherited traits from his mysterious father? Speaking of her father, Jiang Guoguo had persistently pestered her grandmother for information during the journey. She learned that her father's name was Jiang Wensheng, and she took every opportunity to secretly inquire about him from her mother, though with such an ordinary name. She found it challenging to uncover anything substantial, resulting in little progress. Then one day, a group appeared, changing the course of events. That day, as Jiang Guoguo and her companions traveled along the official road, they encountered other groups of refugees, each avoiding interference with the others. Suddenly, a formidable procession emerged on the road, unmistakably impressive. The lengthy convoy primarily consisted of horse-drawn carts and flatbed carts, either covered with thick stacks of hay or heavily guarded. Jiang Guoguo recognized that this was likely a supply convoy transporting military rations and weapons, headed towards the eastern frontier, to the military camp guarded by General Bai Minghu. Chapter 97. Meeting fellow villagers at this moment, all the refugees were stirred with excitement, surging forward and forcibly halting the marching troops on the official road. The path ahead for Jiang Guoguo and her companions was thus obstructed, compelling them to pause and assess the situation. Meanwhile, both grandmother and mother felt the stifling atmosphere inside the carriage and, seizing the opportunity presented by the commotion outside, stepped down from the vehicle. Many of the refugees, having fled for days, were on the brink of starvation. Although the accumulated snow from recent storms provided them with a source of water to quench their thirst, the calamity combined with the harsh winter had led to dire shortages in grain supplies across various county granaries. Prices within towns and cities soared, making it exorbitantly difficult to purchase food. Consequently, many desperate refugees resorted to gnawing on tree bark, foraging for wild vegetables, and even reaching the tragic point of selling their children for sustenance. As a convoy carrying military provisions passed through, the refugees could no longer contain their desperation and rushed forward. Faced with such a throng of frantic individuals, the soldiers tasked with guarding the supplies were beset by headaches. At that moment, the sergeant in charge bellowed, drawing his sword from his waist, "Do you foolish peasants wish to perish? This is military grain." Though he appeared fierce, a hint of helplessness flickered in his expression. The drawn sword was merely a means to intimidate the populace. He, too, was acutely aware of the widespread famine. The recent snowfalls had alleviated some of the drought's effects, yet the situation remained critical. Many reservoirs continued to suffer from severely low water levels, and rivers and lakes exhibited no signs of recovery. Currently, the most pressing issue was indeed hunger. The chain reaction initiated by the drought had resulted in the emergence of refugees throughout the land. The emperor had ordered the opening of granaries to alleviate the crisis. However, with limited reserves during winter, many granaries faced depletion. Furthermore, each feudal lord had their own agenda, and the directives from above were often disregarded below. Thus, the plight of the refugees grew increasingly dire. What could be done? With internal strife and external threats, warfare raged across various fronts, and conditions were grim. The military rations had been allocated from the national treasury, and there was only so much to go around. The soldiers at the front awaited their share of sustenance before returning to battle, having endured days of insufficient food and unclean water. While the refugees were indeed pitiable, should they relinquish the military rations to them, what would become of the soldiers? The sergeant's face was grave, his eyes betraying a sense of guilt towards the refugees. Yet he steeled himself, exchanging glances with his men. In the next moment, the junior soldiers brandished their weapons, commencing to subdue the populace. Most of the refugees, lacking courage, recoiled at the sight of the gleaming swords. However, desperation can drive the fearful to madness. Those starved to the brink of insanity sometimes lose all reason. After a brief pause, a frenzied refugee seized a hoe and charged at the soldiers, igniting chaos. The sergeant, recognizing the escalating danger, yet unwilling to harm the refugees, resorted to using the blunt side of his sword to incapacitate one individual after another. Jiang Guoguo and her companions could not help but sigh in sorrow at the scene. She wished to offer assistance but feared that revealing their provisions would invite greater trouble. At that moment, Jiang Guoguo's grandmother, trembling with excitement, pointed ahead with quivering fingers. Grandmother. What is it? Jiang Guoguo was the first to notice her grandmother's unusual agitation and quickly raised her head to inquire. Lin Shi, witnessing the old lady's tremors, assumed she was unwell and hastily transferred Dodo to her aunt before rushing to support Jiang Laodai. Jiang Laodai trembled all over, her lips quivering as if she wished to speak, yet words seemed lodged in her throat. Xiao Yun, Guowa. I think I have seen the others from our village who joined the army. Upon hearing this, both Lin Shi and Jiang Guoguo were taken aback. What did you say? Mother? Who did you see? Lin Shi's excitement surged as she grasped Jiang Laotai's arm. Their commotion drew the attention of Lu Baoshan and others, who quickly gathered around. Ame, what is wrong? Jiang Laotai was on the verge of tears. Following her declaration, she and Lin Shi clasped their mouths and began to weep, tears streaming down their faces. Lu Baoshan and the others shared in the fervor, recalling the stories they had heard about the Jiang family's plight. Knowing that Jiang Laotai's son was missing and both grandsons had been conscripted, they had worried about the fate of those young soldiers, who often faced grim outcomes in the chaos of war. However, now that they saw fellow villagers escorting military provisions, perhaps the two boys from the Jiang family were among them? Such thoughts crossed the minds of Lu Baoshan and the others, just as they did Jiang Laodai and Lin Shi, who, after their initial excitement, felt a wave of anxiety wash over them. At that moment, the troop of soldiers paused to rest, seemingly uneasy about the gathering refugees. Sensing the opportune moment, Jiang Laodai and Lin Shi hurriedly made their way forward. Concerned for their grandmother and mother, Jiang Guoguo, accompanied by Hua Xian, followed closely behind. A few members of the Lu family, feeling uneasy, remained behind to guard the carriage and belongings before hastily catching up. The soldiers soon noticed that more refugees were approaching and raised their weapons to intimidate them. At that moment, one of the junior soldiers suddenly stood up, shouting with excitement, "Grandma Jiang!" Overcome with emotion, Jiang Laodai moved swiftly toward him, her eyes brimming with tears. "Su darling, how did you end up here?" Su darling, equally stirred, quickly supported Jiang Laodai and replied, "I am accompanying the captain to deliver provisions." "What about your family?" As he spoke, Su darling scanned the area, hoping to catch sight of his own kin. He was aware of the severe famine forcing many to flee their homes in search of refuge, though there had been some initial resistance from villagers towards the Jiang family. The sight of a fellow villager while abroad stirred nostalgia, prompting warmth and camaraderie. The age-old saying, when fellow villagers meet, tears flow freely, aptly described the current sentiments of Jiang Laodai and Su Darling. Jiang Laodai, sensing Su Darling's anxiety, gently patted the back of his hand in reassurance and said, "Do not worry, Su Darling. Your entire family has fled with the Wang, Lu, and Yang families towards the imperial city. Do you remember the Wang family at the village entrance? They have connections, and I am certain your family is safe. Once they settle, they will find a way to contact you." Upon hearing Jiang Laotai's words, Su Darling felt a weight lift from his heart. He recalled the Wang family's eldest son, who had traveled extensively with a mentor and was indeed well-connected. Escaping alongside the Wang family should pose no problem for his own family. With Su Darling's concerns temporarily alleviated, Jiang Laodai grew anxious again. She and Lin Shi scanned the ranks of soldiers, but were unable to locate any familiar faces, filling her with trepidation. Sensing her grandmother's and mother's distress, Jiang Guoguo looked up and asked, "Su Darling, do you know where my brothers are stationed in the army?" Suddenly hearing the sweet, innocent voice, Su Darling was taken aback. After searching for a moment, he finally noticed a little girl, about 5 or 6 years old, gazing at him intently. After a brief moment of surprise, Su Darling's eyes widened, and he pointed at Jiang Guoguo, exclaiming, "Little girl, are you Jiang's little cloth doll?" He quickly knelt down to meet her gaze and asked, "Big brother remembers your name is Guoguo, right?" "Guoguo, do you know what your 2 brothers are called? Are you worrying about them at such a young age?" As he spoke, Su Darling attempted to reach out and playfully poke Jiang Guoguo's nose. Quick-witted, Jiang Guoguo deftly evaded. thinking to herself that this older brother must take her for a mere 3-year-old. After all, she was already 5. Surely, one should not toy with the heart of an adult so lightly. Upon witnessing Jiang Guoguo's agility, Su Dalong's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Fearing that he might continue to treat her like a child, she hastily interjected, "My elder brother is Jiang Tianjun, and my second brother is Jiang Tianjie. Please tell me swiftly, Su Guo, for my grandmother and mother are quite anxious." Realizing the gravity of the situation, Su Dalong refrained from further teasing. Having gleaned some information about his own family, it was only right that he shared details concerning the Jiang brothers. Rising to his feet, he chose to be straightforward. Reflecting for a moment before stating, regarding grandmother Jiang and Aunt Lin, initially I was with Tianjun and Tianjie, but we were later separated. Due to my frail constitution, I was compelled to handle logistical duties. I am, unfortunately, unaware of Tianjun and Tianjie's current whereabouts. Upon hearing this, grandmother Jiang and Aunt Lin nearly stumbled, their shock almost causing them to collapse, had it not been for the support of their cousins nearby. Jiang Guoguo, though unsettled, maintained her composure and pressed on with urgency. "Su Guo, do you know which battle zone my brothers are stationed in?" Su Dalong furrowed his brow, pondering his response. Hearing this, Jiang Guoguo's heart began to race with apprehension. Her elder and second brothers were merely in their teens, having been thrust into the turmoil of war, and their survival remained uncertain. Rumors of the substantial casualties over the past 2 years, due to the conflict echoed in her mind. War had always been merciless. Chapter 99. United efforts to drive away the bandits. Upon hearing Su Dalong's words, Lin felt a surge of anxiety, tears welling up in her eyes once more. Her 2 unfortunate children, she thought, remained unaware of the horrors they faced on some distant battlefield. Meanwhile, grandmother Jiang's capacity to endure such stress was even less robust. She immediately succumbed to darkness and fainted. Mother, sister, aunt. With grandmother Jiang's collapse, panic swept through the crowd. Jiang Guoguo rushed forward, retrieving her silver needles to administer acupuncture to her grandmother. In a short while, grandmother Jiang awakened, her breathing significantly eased. Her fainting spell was a result of acute anxiety, a consequence of her heart being overwhelmed, which, if not addressed promptly, could lead to lasting heart troubles and potentially fatal episodes in the future. Fortunately, Jiang Guoguo's timely intervention brought her back to consciousness. Surrounded by family, they quickly reassured her, helping her to regain her composure. "Sister, do not fret. Once we reach our destination, we shall be much closer to the eastern border. I have instructed Jin and the others to immediately gather news. Perhaps the children are safe nearby," one said. "Indeed, sister, do not despair. If they are not in the east, I will send brothers Lu Yuan and Lu Qi to search the west. We shall surely find them," another added. Aware that this topic was too distressing to dwell upon, Lin chose to offer comfort rather than express her own worries for her sons, hoping to alleviate her mother-in-law's burden before devising further plans. Feeling the weight of the situation himself, Su Dalong suggested, "How about this? Once I arrive at the camp, I shall certainly inquire about their circumstances. Regardless of the outcome, I will inform you. However, may I ask where you intend to settle?" His willingness to help rekindled a flicker of hope in grandmother Jiang and Lin, though they remained uncertain of their next steps, caught in a moment of indecision. Ultimately, it was Jiang Guoguo who proposed, "Let us establish a temporary base in Phoenix City and await your news." "Excellent," Su Dalong replied. "Phoenix City has established communication channels with the front lines, and carrier pigeons can deliver messages swiftly. I will send news as soon as I receive it. You can check the post station there from time to time." Lin readily joined in, assisting in care. As night descended, the group prepared to rest, planning to devise their next steps come morning. Coincidentally, the supply soldiers also halted nearby to rest, ensuring the safety of the gathered crowd. The commanding officer of the soldiers was a compassionate man. Despite having previously driven away the refugees by force, he could not ignore the desperate faces of the thousands before him. Softening, He decided to share some of their surplus rations with the refugees. Grateful, the refugees lined up to receive their share. Understanding the hardships faced by the soldiers, the now calmed refugees behaved respectfully, taking only what was rightfully theirs. Meanwhile, Jiang Guoguo began preparing dinner. Aware of the many hungry refugees around, her pragmatic aunt refrained from showcasing their usual delicacies, instead opting to roll out simple dough for pancakes and stir-fry some vegetables, complemented by salted pickles. Consequently, the family was content, each finishing their meal swiftly before retiring for the night. As the night deepened, a chilling wind swept across the unprotected highway, swirling dried grass and fallen leaves into the air, creating a desolate scene. Yet, amidst the stillness of the night, a group of shadowy figures suddenly emerged beside the road, charging towards the supply convoy. Long before the assailants drew near, Jiang Guoguo and her companions, Hua Xian and Hua Yu, sensed the impending danger. Crouching beside their cart as they watched a band of black-clad figures brandishing weapons rush forward. The soldiers, however, were not unprepared. They had been alerted and soon engaged in battle under the cover of darkness. The commotion quickly roused the 1,000 or so refugees who, upon seeing masked bandits attempting to seize the military supplies, were filled with terror. Observing this, Jiang Guoguo coldly remarked to Hua Xian, "If I were to ask you for assistance, how confident are you?" Although she longed to act heroically, her petite stature rendered her incapable of confronting the enemy directly. Nonetheless, with skilled allies nearby, she felt compelled to lend her support. Understanding immediately, Hua Xian replied, "My lord, those flamboyant fighters are no match for me. I shall engage them at once. Hua Yu, ensure the safety of our lord and his family." With that, Hua Xian sprang into action, while Hua Yu readied her bow, prepared to strike at a moment's notice. In the midst of the chaos, a figure resembling a startled swan appeared in a flash, and with a swift motion, a soft sword akin to a whip snaked through the air, claiming 2 enemy heads in an instant. Despite Hua Xian's refined appearance, when it came to wielding a sword, his movements were both enigmatic and lethal, delivering swift, precise strikes that left no room for mercy. His intervention lightened the soldiers' burden while the pressure on the bandits intensified. However, it was not long before another group of black-clad figures emerged, turning the tide of battle once again. The commanding officer recognized Hua Xian as the young man who had accompanied the girl earlier. He had not disowned anything remarkable about their group during the day, save for his surprise at the 5-year-old girl's ability to save others with acupuncture. Now, witnessing this seemingly delicate youth's ferocity in battle shocked him profoundly. Had he not seen it for himself, he might have continued to view him merely as a frail scholar. The 2 sides were evenly matched. But it appeared that the bandits had reinforcements, as more emerged to target the supply wagons. The soldiers, in a state of desperation, realized that losing this shipment would mean starvation for their comrades at the front, and possibly even death for themselves. The frightened refugees could no longer contain themselves. "Fellow villagers, for the sake of this meal, I intend to take up arms and fight them off. Who will join me? Count me in. I will too." In an instant, the men among the refugees seized whatever tools were at hand, hoes, sickles, and the like, and charged forward. With these simple implements in their hands, they wielded them with surprising skill, managing to overpower a black-clad assailant. After a fierce struggle, the tide began to turn. The majority of the bandits were defeated, ultimately compelled to flee as the remaining few recognized the dire state of their situation. Chapter 100. Accompanying the convoy of military supplies, the military provisions were successfully secured, and the sergeant expressed his heartfelt gratitude to everyone, saying, "Thank you all for your unwavering support. Recently, the bandits have been rampant, and you must safeguard your own safety." The enthusiastic refugees, still riding high on the adrenaline of their recent endeavor, laughed and replied, "Brother, you flatter us. We are also citizens of Longong. And while our soldiers fight valiantly on the front lines to protect our homeland, we humble folk may lack prowess. Yet together we can certainly give those ruffians a run for their money. Indeed, good sir, You have provided us with provisions to stave off hunger. Thus, we have every reason to lend our assistance." The refugee spirits were ignited, and those who had previously harbored nefarious intentions now felt a twinge of shame and refrained from any wicked thoughts. In that moment, the relationship between the soldiers and the refugees softened considerably, and the atmosphere gradually became more harmonious. With the soldiers steadfastly guarding them day and night, the refugees could finally enjoy a peaceful slumber with their families, prompting many to drift off to sleep. At that moment, the sergeant approached Hua Xian, ready to express his thanks, but she, with a stoic expression, interjected, "No need for thanks. I am merely following orders." The sergeant's gaze shifted to Jiang Guoguo. After a moment's contemplation, he stepped forward, nodding slightly at Jiang Guoguo with a smile. "Thank you, young friend, for your assistance." For reasons unbeknownst to him, when the sergeant's eyes met Jiang Guoguo's, he felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity, akin to the imposing presence of his own lord. Thus, his tone bore a hint of reverence, lacking the casualness one would typically employ when addressing a child. Upon realizing this, he was taken aback, for Jiang Guoguo's face was now adorned with a bright, innocent smile. "Uncle, no need to be formal. I have brothers serving in the military as well. Longong belongs to all of us. We must unite to drive away the evildoers." At her words, the sergeant's expression flickered, and an odd sensation stirred within him. It was strange. He had distinctly sensed that this little girl was extraordinary, her gaze sharper than that of their lord. Yet now she appeared to be nothing more than an innocent child. Unable to fathom it, the sergeant chose to dismiss his thoughts and inquired, "I overheard your conversation with Su Chong earlier. You mentioned that your two brothers are named Jiang Tianjun and Jiang Tianjia?" Jiang Guoguo, sensing the sergeant may have a lead, nodded eagerly. "Yes, my elder brother is named Jiang Tianjun, and my second brother is Jiang Tianjia. I wonder if you know them, uncle?" "I recall those names. I do have an impression of them. They are siblings and bear a striking resemblance to one another, hence why I remember." Jiang Guoguo's face brightened at his words, and she grew anxious. "Uncle, do you know how my brothers are faring? Which camp are they in?" "That can be easily ascertained. After all, they were indeed serving as junior soldiers under our prince, Baiming at the time. However, due to their youth and lack of experience, their duties were likely in logistics. There's a chance you might encounter them upon your arrival in Phoenix City." Following this, the sergeant shared some information he could disclose. The logistics personnel in the camp generally had opportunities to enter the city for supplies, hence his assurance. Jiang Guoguo's face finally broke into a smile. As long as they were in logistics and the front lines held firm, their safety was assured. This revelation would certainly allow her to ease her grandmother's and mother's worries for the time being. The following day, many refugees set off, continuing their journey forward. In light of the previous day's ambush, the soldiers decided to take an alternate route heading east. Traveling along the main thoroughfare felt akin to parading through a marketplace, making it impossible to remain inconspicuous. Fortunately, there were numerous hidden mountain paths available for passage, with sparse populations along the way. As the sun ascended the mountains, the soldiers prepared to set off, taking the small road. Jiang Guoguo and her companions, intrigued, exchanged glances. "Young master, this is the only road leading to the eastern borders. In the past, numerous secret mountain paths were excavated. Should we follow them?" Upon hearing Hua Xian's suggestion, Jiang Guoguo nodded in agreement. "That is precisely my intention. Taking advantage of their presence would be beneficial for us. However, it would be impolite not to inform them first. Please approach their leader and inquire." "Young master." "They have agreed, and they even provided me with this." Hua Xian returned, her hands laden with goods. Jiang Guoguo opened the bundle to find an abundance of flour and rice, which filled her with newfound admiration for the sergeant. However, if such generosity were to come to the attention of their superiors, he would undoubtedly face reprimand. Thus, Jiang Guoguo hastily instructed Hua Xian to conceal the items and contemplated exchanging other goods for them should circumstances permit. Chapter 101. In order to gather supplies. I am determined. Two teams embarked on their journey, one leading the way while the other followed closely behind, gradually converging until they walked together as one. After 10 days of relentless travel, the caravan could no longer endure the strain and decided to rest for a day nearby. While those riding in carriages, like Jiang Guoguo and her companions, fared relatively well, others such as Zijin and Ziyu, who were pushing carts and walking, felt the toll of exhaustion. Thus, they all opted for a day of respite. Surrounded by perilous mountains and forests, they were fortunate to have discovered a well-traveled path, allowing the carriages to traverse with minimal jostling. At this juncture, Jiang Guoguo and her group resolved to forage for ingredients and prepare a meal. Today, it was the turn of her Aunt Fong and cousin Liu Yao to cook. They divided their tasks efficiently. One would prepare rice and stir-fried vegetables, while the other focused on meat dishes. However, when Aunt Fong approached the cart and opened the bag, she was taken aback. After over 10 days without resupply, they had sufficient grains, but were nearly out of vegetables. Their stock of various meats was also dwindling. Faced with a few wilted vegetable leaves, Aunt Fong felt troubled and decided to take a basket to search for any edible wild greens in the vicinity. Meanwhile, Liu Yao faced her own challenges. Due to the frequent snowfall in recent weeks, the grain stored in burlap sacks had become damp, particularly the flour, which was now clumped together and appeared slightly moldy. Just as Aunt Fong was about to leave with her basket, Jiang Guoguo and the others noticed and offered to assist her. Consequently, Jiang Guoguo joined her aunt and cousin in the woods, with Huawei following closely behind. Young master, please be cautious. Although many fierce beasts hibernate during winter, one must still exercise caution in these remote mountains, Huawei urged, hastening her pace and wielding a sickle to clear away the underbrush in front of Jiang Guoguo. Young master, please do not wander too far. Huayue's heart raced as she watched Jiang Guoguo's small figure recede, quickly obscured by the thicket, prompting her to chop frantically at the vegetation and quicken her steps. After a short distance, Jiang Guoguo began to sweat, wiping her brow as she thought that Huawei was following too closely. If she couldn't act independently for a moment, how could she discreetly retrieve some items from her space? Although it was somewhat overwhelming to have Huawei shadowing her, Jiang Guoguo recognized that it stemmed from genuine concern for her well-being, prompting her to devise another plan. At that moment, a delightful exclamation came from Aunt Fong. Come quickly, I've found plenty of edible wild greens. Jiang Guoguo's face lit up with joy as she called back, Huawei, hurry and assist my aunt. I'll be right there. Without a second thought, Huawei turned to help gather wild greens. Jiang Guoguo peeked out, relieved to see Huawei had gone far enough, and quickly found a concealed spot. After rummaging a bit, she gathered various twigs and fashioned a makeshift nest, then hurriedly retrieved quail eggs from her space. She then took a few more steps and filled her small bamboo basket with an assortment of mushrooms. After some contemplation, she also placed several chicken eggs among the nearby underbrush. Enough was enough. She had already done her part and was out of options. In her desperation, she even considered hanging some tantalizing cooked dishes from her space on the trees, proclaiming that they grew there. Having accomplished her tasks, Jiang Guoguo called out loudly, "Come quickly. Everyone, I've discovered something wonderful." No sooner had she spoken than a chorus of excited voices responded. After picking wild greens, Aunt Fong and the others hurried over to Jiang Guoguo, where they beheld a nest of quail eggs and her bamboo basket brimming with fresh mushrooms. Guoguo, you truly are remarkable. I only found some bitter wild greens, yet you've gathered so much. Aunt Fong praised her, her heart swelling with admiration, further pondering why her relatives had always referred to Guoguo as a little lucky star. Everyone was filled with joy, having not eaten eggs for quite some time, and the mushrooms looked fresh and promising for a delightful stir-fry or soup. It was indeed a fortuitous day. Excitedly, Cousin Liu Yao speculated that they had stumbled upon a treasure trove. Perhaps there were even more hidden delights yet to be discovered. And she began to poke around the surrounding underbrush with a stick. Jiang Guoguo felt relieved watching her clever cousin investigate the area where she had placed her eggs. Hey, everyone, come look. There are more treasures here. Lu Yao's sudden exclamation sent everyone rushing over. Upon inspection, they found a dozen eggs nestled in the bushes, each the size of a palm, sending them into a frenzy of delight. Oh my goodness, so many eggs. They must be wild chicken eggs. Does that mean there are wild chickens nearby? Jiang Guoguo paused at this thought but had no intention of acting on it. While there were indeed wild chickens in her space, they were all processed and ready for cooking. She couldn't possibly bring them out now. At this moment, Aunt Fong pondered aloud, and upon hearing her reasoning, the group agreed, returning merrily with their bountiful haul. On the way back, Zijin's wife, Qiao Qingya, remarked, "How strange. In this desolate wilderness, those birds and chickens seem utterly unguarded. Their eggs just lying there without fear of being taken by snakes. Indeed, it is peculiar. Moreover, there were 20 or so eggs in that nest. Those birds must reproduce prolifically, if given the chance. I would love to see what kind of bird it is that lays so many eggs." Jiang Guoguo sighed inwardly. "Cousin, sister-in-law, please refrain from discussing this further. If conditions allow next time, I will certainly bring out some quail for you to taste, but for today, let it be." Chapter 102. The eager soldiers Jiang Guoguo and her companions returned triumphantly, bearing 2 large baskets filled with vegetables and mushrooms, alongside a generous basket of eggs, which left Grandma and the others salivating. With such a bounty, we are indeed fortunate. It has been days since I last tasted an egg. I nearly forgot what it was like, ha ha ha. Uncle and second uncle beamed with delight, smacking their lips in eager anticipation. Over the past few months, the 2 families and the 3 former apprentices had grown increasingly comfortable with one another. Even Song Linglan, who had recently recovered, needed no rehabilitation. She had transformed into a chatterbox, reveling in conversations with Lu Yao and the other women. As such, a lively discussion erupted among everyone, debating the best way to prepare an egg. Ultimately, it was Auntie S's commanding voice that quelled the chaos, directing her gaze towards Jiang Guoguo. "The eggs and wild mushrooms were found by Guoguo. Let her decide how we shall prepare them." Naturally, no one objected. "Well, old man here is fortunate enough to enjoy Guoguo's fresh fare, whatever the method," one elder chimed in. "I too, for these delicacies require little effort. Us old fellows can savor them with ease." Thus, all eyes turned to Jiang Guoguo, awaiting the decision of this little blessing. After pondering for a moment, she declared, "Quail eggs, these little treasures. We shall braise them with the remaining pork. As for the chicken eggs, they could be used for soup or stir-fry. But I must reserve one for my little Dodo to make an egg custard. Ever since he tasted it, he has been drooling daily." Upon hearing this, everyone burst into hearty laughter. Little Jiang Dodo, cradled in Lin's arms and nibbling on his fingers, looked utterly perplexed, tilting his head as he babbled toward Jiang Guoguo. "What? Is sister speaking ill of me? Why is everyone smiling at me?" This cheerful banter naturally caught the attention of the soldiers nearby. They too were resting, yet regrettably. Their rations consisted solely of hardtack and water, suffering the chill of the weather without even a warm meal to comfort them. The soldiers, apart from their leader, who appeared to be in his 30s, were predominantly in their 20s, gnawing on their tough biscuits and sipping on the cold water from melted snow. Simple fare indeed. While manageable for a day or two, the prolonged hardship was beginning to take its toll on even the sturdiest of bodies. As the fragrant smoke from Jiang Guoguo's cooking wafted towards them, the soldiers could no longer ignore the enticing aroma. Suddenly, their hard biscuits felt like stones, and the cold water settled uncomfortably in their stomachs, leaving them yearning for a taste of the warm soup bubbling away. Yet, being soldiers under the command of the northern Ming king, none dared to impose upon Jiang Guoguo for favors, even as their appetites grew insatiable. They maintained their composure and sense of propriety. Observing the plight of his men, the soldier leader noticed their faces turning purple from the cold, their lips cracked, and the biscuits they held resembling rocks that required considerable force to bite into. Many resorted to swallowing them with water, hardly tasting anything, leaving their mouths feeling bland and unsatisfactory. Realizing that if this continued, his men would not endure, He recalled how he had previously shared his salt with the refugees out of pity. In those times, they could at least savor the salt water. Now, the situation had worsened. And even he, who prided himself on his resilience, was beginning to struggle. Meanwhile, Jiang Guoguo's rice had begun to emit an enticing aroma, and the pot of egg and mushroom soup was ready to be unveiled. The scent was so delightful that even eating it with shoe soles would seem appetizing. I must taste the seasoning. It looks incredibly tempting, she mused. At this moment, her youngest cousin, Lu Zibai, licked his lips, rubbed his hands together, and squatted down, eager for a small bowl to sample. Upon tasting it, an expression of pure ecstasy spread across his face. Wow, this is heavenly, as my cousin would say. It's simply delectable. Seeing Lu Zibai's reaction, laughter erupted among the group, and his father, Uncle Lu Hongda, shot him a disapproving glance. You little rascal. Where's this enthusiasm when reciting poetry? Lu Zibai stuck out his tongue, hurriedly guzzling the soup from his bowl, fearing it would be snatched away by his father if he hesitated. The sight only fueled the laughter further. At this moment, Jiang Guoguo noticed the soldier's situation. Seeing that Aunt had several eggs and mushrooms remaining, likely reserved for the next meal, she approached her second aunt, speaking softly, "Aunt, could we prepare a pot of soup for them? They look so pitiful, just gnawing on their hard biscuits." Aunt Fong paused, glancing forward, and indeed noticed the soldiers clutching their dry biscuits and a water pouch. The sight of their longing expressions struck her deeply. Resolving to act, she quickly set a large iron pot over the fire, her face breaking into a slight smile as she winked at Jiang Guoguo. "Guoguo, your heart is truly kind. Since you found the eggs and mushrooms, we shall heed your wishes." Jiang Guoguo beamed in response, her mind racing with thoughts of how to discreetly bring forth the delicacies. Chapter 103. A harmonious gathering. After preparing yet another pot of egg and mushroom soup, Feng Shui did not forget to sprinkle in some fresh greens and finely chopped meat. Although this soup could not compare to the enticing sight of the braised pork with quail eggs simmering in another pot, the soldiers, all young men numbering around 20, were not accustomed to such lavish fare. Therefore, Feng Shui added some minced meat to the soup, enhancing its richness, which for the soldiers was indeed a delightful treat. Having entrusted the ladling duties to her cousin and others, Feng Shui quickly lifted the pot of steaming soup, determined to serve it hot to the soldiers. Jiang Guoguo, seeing this, hurriedly followed behind. The soldiers paused in surprise as Feng Shui placed the large pot before them, exclaiming, "Hurry and eat. This is a treat from our Guoguo." At that moment, Jiang Guoguo stepped forward, peeking out from behind Feng Shui, and chirped, "Big brothers, these cakes must be hard to chew, right? Drink some of the soup my second aunt made. It tastes wonderful." The soldiers' eyes brightened instantly, their mouths watering at the sight of the steaming soup before them. Yet none dared to move. Well disciplined, they understood that during missions, they were not permitted to consume food offered by civilians. Any meal must be prepared by their own hands. Or, at the very least, they should first test it for safety. However, they had journeyed alongside these civilians and were confident that they posed no threat. Nonetheless, a second unwavering rule remained: absolute obedience to the captain's orders, leaving no room for personal initiative. Thus, despite their intense craving for the soup and the delicious visions dancing in their minds, they could not act unless commanded by the captain. Jiang Guoguo was equally astonished by the soldiers' strict discipline and formidable willpower. However, this also indicated that the northern monarch maintained a firm hand over his troops. Even those responsible for logistics adhered strictly to military orders, suggesting that every soldier in the camp was undoubtedly a stalwart man of honor. All eyes turned to the squad leader. After a moment's hesitation, he shook his head and declined. "Thank you, elder sister, and thank you, Jiang little friend. However, our general has laid down a military order. We cannot trouble the civilians during our march. Given the dreadful weather, finding food is already a challenge. And this hot soup is exactly what you need." Upon hearing this, the soldiers visibly felt disheartened, yet none voiced complaints. Watching them swallow hard, Jiang Guoguo felt admiration rise within her. though she disagreed with such inflexible military orders. "Brother Su, take it quickly," she urged. Su Chong, flustered, fumbled with his hands, casting nervous glances at the captain. Observing this, Jiang Guoguo decided to unleash her final tactic. "Oh, it's so hot. My hand is about to burn." Upon hearing this, Su Chong sprang into action, hastily placing the cakes against his pant leg and discarding his water jug to grasp the large bowl. As soon as he released the bowl, Jiang Guoguo stuck out her tongue and giggled. Seeing her antics, the elders understood her intention. Each took an empty bowl, mimicking Jiang Guoguo, and filled it with steaming soup, which they eagerly handed to the soldiers. In the end, even the squad leader found a bowl pressed into his hands. Seeing half of the soup gone from the pot, Jiang Guoguo nodded in satisfaction. "That's right. Why be so formal? What military orders? I only know that if you don't drink, it means you look down on me, Jiang Guoguo. Military orders are dead, but people are alive. We don't feel you're troubling us at all." Old Lady Jiang also chimed in. "Indeed, young men, you are remarkable. To transport provisions to the front lines, you need to maintain your strength. You cannot survive on dry cakes and plain water. Drink it while it's hot. It contains eggs, mushrooms, minced meat, and some greens, all thanks to our guoguos. Who is lucky enough to find them in these mountains? Even if we eat well today, we can always search again tomorrow. You may not know this, but our guogua is a blessing. As long as she is around, we can always enjoy good food." The family began to encourage the bewildered soldiers to drink the soup, and the conversation soon shifted to Jiang Guoguo, sparking a lively discussion. The squad leader, touched by the warmth of Jiang Guoguo's family, took the lead and sipped the soup, nearly bringing tears of joy to his eyes. Seeing their captain partake, the soldiers shed their reservations and hungrily devoured the soup. As Jiang Guoguo's family shared amusing tales from their journey, praising her ability to turn peril into fortune, they enjoyed their bowls of rice alongside the delicious dishes, creating an atmosphere of unparalleled camaraderie. Chapter 104, A young aspirant for the military after a delightful communal meal, the bonds between the two groups grew ever stronger. The soldiers began to recognize Jiang Guoguo by her esteemed title of Little Divine Doctor, affectionately calling her by this name. Upon learning of her exceptional medical skills, many soldiers approached her seeking cures for their ailments. Those who have long been stationed at the borders often carry hidden afflictions, and even the lower-ranked soldiers, tasked primarily with logistical duties, bear a multitude of health issues. Since the last transformation of her small shop within the Linglong space into a grand marketplace, Jiang Guoguo had realized an important truth. At that time, she noticed that the significant upgrade of her space bore no relation to her accumulated points. Her points had dwindled due to minimal medical practice, as she had invested them all in expanding her spiritual fields and extending the growth period of her plants. Yet, the humble shop had magnificently morphed into a vast emporium. This led her to understand that as long as she engaged in virtuous acts, utilizing her medical skills to benefit others, the potential for her space to upgrade was independent of her points. Consequently, she no longer fretted over those intangible points. As long as she could assist others within her capabilities and without endangering herself or her family,